Charlotte faces a dreadful reality, forced into marriage with a complete stranger, a man her family describes as bad and childish. Yet she observes he is undeniably strong, healthy, handsome, and possesses an overbearing, almost evil charm. Despite these conflicting perceptions, she knows deep down she dislikes him. Her true feelings lie with another, a man she quietly admires, hoping for a different future. But alas, she is bound by duty, agreeing to the marriage as repayment for her uncle's 20 years of raising her. Tears stream down her face as the grim truth sinks in. The man she secretly desires is the asterisk brother asterisk of the man she is marrying, a revelation that shatters her world. That night, her life irrevocably changed. A storm rages outside the grand mansion as Charlotte finds herself trapped, terrified, facing her new husband, whose eyes gleam menacingly. He taunts her, asking if she's scared, a chilling smile playing on his lips while she recoils, moving further and further back. As he approaches, beckoning her into his arms, Charlotte internally screams that this man is her husband. He begins tearing at her dress, causing her to cry out for him to stop, to keep the light on, begging him not to approach, claiming she's not afraid of him but that she's truly terrified. Her husband, seemingly startled, pauses for a moment, then calmly states he will take good care of her, pushing her toward the bed, urging them to retire. In a desperate bid for escape, Charlotte seizes the opportunity, twisting away and rushing for the door, clutching her dress. Her eyes wide with terror. As she flees, her husband intercepts her, grabbing her face and tearing off what appears to be a mask, revealing a horribly scarred face underneath. He falls back, defeated, as Charlotte laughs hysterically, her mind fracturing from the horror of the encounter. Her internal monologue reveals the cruel machinations behind her marriage. Her uncle's daughters refused to marry Shine Fan, a disabled man, so at her uncle's request, Charlotte was forced to take their place, despite being only 17. The family coldly agrees it's time for her to repay them for their expenses, stating that the Shires will go bankrupt if the fans pull out. Crushed under the weight of her obligation, Charlotte agrees to marry him, her eyes brimming with despair. As she sobs, Anne, a kind maidservant, rushes to her side, comforting her and assuring her that everything will be all right. Anne then cryptically reveals that Mr. Ron, the younger brother, had deliberately pretended to be his disabled brother to frighten Charlotte on her wedding night, a secret they were forbidden to tell. Anne cradles Charlotte, promising that her life of happiness is just beginning, a sentiment Charlotte can't believe. Overhearing their conversation from the staircase, Ron, her true husband, agrees to Anne's suggestion that she sleep with Charlotte tonight, a calculating expression on his face. The next morning, Charlotte wakes up, still deeply distressed, believing she married the scarred, disabled Shine Fan. She struggles with the fact that she cannot accept his appearance or be intimate with him, determined nonetheless to be a competent wife. As she prepares for breakfast, she sees Ron at the dining table serving himself. Charlotte is bewildered, asking if this is Ron Fan, Shine's younger brother, confused as she thought he lived elsewhere. Ron, noticing her stare, chides her for looking at him like an anthemaniac so early in the morning, prompting Charlotte to internally deem him a narcissist, though she concedes he is somewhat handsome. Anne confirms Ron's identity as Shine's younger brother. Charlotte, feeling awkward, tries to take her breakfast away from the table, but Ron stops her. She attempts to offer to take his brother's breakfast upstairs, acting the part of a caring wife. Ron scoffs, sarcastically asking if she's pretending to be a good wife. He then reveals his true nature and confirms her worst fears, informing her that he knows she ran out of the wedding room last night and that her husband is furious. He threatens to break her legs if she dares to run away tonight, leaving Charlotte stunned by his rudeness and flighty nature, yet still resolved to take care of Shine, the man she thinks she married. Anne, observing Charlotte's frustration, attempts to defend Ron, explaining that despite his fractious nature, he has a warm heart and diligently cares for Shine, feeding him and giving him medicine every day. Charlotte, a picture of worried concern, pressed Anne about why her husband Shine hadn't undergone skin grafting or cosmetic surgery, given the advanced medical technology available, but Anne sighed, explaining that he was too seriously injured and their sole focus was keeping him alive, making cosmetic procedures a distant concern. Charlotte's brow furrowed, thinking back to last night when Shine hadn't looked quite so bad, and then lowered her voice, earnestly requesting Charlotte not to discuss Shine's condition with Mr. Ron, fearing the news would crush him, before softly adding that Shine had been burned while saving Ron, which had left him fractious and in need of forgiveness. Internally, a cold fury simmered within Charlotte. She inwardly fumed at Ron for shamelessly stigmatizing her as an anthemaniac. Utterly devoid of respect, even as she outwardly nodded in agreement. Still seething, Charlotte let out a silent huff of frustration as Ron, her brother-in-law, approached Shine's hospital room. He paused at the door, catching the distinct smell of sterilization, and immediately questioned the doctor about Shine's awakening. The doctor warned him that the smell was potent from the recent cleaning and advised him not to enter if he was allergic, but Ron ignored the warning, his gaze fixed on the room. With quiet determination, Ron walked past the doctor into Shine's room where his brother lay bandaged, connected to a steady beeping heart monitor. Gently, Ron placed a bowl of nourishing porridge on the bedside table before sitting down, carefully taking Shine's bandaged hand in his own and softly whispering his name. Shine stirred slightly, a flicker of pain crossing his bandaged face, as Ron began to chide him, accusing him of scaring his own bride by pretending to be him and finding a wife in his name. Ron then confessed his anxieties, stating he knew Shine didn't want him to be alone but expressed deep concern about marrying a woman with ulterior motives and how that would impact Shine, asking if he wasn't worried about him. Despite his extensive injuries, Shine managed a faint smile, reassuring Ron that he believed Charlotte was a good girl with pure eyes. Ron, however, scoffed internally, doubting such pure eyes and vowing to uncover any hidden motives, but quickly shifted the topic back to Shine's skin grafting, declaring he had fulfilled his brother's wish by getting married. Ron insisted his skin was ready for the surgery, but Shine, faltering slightly, suggested it wasn't the right time, especially since Ron had just married and should be enjoying a honeymoon, visiting the Shires with Charlotte instead. Ron looked confused, then broke into a small laugh. Downstairs, Charlotte gazed at the numerous glittering gifts, a clear sign that the Shires were prepared for her visit, her gaze then falling upon Ron, strikingly handsome in a tailored suit. Her heart fluttered as she internally acknowledged his dashing looks. An elder man, the butler, politely asked Ron if he would drive Charlotte to the Shires, a request Ron's internal thoughts revealed was part of Mr. Shine's plan to pair them off. Ron, however, coldly refused, stating he had no time. Charlotte, observing his dismissive attitude, declared she could manage herself, but Ron, with an air of superiority, retorted that the Shires cared only for money, not family. Charlotte's expression hardened, reminding him sharply that she was his sister-in-law and demanded respect. A silent electric tension crackled between Charlotte and Ron as their eyes met in a fierce stare. Ron, with a sly, almost menacing grin, leaned close to Charlotte, asking provocatively how he should show respect and suggesting she teach him. Charlotte, flustered and blushing, stammered an excuse, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. The butler gently suggested she inform Shine of her departure to the Shires, and Charlotte sighed in resignation as Ron coolly walked away. The butler then informed Charlotte that Mr. Shine was busy cleaning and couldn't see her but had specifically requested the butler drive her to the Shires, which Charlotte reluctantly accepted, realizing it was an apology for the previous night. Upon arriving at the lavish Shire mansion, Charlotte immediately sensed the disdain from Elizabeth Wine's Shire, observing her with a critical gaze, confirming Charlotte's suspicion that being escorted by the butler meant she was already disliked. Unexpectedly, the butler presented Elizabeth with a check for $10 million from Mr. Shire, who couldn't visit in person. Elizabeth's eyes widened, transforming into a look of greedy delight as she praised Mr. Fan's extravagant style and asked Charlotte to convey her gratitude, to which a stunned Charlotte agreed. Charlotte internally mused that the Shires indeed valued money above all else. The butler offered to take Charlotte home for dinner at 7:00 p.m., but she politely declined, stating she could return by herself. He insisted, declaring himself a fan now and that he would pick her up, then departed. Elizabeth then bid the butler farewell, who briskly refused her offer to walk him to the door. As the butler descended the stairs, another woman, Jean, appeared, immediately spotting the check and erupting in outrage, complaining to her mother Elizabeth about the unfairness of $10 million just for her sister's birthday party. Elizabeth casually dismissed her, proudly proclaiming Jean to be the Shire family's most important daughter. Elizabeth then imperiously instructed Jean to have the servants prepare lunch. Jean, attempting to assert dominance, told Charlotte to do it just like before, but Charlotte calmly offered to handle it herself. Elizabeth, however, quickly intervened, adamantly refusing and insisting the servants would do it, clearly wanting Charlotte to do nothing. At dinner, Jean mockingly asked Charlotte if she had seen her husband, implying he was a mess, and then crudely questioned his condition. Elizabeth immediately chastised Jean to be a lady. But Jean, undeterred, retorted that she could see from Charlotte's face that she wasn't nourished by a man, provoking Charlotte to retort that Jean must be very experienced. Another guest, Sue, giggled, which further infuriated Jean, who demanded to know how Charlotte dared tease her. Sue defended Charlotte, remarking that she had merely revealed the truth. Elizabeth quickly intervened, telling them to focus on dinner, but then subtly returned to the topic, asking about Shine's condition again. Jean, in a shockingly callous remark, stated she hoped Shine would die so Charlotte could inherit his fortune. But Charlotte coolly replied that Jean would be disappointed, as her husband was fine. Elizabeth then observed that Charlotte was like a widow with an alive husband, and inquired about Shine's brother Ron Fan, describing him as a mysterious and influential financier who controlled the economic market. Charlotte bristled internally, recalling Ron's earlier derogatory remarks, and thought of him as a complete psycho for stigmatizing her, denying any acquaintance. Elizabeth dismissed the rumors about Ron, portraying him as a handsome, financially brilliant man who built his empire without family support, noting that even the famous celebrity Jean was interested in him. Jean scoffed, labeling Ron as nothing more than a man spoiled by his elder brother, while Sue clarified that Ron was indeed Shine's brother. Charlotte found herself wistfully thinking that perhaps she and Ron could be together someday, but Sue, with cutting cruelty, immediately shot down the notion, declaring that a brilliant man like Ron wouldn't be interested in Charlotte because he wasn't blind, implying neither Charlotte nor Sue deserved him. Jean, enraged, erupted into a barrage of indecent words, prompting Elizabeth to scold her for being rude to her elder sister. Enough, quit yelling. Charlotte's frustration boils over as a sharp-tongued woman, likely her guardian, harshly tells her to stop fighting for a strange man and instead be gentle and demure like her sister Jean. Despite the verbal assault, Charlotte remains resolute, yet deep down, she reflects on the circumstances that brought her here, remembering how her uncle had entrusted her to the welfare home after Elizabeth's strong disagreement about her living with them. Brushing aside the household drama, Charlotte dedicates herself to a cause close to her heart, visiting the welfare home and giving money to a young girl for Mr. Cheek, specifically for a child with congenital heart disease. Admiring Mr. Cheek's tireless efforts for the children and promising to return, her kind spirit shines as she happily plays with the children, a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of her home. Upon her return, a worried man questions her early arrival, but Charlotte waves off his concern, only to be met by Anne, who offers to help prepare dinner, specifically mentioning Mr. Ron's favorite mangoes. Charlotte, however, is clearly irritated by any mention of Ron, mentally declaring that his preferences are none of her business. Anne then shifts the conversation to Shine, insisting they take him to the best hospitals for advanced care rather than letting him languish. A heavy sigh escapes Anne as she reveals Shine's profound despair, how he has almost given up since Miss Ram's death, refusing to go out despite Ron's pleas, and Charlotte's heart sinks as she understands that Shine has always carried another love. Holding a carefully prepared fruit salad, Charlotte makes her way to Shine. A bittersweet thought crossing her mind, she, like him, was forced into this marriage. Suddenly, Ron appears, his playful demeanor sparking Charlotte's immediate irritation as he asks if the elaborate salad is meant to please him. She mentally fumes at his arrogance, wishing she could beat him, and sharply tells him it's for his brother. Ron, undeterred, smugly informs her that his brother can't eat fancy fruits, prompting Charlotte to passionately explain that it's not about being fancy, but about making Shine happy and boosting his appetite. In a shockingly casual move, Ron snatches a piece of fruit from the platter, ignoring Charlotte's outcry that the rest is for his brother, before calmly explaining that Shine can only consume liquid food. Charlotte's heart clenches with realization and deep regret. She apologizes for her mistake, to which Ron dismisses her concerns, suggesting his brother might appreciate the gesture anyway. As Ron walks away with the food, Charlotte watches him, her heart inexplicably quickening, observing his genuine kindness towards his brother, reflecting that he takes such good care of Shine at home. Yet a somber thought follows. They are just brothers, and she, a stranger, knows Shine's heart belongs solely to the deceased Miss Ram. She places the now modified fruit offering beside Shine's bed, observing his bandaged form. Later, Ron is surprised to see Shine smile for the first time in 3 months, acknowledging Charlotte's ingenuity and Ron's luck. A doctor urges Ron to consider surgery for Shine, but Shine himself asks for more time to get better, gazing at a framed photo of a woman named Yvonne. In his mind, Shine promises Yvonne he will come for her once he's made proper arrangements for Ron and Charlotte, asking for just a little more time. That night, Ron watches Charlotte sleep, a book on post-operative care and rehabilitation for burns resting beside her. Sitting by her bedside, Ron looks utterly exhausted. His eyes close and he's plunged back into a horrifying memory. The choking smoke and the inferno consuming everything, someone desperately shouting that an exit gate needs to be opened manually. He remembers his own frantic urge to escape with Shine. In the searing heat, Shine selflessly pushed Bob away, telling him to go, then turned to Ron, pleading with him to leave to save himself because there was no time. With a painful, radiant smile amidst the flames, Shine implored Ron to keep alive for him. Ron jolts awake, panting, the recurring nightmare leaving him drenched in sweat, a silent dam escaping his lips. He stands shirtless, gazing out, reflecting on how he has relentlessly expanded his company after the accident, even controlling a vast portion of city's economic market. Yet despite all his power and countless money, he laments that he cannot bring back his brother's health. Ron dresses, buttoning his shirt, and walks through the quiet, dim hallway of his mansion. He opens a door to find the doctor concluding Shine's regular examination. Ron quietly asks if Shine is asleep. The doctor, noticing Ron's late arrival and the lingering smell of sterilization, asks if he needs anything, but Ron dismisses it, stating he merely came to sleep. He gently covers Shine, then sits by his brother's bedside, listening to the rhythmic beeps of the medical equipment. Shine stirs, softly calling out Ron, and when Ron asks if he's having another nightmare, Shine denies it, his eyes meeting Ron's as he says he just wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Shine's internal thoughts reveal a deeper concern. He feels he's running out of time and fears that if Ron remains consumed by resentment after his death, he will be utterly devoured. Oblivious to this dark contemplation, Charlotte wakes from a deep sleep, realizing she had intended to wait for Shine after his therapy. Hearing the sound of running water, she wonders if Shine is in the bath, her concern mounting as she remembers his burns and the difficulty he must have bathing himself. She calls out to him, but receiving no response, she grows increasingly anxious, pushes open the bathroom door and steps inside. To her utter shock, it's Ron standing shirtless, wet from the shower, who turns to face her, eyes wide with surprise. Charlotte finds herself in a steamy shower, her serene moment brutally interrupted as a male figure suddenly appears, her eyes widening in shock. It's Ron, her brother-in-law, brazenly showering in her bathroom, and Charlotte lets out a flustered shriek, demanding to know what he's doing here. Ron, with an infuriating smirk, casually asks if there's a problem, then slowly reaches for a towel, making Charlotte flush crimson and stutter an apology, utterly mortified by the intrusion. She berates herself for not being more assertive and realizes with dawning horror that this must be a deliberate trick to embarrass her, a blatant disrespect to his brother's wife, considering he has his own bathroom. Caught between loyalty to her unwell husband, Shine, and her own indignation, Charlotte decides against telling him directly, fearing it could escalate tensions given Shine's fragile condition. Instead, she confides in Anne, the kind housekeeper who has looked after them for decades, timidly asking her to tell Ron to stop using their bathroom, explaining it's awkward. Anne, though slightly confused, readily agrees to speak to him, and Charlotte, relieved, then requests Anne to bring Shine's breakfast to her so she can feed him personally. As Charlotte heads upstairs with the breakfast tray, she sees Ron and hopes her conversation with Anne will finally make him show some respect. But Ron, with a cold intensity, intercepts her, snatching the tray and asserting that caring for his brother is his job, curtly reminding Charlotte that she'll eventually marry and have her own family. His words cut deep, leaving Charlotte visibly hurt, and before she can process the sting, her phone rings. It's Mrs. Chen calling with urgent news. Mrs. Cheek is in the hospital, distraught over a child with congenital heart disease needing a critical 100,000 operation that she can't fully fund. Charlotte, putting on a brave face, promises Mrs. Chen she'll handle it, assuring her not to worry. Desperate, she briefly considers asking Uncle Shire, only to learn he's on a business trip, leaving her with limited options. She then approaches Elizabeth, her face etched with urgency and a light sheen of sweat, pleading for a 100,000 loan for the child's life-saving surgery. Elizabeth, however, is anything but sympathetic, sneering at Charlotte's overflow of compassion and telling her to leave charity to the Red Cross, flatly refusing any. Charlotte desperately explains that Mrs. Cheek has already made a donation and the child can't wait, but Elizabeth remains unmoved, lecturing her about the cost of living and claiming she barely has 10,000 herself. Charlotte, exasperated, brings up the 10 million check Mr. Mo gave Elizabeth recently, instantly igniting Elizabeth's fury. She roars at Charlotte for daring to even think of that money, reminding her she's only been married 2 days and is already trying to take money from her uncle. Charlotte tries to clarify that it's her own idea, not Shine's, but Elizabeth cuts her off sharply, demanding that if she wants money, Shine should ask himself, and dismisses Charlotte as utterly spoiled. Defeated and dejected, Charlotte walks alone through the city, agonizing over how to secure the money without involving Shine, whom she hasn't properly seen since that night. Back at the mansion, Ron arrives home, greeted by Anne, who informs him that Charlotte is bringing food to Mr. Shine. Ron, adjusting his tie, questions Charlotte's sudden domesticity, wondering what blessed Teresa is planning now. Later, Charlotte presents Ron with a meticulously prepared dinner, which he acknowledges she made, before cutting to the chase, asking what she wants from him. Mustering her courage, Charlotte asks if he would lend her 100,000 to help a child in need. Ron calmly chews his food, a silent deliberation stretching the moment before finally agreeing to give her the money and tells her to go upstairs. Charlotte is momentarily stunned, internally exclaiming her surprise that he agreed so easily and without question, reflecting on his immense wealth. She follows him, struggling to keep pace as he strides ahead, her heart pounding with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Suddenly, Ron spins around, his gaze locking onto her. He leans in close, his voice a low, taunting drawl, asserting that 100,000 is merely a trifle, but that she's clever enough to know she's only worth the price. Charlotte's hope shatters into profound humiliation as she realizes his true intentions, roaring that she misjudged him and demanding he let her go. Ron merely smirks, claiming he's generous to women and suggesting she could double her reward if she performs well in bed, adding that he needs to check the cargo first. Charlotte explodes in a torrent of fury, calling him an asshole and vehemently reminding him that she is his brother's wife. A desperate plea for him to keep away, he callously questions if she's a virgin, then declares he knows she's impure, further fueling her terror and rage. Charlotte struggles desperately against his grip, sobbing and pleading for him to stop touching her and release her. Ron holds her firm, warning her to cease struggling before she hurts herself. Still battling, tears streaming down her face, Charlotte accuses him. The evil woman likely meant man as a mistranslation, of disrespecting his brother with such actions. Ron looks down at her, drying his hands, a flicker of thought crossing his face as he wonders what has truly happened to his brother. For the gravely injured Shine, every breath was a struggle, his bandaged body twitching and freezing as he weakly clutched at the life-sustaining tubes that riddled his form, a blood stain on the sheets a grim testament to his precarious state. His brother Ron Fan leaned in, pressing an oxygen mask to Shine's face, muttering apologies only for Shine to weakly push him away, eyes burning with a question about what Ron had done to her. Ron Fan, his face etched with grim determination, vowed to bring her back for Shine before a doctor. Mr. Shire watched helplessly as the door closed, leaving Shine to his silent suffering. Meanwhile, Charlotte, whose connection to Shine remained a mystery, found herself a topic of discussion between Mr. Shire and another woman, Jean, who dismissed Mr. Shire's worries about Ron hurting Charlotte. Mr. Shire on the phone recounted Ron Fan's protective actions towards Charlotte the previous night, confident that happiness awaited them, while Ron Fan, standing outside a grand mansion, silently hoped so. Inside, a family dinner was disrupted by the announcement of Mr. Ron Fan's arrival, sending ripples of flustered surprise through Charlotte's family, particularly her sister G, who was instantly smitten, recognizing him as one of their potential suitors. Charlotte, however, glared, her mind reeling as Ron Fan interrupted their dinner, introducing himself with an unsettling charm. Despite Charlotte's internal turmoil, Mr. Shire extended a warm welcome, inviting Ron Fan to join them, which he accepted with a smooth smile, taking his seat at the table. Charlotte watched as Mr. Shire exuberantly ordered expensive wine, while even her usually indifferent sister Sue was captivated by Ron Fan's presence. Growing frustrated with the plastic smile she perceived on Ron Fan's face, Charlotte attempted to escape to her room, only for Ron Fan to block her path, unequivocally stating she was coming home with him. He flashed a knowing smirk, reminding her that his brother was waiting, daring her to defy him. Mr. Shire nervously laughed off Charlotte's defiance as mere stubbornness, but Ron Fan's steely gaze never wavered, reiterating his brother's expectation. He declared his intent to take Charlotte back, even by force, if that's what it took to satisfy Shine. Charlotte, desperate, tried to send her father to stay with Mr. Fan, while her sister Jean, sensing the tension, offered to speak to Charlotte. Jean found Charlotte in her room, offering her money for Mrs. Cheek and asserting her sisterly support. Jean pressed Charlotte about her marriage to Shine, urging her not to be capricious and to consider the trouble it would cause, which led Charlotte to reluctantly concede that for Shine's sake, she would forgive Ron Fan. But a spark of defiance ignited in Charlotte's eyes. If she couldn't run, she would fight, reminding herself that everyone, including Ron Fan, had weaknesses. Jean, trying to mediate, suggested she drive Charlotte home, but Ron Fan quickly interjected, dismissing Charlotte's red-haired sister G with a cutting remark about lack of space. G, seething with jealousy at Jean's perceived attempts to win Ron Fan, watched as he led Charlotte away. Mr. Shire, seeing his daughters pursue men, sighed with the melancholy of a father. In the car, Jean, driving, was completely entranced by the thought of Ron Fan, almost running a red light in her distraction. She relentlessly questioned Charlotte about Ron Fan, seemingly oblivious to Charlotte's internal scorn for his hobby of disrespecting his brother's wife. Jean, still hopeful, asked if Charlotte found it easy to get along with Ron Fan, to which Charlotte, forcing a calm demeanor, replied with vague pleasantries while internally cringing at the thought. Jean confessed her anxieties about Ron Fan being too excellent to notice her, a revelation Charlotte observed with a knowing look. Upon arrival at the mansion, Ron Fan politely dismissed Jean, leaving her visibly frustrated. Jean bade Charlotte farewell, expressing concern for her, but as Charlotte tried to extend the invitation for Jean to stay, Ron Fan suddenly grabbed her wrist, a painful grip that made Charlotte wince and Jean gasp in surprise. He asserted that Charlotte could talk to Jean tomorrow, commanding her to be obedient and sending Jean on her way. Charlotte seethed silently as Ron Fan forcibly pulled her inside, her anger burning. She demanded he release her, but he coldly reminded her of Shine's sacrifice, questioning her actions before finally letting go of her wrist. Charlotte, still processing Jean's departure, was then greeted by the maid Anne, who revealed that Shine was in the treatment room and moreover incredibly upset that Charlotte had left him alone not once but twice. Charlotte, with a sudden burst of determination, declared she had made up her mind and would sleep with Shine in the treatment room tonight, a revelation that clearly shocked the elderly maid. The doctor had just finished his examination of Shine, who was described as chilling, and was waiting in the wedding room upstairs. Charlotte, carrying food, felt a knot of anxiety about encountering Ron, Shine's brother, hoping he wouldn't be in the room, and she cautiously entered only to find Shine in a wheelchair, his hands heavily bandaged. Shine, his face etched with pain, internally grappled with the suspicious circumstances of Charlotte's marriage, wondering if she was coerced by the Shires to aid his brother Martin in acquiring the fan group's assets, especially since Ron was the second heir and he, Shine, was the first. A fierce resolve burned within him, vowing to prevent Martin from gaining control and promising to uncover evidence against him. Charlotte, noticing the deep scars on his bandaged hands, felt a wave of sorrow. She sincerely apologized for leaving him alone on their wedding night, promising to take meticulous care of him and to always be by his side as she leaned her head against his arm. Shine, his voice gentle, asked if Ron had been unkind to her, but Charlotte quickly denied it, insisting that Ron treated her with utmost respect as he tenderly stroked her hair, noticing the glistening tears in her eyes. He then pulled her closer, suggesting they consummate their marriage, emphasizing that she was his wife, but a flustered Charlotte, her face flushing, asked for more time, preferring they start as friends. She couldn't help but wonder why he was so passionate and observed that his eyes seemed eerily familiar, asking him what she should call him, to which he responded with a teasing honey before quickly instructing his assistant to call him Mr. Fan, all while internally questioning her true intentions. When he pressed her on whether she was forced into the marriage by the Shires, Charlotte admitted she had volunteered for her uncle, a loyal sacrifice. She then promised to do her best to care for him, even if it meant until his death, leaving Shine to ponder if her earnestness was genuine or merely a masterful act of pretense. Shine eventually told her to simply be Mrs. Fan, a statement that visibly startled Charlotte, though she dutifully nodded. She then offered to feed him soup, explaining its collagen content was beneficial for his wounds. While Shine found the soup bland, Charlotte insisted on feeding him from that day forward, claiming Ron was busy and needed more rest, urging him to trust her. Shine, his eyes narrowing, questioned if she was attempting to alienate him from Ron, but Charlotte clarified it was merely her responsibility as his wife, especially since Ron would marry someday. He then announced his intention to stay the night, which sent Charlotte's mind spiraling into embarrassed confusion, wondering if he meant he would sleep in her bed. Shine, meanwhile, worried about his artificial skin and the potential for Charlotte to discover his true condition, though he resolved that he would eventually reveal the truth, that he was the man she married. As the lights clicked off, a palpable tension filled the room. In the dim light, Charlotte lay beside Shine, her heart thumping in her chest, admitting she was a little scared when he asked. Despite his reassurances that he wouldn't do anything bad, Charlotte's anxiety mounted as his hand moved dangerously close to her breast. The room's temperature felt stiflingly hot, and she requested he stop moving, internally exasperated by his capriciousness, switching between Mr. Fan and Honey. Pitying his burnt body, she suggested sleeping on the couch, but he refused, tightening his embrace. She continued to protest the heat, to which he slyly suggested she stop moving or he could help her remove her clothes, making her blush furiously. Shine, suffering from the heat of his artificial skin and Charlotte's constant shifting, mentally lamented how she acted like a timid kitten with Shine but a defiant tiger with him. He eventually eased his grip slightly. Charlotte, believing he cared for her despite his temper, reassured him she would be kind to Ron, insisting that Ron loved him and was depressed, urging Shine to recover quickly. However, her casual mention of being Ron's sister-in-law instantly enraged Shine, who roared for her to shut up, scaring Charlotte, who recoiled, wondering what she had said wrong. Finally, he warned her he would eat her if she didn't stop moving, commanding her to calm down and breathe, as a sleepy Charlotte twisted once more before finally drifting off to sleep. Charlotte is lying in bed, a complex mix of fear and surprise washing over her as she feels something sticking against her, a shock of realization that his body is still very much functional despite his supposed severe wounds, the arousal undeniable. The man beside her, Ron, whose true identity she doesn't yet fully grasp, senses her trepidation, his voice a low challenge asking if she's scared, warning her darkly not to go against him. A moment later, Ron's thoughts betray his disdain for her, deeming her skin displeasing and vowing to uncover her true intentions, even as Charlotte meekly suggests he sleep on the couch, fearfully trembling as he rolls away, revealing the bandages covering his torso. She tries to offer comfort, expressing that she doesn't judge by appearance, but the sight of his scars leaves her unsettled, to which Ron coolly announces his upcoming cycle of treatment, telling her not to miss him too much. When Charlotte volunteers to care for him during his treatment, Ron firmly rejects her, stating Dr. King will assist him, all while internally resolving to keep her at distance until her true motives are clear. Undeterred, Charlotte insists, even suggesting she might be able to join him in the treatment room, sparking Ron's internal speculation about whether she's jealous. She then murmurs under her breath, a quiet assertion of her status, acknowledging he is Ron's brother but emphasizing that she is his wife. Charlotte adamantly declares it her responsibility, but Ron, with a dismissive humph, tells her it's fine if she says no, his mind immediately drifting to how long it's been since his last sexual encounter, finding it ridiculous that he now desires her. With a stern tone, Ron instructs Charlotte to learn to share the house with his brother, Ron, and avoid quarreling, which Charlotte agrees to, albeit internally wishing she could tell the actual Ron the same. Charlotte then devises a plan, suggesting they move to the downstairs guest room so Ron's late working brother can enjoy a larger space, a proposition that immediately raises Ron's suspicions about her latest trick. He dismisses her reason as utterly illogical and lame, prompting Charlotte to assert her position, reminding him that he's a husband now and shouldn't be so casual, her mind flashing back to the time she saw him naked. Ron, however, interprets this as a fit of anger from her, convinced he's the true victim of her indignation. The charade continues as Ron insists he doesn't want her to see him naked, to which Charlotte quickly retorts that the feeling is mutual. She observes how the true Ron spoils his brother Jean, making her feel utterly insignificant in comparison, a wave of restlessness washing over her. Later that night, Charlotte finds herself alone, tossing and turning in an empty bed, remembering Ron's unexpected erection last night and wondering what she should do. Her heart races as she feels a surge of relief that he didn't force her, yet she still believes it's her duty to care for him, only to then discover a mysterious, metallic, circular object hidden beneath her pillow. Mystified by the device, Charlotte later confronts Mo, the servant, who informs her that Mr. Shine, the true Jean, had already eaten breakfast with Mr. Ron's help, hinting at her having overslept. Upon seeing the device, Mo immediately identifies it as a voice changer that Mr. Ron, the brother, had placed on Jean's neck, a shocking revelation that exposes the entire elaborate deception of the previous night. The true Jean, now unmasked and no longer scarred, appears visibly surprised, promising to investigate the matter further, then calmly states that his brother requires additional treatment. Mo then warns Charlotte to behave herself and avoid causing trouble, which ignites Charlotte's fury. She realizes it's Ron, the brother, who is the real troublemaker, declaring internally that her days of being a meek kitty are over. Ron, the manipulative brother, demands respect, bluntly stating he doesn't consider her his sister-in-law and ordering her to stop claiming the title, fueling Charlotte's rage to a critical boiling point. Charlotte seethes, frustrated about how she is supposed to care for Jean as she promised, when Ron suddenly offers her a gleaming card, declaring she can overdraw 100,000, clearly a break. Charlotte scoffs at his carrot and stick approach, refusing his money, but Ron, his eyes narrowed, sternly warns her to know her place, return to the Shires, and not disgrace their family. Charlotte is utterly stunned, realizing he somehow knew she had taken money from them, recognizing his terrible temper, but still her heart pounds as he reiterates that she can spend the money freely as long as she remains obedient. Her heart continues to race, feeling choked whenever he is near, bewildered by her own intense physical reaction to him. Unbeknownst to Charlotte, the true Jean watches her every move through a monitoring picture on his laptop, a subtle smile gracing his face. Charlotte, determined to use the money for good, visits the welfare home in S City, distributing gifts and cash to the overjoyed children who gratefully thank her, before remembering she needs to return the card to Jean. As she returns, Charlotte hesitates outside, wishing her family wouldn't see her. However, Jean's blonde sister pulls her inside, eagerly asking about Ron's hobbies and what kind of girls he likes, much to Charlotte's surprise at his apparent popularity. A heated argument erupts between Jean's sister and another woman named Sue, with insults and threats flying, prompting Charlotte to decide it's best to return the card to Jean immediately. Jean's sister is later seen deep in thought, a melancholic expression on her face. Charlotte approaches her to return the card, explaining that Shine Jean had already paid Mrs. Cheek for her, which deeply frustrates Jean's sister as she realizes Ron rejected her advances last night, leading her to wonder if Ron hates her. Charlotte quickly reassures her, suggesting Ron's aloofness stems from his strong relationship with his elder brother. Jean's sister, still questioning, asks if that's truly the case, noting Ron's kindness towards Charlotte, then reveals that Ron was merely forced by his brother to bring Charlotte home, highlighting Shine's protective nature towards Ron. Charlotte concludes that Ron is simply obedient to his brother. But the conversation takes a sharp turn as Jean's sister directly asks Charlotte if she likes Ron. Charlotte is aghast, vehemently denying it, asserting her identity as Shine's wife and denouncing the suggestion as a libel and humiliation to Shine, whom she vows to respect and uphold despite his disfigurement. Jean's sister apologizes, and Charlotte, accepting it, muses that they might become family someday, noting Ron's deep care for his brother. Deciding to build a good relationship with Jean's sister. Jean's sister, however, is preoccupied with her own frustrations about not having a son, knowing her husband James desires one, and hoping her daughter Jean will marry a rich man to bring glory to the family. Suddenly, Sue, the red-haired woman, confronts Jean's sister, angrily accusing her of flirting with Ron, who is clearly her sister Jean's target, then reveals that Ron explicitly refused Jean's sister last night, leaving her furious and bewildered as to why she can't pursue the man she likes. Charlotte, with her thoughtful gaze, observed Elizabeth and another woman fuming over a certain man's immense popularity, wondering inwardly what made him so captivating. It was Ron, the new financier in S City, handsome, rich, and shrouded in mystery, and Charlotte couldn't help but notice the exaggerated drama as all three Shire family girls were practically wrangling over him. Later, as Elizabeth prepared to leave, Charlotte, attempting to be subtly manipulative, offered Elizabeth's favorite hash browns, successfully enticing her to stay. Charlotte inwardly mused that Elizabeth, despite being her own mother, was still getting used to her ways, while Elizabeth confessed that Charlotte's sister, Jean, had an unusual crush on Ron, further cementing his enigmatic appeal. Elizabeth then casually suggested that Charlotte, being close to Jean, should put in a good word for her with Ron, hoping to foster a relationship that could unite the families, making Charlotte realize Elizabeth's sudden kindness was a ploy to turn her into a matchmaker. Charlotte internally recoiled, protesting that Ron was a grumpy man whose bad conduct, including molesting his brother's wife, made him difficult to get along with, wishing he'd mend his ways for Shine's sake, but Elizabeth, ever the pragmatist, brushed it off, believing girls like bad boys and Ron was just grumpy, utterly dismissing Charlotte's severe judgment of his character. Elizabeth then relentlessly pressed Charlotte about Ron's ideal type and favorite foods, forcing Charlotte to quickly fabricate details about spaghetti, beefsteak, and mangoes just to escape the conversation, though Elizabeth, undeterred, interrupted her with an eager wait. Elizabeth, completely taken in, diligently scribbled down the made-up preferences, while Charlotte, with a sigh, resigned herself to Elizabeth's naive devotion to her daughters. As the scene dramatically shifted to the imposing cityscape, high above in a luxurious president's office, a man whose face was contorted with fury, later revealed to be Ron, raged upon learning his brother, Shine, was in such a critical state that he relied on a breathing machine, threatening the doctor's family for withholding the truth. The doctor, trembling, explained that Shine had become despondent after Miss Yvonne Ram's death, choosing conservative treatment, leaving him with only 3 months to live if his will to survive didn't return, a revelation that sent Ron into deeper fury, causing him to smash a glass object and demand the full truth, further reiterating his threats. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Charlotte was innocently preparing food, noting the nanny's kindness when suddenly a loud crash at the door heralded the arrival of Martin Fan, accompanied by a host of intimidating men and uniformed forensic experts. Charlotte, utterly stunned, confronted them, demanding their identities and reason for intrusion, only for Martin Fan to arrogantly dismiss her as a new nanny, prompting Charlotte to defiantly declare herself Shine's wife and threaten to call the police. Martin Fan, coveting the family group, merely snarled at her to get out of his way. Selma, Martin's wife, provocatively blew smoke, mockingly commenting on Shine's disfigurement and his sudden marriage, questioning if he sought an heir before his impending death, but Martin silenced her, prioritizing their urgent business. An older, distinguished gentleman, Mo, confronted Martin, demanding an explanation, but Martin calmly stated his intention to conduct a medical examination on his nephew, Shine, to ascertain his fitness for the presidency, having brought 3 founding board members as witnesses. Mo, enraged by Martin's callousness, accused him of wishing for Shine's death, grabbing a baseball bat and vowing to protect Shine, as the old nanny Elizabeth frantically instructed Charlotte to call Mr. Ron. Charlotte, rushing to retrieve her phone, was struck with despair, realizing she didn't have Ron's number. Elizabeth, shouting that Ron's number was on her phone in her room, was interrupted by Martin's order to stop Charlotte from making any calls, as his men began to close in. In a desperate bid for escape, Charlotte grabbed a chair, swung it wildly, and burst through the door, sprinting upstairs with the men in pursuit. Reaching Elizabeth's room, she slammed the door shut and amidst a dizzy haze spotted the phone, quickly dialing Ron's number even as heavy bangs on the door began. As Ron answered, Charlotte, her voice trembling with terror, pleaded with him to return immediately, explaining that Martin Fan had brought people to medically examine Shine, prompting Ron, his face etched with fury, to roar for her to stop Martin and prevent him from entering Shine's treatment room, declaring he was on his way. Charlotte barely acknowledged before a resounding bang signified the door being breached and her scream of fright echoed, leaving Ron to desperately call her name as he sped through the night, the mansion looming ominously behind Mo, who valiantly fought Martin's men with a stick. Martin observed Mo's desperate struggle, a smug grin on his face, convinced the group would be his once Shine died. Inside, Mo and Elizabeth desperately battled to guard Shine's room, hammering at the door with a stick and an axe, but despite their efforts, it splintered and broke open, sending them stumbling back. Charlotte watched in horror as Martin approached, but summoning every ounce of courage, she defiantly warned him that his intrusion was illegal, that she had called the police, and that CCTV cameras were everywhere, threatening him with jail. She knew she had to buy Ron time. Ron sped through the streets, clinging to the belief that Charlotte could hold out, while Martin's henchmen, hearing Charlotte's legal threats, began to whisper nervously. Selma, observing the men's hesitation, snapped at Martin that Charlotte was merely stalling for Ron, demanding to drag her away. With brutal force, Selma swung a metal pole, striking Charlotte, who cried out in pain as blood splattered across her white dress, sending her sprawling. Martin, unexpectedly enraged by Selma's violence, roared at his wife for beating Charlotte, then shockingly grabbed a knife and lunged at the injured Charlotte. Just as the blade descended, Ron burst through the door, throwing himself between Charlotte and the knife, taking the blow in a spray of blood, leaving Charlotte to stare in wide-eyed horror. Anne, flustered and blushing in the passenger seat, furiously called Ron a bastard and a truly bad person after he provocatively suggested she could take off her clothes, implying her blouse was a bikini. Ron, amused, told her if she didn't want to get off, she should stay with him, then abruptly sped up, eliciting a panicked plea from Anne to slow down. Her heart hammered as she tried to ignore him, deeming it useless to argue, turning to look out the window while Ron, with a sly glance, challenged her, asking if she was tougher than him, warning he'd return her to the Shires if her face got scalded. Anne defiantly stated her fate depended on her husband, his brother Shine, not him, leaving Ron silently intrigued by her persistent belief. Anne, growing exasperated, demanded Ron reveal the real purpose behind her marriage to his brother. Internally, she lamented having already explained the truth multiple times, then boldly declared she only wanted to be a good wife, pay back Uncle Shire for money, and admitted her love for money, asserting her independence. Ron surprisingly didn't mock her but instead asked if she was satisfied by money, making Anne internally note his unusual concern as he then tenderly asked if her wound still hurt. She confirmed the pain, hoping no blisters would form, musing that a scar might match Shine's past wound, before feeling a sudden warmth as Ron subtly adjusted her seat. She wondered if the adjustment was for her wound, but Ron, with a teasing smile, suggested she just remove her shirt to avoid an ugly scar, making her flush with explosive anger. He enjoyed teasing her, finding happiness in her reactions as their car swished to a stop outside a grand mansion. Ron then abruptly lifted Anne onto his shoulder again, ignoring her loud protests and her frantic thoughts about what Shine would think if he saw this public display. Mrs. Charlotte, the housekeeper, greeted them openly, wondering what had happened between the two and excitedly remarking on their supposed progress. Anne, still draped over Ron's shoulder, desperately cried for help from Mrs. Charlotte, only for the housekeeper to laugh joyfully, leaving Anne feeling utterly abandoned and frustrated. Anne, still furious, bitterly wished she had poured the soup on him earlier, realizing her foolishness had only led to more bullying. Ron carried her past a room marked Shine's treatment room. Anne then called out to Shine for help, addressing him as her brother, a plea that immediately annoyed Ron, who questioned why she was calling his brother and asking for his help. Anne internally acknowledged her tactic had worked, as Ron relented, agreeing to put her down, but only after he applied medicine to her. Anne worried that Shine would misinterpret their interaction as flirting. In a luxurious room, Ron held out ointment, instructing her it was just medicine and to stop making it seem like he was doing something untoward. Anne stubbornly insisted she could apply it herself, but Ron pressed on, asking what if he insisted. She was utterly bewildered, questioning why he was so interested in her when there were countless other girls. Anne, wrestling with her unbuttoned shirt, felt a deep sense of disrespect towards Shine and frustration that both Anne and Mo seemed to ignore Ron's actions. She struggled to maintain her dignity, declaring that as a modern woman she couldn't tolerate having an affair with her husband's brother, prompting Ron to silently wonder about her stubbornness. With a soft sound, Anne finally unfastened her shirt, revealing her shoulder to Ron, who watched intently, a visible swallow betraying his composure. As he gently applied the ointment to her back, Anne was momentarily disarmed, believing he felt guilty about his earlier words, noting the unexpected tenderness of his touch. Ron, however, quickly dispelled any warmth, stating he was merely helping and questioning why she had to act like such a troublemaker, making Anne feel like she was the problem. She argued it was improper for him to see his brother's wife's body, especially with other doctors present, but Ron sharply retorted that he simply didn't want others to see her, leaving her utterly speechless. She inwardly fumed at his hypocrisy, watching him intently as he finished, then advised her to apply scar-softening ointment later, casually adding that he would watch her back while she slept, sending a fresh wave of embarrassment and confusion through her. Downstairs, Mrs. Charlotte fretted, assuming Ron and Anne were bickering again and that Ron lacked gentleness. Ron descended the staircase, and Charlotte immediately asked what was wrong, to which Ron curtly explained that Anne's back had been scalded and instructed the housekeeper to pay more attention to her food, startling Charlotte. Alarmed, Charlotte questioned the incident, asking if it was serious. Ron, without remorse, stated Anne had been stupid, blocking a bowl of hot soup for him. Charlotte was shocked, asking if Anne was scalded because of Mr. Ron, then excitedly wondered if they were dating, but quickly chastised herself, realizing it wasn't the time for such thoughts and she needed to cook. Later in her room, Anne, holding a bowl of food, pondered whether allowing Ron to apply the ointment would make him believe she had a crush on him, ultimately deciding against it to avoid such a misunderstanding. Anne, feeling overwhelmed, lamented that Ron had touched her body, making it impossible to face Shine, declaring she couldn't tolerate him anymore. Mrs. Charlotte entered, offering soup and reassuring Anne that Mr. Ron had asked her to care for her, indicating his true concern, and felt an awkward warmth, thinking Ron wasn't so bad and could potentially be a good husband. Mrs. Charlotte then suggested that Anne being a good girl for Ron would be a great favor to both Shine and herself, sending a shockwave through Anne as she realized Charlotte mistakenly believed she was Shine's wife. Wondering why Ron hadn't corrected her, she recalled that Ron had become cold to everyone, including Charlotte, after the accident, convinced everyone had a hidden agenda and she herself had worried Charlotte might be one of them, yet her instincts told her Charlotte is innocent and Ron might reveal the truth someday. Anne, tired of the constant mentions, asked why Charlotte kept bringing up Mr. Ron. She firmly stated Ron was not a nice person, prompting Charlotte to innocently ask why Anne had then blocked him from the hot soup. Anne was genuinely moved, asking who had told Charlotte that. Charlotte laughed and Anne quickly clarified it wasn't what Charlotte thought, that it was just a coincidence, vehemently denying any crush on Ron. Anne, embarrassed, reiterated she hadn't meant to do that. Charlotte gently admonished Anne, reminding her of Ron's actions and asking if she had considered Shine, stressing that Shine wouldn't be happy unless Ron and he got along. Anne acknowledged her efforts to improve things, but insisted she couldn't ignore the affront to her dignity. She warned that if Mo also refused her, she would tell Shine directly, believing Shine wouldn't simply indulge his brother for the sake of peace. Charlotte, with a knowing smile, asserted her belief that two people in love would eventually come together, completely confusing Anne, who wondered what she meant by two people in love, and if Charlotte was trying to set them up. Later, Anne found herself at a bustling party, still bewildered by the strange dynamics. Morris White, known as Prince Morris, a major player in the entertainment world and Ron's best friend, was introduced. Ron arrived and Morris playfully poked him, eliciting a sharp ouch from Ron. Ron then sternly ordered Morris to go serve his fan, but Morris refused, insisting on a private talk with his prince. Ron, irritated, told Morris to get out and talk to his prince, to which Morris retorted that a serious talk with an unserious person was killing him. Ron then became serious, instructing Morris to check on a woman from a photo, stressing its importance, which Morris found surprisingly amusing. Morris recognized the woman, recalling she played piano there for over a month and remembering Shine had visited her daily, questioning if she was Shine's brother's girlfriend and clarifying there was no sex deal involved. Ron, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, declared she was alive and commanded Morris to find her immediately. Morris, leaning back nonchalantly, sarcastically complained about Ron's lack of sincerity when asking for help, leading Ron to glare intensely, while Morris internally cursed Ron as a difficult son of a bitch. In the sterile confines of a hospital room, Shine, heavily bandaged and panting with pain, implores Ron to reveal his true identity as Charlotte's husband and questions why Ron won't undergo the necessary operation. Despite his agony, Shine insists Ron treat Charlotte kindly, revealing a deep concern for her well-being. Ron, visibly distressed, angrily confronts Shine, asking if his refusal to undergo surgery is truly because of Charlotte. Shine, in a desperate fit, rips off his bandages, urging Ron to abandon him, claiming that a world with Yvonne would be better for him. Ron, furious, demands to know why Shine hadn't given up earlier, then vows to toy with Charlotte and discard her, asserting that Shine is dying and can no longer dictate his actions. Shine, sweating with anguish, forbids Ron from hurting Charlotte, warning him of future regret, yet Ron cruelly suggests Shine is responsible for Charlotte's fate. Lost in his despair, Shine mumbles about past regrets concerning Yvonne. Ron continues to press Shine about the operation, but Shine simply tells him not to. Lost in thoughts of how he wishes he had died earlier, unable to leave Ron alone or forget Yvonne, questioning the very meaning of life without hope. Suddenly, Ron's expression hardens, his eyes snapping open as he demands to know Charlotte's whereabouts. Back at the opulent mansion, Ron sits furious, asking about Charlotte and the Shires, his face contorted in anger as he wonders how she dared to leave. A maid, Anne, nervously approaches, about to speak when Ron interrogates her about Mrs. Fan. Anne reassures him that Charlotte is safe, reading in the guest room downstairs, a detail that visibly appeases Ron, who internally gloats that Charlotte won't cause trouble, knowing she'd regret it otherwise. Meanwhile, Charlotte diligently reads about recovery from burns, humbly admitting her knowledge pales in comparison to Dr. King's. Ron enters, spotting her, and a flicker of irritation crosses his face as he thinks him again. Charlotte jumps, startled, realizing Ron has entered without knocking, and quickly bundles herself in a blanket. Ron approaches, making her wonder what he intends to do as he casually sits on the bed, menacingly declaring he'll undress her in a minute if she tries to run. Terrified, Charlotte considers escaping but immediately dismisses it as too risky, knowing Shine cannot protect her, and speculates that Anne and Mo are Ron's mischievous accomplices, wondering if he would truly let her go if she simply stayed put. Ron then calmly asks Charlotte if she minds him smoking. He lights a cigarette, drawing on it, making her recoil slightly. As she starts to leave, he commands her to return, and she quickly fetches an ashtray for him. Ron takes her hand, exhaling smoke, and asks if she hates him, leaving Charlotte internally bewildered by his apparent lack of self-awareness regarding his actions. Charlotte bravely tells Ron he's only kind when he's not bullying her, reminding him she is his brother's wife. Ron, with a smug smirk, retorts by asking if she likes him that much. Confused by his strange remark, Charlotte tries to push him away, but Ron, unfazed, then presents her with a cookie he baked that afternoon, asking if she likes it. He holds out the cookie, playfully thinking she's childish. He takes a bite, acknowledging it's soft and not bad, but ultimately too sweet. Charlotte silently observes him, wishing he could be friendly, treating him as a younger brother. Ron, observing her, finds it interesting how she mistakes him for her husband, transforming from a kitty to a tiger. He inquires about her back injury, and when she replies it's better, he insists on seeing it, claiming he would feel guilty otherwise. Charlotte refuses, stating Anne already applied the ointment. Ron scoffs, declaring it's not Anne's place to do so, and then arrives, offering Ron some hot pasta she prepared, which he accepts, remarking that Anne is too kind to him. As he starts to eat, he notices Charlotte slipping away and demands to know where she's going. Charlotte, with a disarming smile, claims she's just getting a glass of water, while Ron internally dismisses her, believing she wouldn't dare run away while he's eating. Oblivious to his assumption, Charlotte hurries upstairs, convinced it's her wifely duty to check on Shine. She knocks on the door and Dr. Sean asks if it's Mrs. Charlotte. Charlotte asks to see her husband, but Sean regretfully explains that Shine must be kept in a sterile environment following Ron's strict orders. Charlotte offers to wear a smock, but Sean, though sensing her genuine concern, reiterates that Shine is not well and doesn't want visitors, knowing that Ron is merely an employee of the Fan family. Frustrated and defeated, Charlotte sighs. Downstairs, Ron seethes, his eyes narrowed, thinking how dare she. Charlotte descends the stairs, asking Mo about Ron's whereabouts. Mo informs her that Ron is dining in the guest room, and Charlotte, sensing Mo's agitation, wonders if something is amiss. Moments later, Mo frantically alerts Ron that something is seriously wrong. In the study, Mo hands Ron a copy of Shine's will, obtained from the attorney. Ron is aghast, demanding to know why Shine would draft such a document. Clenching his fist, Ron struggles to comprehend how Shine, a prime suspect in the fire, could have orchestrated everything with such a clear motive. Ron rages, believing Shine intends to hand over the fans group to Martin, deeming him insane. Mo suggests Shine is protecting Ron and that Martin will not cease until he acquires the company. Ron curses in frustration, then vows that since Shine sacrificed so much for him, he will never allow Martin to claim anything. Ron's eyes blaze with determination as he declares Martin will never seize the group as long as he lives. Mo reminds him that Shine, as the successor, holds the power to choose the candidate. Mo then probes, asking if Shine's depression will persist once he learns Yvonne is alive. Ron is stunned, questioning if Miss Yvonne is truly alive. Mo confirms his suspicions but admits Yvonne is likely hiding something and remains elusive. Ron appears to concede this point. Mo then cautiously suggests this news is good but perhaps not for Shine. Ron, intrigued, asks why. Mo explains that while Shine deeply loves Yvonne and would be happy to know she's alive, his current condition would only exacerbate his suffering and make him more difficult. Ron, enraged by the thought, dismisses it with a scoff, vowing to find the woman and throw her into his bed if Shine so desires. Mo sighs wistfully, wishing Shine possessed Ron's vigor. Ron remains pensive, the weight of the situation pressing upon him. Amidst the opulent grandeur of a sprawling mansion, Anne finds herself in a silent struggle, desperately trying to complete her visual communication design thesis but utterly defeated by her lack of work experience, eventually slamming her laptop shut in a burst of frustration. Her solitude is abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Ron, a handsome man who nonchalantly hands her a formidable pile of documents concerning the fans group, instructing her to review them overnight for a critical shareholders meeting with his brother the following day. Anne hesitates, finding the task overwhelmingly complicated and questioning if she must really accompany Shine, confessing she feels unable to handle such a responsibility. While Ron, with a knowing look, suggests she always desired to be alone with his brother, presenting this as her perfect opportunity. He then manipulates her further, stating that Shine truly needed her help as his brother before playing the victim himself, lamenting his status as an illegitimate child unloved by the fans and disinherited the moment he entered the group. Moved by his words, Anne agrees to come along to support his brother, prompting Ron to assert that while he cares little for the fans group, he certainly wouldn't allow Martin to usurp Shine's position, before audaciously proposing he stay the night as a condition for his help. Anne, utterly mortified and crimson-faced, denounces his shamelessness, banging on her desk as Ron, amused, decides teasing her would be fun but regretfully departs, acknowledging his busy schedule, leaving Anne exhausted and checking the late hour. The night blurs as Anne falls asleep studying the materials, waking with a jolt at 8:50, her alarm having failed, sending her into a panic as she realizes she's horribly late. Rushing through the mansion, she encounters an older couple, one of whom compliments her professional appearance, to which Anne, panting heavily, offers profuse apologies for her tardiness. She soon finds Shine, heavily bandaged across his face and neck, and sincerely apologizes for making him wait. Observing his bandaged form, Anne reflects on his handsome pre-accident appearance and softly asks if he feels any better, prompting Shine to playfully demand she call him darling. Mrs. Charlotte then announces it's time to depart, and despite Shine's query about waiting for Ron, Charlotte firmly leads Anne away, a peculiar strength in her grip, leaving Anne momentarily uncomfortable but ultimately feeling at ease. The scene shifts dramatically to the shareholders' meeting where Martin Fan is utterly stunned to witness Shine's presence, having believed him to be at death's door. Realizing with fury that Shine now stands as an insurmountable obstacle to his ambition of becoming CEO, Shine addresses the shareholders with unwavering confidence, acknowledging his disfigured face but assuring them his mind remains sharp, promising a significant increase in their annual bonuses, which elicits enthusiastic applause. He then declares his dual purpose: to reassure them and to confirm the appointment of upper and middle-level managers, as one shareholder comments that Ron's disinterest ensures their influence, solidifying their power in the city. Charlotte then formally reads Anne's appointment, revealing her new role as the true CEO of the group's finance department, a Wall Street elite brought in by Ron to ensure stability and to reassure Martin. Martin watches on, seething, recognizing that the combined influence of Shine and Ron and the substantial interest they bring will compel shareholders to protect Shine as the legitimate heir, not him. Later in the car, Anne confides in Shine about her nervousness during the meeting, expressing gratitude for his support. She then tenderly asks if he's tired, and he once again insists she call him honey. With a gentle touch to his shoulder, Anne repeats his preferred endearment, honey, blushing as he reminds her of their married status, making her exclaim how cool and surprising he is. Shine then, with a tense expression, remarks that he hasn't yet performed his husbandly duties, implying her body is now his, and complains about feeling stuffy. Anne attempts to remove the blanket covering him, finding it stuck, and notices the lack of scars on his calf, realizing his injuries are limited to his upper body. Internally, Anne concludes he has no sexual problems, while Shine, ever the tease, offers to remove his clothes if she wished to see more, causing her to blush deeply and quickly decline, mentally noting his similar joking nature to Ron. Anne then cautiously asks if Ron had been kind to her or bullied her, silently questioning why she'd covered Shine, but she merely replies that Ron was nice. Shine then reveals his surprising knowledge of her protecting him from hot soup, demanding to check her injury, leaving Anne shocked at how he knew and internally battling her worry. Still concerned, Anne expresses her desire to personally check his injury, hoping to discern how differently he truly treats her, but Shine reassures her that his injury is minor and will heal in 2 days, reiterating his demand for her to call him honey. Flustered, Anne declares she is his husband and worries about him as Shine, with a mischievous glint, dramatically draws the curtain for privacy, prompting Anne to wonder at his stubbornness. He then feigns a cough, clutching his chest, causing Anne to anxiously inquire about his well-being, her thoughts turning to Anne's previous advice on Shine's health. Shine grabs her hand, blaming her for his condition, then pulls her into a tight embrace, asking for a hug, leaving Anne to nervously hope he wouldn't do anything further. Sometime later, in an elegant room, Anne, seeing Shine in a wheelchair, offers to stay with him during his treatment, promising not to be a bother. Shine internally speculates about her motivations, wondering if she's truly obsessed or merely harboring a profound crush, while Anne, misinterpreting his silence, clarifies her desire to care for him and hopes for his swift recovery, questioning her own significance. Shine, musing on Anne's good nature, finds her constant talk of Shine irritating, then provocatively suggests they engage in couple things that night if she could make him happy, sending Anne into a spiraling panic about her status as his legal wife. She spends the entire day in a state of confusion, pondering her next steps and how to alleviate her mounting tension. Mrs. Charlotte then enters, offering to apply ointment for Anne, who, though embarrassed, politely declines, but Charlotte insists, extolling the virtues of youth and rapid recovery, prompting Anne to ask Charlotte to stay with her for a while. Charlotte reassures Anne, dismissing her worries and declaring that if she were to become pregnant, she'd be the happiest woman in the world, before bidding farewell and leaving. The moment Charlotte exits, the lights flicker and plunge the room into utter darkness, leaving Anne startled and crying out. Instantly, Shine's voice pierces the gloom, calling her name, and as Anne fearfully asks who is there, he reassures her it's him, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Now feeling safe, Anne asks why the power is off, and Shine reveals he orchestrated the blackout, telling Mo to cut the power because he sensed her nervousness at seeing his face. Anne, no longer afraid, requests he turn the lights back on. But Shine, holding her close in the comforting dark, gently asserts that it's better this way, his touch and words hinting at deeper intimacy as the scene fades. In the dim light, Shine's heart pounded as Ron's thoughts drifted to how her skin seemed to conceal secrets like hand parts and a voice changer. But she bravely tried to stop him, admitting she had lil hobbies. He pressed on, demanding if she saw him as a mere inflatable doll, asserting his husband's authority and urging them not to waste time. Yet Shine, terrified, pleaded for the light to be turned on. As he drew closer, she felt his oppressive weight, wondering if he harbored a psychological distortion to torture women, resenting the forced intimacy despite his status as her husband, and the fact that this was her first time. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, a strange sensation erupted, and she realized with a sudden shock that it was her period. Frantically, she tried to halt him, explaining her menstruation, but Ron, his eyes flashing with irritation, vehemently denied it, accusing her of lying and promising her consequences. However, as she earnestly reiterated the truth, his fury dissolved into a frustrated acceptance, acknowledging she wasn't lying as he abruptly pulled away. Left alone, Shine was mortified by the mess on the bed, feeling utterly humiliated and desperately searched for a tampon, eventually finding only a mini pad. She despaired, knowing a mini pad wouldn't suffice for the first day of her period, resigning herself to a truly bad day and decided to seek Anne's help. Calling out for Anne, she then remembered Anne's age, realizing the older woman wouldn't have feminine products. Just as Ron appeared, his face etched with grievance. Shine, flustered, avoided his gaze, puzzled by his anger before finally managing to ask Anne for assistance. Anne cheerfully offered pasta, but Shine, her face flushed, explained her period was the reason Ron was so upset and their intimate moment had been cut short. Anne, expressing sympathy for poor Ron, reassured Shine that it was perfectly normal, then offered to brave the elements to buy supplies from the nearby CVS. But as a heavy rainstorm suddenly lashed against the windows, Shine, witnessing the downpour, insisted Anne shouldn't go out in such weather, offering to go herself despite Anne's worries about her catching a cold. Anne, still attempting to leave, was forced back by the raging storm, which violently slammed the gate shut. Just as Ron appeared, his disdain evident as he chided Shine for being as weak as a bird. Shine, silently fuming at his insensitivity, wished he would just leave her alone, while Anne suggested calling CVS for delivery, but Shine quickly retorted that the rain made it too dangerous for anyone to be outside. As Shine slumped onto the sofa, clutching her aching stomach, Ron unexpectedly handed her a pen and paper, brusquely telling her to write down what she needed. She was astonished, certain he wouldn't know what to buy or even agree to such a task. But a flicker of gratitude warmed her despite her embarrassment. Ron, growing impatient with her hesitation, barked at her to just write, insisting he wasn't trying to embarrass her, so she swiftly scribbled down a list of tampons and pads. She imagined him tearing up the list, but he simply took it, glanced it over, and with a curt "I'll be back later," departed into the storm. Alone, Shine found the image of Ron selecting tampons unimaginable, while Anne, joining her, inquired about Ron's whereabouts, having heard he'd asked her to write something. Shine, ever protective, deflected, attributing Ron's bad temper to her own condition, which prompted Anne to unexpectedly ask about Ron's condition. Shine was utterly taken aback, realizing Ron must be feigning illness, as Anne revealed he'd been constantly looking at Miss Ram's photo, barely eating, and refusing to cheer up, leading Shine to understand he was pretending to be unwell for Anne's sake. Meanwhile, Ron arrived at the convenience store, still seething about his errand, then imperiously handed $200 to the bewildered clerks, instructing them to fulfill his request and keep the rest as a reward. The clerks, misinterpreting his actions, marveled at his apparent sweetness in buying supplies for his lover on such a rainy night, while Ron, suppressing a sneeze, inwardly cursed his foolishness for buying tampons and vowed to settle scores after her period. Back home, Anne fretted over Shine's comfort, while Ron, returning soaked, handed the bag of feminine products to Anne. Shine, still feeling the pain, doubted Ron's sincerity, wondering if he'd truly bought the tampons for her given his usual character. Ron, dripping wet, gave her the bag of items directly, then with a sly look declared he'd be repaid later. Shine rushed to the washroom, astonished that he'd bought every single item on her list, and giggled, envisioning him carefully selecting them from the store's shelves. Later, examining the receipt, she discovered he hadn't chosen the items himself, but had simply paid the clerk to shop for her. When told by the clerk how nice her husband was, Shine corrected her, clarifying he was her husband's brother, and thoughtfully folded the note, pondering the complex man she was married to. The next morning, a radiant Shine prepared a meticulously balanced breakfast, ensuring the hush brown was salty as she knew Ron disliked sweet food. Ron was genuinely surprised by her thoughtfulness, asking if she was flattering him or if she needed anything, to which Shine, with a playful blush, teased him to come on, then cheekily declared she'd made the meal and wouldn't share it with him. For Charlotte, life as the wife of the comatose Mr. Shine is a complicated web of duty and silent suffering, particularly when her brother-in-law Ron is involved. She attempts a playful morning offering, pushing a plate of food towards him with a teasing remark that she wants him to eat it, only for Ron to coldly remind her of her place, stating he respects her as his sister-in-law and to show some decency. The sting of his words hits deep, her expression hardening as he flatly denies her status, asserting she is not his sister-in-law and suggesting she give the food to his dog. Despite the humiliation, Charlotte feels an inexplicable urge to please him, scolding herself for the effort but noting she must, for some unknown reason, watching with a flicker of hope as he finally takes a bite. She agonizes over her own instability, questioning her role as Shine's wife and then angrily dismissing her own reflections. Meanwhile, in a sterile hospital room, Anne, a nurse, hovers over the unconscious Mr. Shine, wondering if Charlotte and Shine had been intimate, relieved when she recalls Charlotte's period had begun, preventing any conception. Anne, ever the strategist, murmurs that a child would solidify Ron's path to becoming a true man capable of protecting his family. She desperately pleads with Mr. Shine to fight for his life, fearing Ron's inconsolable rage should anything happen. From his comatose state, Mr. Shine reveals a crushing despair, believing his death would free Ron from his hatred and offer him, Shine, a release from the relentless agony of his condition, convinced that living without his life support is a pointless existence. Ron, observing this from a distance, acknowledges Shine's suffering, silently affirming that death might be a release for his brother, yet he cannot allow it, knowing Shine's demise would undoubtedly ignite his own vengeful path. Suddenly, Charlotte is seen weeping to an older gentleman, Uncle Shire, apologizing profusely, before his phone rings with an urgent call about an important matter. Charlotte feels insignificant, overhearing him declare he has something critical to discuss but dismissing herself as nobody of the family. Later, she's surprised to find her favorite cake and milk laid out, marveling at how Elizabeth, a housemaid, knew her preferences. At a formal dinner, Charlotte receives surprisingly warm hospitality from Uncle Shire and Elizabeth, making her wonder if her marriage to Shine is finally granting her some respect. But the pleasantries quickly dissolve as Uncle Shire pulls her aside, revealing his group's financial struggles and demanding her help, claiming she now holds the fate of Shire's group in her hands. He bluntly asks her to invite Ron Fan to dinner, hoping for a staggering $1 billion investment, a sum that leaves Charlotte gasping in disbelief. Uncle Shire laughs, confirming Ron's immense wealth. Charlotte observes Ron, noting his handsome features and immense fortune, privately musing he must be the chosen one, before pushing the thought away, her true desire being Shine's recovery so she can finally take control. Uncle Shire insists she make the invitation for the upcoming weekend, but Charlotte recoils, remembering Ron's past humiliation over a mere 100,000. $1 billion is an entirely different scale, threatening to kill her with the pressure. Uncle Shire explains his own inability to even reach Ron, who is constantly busy. He then manipulates Charlotte, reminding her she is Ron's sister-in-law and that Ron respects his brother too much to refuse her. Charlotte tries to refuse, feeling his belief in Ron's respect for Shine is misplaced. But Uncle Shire reminds her of her 2 decades in the family and begs for her assistance. Elizabeth joins in, accusing Charlotte of being ungrateful for all Uncle Shire has done for her. Trapped, Charlotte silently agrees, then finds herself back in the familiar routine of preparing dinner, feeling shut out and alone, pondering her unwilling acceptance. At dinner, Ron notes Charlotte's lack of appetite and Anne quickly intervenes, explaining Charlotte is on her period and has prepared a lighter soup. Ron simply acknowledges this, then muses on Charlotte's thinness, while Anne implies Charlotte is unhappy about being excluded from delivering food to Mr. Shine. Ron surprisingly concludes that Charlotte deeply cares for his brother while Anne begins to share the truth, but Ron cuts her off, deeming it too troublesome. Ron descends the stairs, seething internally at Charlotte's audacity. He confronts her, asking if she truly wants to see his brother that much, and Charlotte, with a hopeful glint in her eye, affirms that she does. Ron merely dismisses her with a humph, He then coldly informs her that his brother is sick, implying they cannot be intimate, and taunts her about their good sex life, questioning if she's just looking forward to it. Charlotte's face burns with shame and anger, and Ron inwardly remarks on her surprising boldness. Unable to endure his disrespect any longer, Charlotte slams her hand on the table, fiercely telling Ron to shut his mouth and remember she is his brother's wife, demanding he show decency. Ron, unperturbed, continues eating his snacks, calmly stating he has never considered her his brother's wife and that his actions are none of Shine's concern. He grabs her, mockingly claiming he can improve her appetite and that he won't do it for free next time. Charlotte glares at him and he silently thinks her cold face should be eradicated. She retorts that no one asked him, and he smugly considers that she should be grateful for her period. Charlotte later finds herself at her laptop, an invitation nearby, realizing it's not the right time to ask Ron about Uncle Shire's event. She finds a cryptic note that reads, "Husband? It's just a mistake." Ron enters and Charlotte quickly hides, convinced he will not let her go. She confronts Ron about sleeping in the guest room, suggesting their wedding room upstairs is perfectly suitable. Ron calmly deflects, saying it's Shine's decision and that he only came downstairs because she occupies the wedding room. As Charlotte attempts to get into his bed, he shoves her away, coolly ordering her to get out of my bed. In a clumsy tumble, Charlotte accidentally falls onto Ron, biting him, crying out that his teeth are like stone. He pulls her close, asking to hold her for a little while, despite her protests to be released. Her heart pounding, Charlotte is overwhelmed by a confusing feeling, suddenly realizing with horror that she's lying in bed with her husband's brother. She frantically pushes him away, begging him to let her go, but Ron refuses, pulling her tighter, murmuring about her. He leans in for a kiss, and Charlotte desperately pushes back, pleading with him not to do this. He slyly asks, "Do what?" She feels her mind slipping as he passionately kisses her, her struggles turning into frantic pleas for him to stop, followed by a sudden, distraught apology. Ron, sensing her distress, calmly acknowledges her period and warns her to keep quiet or I'll do more to you, effectively silencing her. He observes her, believing she has fallen asleep. The ringing of her phone jolts Charlotte awake, and she realizes with a jolt of horror that she had indeed fallen asleep in bed with Ron, quickly apologizing to Shine in her mind as Ron calmly walks away. G found herself caught in a painful loop, internally vowing to keep her distance from the evil man Ron, yet a simple text message about a decision-maker ignited a strange sense of relief, momentarily calming her nerves about a forgotten uncle's invitation. Her fleeting peace shattered the moment Ron's car arrived. Her heart fluttered, ready to reveal the dinner invitation, but then the dazzling Charlotte, the company's CFO, emerged, greeting Ron with an intimate kiss that instantly ignited G's dormant jealousy. G watched, feeling an unwelcome pang as Charlotte and Ron seemed perfectly matched, while Ron, amused by what he misconstrued as G's envy, patronizingly called her a good girl. G bristled, instinctively sensing Ron's cunning nature and resolving to leave, but then frantically remembered her uncle's dinner invitation, fuming at him for making her forget. Before she could explain, she stumbled, bumping into Ron, who sarcastically questioned if she was throwing herself at him, boasting about his allure to other women and dismissing her as not worth bothering with. G retorted, asking if he wouldn't be disappointed, then explained the dinner invitation from her uncle, hoping to sway him with the prospect of becoming her family, only for Ron to flippantly state he always had space for an extra girlfriend and declared himself a pimp before ending their conversation. Furious, G mentally cursed him, resolving to leave and end their interaction, acknowledging her own complicity in cheating on Charlotte. As she looked upon the grand mansion, meanwhile, Charlotte, with her mother's encouragement, meticulously prepared a mango pie, Ron's alleged favorite, beaming with pride as she awaited the moment to present it. Her mother advised her to embrace a naive and direct approach to affection, promising that Elizabeth, a friend, would assist her if Ron rejected her. Elizabeth, a vibrant redhead, soon arrived, immediately admiring the elegant gift bag, and was then instructed by Charlotte's mother to deliver the mango pie to Ron, Elizabeth feigning protest about the unfairness but ultimately accepting, hinting at her inability to refuse Ron. G, overhearing news of Elizabeth's arrival, felt a fresh wave of unease, speculating that Ron might reject Charlotte again and pondering his true intentions, concluding that he was inexplicably complicated with both women and food. Just before Ron appeared, looking displeased and causing her to instinctively recoil. Elizabeth, ignoring G, confidently flaunted the pretty bag containing the pie, asserting her own superior charm, though G quickly clarified that she hadn't discussed marriage with Ron. Elizabeth, undeterred and smitten, boldly demanded to know Ron's bedroom, intending to deliver the pie herself, but G, aware of the strict house rules, attempted to dissuade her. Elizabeth, however, was captivated, exclaiming, "Go, she's so handsome," the instant she laid eyes on Ron, her adoration shining through. Ron then calmly asked Elizabeth to accompany him downstairs, his gentle demeanor only deepening her infatuation. Elizabeth, moving with exaggerated haste, then accidentally stumbled, feigning pain to draw Ron's attention, much to G's profound annoyance. The maid rushed to Elizabeth's side, but Elizabeth dramatically insisted on walking herself, while the maid sternly reiterated that Ron was Charlotte's husband and no other woman should approach him. Elizabeth, brazenly undeterred, attempted to feed Ron the mango pie, while G, observing the brazen display, wished Ron would kill her already, utterly bewildered by Elizabeth's shamelessness. Ron, with an icy gaze, flatly refused the pie, declaring his dislike for sweet foods, especially anything mango-flavored, completely devastating Elizabeth. Elizabeth furiously accused Charlotte of setting her up and lying to embarrass her, while Ron, seemingly amused, watched the unfolding drama, prompting G to internally apologize to Elizabeth, admitting she was accustomed to such manipulative scenarios. Enraged, Elizabeth then shockingly threw the mango pie directly at G's face, splattering her with the sweet mess. Ron immediately intervened, sternly demanding Elizabeth apologize to G, threatening to summon James Shire to force the apology if she refused. G, stunned by Ron's unexpected defense, felt a glimmer of hope that someone was finally protecting her after years of suffering, as Ron then dramatically stripped off his shirt, much to her shock and embarrassment, and walked away. Ron, shirtless, scoffed, asking if G enjoyed his impromptu display, then accused her of orchestrating the entire encounter with Elizabeth and commanded her to dispose of the garbage mango pie. G, bewildered by his contradictory statements, confronted him about his apparent lie regarding mango, but Ron coolly reaffirmed his dislike for the fruit, reiterating the pie was trash and ordering her to discard it as a lesson not to discuss him with other women. G, frustrated, begrudgingly agreed to throw the pie out, but finding it wasteful, secretly fed it to an eager dog named Mickey. Elizabeth, observing this from a distance, erupted in a silent fury, realizing G had lied and was now feeding her carefully prepared pie to a dog, intensifying her seething hatred. Ron, watching G with the dog from afar, pondered her actions with a thoughtful expression before realizing she was still present. He then turned, a dangerous glint in his eye as he approached, while G, peeking from behind a door, watched him with growing apprehension. Waking to find Ron still there, Charlotte watched him sip his juice, an undeniable flutter in her chest when he offered her his favorite blueberry flavor, making her blush as she drank, convinced this was an indirect kiss. That night, her dreams were filled with a strong, familiar knight whose face remained just out of reach, before he vanished into a visional forest. The next morning, Charlotte stirred, noticing a pleasant warmth in her stomach and the smooth softness of her skin, only to realize with a gasp that Ron was still holding her close. Trapped in his embrace, she inwardly raged, thinking he had taken her wedding room and wouldn't let her leave, plotting to escape once he fell back asleep. She felt completely violated, indignant at her situation, and when she attempted to move, his grip tightened painfully, leaving her to lament her tender state. Descending the stairs, she overheard Anne mention that Ron had spent the entire night in the guest room, sparking a desperate need to change the lock. Charlotte fabricated a story to Anne about wanting to change the guest room lock, secretly agonizing over Ron's manipulative behavior and why he refused to let her go. She eventually agreed to have the lock changed, acknowledging she couldn't reveal Ron's true motives, knowing it would only worsen things for him. Meanwhile, Jean inquired about making a mango pie, only for her mother to furiously recount how Charlotte's sister, G, had come home crying, accusing G of lying. Jean, convinced Ron loved mango, was interrupted by Uncle Shire's call to Charlotte, reminding her of the family dinner, leaving Charlotte bewildered why he hadn't called Ron himself. Just then, Ron appeared, striding downstairs. Charlotte, panicking, confronted Ron about his promise to attend dinner with the Shires, fearing the consequences if he backed out. Ron, with a smirk, assertively took her chin, declaring he would do as he pleased, even as Charlotte defiantly suggested Shine could go in his place to apologize, internally mocking his grand ambitions. He dismissed the idea of involving his brother in such a trivial matter and curtly ordered Charlotte to accompany him, leaving her stunned and secretly dreading the visit. Speeding away, Charlotte felt a surge of nausea and anxiety, fearing G's retribution from yesterday, but despite her terror, she remained silent, which Ron found intriguing. Upon their arrival, Mr. Shire warmly greeted Ron, as Charlotte inwardly rejoiced that G was nowhere in sight. Inside, Jean smugly informed Charlotte that she was merely a stepping stone for her own marriage to Ron, revealing the setup. As the dinner progressed, another woman blushingly admired Ron, offering him a ballon soup, while Jean boasted about making it, confirming Ron's status as their future benefactor. Suddenly, Ron, with a sharp glance, demanded to know Charlotte's whereabouts, loudly calling her name. Charlotte responded, questioning his dramatic outburst as Ron chastised her for her lack of manners, ordering her to sit at the table. Charlotte reluctantly complied, grateful for Anne's lessons in Western etiquette, secretly wondering how absurd the situation must appear to others, while Jean mentally envisioned herself in Charlotte's place beside Ron. Mr. Shire then presented Ron with a multi-million-dollar road project, but Ron, with a knowing look, dismissed it as potentially corrupt, subtly warning about the impact on Shire's daughters. Charlotte, observing Ron eat the mango pie, felt a flicker of triumph, realizing she wouldn't be blamed, as Mr. Shire anxiously questioned Ron about the reliability of the investment news. Charlotte felt like a mere commodity as Mr. Shire nervously complimented Ron on raising such a good wife, an ironic remark that stung her. After dinner, Jean, eager for Charlotte to stay, suggested she spend the night, to Charlotte's immediate delight, thinking it was preferable to another night with Ron. But Ron abruptly commanded Charlotte to come home with him. Charlotte refused to obey, attempting to leave with Jean until Ron delivered a chilling warning about the $1 billion investment in Shire's company, implying she shouldn't jeopardize it. Distraught, Charlotte conceded, agreeing to return with Mr. Fan, understanding that no one dared defy Ron. She inwardly screamed her refusal to accept this fate as Uncle Shire, gently taking her hand, advised her not to be childish and that she could always come back. As she walked away, Charlotte pondered what was truly more important, herself or money, feeling utterly let down until Ron's cold voice ordered her into the car. Seated beside him, Charlotte realized her value was a staggering $1 billion as Ron calmly explained his true intention, to use her to fund her uncle's business. Charlotte, furious, demanded to know if he conducted business over a woman, challenging him to secure the money himself or with Shine. She thought of the disfigured Shine, concluding he was a better man than Ron. Ron, with a mischievous glint in his eye, confessed to liking her reactions and teasing her before asking if she doubted his capabilities or feared losing money. He then revealed his plan. He needed a construction partner and her uncle could play a role in the project. Charlotte accused Ron of setting her up. Ron smoothly clarified he could profit directly from her uncle or involve her people, stating this was his method and he could easily replace her uncle if he refused. Charlotte, outraged, asked if he expected her to relay this ultimatum to her uncle. Ron calmly offered to call her uncle himself, declaring he had only two choices: cooperate and work with him or be bought out and forced to work for him, leaving Charlotte utterly speechless and wide-eyed in horror. Ron received an urgent call in the car, his expression darkening as he learned of new developments concerning Yvonne Ram, immediately declaring he was on his way. Charlotte, ever considerate, offered to take a taxi home, but Ron, with a hint of protectiveness, stated he would worry about her, causing Charlotte to blush and playfully wonder if she was the one who should be worrying about his actions. She noted with a mix of relief and surprise that he didn't unceremoniously dump her from the car, and then without warning he grasped her hand, a gesture of care. Ron then asked her to stay with him a while longer, and Charlotte momentarily saw him as an insecure child before dismissing the thought as a mere illusion. As he pulled her into a comforting embrace, Charlotte found an unexpected peace in the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, questioning her own bewildering calm. Suddenly, Ron kissed her, a moment that sent Charlotte's mind spiraling into a frantic self-questioning, wondering if she was going crazy for liking his kiss so much, instantly recalling he was Shine's brother. Upon their arrival home, the housekeeper, Anne, greeted Charlotte, asking about Ron and excitedly hinting that a baby with him would be wonderful. Charlotte, flustered, quickly clarified Ron was busy and had already taken care of her needs, while Anne innocently began calculating Charlotte's ovulatory period, much to Charlotte's embarrassment. Changing the subject, Charlotte inquired about Shine, and Anne confirmed Ron had already seen to his dinner, which prompted Charlotte to internally reaffirm her unwavering loyalty to Shine. Charlotte attempted to check on Shine, but Anne suggested he was likely asleep, leading Charlotte to inwardly vow to keep her distance from Ron to protect Shine from further complications. The butler, Anne's husband, approached, noticing Charlotte's distress and gently asking if Ron had upset her again, causing Charlotte to visibly tear up, lamenting Shine's suffering. The butler reassured her, explaining that they only wanted to see Shine and would never harm him, urging her to rest, though Charlotte still felt an underlying fear of rejection. Ron, meanwhile, ruminated on Yvonne's improved appearance when he last saw her, disturbed by her decision to hide her condition, finding himself utterly fed up with the pervasive deception. He pressed Morris for information on Yvonne's whereabouts, and Morris led him to a VIP room, mentioning it was where they, along with Bob, had once discussed their future. Inside, they confronted Bob, whom Ron vehemently accused of opening the emergency exit, while Bob, looking pained, insisted he had tried to save both Ron and his brother. Ron, his face etched with fury, demanded to know why Bob had chosen him, fully aware of Ron's hatred for him, bitterly wishing he were the one in bed instead of his brother, and slammed his fist against a nearby surface in a fit of rage. Back at the mansion, Ron stood outside, a cigarette between his fingers, lost in thought about Yvonne. He then entered a bedroom, observing Yvonne asleep and remarking on her thinness, initially thinking the bed was empty. He considered waking her to share his burdens, but ultimately decided against it, giving a resigned sigh. When Yvonne stirred awake, Ron asked if he had disturbed her, and she confirmed it, acknowledging his presence. Charlotte observed Ron's smoking, noting the numerous cigarette butts, yet appreciating that he had switched on the air cleaner for her. He then announced his upcoming trip abroad, which Charlotte immediately linked to Shine, questioning if he was abandoning his brother's surgery. Ron, with a heavy heart, explained that Shine had lost his will to live, and though he could arrange surgery, he couldn't mend his mind, believing it was better for Shine to die at home than abroad. Charlotte's eyes widened in horror, demanding to know if he was giving up Shine because of Yvonne Ram, feeling betrayed that he would sacrifice his brother for another woman. Tears streamed down her face as she questioned if Shine, who loved Yvonne so dearly, truly wished to die with her, and how her own husband could let this happen. She desperately pleaded with Ron not to give up on Shine, asserting that she would never give up on him until her own death. Ron offered a curt thank you, sarcastically referring to her as Shine's wife, a remark that infuriated Charlotte. Yet she complied when he instructed her to remain at home during his absence. Then, with a sudden revelation, he informed her that Yvonne was alive, cautioning her to monitor Shine and only divulge Yvonne's survival in an extreme emergency. Charlotte, surprised, asked how long he'd be away, and Ron vaguely replied, perhaps 5 to 10 days at most. He then produced a jade pendant, explaining it was a gift from Mrs. Cheek from his sickly childhood, which he believed had miraculously kept him healthy ever since. Charlotte, with an unexpected childish streak, playfully snatched the pendant, claiming it as her own and hoping it would bring him luck on his travels. Later, as she prepared breakfast for Anne, a shocking realization hit her. What she thought was their wedding room was actually Ron's former bedroom. She began to question everything, convinced that the staff, who loved Shine and had risked their lives for him, wouldn't possibly conceal such a truth from her, suggesting a deeper conspiracy. Ron departed, wished a pleasant journey by the butler. 3 days later, Charlotte found herself isolated, dependent on Anne for updates on Shine, frustrated that as his wife, she was forbidden to see him. The butler explained Shine's desire for solitude, but revealed Ron secretly observed Charlotte through a monitor daily. Charlotte pondered why Shine refused to see her, wondering if it was tied to Yvonne Ram, reaffirming the secrecy of Yvonne's survival. She desperately believed Shine would recover if he knew Yvonne was alive, yet conceded that keeping Shine alive, no matter the cost, was paramount, questioning if she was missing some crucial piece of information. Chiding herself for her intrusive thoughts, Charlotte, hearing Anne mention Shine barely ate, asked her to arrange for Dr. King and Mo to attend to Shine, fearing his condition would worsen. Charlotte was caught between the quiet desolation of her marriage and the unexpected intrusion of a powerful stranger, Bob, who appeared in her room like a phantom, making her question if he was connected to the formidable Martin fan and what his presence truly meant. Alarmed, she grabbed a bat, defensively demanding to know his purpose, only for him to casually disarm her as Ron's family elder entered, warmly greeting Bob as their family's savior. Charlotte, embarrassed but intrigued, questioned Anne about Bob's strange query, as he had mistakenly asked if she was Ron's wife, a confusing remark considering she was Mr. Shine's. Anne recounted how Bob, a friend of the family, had saved Ron from a devastating fire, an incident that tragically left Mr. Shine disabled. Charlotte mused that perhaps in that harrowing moment, Shine, given a single choice, had chosen to save his brothers, sacrificing himself. Later, Bob visited Ron, who lay hooked to machines in a hospital bed, expressing his exhaustion and asking Bob to care for Ron after he was gone. Bob vehemently urged Ron to fight, warning him that his inaction would only fuel Ron's desire for revenge against the Fan family, but Ron lamented feeling like a useless burden, describing every passing second as sheer torture. Bob, understanding the depth of Ron's despair, wondered if death might offer Shine an escape. He then left, casting a lingering glance at the sleeping Charlotte, pondering if she could melt the bitterness in Ron's heart. Days turned into a routine of Charlotte diligently learning about Shine's condition from Anne and preparing food, despite being repeatedly turned away from his treatment room, clinging to the hope of acceptance. On the 8th day, a cheerful Jean arrived with hash browns, revealing she had run away from home to escape boring etiquette lessons, and Charlotte, happy for the company, invited her to stay overnight. This hospitality, however, enraged Mr. Shine's father, who viewed Jean as a scheming opportunist, fiercely recalling the family's lack of support during the marriage discussions before pressing Charlotte on why Shine refused to leave home for the hospital. Charlotte softly confessed that Shine simply didn't want to leave, a secret she later shared with Jean during a heartfelt bedside conversation, reassuring her that Shine was fine, just a little intimidating. Unaware of the emotional undercurrents, Ron emerged from his shower, annoyed to find Charlotte still sleeping in the guest room, his jet-lagged mind aching for her presence. He crawled into bed, reaching for the familiar warmth of his supposed wife, but as he felt for her, he was startled by a different scent and the unfamiliar texture of blonde hair. He recoiled, demanding to know who was in his bed, waking a screaming Jean who had mistaken him for a nightmare. Charlotte rushed in, horrified to realize Ron, fresh from the shower, had tried to embrace Jean, believing her to be Charlotte, and she angrily demanded he apologize to the terrified girl. But as Jean pointed out, Ron's modesty was completely compromised. Charlotte screamed in mortification, only for Ron to snap at her, blaming her for the entire embarrassing situation. Jean, trying to diffuse the tension, insisted she was fine, but Ron, now furious, slammed and locked the door from the outside, yelling at Charlotte for daring to exclude him. Later, safe back in bed, Jean excitedly recounted her shocking encounter, gushing about Ron's incredible physique and how his embrace had sent a burning sensation through her. Charlotte's heart ached with a profound sense of frustration and jealousy, watching Ron and Jean together, looking like Romeo and Juliet as Jean pleaded for her help. Charlotte pondered Ron's earlier outburst, questioning why he'd been angry at her for Jean staying overnight when she had done nothing wrong. Jean, observing Ron's behavior, told Charlotte that he clearly held no respect for her and must despise her, suggesting Charlotte was simply not the type of woman he would adore. Despite her heart's silent pain, Charlotte bravely vowed to take care of her husband, Shine, promising Jean she would do her best to help her, a resolve underscored by the bitter thought that Ron would eventually let her go once he fell for Jean. The next morning, as Charlotte prepared Shine's breakfast, Ron was seen peeking out, a subtle surprise on his face. Charlotte finds herself trapped in a world of complex emotions, internally grappling with her commitment to Ron while also considering her feelings for Shine, constantly aware of Anne's presence and the expectations placed upon her. Despite her internal decision to end what she considers a freak relation with Ron, she admits she struggles to calm down whenever he is near, especially when he imperiously demands breakfast. Suddenly, Ron's presence is inescapable as he embraces her from behind, his hand possessively finding her waist, causing her to drop the spaghetti. She recoils, blushing fiercely, desperately protesting his touch and calling him a liar, but Ron's anger flares, and he demands she listen to him. He threatens to teach her a lesson, his grip painfully tight on her arm, eliciting a cry of pain and furious curses from Charlotte. Without hesitation, he pulls her into a forceful kiss, his hand still on her waist, asserting his dominance. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, Charlotte's sister, Jean, stirs from her sleep, realizing it's morning and wondering if Ron is awake yet, recalling the countless times she has cooked spaghetti because Ron liked it, completely unaware of the developing drama. Jean meticulously prepares herself, applying lipstick and reflecting on yesterday, eager to surprise Ron with the meal she's made, oblivious to the cruel irony awaiting her downstairs. Her joyous anticipation shatters into horrified shock as she enters the dining room, witnessing Ron passionately kissing Charlotte, a plate of her carefully prepared spaghetti abandoned on the floor. Jean's heart fills with burning rage, labeling Charlotte a shameless betrayer, realizing Ron's previous anger stemmed from Charlotte's absence, and seething over Charlotte's deceptive innocent face and broken promise to help her. She vows to leave silently. Later, Jean observes Charlotte blushing and deduces that Charlotte has realized the full extent of the truth, solidifying Jean's resolve against her. Jean's internal monologue continues, cursing Charlotte for seducing Ron and reiterating her understanding that Charlotte is the one Ron married. Yet she despises Charlotte's hypocrisy despite recognizing the societal pressures for girls not to marry a disabled man. She intends to deal with Charlotte. Approaching Mr. Fan, Jean is reminded to keep a close watch on Charlotte, greeting Mr. Fan formally as Ron offers Charlotte her porridge. At the breakfast table, Jean's hostility becomes overt as she coldly instructs Charlotte to behave like a proper family member, which visibly startles Charlotte. Ron, incensed by Jean's public reprimand, sharply tells her to stop yelling at Charlotte in front of a guest, but Jean merely dismisses Charlotte's protests, insisting Charlotte can relax and eat, only for Charlotte to state she has already eaten. Charlotte, visibly uncomfortable, then apologizes to Ron for last night's troubles, which he dismisses with a casual glance as she nervously brushes her teeth. Jean observes his continued indifference. Jean then tries to tempt Charlotte with her favorite cake, but Charlotte feels Ron's persistent stare, wishing he would give her a moment of peace. Ron's intense gaze makes Charlotte blush deeply as he instructs her to eat her food and look at Jean instead, further mortifying Charlotte, who desperately wishes to escape the awkward situation. Abruptly, the scene shifts to a high-stakes auction where a presenter introduces several prominent couples, including Jian Mo and Gu Bei Chen and Gong U and Shi Zio Nian, before revealing the first item, a sapphire necklace named Love in the City. Designed by Miss Jian Mo, starting at 5 million and quickly escalating through aggressive bidding. Gu Bei Chen's wife questions his competitive spirit, but he boasts of his undefeated record, escalating the bid to 80 million, while Zhao Tingyu strategically plans to outbid him, knowing his company will profit regardless. The bidding frenzy continues, with figures rapidly climbing past 100, 150, and even 180 million, infuriating Gu Bei Chen, who scoffs at the idiots fighting over a mere $5 million necklace. Unable to control his rage, Gu Bei Chen is physically restrained by his wife as he glares at the other bidders. He then calmly snaps his fingers, summoning military men to the surprise of everyone present. In a brazen act, Gu Bei Chen, now surrounded by bags of money, declares all the funds are his, terrifying the other bidders who scream about robbery and stolen cards. His wife profusely apologizes, promising he won't be invited to future auctions, while the incensed crowd labels him a bandit. Gu Bei Chen, however, remains unperturbed, sensing there's still one more thing left to achieve as a crash is heard. The auction concludes with Gu Bei Chen now appearing triumphant with his partner, celebrated by the crowd, leaving the previous chaos behind. Back at a family meal, Jean brazenly suggests introducing other women to her, asking Charlotte if she admires him, leaving Charlotte bewildered by Jean's directness. Jean persists, questioning Charlotte's admiration for Ron, causing Charlotte to wonder if Jean knows about her true feelings. Charlotte internally refuses to admit defeat, feeling Ron's eyes on her once more. Charlotte, in a moment of quiet reflection, acknowledges her profound admiration for Ron, recognizing his brilliance despite his injuries and feeling that he deserves both her respect and her life. Escaping the intense atmosphere, Charlotte excuses herself. While in a hospital room, Shine, connected to medical equipment, desperately resolves that he cannot wait any longer, viewing every second as torment, and plans to impregnate Charlotte during her ovulation period in 3 days to secure their future. Shine believes a child will ensure Ron's familial connection and provide Charlotte with companionship, allowing him to find peace. As Anne, the housekeeper, encourages Charlotte to prepare more nutritious dishes for him. Later, Charlotte receives a call from her friend Doris, who invites her to dance, revealing she is still pole dancing and expressing concern about the dean finding out, unlike Charlotte, whose tuition fees for the second half of the year are still unsettled. Doris shares her struggles as a strong, independent woman who pole dances to pay for her schooling due to the high earnings, then asks if Charlotte is in love, reminding Charlotte of her own outstanding tuition fees and her frustration that despite having a husband, she cannot simply ask for money. Charlotte feels completely broke, having donated all her savings, and muses about the impossibility of asking her family for tuition now that she is married. Wondering if she should approach Shine, Ron, or even the housekeeper. Doris, misinterpreting Charlotte's silence as busyness, offers to hang up, but Charlotte quickly stops her, expressing her desire to earn tuition money herself, prompting Doris to question her rich boyfriend's stinginess. Charlotte then reveals that Ron is not stingy at all, having donated $2 million, leaving Doris stunned as Charlotte realizes she's in deep trouble with school starting soon. Charlotte, burdened by unpaid phone bills, struggles financially even as she admires her friend Doris, who gracefully pole dances at a bustling club, earning money through her skills. Charlotte, reflecting on her own optional college jazz dance class, realizes she too could use her talents to make a living, finally understanding Doris's independent spirit. But then a discerning man spots Doris, recognizing her as one of Ron's women, bewildered by her presence in such a place and sensing danger. He quickly snaps a photo, intending to alert Ron to the unexpected sight. Back at his office, Ron, initially dismissing a notification during a meeting, becomes enraged when he sees the forwarded photo of Doris at the club, wondering why the idiot woman isn't home. Fuming, he abruptly leaves his meeting, driving off to fix Charlotte Lynn, whose presence at the club he believes is scandalous. Meanwhile, Doris joyfully counts her 3,000 earnings, relieved to use her talent rather than sell her dignity, and urges Charlotte to dance one more time for an additional 3,000 to cover their school fees. Charlotte, reluctantly agreeing to dance again to avoid asking her bastard father for money, steps onto the stage, but just as the crowd cheers, a horrifying crash echoes through the club. Doris has slipped and fallen amidst broken glass and spilled drinks. Charlotte rushes to her friend's side, terrified, but the heartless crowd demands Doris continue dancing, throwing bottles and money at the injured girl. Charlotte, horrified by their inhumanity, frantically wishes for savior when suddenly Ron appears like an avenging angel, punching a man who was harassing Doris, shocking everyone. Charlotte stares in disbelief at Ron's unexpected arrival as he furiously demands the men release Doris. He then confronts Charlotte, accusing her of deliberately seeking trouble in such a dangerous place where men would eat her up. Charlotte attempts to explain she was merely earning school fees, but Ron, grabbing her arm, insists they discuss it at home. He fiercely questions if she's trying to seduce men and if his affection isn't enough, leaving Charlotte terrified of his intentions. He pulls her close, refusing to release her until she speaks, and Charlotte tearfully confesses she followed Doris to earn tuition money. Ron explodes in a fit of rage, calling her a stupid woman for selling herself for school fees, but Charlotte, genuinely remorseful, promises never to return to the club. Ron grabs her again, silencing her cries for help, asserting that no one can hear her. Still holding her tightly, he reminds a shaking Charlotte of his previous treatment 10 weeks ago, questioning her innocence and sternly warning that if he ever finds her tarnished, she cannot afford his wrath. He drags her to the washroom, washes his hands, and then tosses his jacket at her, ordering her to put it on and come home. Meanwhile, other clubgoers whisper about Charlotte's miserable cries from the washroom, some believing she manipulated Ron, while others speculate that Ron's friend, Shine, might have forced Ron to accept her, or that Shine himself is consumed by despair. In the car, Ron remains grim, leading Charlotte to believe he's contemplating despair or perhaps angry at her for embarrassing his family. She then realizes Doris is missing and her phone is dead, momentarily considering asking Ron for his phone but quickly discarding the idea due to her lingering anger. Putting her pride aside, Charlotte decides she must call Doris, reflecting that she wouldn't be in this predicament if she hadn't been forced into her marriage. Ron, with a mocking smile, suggests she continue dancing for him if she loves it so much, promising rewards and emphasizing the short time left before summer vacation ends. Enraged, Charlotte slaps him, vowing to borrow from Butler Mo or return to the Shire family if things worsen, but Ron scoffs at her thick face for considering returning. Her call to Doris finally connects, and Charlotte anxiously asks if she's all right. Doris, recognizing Ron's phone, tells Charlotte to explain everything to her boyfriend, assuring her own well-being and urging Charlotte to accompany her, concerned about misunderstandings regarding school fees. Charlotte, distraught, begs Doris not to speak of such things and asks about her injuries, but Doris insists she's fine and advises Charlotte to marry Ron. Ron answers the phone and Charlotte quickly explains to Doris that she cannot return because the dean is looking for her and her leg is cut. Doris, watching Ron and Charlotte from afar, feels like an unwanted third wheel and decides not to disturb them, believing she, an orphan and disabled person, may never find love. Suddenly, Charlotte spots Doris in the distance and excitedly points her out to Ron. Ron recognizes Doris from a charity sale, noting her stubbornness and her injury, pondering whether to approach her. Charlotte reiterates that Doris's leg is hurt and bleeding, but Ron, with a dismissive HMPH, seems to think Doris is merely stubborn. As Charlotte urges him to hurry, Ron sternly commands her to hold on tight before sharply braking the car right next to Doris, startling Charlotte. Doris, surprised, asks if he's Mr. Fan, and Charlotte, flustered, tries to clarify that Ron is Mr. Fan. Ron abruptly cuts her off, declaring he's in a bad mood and will eat people, then instructs Doris to cover her bleeding leg to prevent staining his luxury car. Doris is taken aback. But Ron clarifies that a car is not more important than a human life, offering her a ride. Touched, Doris believes this is the first time a man has genuinely cared for her, thanking Mr. Fan and asking to be dropped off at the bus stop. Charlotte watches, feeling a pang of envy for Doris's seemingly good boyfriend, while Ron, receiving a vibrating call, appears irritated, answering sharply in Spanish, leaving Charlotte and Doris looking on with concern. Charlotte found herself increasingly flustered and impressed by Ron Fan, whose keen perception allowed him to deduce her understanding of Spanish simply from her reactions, making her internal world swirl with admiration for his coolness. Yet a gnawing sense of isolation crept in when others conversed in a language she didn't grasp, only amplified by a passing thought that perhaps Ron and Doris would make a suitable match, despite Doris's less classy background. Soon after, she diligently bandaged Doris's foot, while Doris, concerned, inquired about Ron Fan's recent angry demeanor on the phone, a clear sign of her burgeoning feelings. Charlotte, ever the teasing friend, pressed Doris about her obvious worry for Ron, urging her to admit her feelings, only to be utterly blindsided when Doris blurted out that she had secretly married a month ago, a revelation that instantly shattered Charlotte's composure when she realized the groom was Ron Fan's elder brother, Shine. The news that Doris had married Shine, who was severely injured and disfigured in a fire, ignited a furious protectiveness in Charlotte, who roared that Doris was a fool for accepting such a fate to take the heat off Uncle James, her eyes practically glowing red with a fierce, protective rage. Despite Charlotte's outburst, Doris embraced her, calmly stating she had no regrets about marrying Shine, then confided in Charlotte, begging her to keep the marriage a secret from Mrs. Cheek. Charlotte, deeply moved by Doris's strength, admitted she would have crumbled in such a situation, but her own anxieties flared later as she fretted in the dark, wondering about the deeper implications of everything. Meanwhile, Ron Fan, heavily bandaged in a hospital bed, was confronted by his brother about protecting the person who lured him to the warehouse basement, a question that caused Ron to cough and struggle for breath. Yet he stubbornly insisted no one should investigate further, stating he blamed no one. Ron's brother, realizing the depths of his sibling's protectiveness, contemplated that perhaps Yvonne Ram should be considered dead in Shine's heart, as her existence only promised deeper pain, concluding that the truth was often the cruelest thing. Back home, Charlotte was summoned by Anne to tend to Ron, who had been heavily drinking, and though reluctant, knowing he was comforting his own injured brother after a fight, Charlotte felt it was an unavoidable situation. She hesitated, recalling Ron's past difficult behavior and worried about putting herself in a tiger's mouth during a presumed sibling squabble, but resigned herself to go check on him, dismissing her initial thought that the fight might have been about her. Instead, Charlotte concluded that Ron's agitation was probably about Miss Yvonne Ram, making her decide to go see Shine first. However, Mr. Mo blocked her path, informing her that the young master Ron didn't want to see anyone, a dismissal that annoyed Charlotte, confirming her suspicion that Ron was probably deep in a scheme to find clues about Yvonne Ram without involving Shine. When Anne insisted Charlotte go upstairs to check on Ron, Charlotte vehemently refused, feeling disrespected by Ron and unwilling to be repeatedly pushed towards him for humiliation. Deciding he could suffer alone while she focused on Doris, her resolve was broken by a sudden loud bang from upstairs, prompting her to rush towards the noise, fearing Ron, now likely drunk, was destroying the room and might hurt himself. She found Ron sprawled amidst broken bottles, the room a mess, and quickly tried to help him up, only for him to pull her down, crushing her under his weight. Charlotte gasped for air, struggling beneath him, feeling trapped as he held her close, utterly intoxicated. In his drunken haze, Ron mistook Charlotte for someone else, passionately pulling her into a kiss and murmuring that they should do it tonight, leaving Charlotte bewildered and overwhelmed by his sudden aggression. Internally acknowledging a fleeting arousal, Charlotte fiercely reminded herself she couldn't repeat past mistakes and shockingly slapped herself, explaining to a startled Ron that it was to wake herself up and for her elder brother's wife's disloyalty. Later, while trying to focus on her thesis, Charlotte found herself hallucinating Ron Fan's handsome face, her thoughts complicated by his identity as her brother-in-law, prompting Doris to ask about her flushed face. Embarrassed, Charlotte covered her face, confirming she was indeed hallucinating, as Doris pressed her for an explanation. When Doris furiously misinterpreted Charlotte's self-slap as an act of violence by Ron, Charlotte, panicking, tried to clarify it wasn't like that. Doris, however, stormed toward Ron, her eyes blazing red with anger, declaring he could hit her instead. Ron, utterly confused by Doris's outburst, calmly explained that Charlotte had hit herself, then shamelessly flirted with Doris, joking that the red mark on Charlotte's face was a bite mark, and she'd understand when she had a boyfriend. Doris, incensed by Ron's audacity, berated herself for making a fuss over mere flirting, only to be further enraged when Ron provocatively introduced Morris White as a sugar daddy, daring him to dance with his woman, a challenge Doris thought would only earn Ron a beating. Doris firmly rejected the notion of pole dancing or being introduced to such vicious men, asserting she would stay home, while Ron, with a chillingly possessive glare, warned her that if she were to be an entertainer, her sugar daddy could only be him. Charlotte quickly tried to dismiss Ron's intensity as mere nonsense from a lunatic time bomb, a paper tiger not to be taken seriously, even as a tiny part of her wondered if this was his twisted way of expressing love. Charlotte nervously insisted that any concern for Ron was merely for the fan family reputation, and that he likely had mental problems, hoping to convince Doris that her interest was purely pragmatic. Doris understood that such talk might affect their relationship, a quiet understanding passing between them, but that night, Charlotte was haunted by nightmares. Her dreams vividly replayed the terrifying men from the nightclub until a gentle, blurred figure appeared, saving her and holding her close, a dream she desperately wished she could live in forever. Charlotte awakened with a start, eyes wide with residual tears, wondering why she had been crying. After a moment, she composed herself, observing a serene room where Ron still slept before being greeted by Miss Young and Charlotte, who reported that Ron had gone out last night. She later acknowledged Doris's polite departure, noting how different Doris was from other wealthy daughters, hoping she would stay longer. Then, observing the fan family's lavishness, where fresh milk was thrown away after a day, she asked Anne to take extra desserts and milk to the welfare home, musing on the bizarre world of the rich. Soon Ron arrived, and as they prepared to leave, a throng of children, including Charlotte, swarmed them, with one child complaining about being hit yesterday. As they drove, Charlotte found herself deeply preoccupied with Ron, her heart a mess of worry and emotion, reflecting that Ron had helped her immensely, while Ron's expression remained somber, thinking he could only help her so much. Suddenly, a vehicle swerved, creating a chaotic close-up as their driver, Zio Kyan, was forced to brake hard, revealing an attack was underway. Zio Kyan warned Charlotte to stay in the car as he exited to investigate, but she was quickly seized by masked figures, her screams swallowed as darkness enveloped her. Back at the mansion, Ron was informed by an anxious Anne that Charlotte had visited the welfare home again, donating a significant sum, but his mood shifted sharply when Zio Kyan tearfully reported that Madame Charlotte had been kidnapped by a man named Bob. Ron's eyes blazed with fury at the mention of Bob, considering him a recurring nuisance, but despite his subordinate's suggestion to call the police, Ron declared he would handle it himself, his determination radiating. Charlotte slowly regained consciousness, blinking her eyes open in a lavish but unfamiliar bed, wondering where she was. She quickly realized her clothes were still on, her bag was present, but her phone was missing, and the door, surprisingly unlocked, led her to discover she was trapped behind steel bars, like a bird in a cage. She desperately screamed for help, while in another location, a furious Bob confronted Ron, who accused him of being a sick brat. Bob explained he was acting under someone else's command, revealing it was Ron's elder brother, Shine Fan, who had ordered him to put Charlotte and Ron in a room to make babies, a suggestion that utterly disgusted Ron. Shine then dramatically appeared, challenging Ron by asking if he didn't want to see his woman make her choice, before introducing a masked figure who would oversee the situation. Charlotte, trapped in her cage, demanded to know who the masked man was and to be let out, also demanding her phone back. The masked man taunted her, claiming she was Ron's secret woman and was not even beautiful, to which Charlotte retorted, insisting she was Shine Fan's wife. Charlotte, still trying to make sense of the situation, wondered if Ron was playing a trick, but then the masked man, with a disturbing laugh, addressed her as sister-in-law and proposed a multiple-choice game. Shine, now unmasked, explained the game's simple rules. She had to choose someone to call for a $1 billion ransom, explicitly stating he wanted her to call Ron to witness his expressions. Charlotte, observing her captors, saw her opportunity and snatched the provided phone, immediately trying to dial emergency services. Shine, anticipating her move, quickly activated a device to block the signal, leaving Charlotte with no connection and filled with impotent rage. Furious that Charlotte had tried to mess with him after already messing with Ron, Shine ordered his henchman to retrieve the phone from her. The henchman then dramatically opened the iron bars, stepping into the cage with Charlotte as she screamed, before unleashing a massive, drooling Tibetan Mastiff, whose glowing red eyes struck terror into her heart. Shine, now on the phone with Ron, warned him that Charlotte was in his hands and would become dinner for his Mastiff if $100 million ransom wasn't delivered swiftly. The Mastiff lunged, barking fiercely as Charlotte screamed in pure terror, just as Ron burst onto the scene, yelling at her not to come any closer to the beast. Ron, without hesitation, embraced Charlotte and astonishingly spoke a soft word to the snarling Mastiff, calming it with a gentle "take it easy, boy." Shine stared in disbelief as Ron effortlessly controlled the Tibetan Mastiff, a dog he had believed was fiercely loyal only to him, leading to his furious realization that Ron truly was in love with Charlotte. Charlotte, relieved but still shaken, apologized to Ron for getting him involved, feeling grateful he had come but sensing his palpable frustration. Ron, smoking calmly, dismissed her apologies, assuring her it wasn't her fault as he began searching for an escape, while Charlotte, noticing the numerous surveillance cameras, despaired, feeling entirely responsible for his predicament. The world spins wildly for Charlotte as she finds herself trapped, Ron pressing a searing kiss upon her, his lips claiming hers while she inwardly rages, branding him a bastard. He pulls back, remarking on how many times she's bitten him, finding it harsh as she quickly backs away, but he calls for her to wait. He then surprisingly offers her the bed while he takes the sofa but insists she answer his question first. Ron, with an intense gaze, asks if she's unwilling to be his woman due to moral virtues, or if he simply isn't attractive enough. Charlotte's mind races, realizing admitting moral virtues would imply he is attractive, but she quickly dismisses his words as manipulation, believing he thinks she has ulterior motives and doesn't deserve his respect. The tension escalates as Charlotte declares he can't trick her, demanding to know who Yorick Van is. She coldly states he isn't attractive enough, contrasting him with her first boyfriend, Yorick Van, whom she remembers as cheerful and generous. Ron's expression darkens, his anger palpable as he furiously demands she forget Yorick Van, break up with him once and for all, and accept her role as Mrs. Van. Charlotte defiantly insists Yorick Van remains in her heart, prompting Ron to roar that he doesn't care and will cripple Yorick Van if she doesn't forget him, commanding her to get lost. In her despair, Charlotte reflects on Ron's brother, Shine, remembering Yorick Van as a real person who wasn't great, but she simply doesn't want Ron to cause trouble for her. She acknowledges gratitude for Yorick Van's generous donation of money, wishing for his happiness, and resolves not to let the two brothers fight over her perceived betrayal. Her internal turmoil is momentarily interrupted by a growl from her stomach. Charlotte awakens, disoriented and starving, wondering when she fell asleep, only to realize she's on the bed, not the sofa, and hears the distinct sound of Ron taking a shower. A blush creeps up her neck as she remembers the events, a light slap to her own cheek in an attempt to regain composure. Ron emerges, casually drying his hair, and Charlotte can't help but internally comment on his undeniable fitness and good looks. She glares at him, thinking about the hard time he gave her last night and his current funky face. An awkward silence fills the room, broken only by Charlotte's growing hunger as she spots the food prepared, sarcastically thinking even kidnappers provide meals. Meanwhile, Morris, looking exhausted and dedicated, stares intently at a monitoring screen, expressing her frustration to a colleague that there's been no progress. She suspects Ron might have fallen for Charlotte, whom she refers to as her dog. Yet, a sinister smirk crosses Morris's face as she assures her colleague that progress will come soon, guaranteeing a baby thanks to a special dose she administered. Her colleague questions the dose, and Morris explains it's a highly effective traditional simmer soup medicine designed to incite excitement. The colleague warns Morris about Ron's moody nature, urging her not to drag him down, while back in the room, Charlotte timidly asks if she can eat. Ron allows her to eat if she's hungry, and Charlotte voraciously devours the meal, feeling intensely satisfied. After she finishes, Ron instructs her to wet a towel in the bathroom and cover her mouth and nose, revealing his intention to set a fire to lure their pursuers. Charlotte, horrified, questions his childish plan to play with fire and asks if he intends to stay there for the rest of the year. Ron notices her flushed face, wondering if she's drunk, and asks what she ate. Charlotte innocently replies it was just the food on the table, sparking Ron's realization that the food must have been tampered with, expressing disbelief at their enemy's audacity. He hands her the wet towel, warning her to be careful, but as she touches his hand, a burning sensation spreads through her body, leaving her dizzy. Charlotte, now feeling intensely dizzy, confides in Ron that she feels like she's been drugged. He grabs her, urging her to pull herself together. In her hallucinatory state, Charlotte perceives Ron as her dream prince, imagining him declaring undying love, promising fresh flowers and green grass even if he turns to soil. Ron repeatedly calls her name, trying to wake her from her daze. As she gradually stirs, Charlotte asks Ron to repeat what he said, and he sharply tells her to quickly wash her face with cold water. Still in a haze, she excitedly declares she heard him say he loves her, clinging to him. Ron, growing impatient, tells her to calm down and tries to brush her off. Meanwhile, Morris watches with glee as Ron carries Charlotte in a princess carry on the monitoring screen, declaring it progress. Her colleague wonders why Ron wouldn't start a fire if he only lost a lighter, expressing concern about extinguishing it. Charlotte, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, begs Ron to leave immediately. Morris advises her colleague to endure a little longer, assuring him they can leave soon, as Charlotte feels terrible. Ron firmly tells Charlotte not to cling to him, demanding she look clearly to see who he is. Still under the drug's influence, Charlotte identifies him as Ron, then seductively declares she wants to be his woman, wanting it now. Ron, visibly affected, offers her everything, and Morris, observing this passionate scene, comments that the romance is so intense it makes her teeth sour, admiring Ron's mastery of playing the wife. Morris then muses on how Ron will undoubtedly tease his future wife in a similar manner. The next morning, Ron nurses a bleeding shoulder, reflecting on being bitten again and recalling Charlotte's fervent vow of retribution the previous night. He then looks at her, asking if she's all right or if she's become stupid. Charlotte, feeling sluggish and uncertain, backs away from him, asking if they can leave, to which Ron assures her he won't touch her. As they drive away, Charlotte's gaze catches an advertisement for an afterpill, stirring deep thoughts within her. Outside a pharmacy, she instinctively heads inside, prompting Ron to question her destination. Inside, two female pharmacists openly gossip, labeling Charlotte a gold digger who slept with a rich man because of the luxurious car. Charlotte, her anger flaring, snaps back that it's her body and she can do whatever she wants, startling the gossiping women. She walks away, regretting her recent actions, but affirming that despite not regretting giving her first time to Ron, as Shine's wife, it was wrong and she needed to correct it. Back in the car, Ron notices the afterpill box in Charlotte's hand. His grip tightens on the steering wheel, his face a mask of disappointment as he asks why she doesn't want to have kids with him. Charlotte meekly questions if she's suitable to have a child with him, to which Ron, with a cold, dismissive tone, agrees that she is indeed not suitable. He then deliberately opens the car window, allowing a rush of wind to buffet her, leaving Charlotte to wonder if he's punishing her. Her heart heavy, Charlotte believes she deserves the punishment for betraying Shine. She stares out an empty gaze reflecting her inner turmoil, agonizing over the wrong she committed with Ron, his own brother, and dreading facing Shine, still laid up in his patient bed. Upon her early return home, the maid greets her, immediately asking about the second master, mentioning she had prepared soup for him. And the kind maid brings Charlotte Lynn a nourishing matsutake chicken soup, observing her intently. A subtle concern flickering in her eyes as Charlotte struggles to hide her discomfort, knowing Anne is oblivious to the previous night's kidnapping, but unnerved by her gaze towards her belly. Alone in her room, Charlotte stares at a bottle of mineral water, the weight of a dire decision pressing on her as she resolves to take the medicine and correct everything, a flicker of desperate hope in her eyes. When Anne returns with more soup, Charlotte, startled, quickly insists she'll handle it herself, betraying a hurried attempt to conceal something, which Anne shrewdly notices. Later, in the privacy of her shower, Charlotte bitterly reflects on her first time, wondering if her heart, disturbed by that stinky man, could ever truly shine again. Meanwhile, Anne, now suspicious, discreetly searches Charlotte's room, her eyes widening in a moment of realization as she discovers a packet of Yenting contraceptive, confirming her fears that Charlotte has already taken it. Anne agonizes over the implications, realizing the madam and second young master have crossed a threshold, yet she still hopes the young master will confess the truth himself to avoid a moral dilemma, even as Charlotte in the shower scrubs away, consumed by frustration and longing to see Shine. Charlotte, seeking solace, asks Mo, the butler, about Shine's well-being, but Mo's overly cheerful reassurance about her kindness, touching second young master, only deepens her confusion and unease. A chilling realization dawns on Charlotte. Why is Shine always in medical care, his condition so hidden when he's supposed to be alive and well? She suspects a manipulative plot orchestrated by Anne, perhaps trying to push her towards Ron, and resolves not to discuss it further, noting Mo's recent strangeness. Determined, Charlotte declares she must see Shine today, unaware that Ron is simultaneously instructing Dr. Kim to bring her the marriage certificate, seeing it as a necessary step to control the stubborn Charlotte and solidify his own claim over her. As Dr. King retrieves the marriage certificate from a polished wooden box, envisioning a meeting with his new sister-in-law, Charlotte frantically begs him to let her in to see Shine, threatening legal action if he continues to block her. Dr. King, feigning cooperation, tells a hopeful Charlotte that Shine wishes to see her and has a meeting gift, prompting her to don sterile clothing, only for Ron to burst in, furious at her presence. Ron, seething, snatches the marriage certificate box from Dr. King, declaring Charlotte unworthy of such a gift, as she confronts his arrogance, demanding he return what Shine gave her and trying to wrest the box back from his grasp. Ron coldly dismisses her as a gold digger, inflicting a sharp pain in Charlotte's heart, but she defiantly accepts the label, asserting her self-worth before he brutally blocks her path, slamming a door shut in her face. When Ron declares Shine inconvenient to see her, Charlotte furiously reminds him she is legally Shine's first guardian, asserting her supremacy in the Fan family and internally vowing to wait him out. Later, Ron carefully places a doctored photograph of himself and Charlotte into a safe, then conceals the safe behind a painting, a subtle beep confirming the secret is locked away. In a tense private moment, Ron confronts the unconscious Shine, hooked up to a ventilator, questioning their elaborate deception, wondering if they should have told Charlotte the truth from the very beginning, his conscience clearly warring with his ambition. He continues his somber monologue to the comatose Shine, musing on Charlotte's preordained fate within the Fan family and darkly wondering if Shine, in fact, found Charlotte for him. Charlotte, lost in thought, suddenly feels a thumping in her chest as Ron approaches with a chilling, knowing smile, dismissing her silent wish for him to leave. Startled by a soft swoosh and the sound of his footsteps, Charlotte panics, desperately wishing Ron wouldn't enter her room, but he continues his advance. Ron enters, teasing Charlotte by pointing out her book is upside down, playfully calling her a little dummy, which only fuels her anger. Charlotte demands to know why he won't let her see her brother, but Ron deflects, reminding her she called him a fascist, then advises her to patiently wait for him to leave, a sly smile on his face as he gestures for her to keep quiet, making her blush. Enraged, Charlotte shouts for him to get out, and when he teases her feistiness, she violently throws her book at him, roaring for him to get out of her sight. Ron effortlessly dodges the projectile. Still smiling, then answers a vibrating phone call, his expression hardening as he learns Ivan Ram has been caught, promising to be there immediately, and then before leaving, surprises a bewildered Charlotte with a kiss on her forehead. Ron, seething with a raw fury that pulsed beneath his calm facade, confronted Ivan Ram, confessing he wished to tear her limb from limb, an intensity she met with a bloodied smirk, calmly stating that deep hate often mirrors deep love. He roared, demanding to know who dared to send her, but Ivan, defiant even with a cut lip, refused to reveal the invulnerable mastermind, causing Ron's rage to surge as he grabbed her, commanding her to promise she wouldn't meddle again, while she provocatively countered that telling him would only lead him to his own doom. An assistant tried to intervene, urging Ron to calm down, but Ron privately confessed he couldn't risk putting Ivan in danger once more. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, Anne expressed concern to Charlotte that Shine had barely touched his breakfast, asking her to persuade him, lamenting that Ron's decision to lock up the marriage certificate was the root of the brothers' ongoing conflict. Soon Ron returned, his crisp white shirt stained with dried blood, leaving Anne and the house staff bewildered and questioning what horrors he had endured the previous night. Charlotte instinctively recoiled, a silent thought echoing that she needed to maintain her distance from him, as Ron inwardly cursed Ivan Ram, frustrated that her lips remained sealed despite his efforts all night. When Anne tried to prompt Charlotte to attend to the injured master, Charlotte coldly dismissed her, claiming to be busy, though her internal world was a tempest of worry for Ron, battling her commitment to Shine. Ron, catching Charlotte's detached demeanor, raged at the supposed inferiority and coldness of women like Ivan and Charlotte before retreating to his room, dismissing concerns about his bloodied state, assuring everyone a shower would suffice, all while Charlotte watched, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. Alone, Ron spiraled into bitter contemplation, wondering if Charlotte had truly become completely cold, then his thoughts twisted darkly. Considering seducing and torturing her, unable to grasp why his brother would continue to forgive and protect Ivan Ram. Charlotte, meanwhile, was presented with a meticulously prepared meal, yet she sat dazed, unable to eat. Ron, impatience boiling over, imperiously demanded noodles, ordering Charlotte to make them immediately, his anger fueled by her absence throughout the day. Charlotte chafed under his bossy tone, though she tried to remain impassive. Ron, now with bandages across his face, provocatively questioned if he had been more of a gentleman yesterday, clearly mocking her. As Charlotte fought a losing battle against her impulse to respond, he pressed further, asking why she wore such a face if she wasn't willing to uphold her responsibility to care for him. Charlotte forced herself to hold back her retort as Ron, surprisingly, ate the kanji he usually despised, leaving her astonished. He then leaned in, a devilish smirk on his lips, reminding her they had already shared a kiss, making a simple bowl of kanji seem trivial, which flustered Charlotte, who let out an indignant huff. Ron, now on the phone, expressed exasperation that Charlotte had refused to drink water all day, claiming she was driving him insane. The person on the other end warned that she might die, asking if Ron expected him to coax her, further infuriating Ron. Despite her internal conflict, Charlotte found herself making kanji, and when Anne offered a fresh bowl, she chose to use the one Ron had just used, feeling a strange flutter in her chest. Ivan was shown recuperating, sleeping soundly. Ron, calmly smoking, instructed his assistant to give Ivan and Roman 4 drip if she didn't eat by the next day, proposing a different approach since her mouth remained sealed. His assistant suggested Ivan genuinely cared for him, advocating for a kinder approach, but Ron sharply reminded him of Ivan's plot against his brother just months prior, dismissing any notion of leniency. Ron then ordered his assistant to make some progress and call him later before he stared out the window, his thoughts unreadable. Anne later informed Charlotte that Ron had barely eaten and urged her to bring him dinner. Charlotte, lost in a book in her room, dismissively told Anne that Ron would eat when he was hungry, questioning her purpose in the Fan family and wondering if she should divorce Shine, but her conscience prevented her from abandoning the bedridden Shine, a decision she knew the Shire would never permit. She considered herself kind-hearted, not noble, regretting the previous night's incident but vowing it wouldn't happen again, only to see Ron's dinner, a fork aggressively plunged into it, confirming he was still furious. Mo then informed Ron that Yorick Van was mentioned, to which Ron, disguising his true identity, instructed Mo to tell Charlotte that his brother, Shine, was waiting for her in the master bedroom in 10 minutes. Mo, understanding Ron's deceptive plan, expressed concern about Master Ron's manipulative behavior towards Charlotte, a good woman whom he was forcing into a miserable marriage. Charlotte, distressed by her meager bank balance, worried about her upcoming tuition fees, vowing never to return to the nightclub after the unpleasant memories it evoked, and decided to ask Mo for a loan. Approaching Mo, she clarified her need for $6,000 for college, promising repayment, to which Mo laughed warmly, assuring her that as Mrs. Fan, all family resources, including tuition and living expenses, were at her disposal. Charlotte was ecstatic, lamenting that she wouldn't have gone to the nightclub if she had known. Suddenly, Mo, with an alarmed expression, informed Charlotte that Master Ron had agreed to let her meet Master Shine, sending Charlotte into a frenzy of excited anticipation. Mo silently mused on Charlotte's naivety, wondering how she would react when she discovered Ron's deception. Charlotte, radiating eagerness, entered the room to meet Shine, unaware that Ron, bandaged and unhappy, sat before her. Ron, in disguise, silently acknowledged the irony of using an expensive protective bodysuit meant for the fans group to deceive this fool. Charlotte thanked Shine for seeing her, offering to care for him, but Ron, maintaining his charade, gently refused, citing the presence of male doctors King and Sean, which he deemed inconvenient for a lady. Charlotte, confused, pointed out that Anne, also a lady, entered every day, questioning why she couldn't. Ron then confronted Charlotte, asking if Ron had caused her any worries, claiming Anne had reported her cold treatment of Ron. Charlotte, internally recognizing that Shine already knew about her and Ron, meekly replied nothing, but Shine pressed, questioning their absence from home the previous night. Charlotte, deeply apologetic, cursed her inability to lie convincingly despite her intelligence and lack of ulterior motives. Ron then directly asked if she had fallen for Ron, causing Charlotte's heart to pound as she gazed at him, seemingly crippled in his wheelchair. She thought of her husband, crippled before her, and resolved not to hurt him, emphatically declaring she would never love or even like Ron. Ron, gripping her hand tightly, challenged her claim, asking why she was out with Ron the previous night, demanding an explanation. Charlotte avoided his gaze. Ron inwardly asserted control over Ron's wife, claiming her heart and body as his, vowing not to lose to Yorick Van. Charlotte then confessed to seducing Ron on purpose, rationalizing that the dish that day might have been spiked, making it plausible if Shine discovered the truth. Ron was astonished by her defense of Ron, but Charlotte, now weeping, insisted it wasn't Ron's fault, blaming herself and asking him to just divorce her. Ron roared back, demanding to know how she could even consider leaving him, accusing her of being ashamed of his crippled state. Charlotte, crying, vehemently denied it, saying she was mistaken, then embraced him, promising to care for him even after a divorce. Ron pondered the unfairness to Shine in the situation, while Charlotte vowed to remain obedient and continue as the household mistress. Ron, shocked, questioned if Yorick Van's candid feelings were a pretense and asked if Charlotte intended to divorce him to marry Ron. Charlotte gasped in shock as Ron then challenged her to take care of him in the ward, asking the purpose of her being his wife, otherwise demanding she tell him what she believed a wife should do. Charlotte, her heart aching for her injured husband, Shine, gently reminded him that she married him precisely to take care of him, even if their current dynamic was far from a conventional marriage. Seeing his vulnerability, she asked if he was hungry, and Shine, who had endured days of restless discomfort without proper food, admitted his hunger, though his mind was consumed by the intricate plot against him, convinced that only an outsider could have orchestrated such a complex scheme. Charlotte, ever the devoted wife, offered to feed him late at night, acknowledging her own exhaustion, and headed downstairs to prepare him porridge, unaware of Shine's internal groan at the thought of more liquid food, secretly craving pasta. Their quiet moment was shattered by the incessant ringing of Ron's phone, which Shine, with his bandaged face, was holding, a grim reminder of the startling resemblance between the brothers, though a distinct scar on his face differentiated him. He recognized the call was connected to Yvonne Ram, and Charlotte, sensing the urgency, agreed to go downstairs, but a strange premonition about Ron's pasta began to nag at her. Downstairs, Anne, the madam, confused, inquired if Ron had gone out again and offered Charlotte food. But Charlotte clarified the meal was for Shine, who only required liquid food, leading Anne to laugh off her own confusion, admitting her age was getting the best of her, and recalling that Ron, in fact, disliked porridge. Back in the room, Shine was boiling with silent fury as Ron's phone continued to ring, making him fantasize about silencing Charlotte completely, only for her to enter cheerfully, offering honey-sweetened porridge, a gesture that almost made him gag. He stubbornly refused to open his mouth, feigning a craving for noodles to avoid the porridge, but Charlotte gently insisted, prompting him to demand she call him darling instead of Shine. With a soft gaze, Charlotte spoon-fed him the nourishing porridge, affectionately calling him hubby, a term that sent a surprising jolt through Shine, causing him to quietly accept. He quickly finished, praising its ease of digestion, but Charlotte's playful observation about his strong teeth led him to reveal his dentures, startling her so much she instinctively reached out to confirm. In a moment of unexpected intimacy, Charlotte poked his cheek, and Shine responded with a playful bite to her finger, before declaring his exhaustion and urging them to rest, leaving Charlotte to blush and wonder if he truly saw her as his wife. However, his abrupt desire for sleep left her feeling rejected, pondering if his dismissal meant she wasn't worthy of being his wife, a silence hanging heavy in the air. Charlotte clung to Shine tightly on the bed, suggesting they simply chat, but he visibly recoiled, complaining that her touch was too rough and he felt unwell, causing Charlotte to recall Ron, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. She scolded herself for being mesmerized by her own husband, urging herself to sleep, while Shine, feeling stifled and uncomfortable, longed to escape his hot, itchy skin and surprisingly mused on his brother's choice of such a childish woman, wondering about the possibility of having a child with her. a thought that made his gaze sharpen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a frantic helper, driven by Yvonne Ram's persistent demands, was terrified as she relentlessly pushed him to call the fan mansion's landline. Given Ron had turned off his phone, making him feel like a terrible person for disturbing the house at 2 a.m. Yvonne Ram, with tear-filled eyes, insisted he continue calling until Ron was back, while the persistent ringing echoed through the grand mansion. The incessant ringing of the antique house phone jolted Charlotte awake in the middle of the night, rousing a furious Shine beside her, who declared that after months of sleeplessness, he would murder whoever dared to call at this hour. Charlotte, worried it might be urgent, reached for the lamp, but Shine swiftly pulled the covers over himself, making her wonder if he was afraid of light, though she assured him she was used to his quirks. She tried to cheer him up by recounting past shared moments, when suddenly Butler Mo rushed in, frantically calling for the second young master, while Shine, from under the sheets, grumbled about playing his brother's role. Charlotte, sensing something major, went to investigate, only for Butler Mo to ask if Ron was still sleeping, a question that puzzled her until she realized Ron was nowhere to be seen. Butler Mo sighed, exasperated by Ron's antics, and then led Charlotte to the master bedroom where Shine was supposedly sleeping, only for Charlotte to discover the wheelchair empty, realizing Shine had vanished. Butler Mo, groaning, recognized Shine had seized the opportunity to escape the medical room. Charlotte, concerned, followed him to the medical room, only to find Ron, panting, blocking the doorway. She desperately asked if his brother was inside, but Ron, with a smirk, claimed Shine was tired and he had just brought him back, then cruelly blocked Charlotte from entering, stating his brother couldn't serve her at the moment. Butler Mo arrived, chastising Ron for maligning him as Ron mocked him, implying Butler Mo had an insatiable desire to see his brother even at the expense of a sick man. Charlotte was left in tears, declaring she was not as slovenly as Ron suggested, while Butler Mo helplessly observed, acknowledging Charlotte's fate to endure hardships after marrying into the Fan family. Just then, Butler Mo cried out that something terrible had happened, startling Ron, who demanded an explanation. Butler Mo revealed Yvonne Ram had called the Fan house number, mentioning she had barged into his room, infuriating Ron, who then instructed Butler Mo not to mention this to his brother before driving off. Yvonne Ram, visibly distraught, called out to Ron, who furiously questioned her sanity for calling the main house landline. She tearfully apologized, then bravely stepped in front of him, offering herself as a target if he wanted to hit someone, and desperately tried to embrace him, promising to reveal everything if he hugged her. Ron, however, remained unmoved, coldly musing that beauty in women didn't equate to trustworthiness and privately admitting a desire to strangle her. Yvonne Ram continued to plead for his forgiveness, invoking the long-standing love she held for him, acknowledging their impossible situation because he was his brother's brother, and as she turned to leave, Ron's expression softened, making her briefly wonder if they could rewind time. Yet his next words were a cruel blow, asking her to look at her face, telling her she was no longer beautiful, and reminding her that Ron preferred a clean, nice-smelling princess. Yvonne Ram, her eyes filled with pain, pleaded with Ron to reveal who was behind everything as he internally scorned her, thinking of her hands stained with his brother's blood and how disgusting it was to appease her. He realized he had reeled her in too quickly, lamenting that a touch more kindness might have made her truly fall for him, and reflecting on his past fantasy of marrying her, a dream now shattered by her harm to his elder brother, making forgiveness impossible. Yvonne Ram, her face stained with tears, subtly wipes her eyes as she asks Ron why he hasn't hugged her yet, her smile tinged with manipulation, but when he finally embraces her, she immediately questions his passion, noting his heart isn't beating fast enough. Ron, visibly annoyed, grabs her chin, demanding to know who she was talking about, but Yvonne Ram defiantly states it was herself, provoking Ron to threaten her life as he tightens his grip, promising to kill her. She smiles sweetly, declaring she'd die with a smile if it meant he could live well, even as Ron's assistant, Shine, desperately shouts for Ron to release her, reminding him of his Shine. Ron, despite his rage, remembers that his brother's crucial overseas treatment hinges on Yvonne Ram's survival, subtly rubbing her hand and remarking that he won't let her die easily, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, much to her surprise. Yvonne Ram, in a sudden turn, calls him a hypocrite, but then stares in shock as Ron abruptly drops her and walks away, leaving her to bitterly reflect on his hatred and whether he would ever truly remember her. Meanwhile, Ron, trembling internally, admits to himself that he may not have the heart to actually kill her. Shine, fearing Yvonne Ram, describes her as a crazy woman and a monster, warning Ron, who angrily retorts that Shine was played and demands he return to the boxing arena if he can't handle a woman, but Shine insists on Yvonne Ram's sincerity. Ron dismisses her as a poisonous snake, citing his brother as proof before walking away, leaving Shine to ponder the futile point of Yvonne Ram's supposed sincerity. Alone, Yvonne Ram laughs maniacally, confessing that everything she said to Ron was a lie and mocks Charlotte Lynn for believing her, then subtly attempts to seduce a terrified Shine who barely manages to escape her seduction trap. Ron, overwhelmed by a headache and the suspension of investment projects due to his brother's case, finds himself habitually reaching for Charlotte Lynn's hand, reminiscing about her innocent yet fierce nature and her alluring scent, before shaking off his inappropriate thoughts to refocus on work. Far away, Charlotte Lynn sneezes, wondering if someone is talking about her as she prepares for the new school year, resolved to put the morning's troubles behind her. Her friend Doris joyfully offers her tuition money, but Charlotte Lynn attempts to refuse, claiming she has enough, leading Doris to teasingly ask if she's already found a sugar daddy. Doris then jokingly accuses Charlotte Lynn of betraying their friendship for a rich man, but Charlotte Lynn, blushing, denies it, lamenting that no rich man would ever be attracted to her. Doris, witnessing Charlotte Lynn's despair, snatches back the money, asking for a loan for her dorm rent instead, revealing she's happy her daughter got married. Charlotte Lynn realizes that staying in the dorm could solve her problems and give her space to forget Ron Fan, whom she declares a love expert she shouldn't fall for. Doris, pulling Charlotte Lynn along, questions her desire for a cheap and dirty dorm over a luxurious mansion, hinting she knows Charlotte Lynn is trying to escape Ron. Charlotte Lynn explains it's her chance to make up for mistakes in a safe environment, prompting Doris to hug her, understanding that she's hiding from Ron. They excitedly receive their dorm key, thrilled to find it equipped with a water heater, air conditioning, and Wi-Fi, discovering they'll essentially have the room to themselves. Doris playfully calls Charlotte Lynn a monster and teases her about her first time, before sadly confessing that a paralyzed person like herself would only marry a second-hand man. Charlotte Lynn, shocked that Doris's leg is healed, vehemently rejects her self-deprecating remarks. Doris then tearfully reveals that while Winnie outwardly offers support, she secretly calls Doris a picky paralyzed person. Charlotte Lynn, furious, receives a vibrating call from Butler Mo, immediately apologizing for not informing the Feng family that she's temporarily staying in the dorm. Butler Mo, surprised, presses for details, but Charlotte Lynn quickly reassures him before ending the call. Meanwhile, Ron arrives home to suit prepared by an old housekeeper, only to furiously demand Madam's presence. Butler Mo, secretly lamenting Ron's constant torment of Madam, reluctantly reveals she's staying at the dorm. Ron is instantly enraged, realizing she's trying to hide from him at the school, and orders Butler Mo to call her, but her phone is off. Ron then demands he call the dorm, dismissing Butler Mo's concerns about the late hour and insisting he will personally go there. Butler Mo, in a panic, tries to call Charlotte Lynn again, finding her unreachable, and grimly thinks she should pray for herself. Back at the dorm, Charlotte Lynn is in bed with Doris, who asks if she's thinking about young Master, to which Charlotte Lynn replies she should be thinking about Shine, finding it tricky to hide her thoughts from Doris. Charlotte Lynn muses that Ron must be searching all over the universe for her, feeling like an outsider in his family, not even allowed to care for her own husband. Doris warns that Ron would be furious if he discovered her dorm stay, recalling his scary behavior after rescuing them at the nightclub, prompting Charlotte Lynn to suggest they sleep, just as the dorm phone suddenly rings, startling them both. Linzu Luo is immediately thrown into a panic as her friend Duo asks if the Feng family's second young master, Ron, could possibly be outside their dorm. A terrifying thought, as he doesn't even know their phone number or school. Their dorm auntie then calls out a frantic message that Lin Zhu Luo's husband is waiting outside and the doors are about to close, leaving Lin Zhu Luo utterly bewildered and convinced it's a joke. The auntie, however, clarifies that Lai Xin, the man in a wheelchair, claimed to be her husband, prompting Duo to urge Lin Zhu Luo to go down before he storms in, but Lin Zhu Luo vehemently refuses, threatening to call the police if he dares to enter. Despite her reluctance and disbelief that someone of his status would be so shameless, Duo's gentle reminder that he helped her before and her own curiosity finally push Lin Zhu Luo to agree to go and check. As she descends, she spots Ron, looking strikingly handsome even in sportswear, and he calls out to her, requesting her help with something. Lin Zhu Luo feels a surge of internal conflict, asserting that she has principles and won't betray her friend Shine. After a silent moment of contemplation, she agrees to do her best. Rushing back inside, Duo breathlessly reports that the person who came was not good, to which Lin Zhu Luo describes seeing someone in a wheelchair, believing they should be easy to deal with, unaware that Ron, the true puppet master, is nearby, smugly assuring her his lie will be effective. She then races back out, searching frantically for Lai Xin, calling his name into the night, consumed by guilt that something might happen to him now that she's moved back onto campus. Unbeknownst to her, Ron watches from behind a tree, musing about how quickly she moves at the mention of Shine's name. Suddenly, Lin Zhu Luo feels a presence, turns, and lets out a startled scream as Ron grabs her, pulling her into a forceful, shocking kiss. She is enraged, shouting Ron, and accusing him of being crazy and a cheeky bastard, demanding to know why he won't let her live freely at school. He coldly reminds her that she lost all her freedom the moment she entered the Feng family, adding insult to injury. Lin Zhu Luo desperately tells him not to go overboard, especially as he mockingly expresses a desire to stay and care for Shine, to which she fiercely retorts that her brother only needs her care, not his. The conversation takes a sinister turn as he implies her brother knows his true intentions, revealing that she was handed over to him by her big brother, leaving her infuriated and utterly bewildered. As he picks her up, carrying her away, she screams for help, calling him a kidnapper, only for him to slyly comment that he enjoys being photographed by paparazzi and that they'll make headlines. Her screams die down as she worries about being punished by the school if she's seen, while internally wondering about the consequences for Shine if everyone finds out about her predicament. She feels a sickening lurch, suspecting a conspiracy between Ron and her brother, convinced she's being set up. She demands to be let down, insisting she can walk, but he sarcastically suggests she carry him instead, revealing his utter lack of concern for her feelings. She then bargains, stating she needs to go back to the Fang family house to access the hospital, arguing that otherwise there's no point in her being his wife, a statement he casually dismisses, claiming she's too young to understand. As she yells, "Ron, damn you," he assures her they are almost there, and a guard opens the door for them. Lin Zuluo screams help, kidnapping, as Ron carries her past confused guards who question if their dispute hadn't already been settled. Ron simply grins, proclaiming her his wife and playfully shushing her, not wanting onlookers to think poorly of them. Once in the car, Lin Zuluo sits fuming as Ron scolds her for not staying home, treating his words as a joke, but she argues she's merely living in the dorms like everyone else. She asserts that he knows exactly why she wants to stay there, explaining her desire to break free from his entanglement. Reminding him she's his sister-in-law and deserves proper treatment, he adamantly refuses, telling her to find another woman to serve him while she insists he should serve her instead. She feels a profound sense of desolation, realizing how consumed she's been by their arguments, only to be further alarmed when he declares they aren't returning to the Fan family home tonight. Scared and confused, she demands to know where they are going. He calmly replies they are going to watch the sunrise, a revelation she finds surprisingly artistic. They arrive at the seaside and Ron pulls her into a tight embrace inside the car, telling her not to squirm. She asks if this means her older brother will finally get better, and he confirms before leaning in and kissing her. For a moment, his unexpected gentleness makes her forget to resist, feeling like a wave slowly drowning her. Waking later in Ron's car, she's disoriented, noting the surprisingly hard bed, and a wave of shock washes over her as she remembers the kiss. Mortified, she questions if she lost her mind or was cursed, cursing her own incorrigibility as she struggles to put on her clothes in the cramped space, feeling a strange pain in her waist. She then wonders where Ron, the main culprit, has disappeared to. She finally spots Ron watching the sunrise, lamenting that he didn't wake her up. She feels a pang of bittersweet longing, acknowledging that his moments of gentleness create an illusion of being loved, even though she knows their path leads to a bitter end, questioning why she allows herself to fall for him. Feeling uncomfortably hot and stuffy, she attempts to open a window, accidentally pressing the wrong button. Ron, watching her from the car, silently laughs at her youthful energy, reflecting that he tormented her all night and yet she's still so spirited. Upon returning home barefoot, she's greeted by Auntie Anne, who worries about her catching a cold, but Lin Zuluo rushes past her to her room. Ron, observing the scene, mentally labels her as hopeless and desperate. Once in her room, a sudden realization hits Lin Zuluo: she needs the contraceptive. A wave of panic crashes over her as she frantically searches, realizing she left it somewhere and Auntie Anne might have found it, leaving her in deep trouble and fearing she might be kicked out of the Feng family. Auntie Anne then appears, innocently asking what she's looking for. Lin Zuluo nervously deflects, claiming she's looking for nothing. To her utter horror, Auntie Anne then casually presents a box of emergency contraceptives, advising her to take it daily for her menstrual cycle and offering her red date soup, confirming Lin Zuluo's worst fears. Everyone already knows what happened between her and Ron. Resigned, Lin Zuluo takes the red date soup and the medication, deciding to let bygones be bygones as she sips the sweet mixture, whether from the medication or the soup itself. She can't be sure. Charlotte Lin's momentary delight in her delicious meal is violently interrupted when Ron Fan demands to know if she truly despises the thought of having a child with him. Her vehement yes only fuels his silent fury, making him realize he's been too lenient, and in a shocking display of possessiveness, he abruptly scoops her over his shoulder. Charlotte thrashes, screaming for him to release her, her pleas echoing as they pass Auntie Anne and Butler Mo, who stand by helpless and worried. He unceremoniously hurls her onto a bed in an unfamiliar room, ignoring her panic demands to know where she is. With a cold click, he locks the door, leaving her to pound on the impenetrable glass, his chilling smirk revealing his intent to make her suffer until she learns to behave. The room itself seems designed to be inescapable, the glass refusing to yield to her desperate blows. Outside, Ron Fan, referred to as the second young master, discusses the situation with Auntie Anne and Butler Mo. Butler Mo, concerned for the madam and the first young master, even suggests sedating her if she causes trouble, while Auntie Anne frets over madam's fragile body and the potential pregnancy. Ron Fan, dismissing their concerns, instructs them to deal with it later. He then tells Auntie Anne to speak to Charlotte while he goes to see the first young master. Charlotte, trapped inside, desperately scans her surroundings, a growing sense of dread washing over her as she realizes the futility of her situation. She pounds on the door, screaming Ron Fan's name, calling him crazy, while he, holding car keys, simply smiles coldly outside, secretly fuming that he can't believe she would turn her back on him. Inside, Charlotte hurls an ashtray at the window, only for it to clang harmlessly, a stark reminder of her prison. Her rage ignites, a fiery aura surrounding her as she realizes her powerlessness. Auntie Anne appears at the door, to whom Charlotte pleads to be let out so she can attend school. Auntie Anne explains that the room was originally a secure chamber for the second master, and Ron Fan possesses the only key, leaving Charlotte distraught and convinced he might never release her. When offered food, Charlotte angrily refuses, deeming herself too anxious to eat, and frantically commands Auntie Anne to call the police, branding her detention illegal. Auntie Anne, torn between her duties and Charlotte's distress, hesitantly agrees, while Butler Mo cautions her against aggressive action and suggests informing the first master. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, the bandaged first master, Shine, orders for a locksmith or for the door to be broken down, unaware of the full extent of the situation. Auntie Anne then reveals a crucial detail. Charlotte might be pregnant, having calculated the time precisely. Shine's injured face registers shock, then a relieved laugh as he thanks Auntie Anne, confident he can rest assured now. In another part of the mansion, Yvonne, a silver-haired woman, calmly eats a meal, a heavy chain conspicuously secured around her wrist. Ron Fan observes Yvonne with disdain, branding her cheap scum who harmed his brother, and wonders if she's brainless for eating so peacefully. Yvonne, unfazed, simply thinks she's still alive and won't die easily. Ron Fan, internally exasperated, admits she's harder to deal with than Charlotte Lynn. When a servant points out a bite mark on Ron Fan's neck, Yvonne boldly asks if he's been used by a woman, to his evident shock. She then declares that those women should die and in a twisted exchange offers her body as compensation, to which Ron Fan chillingly replies he'll slice her meat gradually. The servant recoils, finding their conversation increasingly creepy, as Yvonne defiantly dares Ron Fan to come on. The servant tries to appease Ron Fan with his favorite sliced beef. Ron Fan, however, lashes out, accusing him of frequenting nightclubs, and then silences him when he tries to justify himself. Back at Charlotte's prison, a locksmith confirms a hidden, automatically locking mechanism, stating the door can only be blasted open. Butler Mo and Auntie Anne, bringing food, regretfully inform Charlotte that they can't blast the door open due to Shine's condition. Charlotte weeps, feeling reduced to an animal, lamenting that she was never truly welcomed by the Shire family and others wouldn't treat her with such cruelty. She thinks that if she had more self-respect, she wouldn't be in this desperate situation. Suddenly, Yorick Van, Charlotte's university senior, arrives at the mansion with a bouquet of roses, inquiring about her. Jean, a servant, looks distressed as Charlotte is visible nearby, overhearing. Yorick expresses confusion about G. Shire's claim that Charlotte is the madam of the Fan family and still attends a lousy school. G. Shire, appearing with smug satisfaction, confirms Charlotte's married status and mocks her for riding a cheap bicycle. Yorick fiercely defends Charlotte, asserting that money worship is better than selling oneself, challenging G. Shire to take her claims to the Fan family. He walks away, realizing Charlotte isn't money-crazed and must be in some unspoken trouble. Lost in thought, Yorick reminisces about meeting Charlotte at an airplane model competition, her pretending to be his girlfriend to help his ailing mother, and his subsequent banishment to America by his angry mother after he confessed his feelings. Now he's returned, still holding onto his unrequited love, determined to make her happy. Arriving at the Grand Fan family mansion, he rings the doorbell, his thoughts still on Charlotte. Auntie Anne answers, and Yorick, introducing himself as Charlotte Sr., claims to be checking on her. Auntie Anne, flustered, fabricates a story about Charlotte being unwell and on leave, hoping to send Yorick away. Yorick, however, is now certain G. Shire was telling the truth about Charlotte's marriage. Auntie Anne awkwardly tries to prevent him from seeing her, claiming she's asleep, subtly confirming Charlotte is being kept from him. Yorick, suspecting something is amiss, pretends to leave but secretly scrutinizes his surroundings. From her locked room, Charlotte spots Yorick, a wave of conflicted emotions washing over her. She debates asking him for help but fears implicating him, especially as Shine's wife. Grateful for his concern, she decides to thank him and then notices that the window can actually be opened. Yorick sees her at the window, calling out to her. Charlotte quickly shushes him, assuring him she's well but urging him to leave quickly before Ron Fan returns. Yorick, perplexed by her seemingly healthy appearance yet obvious confinement, questions why she feels locked up. Charlotte, panicking, insists he leave immediately, pointing towards his car. As Yorick departs, Ron Fan appears, instantly recognizing him. His eyes blaze with fury, seeing Yorick as an audacious interloper daring to flirt with his wife. And without a word, he shoves Yorick violently. Charlotte screams, desperately telling Yorick to run. Charlotte, her eyes wide with alarm, desperately pleaded with Ron Fan to leave, warning Yavik Van to walk away quickly as she felt an ominous chill, seeing Ron Fan not as a human but as a devil crawling out of hell. Her pleas went unheard as Ron Fan ruthlessly landed a punch, shocking Charlotte, who cried out for him to stop, fearing he would kill Yavik. With each brutal strike, Charlotte's terror mounted, questioning if Ron Fan was even human, seeing him as no different from a psycho. A wave of guilt washed over her, convinced that if Yavik had left earlier, he wouldn't have met Ron Fan, making her feel responsible for his violent beating. As Ron Fan held her captive, he casually dismissed a concerned classmate and an older woman, declaring that he had willingly locked Charlotte up and advised the classmate to return to his nerd persona. Later, Ron Fan arrogantly waved off the idea of a rescue team, prioritizing his sleep. Leaving Charlotte to silently despair as Yavik was led away, realizing he was utterly outmatched against a formidable figure like Ron Fan. Confined once more, Charlotte watched her hopes and plans drift further and further away, while Ron Fan, his face etched with fury, ominously swore to beat Yavik until he dared not show up again if he ever returned. He then confronted a bandaged Charlotte, demanding to know what she had done wrong to be locked up, asserting she was not a prisoner. Charlotte coughed, growing increasingly frustrated as Ron Fan continued his relentless interrogation, asking why she remained silent and what grave mistake she had supposedly made, only offering to release her if she agreed to go to America for treatment, claiming it was for her own suffering. Enraged by his absurd demands, Charlotte defiantly asked if she would be freed only by death, to which Ron Fan chillingly replied he would send her to hell and make her his sister-in-law, prompting Charlotte to accuse him of madness, insisting on her innocence. Charlotte, still coughing, was haunted by his cruel words, comparing her to someone desperate to die and abandon her younger brother. Ron Fan then brought her medication, calmly stating it was time to eat, as Charlotte's mind raced with despair, wondering if she was truly pregnant and how she could possibly endure his relentless torture. A glimmer of surprise registered on Charlotte's face when Ron Fan, with a softened tone, promised to take her to America for treatment after his 30th birthday, then release her, eliciting a hesitant thank you from her. Observing a table of untouched food, Charlotte realized Ron Fan hadn't eaten all day, wondering if he was on a hunger strike, though she confirmed the food was still warm. She mused about saving the food for the Fan family, but Ron Fan curtly dismissed her, stating their family lacked nothing. He then squatted down, offering to feed her, a gesture that left Charlotte stunned, cynically thinking he was giving sweets after a beating and she wouldn't fall for such a tactic. She defiantly refused his food, claiming she couldn't afford to eat it, infuriating Ron Fan, who scoffed at her words, reminding her she had eaten with him before, while Charlotte simmered with resentment, believing he looked down on her and would not let her friends go. When Ron Fan asked if she would believe he was jealous, Charlotte scoffed, calling it a pathetic excuse for his violence, a sentiment Ron Fan ironically echoed before inviting her to eat downstairs. Charlotte, feigning sudden energy, eagerly declared her desire to go to school, but her body betrayed her as she felt a wave of dizziness. Ron Fan, his expression stern, caught her as she swayed, scolding her for attempting a hunger strike in her condition and warning it would lead to starvation, then instructed Aunt Anne to prepare a full meal. Charlotte remained unhappy, prompting Ron Fan to question if it was still about him hitting the nerd, and he angrily defended his actions, asking why he couldn't beat up someone who brought roses to his madam. Charlotte, outraged, called him a crazy psycho who made up all his own rules. At the dinner table, Ron Fan, sitting with an older woman, calmly decreed that Charlotte could go to school but must break ties with Yavik Fan, threatening to introduce Yavik to some male friends otherwise before slightly relenting, suggesting she could go to school but must return to the Fan family home at night. Charlotte, still fuming, internally vowed to fulfill her wifely duties but refused to comply with her brother-in-law's rules. Ron Fan mockingly asked if being locked up for a mere day felt inhuman, revealing his own childhood trauma of being locked up for days by his father at 5 or 6 years old, then demanded Charlotte show respect for his brother. Charlotte's thoughts drifted back to Aunt Anne's mentions of that very room, realizing it was Ron Fan's childhood prison, and wondered why his seemingly well-off father treated him with such cruelty. Ron Fan explained his father considered him a bastard who would bring shame, prompting Charlotte to ask if his brother had cared for him. He recounted a painful memory from his childhood where his 7 or 8-year-old brother secretly brought him hot food, only for Ron Fan to accidentally burn his brother's face with the steak. Yet his brother had selflessly claimed it was his own fault, a story that moved Charlotte, making her understand the depth of their bond. Charlotte, confused, questioned Ron Fan's disrespect toward his sister-in-law despite his brother's kindness, to which Ron Fan, with a faraway look, admitted his brother gave him a wonderful childhood, but he could not provide an ordinary life in return. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ron Fan vowed that anyone who dared to hurt his brother would pay dearly, crushing a teacup in his hand. Charlotte observed the raw revenge in his eyes, wishing Shine Fan wouldn't have to see Ron like this. She then cautiously asked if he had found Yvonne Ram, who was desperate to see Shine, suggesting they let Shine follow her for treatment. Ron Fan agreed, finding it reasonable since his brother had already consented to go to America for treatment, adding that he wasn't jealous of Yvonne Ram and only Shine's recovery mattered. He then coldly declared Yvonne Ram a dummy and a mastermind whose sins were unforgivable, questioning Charlotte's shallow feelings for his brother if her visits were so persistent. Charlotte pondered that by blocking Ron Fan from Shine, she had saved herself effort and gained peace of mind, to which Ron Fan agreed, telling her she only needed to serve him alone. The tranquility was shattered when an older woman announced that Madame Senior had called the police, a threat Ron Fan casually dismissed, inviting them for tea. Charlotte, alarmed, confirmed Ron was with Officer Zhao at the security office and pleaded with the older woman to stop Mrs. Fan from seeing the nerd, insisting on showing respect for a student. Ron Fan pulled Charlotte into a tight embrace, asserting that the Fan family had yet to reveal her identity and her role was to remain quietly at home. Charlotte, mortified, insisted he stop, calling the situation embarrassing and suggested they deal with it privately later in their room. She silently chastised herself for her impulsive act of beating Yavik. Ronfan smoothly explained the incident to the officer as a misunderstanding stemming from Yavik holding roses, offering to cover Yavik's medical and mental damages, and politely asking them not to disturb Yavik's rest. As Officer Zhao escorted Yavik away, Yavik felt like an unwelcome third wheel, questioning why Shine, despite being married, was so close to Ronfan, realizing the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Charlotte urged Ronfan to return to school, insisting she was truly fine. Yavik, lingering, questioned why Ron Fan was still hugging Charlotte if she was fine and why he was hugging her at all, reminding Ron Fan that he had married Shine. Ron Fan, with a possessive smirk, declared he liked hugging her and Yavik should simply get over it, causing Yavik to gasp in disbelief. Yavik angrily demanded Ron Fan release Charlotte, asserting she wasn't his wife and reminding Ron Fan that their arrangement was merely a pretense, and that the matter between him and Ron Fan was personal. Charlotte, torn, silently urged Yavik to forgive her, knowing Ron Fan would not let her go. Yavik, heartbroken, asked Charlotte how she could have changed so much, refusing to believe it was her choice and insisting she must be forced. Exhausted, Charlotte told Ron Fan she was tired and asked him to see Yavik off, to which Ron Fan smiled, promising to accompany her inside in a while. As Yavik walked away, he wished Charlotte happiness, acknowledging that Ron Fan, capable of bringing even a deputy commander, was indeed someone of importance. Charlotte was plagued by guilt, realizing she had inadvertently used Yavik, who had only been trying to help her escape her torment. Ron Fan sternly warned Charlotte to maintain both physical and emotional distance from Yavik, leaving Charlotte seething at his audacity that he could lock her up and assault someone yet see no fault in his own actions, feeling she truly had enough. Charlotte then found Ron Fan seemingly asleep in bed, wondering if he had truly drifted off. She mused about his innocent face masking a terrible character, then contemplated if his abusive, starved childhood had distorted his personality, questioning if his father was even human, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger herself. Charlotte imagined Ron Fan waking up and demanding they sleep together, but she firmly resolved not to fall for him again. Keenly aware of her true identity, only to then realize he had been feigning sleep all along. As she tried to move, she found herself inextricably held by Ron Fan's tight octopus grip, utterly unable to move. Ron Fan then whispered that he was tired and wouldn't touch her tonight, a statement that annoyed Charlotte, who internally scoffed at his perceived favor, yet she found herself strangely not struggling. She simply lay there, caught in a complex web of emotions as the night continued. Charlotte wakes up feeling profoundly flustered, questioning why she should ever trust a man's words, a sentiment that feels deeply painful. Her friend Doris confronts her, apologizing for helping someone and insisting he had no malicious intentions. But Charlotte, eyes wide with disbelief, immediately retorts that locking her up and taking advantage of Yorick Ann certainly seems malicious. Doris, mortified, admonishes Charlotte for loudly discussing giving her first time to him, but Charlotte frantically denies sleeping with anyone, wondering how anyone could look at her after such an ordeal. Later, Doris probes Charlotte about a crush on Ron Fan, suggesting they could become sister-in-laws, while Charlotte dismisses the idea of being jealous. As Ron Fan makes a grand entrance, captivating all the girls with his looks and power, Charlotte acknowledges his immense popularity. Doris warns Charlotte not to dwell on Ron Fan, subtly reminding her of Shine, whose face was disfigured in a car crash, highlighting that his heart is what truly matters. Charlotte looks away, pained and contemplative, questioning if she can truly keep Ron Fan for herself. Doris then asks about Van's beating and how he knew of Charlotte's marriage, leading Charlotte to inwardly lament that no one in the Shire family wanted to marry into the Fan family, pushing her into this, and now everyone gossips about her being a money worshipper. Doris, ever practical, urges Charlotte to drop the family drama and attend lectures, suggesting she could simply become a carefree madam at home. Moments later, Doris dramatically slams her phone down, calling Charlotte foolish for marrying for family interests. But Charlotte, agreeing she's unwilling, desperately pleads with Doris not to hit her. Ignoring the plea, Doris hits Charlotte's head, warning she'll go crazy if Charlotte keeps hitting asterisk her asterisk, a statement that only leaves Charlotte wincing in pain. Charlotte then spots Yorick Van and quickly approaches Doris, asking her to cover for her because he saw her. Yorick soon appears, questioning Doris about why she's suddenly jamming on her brakes. He then confronts Charlotte, his face bruised, declaring that his only regret is the end of their 2-year friendship and warning her that the more she involves herself, the deeper she'll be pulled into this mess. With tears in her eyes, Charlotte insists she's doing this for his own good as Doris tries to calm Yorick, telling him she's looking for Charlotte. Yorick dismisses her, reminding Doris that Charlotte is already married. Doris then tries to answer for Charlotte, but Yorick, with an intense gaze, demands to hear the answers directly from Charlotte herself. Doris, exasperated, asks if he wants to know if Charlotte is already married to Shine Fan, revealing that Shine was severely burnt and handicapped in a car crash, unable to care for himself, and that Charlotte was forced into this marriage by the Shire family. Yorick is visibly shocked, confirming the extent of Shine Fan's injuries, but Doris warns him against challenging Ron Fan's power. Undeterred, Yorick declares his intention to rescue Charlotte. Doris is instantly distressed, realizing she's complicated things and that Yorick is incredibly stubborn, wondering where Charlotte disappeared to. Charlotte reappears, startling Doris, and expresses her shock, having thought she was being kidnapped. Charlotte demands to know what Doris told Yorick. Doris claims she only explained the situation and he simply left, musing that Yorick won't easily give up. Charlotte, still concerned, looks distraught, but Doris, with a mischievous grin, calls the whole situation of two men fighting over Charlotte both exciting and dramatic. Charlotte internally dismisses Doris's romantic fantasies, reminding her that she is Shine Fan's wife and that this man is definitely up to something other than loving her. Doris, seeing Charlotte's distressed face, quickly agrees not to tease her anymore. Later on a call, Charlotte reassures Auntie Anne that the school canteen food is acceptable, despite it not being as good as home. Doris agrees Auntie Anne worries too much, just as Ron Fan arrives, commanding everyone's attention with his dazzling presence. He approaches Charlotte, feigning surprise and inviting himself to eat with her. Ron Fan then, with a charming smile, asks Charlotte to get him some meat dishes as he dislikes vegetables. Charlotte watches in stunned disbelief as Ron Fan unceremoniously snatches her mushroom and tomato egg dishes, then grimaces at them. Despite his obvious distaste, Charlotte still offers him her meal, asserting its edibility and deliciousness, and Ron Fan, with a sly wink, claims it tastes delicious because it's from her, causing Charlotte to mentally label him shameless. Charlotte feels utterly tricked by him yet again. A waiter arrives with a specially ordered platter of braised pork and chicken chops for Ron Fan, who expresses his satisfaction. Ron Fan then urges Charlotte to eat more meat, oblivious to the buzzing gossip of students remarking on his voracious appetite and Charlotte's discomfort. Charlotte, wanting nothing more than to escape, fixates on Ron Fan as he continues to eat. Charlotte asks if Ron Fan is feeling unwell, noticing he seems uncomfortable. He explains his stomach hurts from eating too fast, and Doris corroborates that Auntie Anne mentioned his ceaseless work. Charlotte, concerned, asks if he's in pain and suggests the campus clinic, but Ron Fan casually brushes it off, saying he won't die. He then receives a call stating he has to leave. Doris offers to tidy Charlotte's things, promising Charlotte can do it next time. As Ron Fan drives away, he sees Charlotte chasing his car in his rearview mirror. He abruptly slams on the brakes, leaving Charlotte breathless from running. Charlotte, now at his car window, frantically orders him to open his mouth. Ron Fan, surprised by her sudden appearance, smirks and asks if she wants to kiss him, only to cry out in disgust as she shoves something incredibly bitter into his mouth. Charlotte sternly orders him not to spit it out, explaining it's stomach medicine for his acute pain. Ron Fan swallows the bitter medicine, his heart thumping as Charlotte, still panting, watches him. She then offers him more medicine, advising him to see Dr. King once he gets home. In a sudden move, Ron Fan pulls Charlotte into a passionate embrace and kisses her deeply. Charlotte's eyes well up with tears as she pulls away, questioning her own actions and feeling utterly bewildered. She flings open the car door and runs, while Ron Fan watches her bewildered retreat. Charlotte, still unsure of her motives, wonders what she's doing. Doris, impatiently waiting, points out Charlotte's swollen lips. Charlotte, catching a glimpse of her reflection, stares at her bruised lips, inwardly wondering if Ron Fan is a dog for biting her so hard. Doris teases her about who might have kissed her, Yorick or Ron Fan, expressing her shock that a rich young master would dine in the school canteen. Charlotte, covering her face in embarrassment, recalls the jealous stares and asks if Ron Fan will really become a regular. Charlotte then asks Doris about the severity of Shine Fan's burns, learning he has no intact skin and sometimes needs a breathing machine, though Doris suspects he might be exaggerating. Doris recounts that Shine Fan, a famous talent, cannot be fully cured even by his wealthy family, and he still grieves for another woman. Doris wonders if the woman is dead or if she's given up on treatment, noting that Shine promised to go to the US after his birthday for further care. Doris believes marrying Charlotte is a blessing, but Charlotte disagrees, feeling she can't go through with it. Charlotte internally laments her betrayal of Shine as his wife. Determined, she plans to go somewhere alone, dismissing Auntie Anne's worries as excessive, even as Auntie Anne calls her. As Charlotte attempts to leave, Yorick Van suddenly grabs her arm. Yorick desperately asks Charlotte to admit she's unhappy, offering to help her. Charlotte, however, tries to explain that while she was initially forced, she is now willing to stay in the Fan family. Yorick scoffs at her explanation, calling her kind but certainly not noble for her willingness to remain. Charlotte flinches as she sees something on Yorick, and bystanders comment on possible burn scars, wondering if it's Shine Fan. Charlotte, disgusted, recoils, thinking it's another trick by Ron Fan. She tries to walk away, dismissing the notion of Ron tricking her with Doris, but Yorick grabs her arm, urging her to wait. Charlotte pulls away, reiterating her desire for nothing to do with him, and shoves a document into his hand. The document states her willingness to marry Shine Fan, the man disfigured in the fire. Charlotte, eyes glistening, reflects on the immense pain Shine must have endured. But Yorick dismisses her feelings as mere sympathy, not love, insisting the Fan family has superior doctors to care for him, then questions his own worth as a husband. The air around Charlotte buzzed with cruel gossip as onlookers speculated about a man in a luxury car, suggesting he was merely testing shallow, money-worshipping. Another suitor, oblivious, tried to comfort Charlotte, telling her to let go and that he would stand by Shine Fan, the supposed target of this public ridicule, but Charlotte, determined not to be hurt, wondered if Shine was truly being laughed at. Her shock turned to bewilderment as she witnessed Shine himself, bandaged and fragile in a wheelchair, being pushed through the crowd. He called her wifey, proclaiming he was there to pick her up from school, sending a ripple of disbelief through the crowd and a jolt through Charlotte's heart as she realized this was the first time he had called her that. making her question if she should be happy, acknowledging only Shine treated her as his wife. As Shine's driver Donnie handed over a blanket noting Dr. Kim's instructions for Charlotte to keep warm, Shine tenderly draped it over her shoulders, his touch a shocking caress that made Charlotte blush and feel a strange sensation. The crowd erupted in arguments, recognizing Charlotte Lynn, a social media professional, causing a stir, but Shine, unfazed, simply told Charlotte, "Let's go home," and they drove away. Charlotte's thoughts raced, reflecting on the newspaper headlines detailing entrepreneur Shine Fan's severe burns from a warehouse fire. She found it impossible that he could have recovered so well in just 4 months, noticing his silhouette was significantly larger than in his photos, and his eyes held a subtle difference, making her suspicious. Meanwhile, her persistent suitor confronted a young woman named Doris, demanding to know if she had seen Shine Fan, suggesting Doris was being overly paranoid about a man who was clearly in the medical room. He watched with a grimace as Shine's car sped away, leaving him frustrated and unable to intervene. Inside the car, Charlotte gently questioned Shine about his decision to pick her up despite his poor health, to which he apologized, admitting he was embarrassed by his appearance and felt his brother should be let out of the medical room, calling it a prison. Charlotte, trying to ease his discomfort, insisted she was happy he had come and encouraged him to go out more often, even as she struggled with his unexpected weight while helping him, suggesting she sit next to him instead. As Shine's eyes opened, Charlotte was startled by the striking resemblance of his every movement to Ron, prompting her to chide herself for thinking of him at such a moment, yet she found herself blushing. Shine then pulled her into a tight embrace, declaring his desire to keep holding her and instructing her to call him hubby, leaving Charlotte to wonder if Ron Fan, his brother, had cast some kind of spell on her with their similar mannerisms. Moments later, Ron, still disguised as Shine, abruptly asked Charlotte if she wanted to have a child with him, catching her off guard. Charlotte confessed she had never considered it but acknowledged her role as his wife, quickly adding that she simply wasn't ready to have a child so early and preferred to wait until after graduation. Ron, observing her, amused that Shine probably wanted a child sooner due to his health issues, while Charlotte, in turn, expressed understanding for his possibly erratic mood given his worries. Suddenly, the car coughed and a phone vibrated. Charlotte and Ron were both shocked to realize the ringtone was from Ron's cell phone, currently sitting in the car. The driver, Donnie, stammered that Madam was calling, asking why Ron's phone was in Shine's car, to which Donnie replied that the second young master, Ron, had used the car earlier. Charlotte, realizing Ron's carelessness, then questioned Shine about his relationship with Yorick Van, mentioning Auntie Anne's report that Ron had beaten him up. Shine explained that Yorick Van was simply his senior from school. Ron, still feigning, recounted how he and Charlotte had met when he lost a school model competition because of her, and then how he had asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend to appease his mother. Charlotte observed that the two brothers were remarkably similar, prompting Ron as Shine to angrily chastise her for falling for such a trick, questioning her intelligence. He then cut her off, telling her to continue talking but not to look at him, explaining that the fake relationship never became real and they eventually told his mother the truth. He claimed he had left for America, only recently returning, which caused the huge incident, the fire, and then sarcastically asked if she had fulfilled her wifely duties. Charlotte, furious, retorted that he was stupid, confirming he had never touched her, and vowed to fulfill her duties as his wife, questioning the nature of their relationship and calling it even more despicable than her past with Yorick Van. Ron, meanwhile, concluded internally that Charlotte's heart already belonged to someone else. Charlotte, flustered, hesitantly asked if the man Shine was referring to was Ron, then immediately denied it, promising Shine she would never repeat such a mistake and pleading for another chance. Shine, with a hidden smirk, simply agreed and then instructed Charlotte to take care of her own brother, emphasizing that brotherly relationships wouldn't last forever. Charlotte bristled, thinking that Ron was spoiled and no one cared about her, contrasting it with Ron's brother's anger. Ron then had Charlotte repeat his instructions to care for him, detailing duties like serving tea, massaging his shoulders, and spending time with him, leaving Charlotte to wonder if she was merely a sister-in-law being pushed away by her own husband. With a forced smile, Charlotte suggested that if Shine was truly worried about his brother, he should find Ron a wife, a suggestion Ron readily agreed to, even tasking Charlotte with arranging a blind date for him. Charlotte felt a surprising pressure from his quick acceptance, while Ron probed why she seemed so reluctant to let go of him. Ron internally wondered if Charlotte knew about his true identity and good looks, questioning his own folly for considering a silly girl like her, while Charlotte, oblivious, decided she could indeed try arranging the blind date. Ron, however, quickly dismissed the notion of playing blind date games with her and suggested she set the matter aside if she was truly reluctant to let him go. Charlotte, pondering the blind date, realized she should have distanced herself from Ron long ago. As they returned to the mansion, the butler Mo joyfully believed the second young master had brought Madam back as a couple. Mo greeted Ron, addressing him as second young master, and informed him that Auntie Anne had cooked his favorite sizzling beef tenderloin. Charlotte, confused, asked if Ron was home, prompting Ron, still in disguise, to glare at Mo, telling him to wake up and implicitly reminding him of the charade. Charlotte was then instructed to find Ron upstairs and ask him to meet Shine in the medical treatment room. Charlotte asked Shine if he was returning to the depressing medical room, but he simply told her to wait for Ron outside and ensure Ron came to the medical treatment room. As he had something to say, Charlotte sat alone on the stairs, waiting when Mo approached her, asking if she had pushed him in, wondering if he had gone out again. Charlotte, completely bewildered, questioned what Mo meant by the one I pushed in, wondering if her eyes were deceiving her and if Mo was somehow mistaking Shine for Ron. Sensing her confusion, Mo apologized, admitting he was blinded just now, explaining he had mistakenly called the man in the wheelchair second young master and even cooked him solid food despite Shine only being able to consume liquids. Just then, Ron appeared, perfectly healthy and dashing, confirming Mo's blindness. Mo expressed surprise at Ron's swift arrival, while Ron internally smirked at how quickly he had shed his disguise, creating a visual trick of two identical men for Charlotte. Charlotte, still reeling from the confusion, relayed Shine's message for Ron to meet him in the medical treatment room. Ron, observing her, mused that he was becoming addicted to messing with her and thought he should probably tell her the truth soon. Charlotte, noticing his intense gaze, asked why he was staring at her, to which Ron simply stated she had ash on her face and gently wiped it away, leaving Charlotte's heart thumping as he walked away. Alone, Ron internally chided Charlotte's incorrigible nature, hoping his brother could help him let go of these burgeoning feelings. Then asked Dr. King about his brother's condition. Dr. King confirmed first young Master Shine's condition had stabilized, and Ron realized his brother's request likely concerned Charlotte. In the medical room, Shine, still bandaged, immediately demanded Ron's marriage certificate with Charlotte. Ron scoffed, dismissing the document as useless and urging Shine to focus on hospital preparations instead. Shine then confronted Ron, relaying Auntie Anne's concern that Zulio had already fallen in love with him and questioned why Ron continued to torture her. Ron casually replied there was no rush to hand over the marriage certificate. Shine threatened to tell Charlotte directly or go to the Civil Bureau office if Ron refused. Ron, with a knowing smile, inwardly believed revealing his protective deception to Charlotte would only break her heart further and warned Shine he would regret it. Shine then pressed Ron on whether he had ever considered having a child of his own. Ron dismissed the idea, stating his current mental state would make it disastrous for a child. Shine, observing his brother, wondered if his own hasty actions were helping or harming Ron, suggesting they discuss something less intense. Ron then shifted the topic, probing Shine about Yvonne Rami, asking how he was so mesmerized by her and if they had slept together. Shine, pained, replied she was gone and there was no point in discussing her further. Ron, however, persisted, asking if Shine would still love her if she were alive, while internally recognizing that Yvonne Rami was Shine's solitary pillar of hope, even at the precipice of life and death. The story immediately plunges into Ron's cynical internal monologue, dismissing Charlotte as merely a victim of their family's entanglement rather than someone he'd die for. At the dinner table, the refined Auntie Anne gently guides a curious Charlotte to her seat, while Ron maintains a cold, unreadable expression that makes Charlotte wonder what's bothering him. Charlotte, feeling her hands are dirty, contemplates the inappropriateness of her thoughts, then offers Ron some mushroom soup, inwardly questioning Auntie Anne's constant vegan choices as Ron drinks it with a perpetually scary expression. When Charlotte urges him to eat more meat, Ron meticulously removes the fatty parts, a gesture that Charlotte internally finds annoying and greasy, though she eventually appreciates him leaving the lean meat for her. This small act of kindness brings back a painful memory for Charlotte of a childhood incident where someone poured ice on her for taking lean meat, making her shiver all night. Ron then tells Charlotte to eat more before abruptly asking if she is free tomorrow for a blind date arranged by Shine. Charlotte is stunned, questioning if he's the one setting her up, to which Ron dismissively states it has nothing to do with him, adding pointedly that she should stop pretending to be his sister-in-law because she never was. Enraged, Charlotte asserts her status as his legally married sister-in-law, threatening a police report for harassment, but Ron merely scoffs at her empty threats before the world is a cruel place for Charlotte, who for years has endured the cutting remarks of G, a red-haired woman who relentlessly taunts her for not marrying a wealthier man, instead tying herself to someone G deems handicapped. Charlotte's irritation boils over as G, unprompted, continues to label her as a materialistic girl, but Charlotte's sister Jean quickly steps in, urging her to ignore the venomous taunts. Jean then reveals that Shine, Charlotte's husband, has asked her to arrange blind dates for Ron Fan, and she thought of Charlotte first. Charlotte, remembering a past humiliation where Ron had already turned her down, recoils at the idea. She pleads with Jean, begging her to go in her stead to save her from the awkwardness and to make explanations to Shine easier, acknowledging that Ron's status isn't that bad. Jean, with a sigh, agrees to be her cannon fodder, while G, eavesdropping, snickers that Charlotte will only humiliate herself further. Determined to salvage the situation, Jean, now masquerading as Charlotte, prepares for the supposed blind date, steeling herself to project an image of socialite status, knowing there's no turning back. At the opulent venue, G arrives with her mother and other socialites, reveling in the anticipated spectacle of Jean's public humiliation if Ron fails to show. Jean anxiously considers calling Ron as mealtime approaches, but G's mother advises patience, warning that men dislike being rushed, just as Jean's phone lights up with Ron's incoming call. Jean, still pretending to be Charlotte, frantically asks Ron where he is and why he's run off again, internally fuming at his audacity to arrange the date and then play hard to get. She desperately bargains, offering him anything he desires if he would just appear. Ron, with a sly reminder that she was the one who made the offer, promises to arrive in half an hour, leaving Jean with a sigh of relief but an unsettling premonition of trouble. A montage of various couples answering silly questions about their relationships flashes by, irrelevant to Charlotte's current plight. Back at the restaurant, G continues to needle Jean, mocking her for Ron's prolonged absence and declaring it self-humiliation. Jean, feigning nonchalance, explains she's merely accompanying Charlotte for dinner, not humiliating herself. G escalates her taunts, accusing Jean of deceiving everyone, loudly proclaiming that the entire city knows about Charlotte's blind date with Ron, just as Ron Fan himself appears, his arrival silencing G and her companions in stunned disbelief. Ron, with a smooth apology for his tardiness, dismisses Jean's offer to leave and suggests they finish eating together. He playfully asks Charlotte, Jean, about her steak preference, leaving Jean flustered by his unexpected charm. Meanwhile, the real Charlotte, alone outside, receives a cryptic text from Ron about his car being unlocked and a veiled threat if she dares to leave. Feeling an inexplicable unease despite her presumed freedom from him, she decides to return. Seeing the beautiful night sky, she quickly checks her phone again, confirming Ron's message about the unlocked car. Approaching the vehicle, she finds it indeed open, a sense of daring mixed with a familiar scent filling the air as she considers finding his key to keep it safe. Returning home, Charlotte fabricates a story for Auntie Anne, claiming Ron is still on a blind date with MS. Shire and won't be back that night, leaving the elderly woman worried about Charlotte's disappointment. Alone in her room, Charlotte weeps, chastising herself for her lingering feelings for Ron, reminding herself that Shine is her husband and she must put these emotions behind her. Auntie Anne, hearing her cries, relays the first young master's urgent request to speak with her about Ron, but Charlotte, overwhelmed, refuses to open the door, declaring herself unwell and unwilling to hear another word about Ron Fan. She instructs Auntie Anne to tell Shine she's not feeling well and that it's best they remain strangers, choosing to confront her feelings tomorrow. Unbeknownst to Charlotte, Ron is with a different blonde woman, MS Lynn, at another dinner, admiring her intellect but inwardly admitting his preference for Charlotte in bed. After his own mother and sister arrive, Ron makes his excuses to MS Lynn, who silently acknowledges the impossibility of their connection, deciding to preemptively end things. A staff member then approaches Ron, handing him his car keys and informing him that MS Lynn had left them an hour earlier, having audaciously stood him up. Ron returns to the mansion, demanding to know the young lady's whereabouts. Auntie Anne explains that Charlotte has locked herself in her room, visibly upset, which Ron acknowledges with a smirk, noting her capacity for sadness means she's not entirely hopeless. He forcefully enters Charlotte's room, finding her in bed. Charlotte, startled, demands to know who he is and tells him to leave, but Ron's eyes narrow as he declares it's time for her to honor her promise, warning that this is her punishment for being disobedient. Early one morning, a cheerful auntie greeted Charlotte Lynn, informing her breakfast wasn't ready and suggesting she rest a bit more, all while suppressing a happy laugh. Charlotte, observing her maid's peculiar joy, suddenly realized Auntie Anne likely knew about her secret relationship with Ron Fan, and a cold dread filled her as she decided she needed to escape this house, which felt increasingly like a trap. She swiftly declared she was going to the university and didn't need breakfast. Later, still dreaming of giant chicken drumsticks, Charlotte was abruptly startled awake by the ominous click of her door opening, sending a jolt of panic through her as she wondered if a thief had invaded her room. Instead, her friend Doris burst in, her face a mix of shock and accusation, asking what Charlotte was doing and why she was up so early. Doris immediately launched into an interrogation, suggesting Charlotte had been bitten by a bug, then directly accusing her of having slept with Ron Fan, definitively stating that Shine Fan wouldn't have been capable of such a thing. Charlotte was left reeling, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and despair, wondering if her past affections for Shine Fan had been nothing but a charade. Doris, attempting to console her, told her not to blame herself, asserting it was only natural to fall for Ron Fan and questioning if Ron Fan had perhaps forced her. Charlotte, feeling cornered, mumbled an apology as Doris offered her a scarf, cautioning her that if word got out, Ron Fan would merely be labeled a player, while Charlotte, as a woman, would become a target for malicious gossip and bullying. Grateful for Doris's advice, Charlotte accepted the scarf, understanding the perilous social landscape she now navigated. At the university, Yorick Van suddenly appeared, calling out to Charlotte, only for Doris to swiftly intervene, reminding him Charlotte was married and instructing Charlotte to head to class. Yorick, undeterred, insisted the matter at hand was far more important than her class, and urged Charlotte to follow him if she had any doubts about her husband, Shine Fan. Charlotte, her heart pounding with a strange mix of fear and curiosity, sent Doris ahead and confronted Yorick, who, after admitting his question might sound strange, asked her to answer honestly. He then directly questioned if she had ever seen the real Shine Fan, dropping the bombshell that the person who had picked her up on Friday afternoon was not Shine Fan. Charlotte, trying to dismiss his claims, insisted she recognized her own husband, but Yorick, undeterred, presented his evidence. He had consulted a burn recovery professor who, after reviewing photos and surveillance footage, had concluded that the man who picked her up was a completely healthy person, one who had never suffered burns, unlike the real Shine Fan. Yorick further elaborated, stating that a burn victim's skin would be inflexible and deformed for months, making it impossible for the person she saw to be Shine Fan, strongly suspecting Ron Fan had been impersonating him to deceive her. Charlotte's world shattered as she realized that every encounter she believed was with Shine Fan had been a lie, that the entire Fan family had been toying with her like a puppet. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Charlotte, still in shock and perhaps denial, dismissed Yorick's findings as mere speculations and private family matters, stubbornly refusing his help and forcing a smile as she told him she was fine, though internally she vowed that Ron Fan would pay. That night, back at the Fan family estate, Charlotte declared a hunger strike, refusing to eat until she could see the real Shine Fan. Ron Fan, utterly amused by her defiance, scoffed, telling her to starve, convinced it would sharpen her mind and increase her IQ, and even ordered Auntie Anne to withhold all food. However, Auntie Anne, unwilling to let the Fan family descendants starve, secretly resolved to bring Charlotte food, even if it meant facing Ron Fan's wrath. Charlotte, meanwhile, had deliberately left her door unlocked, silently hoping Shine would come to her. Auntie Anne arrived with a tray of Charlotte's favorite hash browns, explaining that Ron Fan was preoccupied and Charlotte should seize the opportunity to eat. Charlotte, however, steadfastly refused the food, reiterating her hunger strike until Auntie Anne, heartbroken, implored her to eat for the sake of the baby in her belly. Charlotte gasped, realizing her pregnancy had been discovered. Ron Fan, who had been observing the entire exchange, approached, taking the hash browns from Auntie Anne, commenting on how perplexing young people's romantic games were. Suddenly, a door clicked open and Charlotte looked up to see Shine entering, who announced he was there to personally serve her dinner. Initially surprised by what seemed like a moment of kindness, Charlotte quickly regained her composure, telling him to leave, insisting she didn't deserve his attention. He commanded her to sit down, hinting that her restlessness stemmed from the previous night's events, then offered her a piece of a biscuit, claiming his saliva had made it sweet after he had finished her leftover dessert. Charlotte, utterly disgusted, realizing he had eaten the dessert meant for Jean, violently spat out the biscuit, roaring that he was loathsome and demanding to see the true Shine. She threatened divorce, only for Ron Fan to scoff, daring her to try, and warning he would simply have his uncle tie her up and drag her back. Charlotte, realizing the power imbalance, declared that as long as she lived, he wouldn't be able to force her into the Fan family, and if he was truly so skilled, he should simply force her to become a family ghost, implying she would die rather than submit. In a desperate act of rebellion, Charlotte bit his arm, then as he pulled her closer, she bit his tongue before collapsing in tears, pleading with him to let her see her older brother for just a second. Ron Fan, clutching his bleeding tongue, told her to wash up and wait obediently, while Charlotte secretly celebrated, knowing he had fallen into her trap and she only needed to confirm the wound. As minutes stretched, Charlotte contemplated if the man truly was Shine and wondered if she should flee, reflecting on how her marriage was merely a repayment to her uncle, a grim reminder of how the Zia family's daughters were pitied for marrying Shine. Then a click and Shine entered, bandaged, yet Charlotte instantly noticed his remarkably healthy teeth, which contradicted his earlier claim of dentures. His figure was identical to Ron Fan's, leading her to remark that if this was Shine, his physique was suspiciously perfect. She then boldly demanded to see his true identity, but quickly feigned innocence, asking hubby to scold Ron Fan for bullying her. He chuckled, a sound Charlotte interpreted as mockery of her supposed stupidity, but she resolved to address it later. Gently, he touched her face, asking if she had been wronged, and as she nodded, he pulled her into a tight hug, but her suspicions solidified. He was clearly faking it, and she was not as foolish as he thought. Despite her aversion, Charlotte initiated a kiss, needing to verify his identity, a move Ron Fan mentally registered as her becoming addicted to him. As he finally opened his mouth, Charlotte seized the moment, and the metallic taste of blood confirmed a wound on his tongue. Ron Fan realized, with a flicker of annoyance, that he had fallen into her trap, musing that her hunger strike must have sharpened her wits. Charlotte then confronted him directly, demanding to know why he was pretending to be her brother to deceive her. With a weary sigh, he admitted she had discovered him, acknowledging there was no longer a need to hide, and complimented her intelligence, asking who had enlightened her. Charlotte revealed her knowledge, stating he had been using a simulated human skin mask ever since he joined the Fan family, exposing his elaborate deception. A distraught Charlotte screams at Ron Fan, demanding to know what she did wrong for him to treat her like an idiot, her face contorted in tears and despair. Ron Fan, shockingly calm, tells her to settle down, claiming she's always been a bad woman who only loves money. Charlotte's rage flares as she realizes her feelings are utterly worthless in his eyes, roaring that she hates him. With a desperate plea to not be touched, she flees the house, ignoring the shocked maid who questions her tears and destination so late at night. Outside, the maid and butler Mo try to reason with her, but Charlotte, her voice sharp with betrayal, declares them all liars, proclaiming her hatred for them all as she runs into the night. Suddenly, a familiar figure, a senior on a motorcycle, appears and urges her to get on, promising to explain later, whisking her away from the opulent cage. Charlotte clutches onto him tightly as they speed off into the darkness, leaving Butler Mo and the maid to speculate about the senior and their need to inform the young master immediately. Back at the mansion, the maid implores Ron Fan, the second young master, to chase Charlotte, insisting she's deeply hurt. But Ron Fan sternly rebukes her, reminding her they were the ones who wronged Charlotte, and he refuses to chase her back just to lock her up again, dismissing the maid's concern as an attempt to let Charlotte throw a fit. Meanwhile, on the bike, the senior hands Charlotte a tissue, regretting that he exposed Ron, but Charlotte fiercely states she prefers the truth over lies, thanking him for revealing Ron's deception. Resting on some steps, the senior wonders why a powerful family like the Fans would go to such lengths to deceive a girl, and Charlotte, still visibly upset, contemplates her next move, questioning whether Ron Fan would even agree to a divorce. As it's cold and the female dorms are closed, the senior suggests they go upstairs. Charlotte, however, though tempted by his offer months ago, realizes she's still officially Mrs. Fan and needs to avoid any further trouble, humorously asking him to use his vice president status to get into her dorm, to which he agrees. Later, the senior leaves, reassuring Charlotte he supports her decision to focus on her studies, but alone in her dorm room, Charlotte breaks down, crying tears of agonizing heartbreak, wishing she could sleep forever to escape the pain of loving Ron Fan so much. Far away, Ron Fan, seething in his car, misinterprets Charlotte's departure, convinced she ran off with her ex-boyfriend, his pride wounded as he labels her as conceited. He repeatedly rejects calls from Butler Mo, furious that the old man keeps hounding him for news about that woman, even changing phones to reach him before finally answering to snap that there's nothing to worry about. But the true urgency lies with his brother, the second young master, whose emotions are unstable and who refuses his ventilator. Ron Fan, his jaw clenched, realizes he must return quickly to his brother. Back at the family residence, Ron Fan confronts the man responsible for his brother's current state, who guiltily explains that an accidental urine splash during a catheter procedure due to not wearing his glasses deeply upset his brother. Ron Fan, understanding his brother's obsessive cleanliness and fragile mental state, immediately orders Butler Mo to call Dr. King, settle his wages, and give him a year's worth of salary as compensation. Entering his brother's room, Ron Fan finds him bandaged and distraught, and gently promises he won't leave him ever again. His brother, completely dejected, feels utterly useless, believing he might as well be dead if he has to live like this, lamenting that everyone tries to treat him normally, but the truth remains unchanged. As Charlotte sleeps soundly, the maid, Auntie Anne, reflects that Charlotte's escape from the Fan family's misery is a good thing, admitting they wronged her. Meanwhile, Ron Fan's brother wakes, noticing Ron still frowns even in his sleep, blaming himself for Ron's troubles. Ron Fan tries to reassure him, claiming Charlotte will return in a few days, but his brother retorts that if Ron truly made her angry enough to leave, he should just let her go. Ron Fan, however, privately acknowledges he can't bear the thought of her belonging to another man, despite his earlier actions forcing her to have a child. His brother, momentarily shifting the mood, whimsically mentions clams from Bay High Street, prompting Ron Fan to immediately call Donnie to procure them, even though his brother then petulantly refuses to eat them. Ron Fan, still hoping to cheer him up, secretly thinks buying them will make him feel better, instructing his brother not to let Auntie Anne know. His brother then utters a chilling wish for freedom from illness and suffering, a final thought to convey to Ron. The mood turns grim as Ron's brother suddenly declares he wants Ron to live a good, happy life, before horrifyingly slashing his wrist with a sharp object, causing a bloody mess on the bed. Ron Fan frantically asks how his brother feels, stating he'll be out for a while. Butler Mo, witnessing the tragedy, professes his loyalty, stating it's been his blessing to follow Ron since he was little. Ron's brother, in a moment of clarity and urgency, instructs Butler Mo that if Charlotte and Ron cannot reconcile, they must divorce, and he intends to compensate her with 5% equity shares, a house, and should she have a child from the Fan family, everything under his name. Butler Mo attempts to soothe him, reminding him that Charlotte is a person they wronged, not an animal, eventually agreeing to his requests but internally resolving to keep Ron unaware of the full extent of his brother's desperate plan. The brother then states he'll take a nap while waiting for Ron to return with the clams he secretly went to buy, before closing his eyes, remarking that he can finally feel no pain. A sudden loud boom echoes, and Butler Mo and the maid express concern over the young master's pessimistic words, while a doctor urgently tells someone to get out of the way. The doctor directs others to lift up as they rush Ron Fan's brother, now bleeding heavily, into an ambulance. Butler Mo, his face pale with shock, desperately calls for an ambulance, addressing Mr. Shine. Simultaneously, Ron Fan, who had bribed his way to the front of a clam queue, receives a frantic call from Dr. King, urging him to rush to the Military District General Hospital, where his brother is now in an ambulance. 3 days later, Charlotte sits glumly in a cafeteria, her friend noting she's been like a dead fish since that fateful night, wondering why Charlotte isn't eating her food. Charlotte observes that Ron isn't the only one who hasn't contacted her. Even Auntie Anne and Butler Mo have been silent, leaving her to ponder if her anger means her feelings are unimportant. She finds a strange peace in the quiet, but admits to thinking more about her parents. Her friend Doris asks why Min hasn't sought her out, and Charlotte reveals he's married a 20-year-old. Doris is disgusted, recalling Min's vulgar admission that he knew she was a virgin the first time they met, labeling him a truly disgusting person. Charlotte's phone rings, it's Auntie Anne. Suspecting Auntie Anne is calling to speak well of Ron, Charlotte decides not to pick up, but Doris insists she answers. Doris answers the phone herself, introducing herself as Charlotte's classmate and informs Auntie Anne that Charlotte isn't going to meet her. Auntie Anne explains she's at the school entrance with soup and wants to share it. Charlotte, while eating, thinks Auntie Anne is kind and elderly but remains Ron's accomplice. Yet she ultimately decides to go, reasoning that she's still the wife of the Fan family. Cautiously, Charlotte approaches the entrance and is surprised to see Auntie Anne seemingly alone, waiting for her. Noticing Auntie Anne's red eyes and hoarse voice, Charlotte asks if she's unwell. Auntie Anne, appearing genuinely concerned, hands Charlotte a container of warm rib soup and hash browns, along with a bag containing $10,000 cash and a credit card, explaining it's for Charlotte's birthday, a gesture that touches Charlotte despite her allergies and the thought of campus food. Auntie Anne gently advises Charlotte to eat well, take care of herself, and call if she needs medication. Charlotte, moved by the old woman's sincere care, promises to do so. Auntie Anne then departs in a car, leaving Charlotte to watch her go, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. Doris's friend Ron excitedly pointed out delicious potatoes and money, while Doris, surprised, identified the soup as containing Ganoderma lucidum, urging Ron to drink it. But as Ron chattered, Doris's attention drifted, a chilling premonition that something had happened to Shine washing over her. Ron, initially dismissive, conceded that Ron hadn't been himself lately, and then with a jolt realized Doris had vanished. Ignoring Ron's calls about the fragrant soup, Doris was already out, a frantic urgency gripping her as she rushed to the Fan family mansion, the persistent ding-dong of the doorbell echoing her growing dread that no one was home. Her heart sinking, she couldn't reach Ron or Auntie Anne, who was too upset, nor Butler Mo. A desperate thought struck her. Donnie, the talkative driver, might know something. She called him, catching him in his car, and he revealed he was at a hospital gate, the very one where Dr. Zinn used to work. Donnie, flustered, confessed that Butler Mo had ordered all information about Shine to be kept a secret from Doris. Panicked by his slip, Donnie begged her not to come, but Doris was already determined, flagging down his car. She promised not to enter if he wouldn't be scolded, but demanded to know about Shine's condition. With a heavy sigh, Donnie revealed the devastating truth. Shine had been in a coma for 2 days in a vegetative state, possibly brain dead, having attempted suicide. A wave of crushing guilt washed over Doris, wondering if her leaving the Fan family had caused this tragedy. Donnie prepared to inform Butler Mo, but it was too late. At the hospital entrance, guards blocked Doris just as Butler Mo arrived, confirming that Donnie had indeed blurred out the truth. Butler Mo gravely stated that the young master might not escape this calamity, but quickly reassured a tearful Doris that Shine's depression was not her fault. Overwhelmed, Doris insisted on seeing Shine, even if only through the glass, but Butler Mo tried to stop her, explaining that the second young master, Brother Lang, was inside and would prevent her. Undeterred, Doris, proclaiming herself Shine's wife and first guardian, demanded entry. Brother Lang, in a fit of rage, violently grabbed her by the throat, choking her, while Butler Mo rushed to intervene, pleading with him not to harm the young lady. Brother Lang, his eyes full of resentment, demanded to know why Doris hadn't just escaped, accusing her of being hateful. As Butler Mo tried to calm the volatile brother, mentioning Ron's poor state and Shine's even worse condition, Doris slipped into Shine's room, her heart shattering at the sight of him. Bandaged and lifeless. "Shine," she whispered, a heartfelt apology escaping her lips. Brother Lang, however, roared at her to get out, declaring his brother didn't need her sympathy. Doris, head bowed, stated she would leave without another word, knowing any explanation would be futile, but Brother Lang delivered a chilling warning: reveal Shine's condition to anyone and she would die. As Doris walked away, Butler Mo, addressing her as Mrs. Charlotte, urged her to leave the Fan house for her own safety, fearing Brother Lang's wrath if Shine died. But Doris, resolute, declared she was still Shine Fan's wife and would not abandon him. Butler Mo, questioning her identity as Mrs., was then told by Doris, Mrs. Charlotte, to care for Shine and seek help from Mr. Bob if Ron Fan became uncontrollable. Butler Mo, realizing Mrs. Charlotte, who had only met Mr. Bob once, seemed to be supporting their family, decided to send Donnie to take her back to school. Doris firmly refused to go, saying she was not in the mood for classes and would remain in the resting area. Meanwhile, a man, distraught, frantically searched for Ron, claiming he'd been missing for 3 days, eventually lashing out and biting someone in his desperation as others tried to quiet him. The man, who Yvonne Ram had tried to lock up, now believed she was abandoning him again. When he lunged at her, Yvonne Ram slapped him, accidentally knocking him unconscious, a move she welcomed as it allowed her to go find Ron. 2 hours later, Yvonne Ram returned, and the man immediately asked about Ron. Yvonne Ram cruelly informed him that Shine was dying, and though Brother Lang might kill her, he too would die if Shine perished. The man strangely thought it better for Shine to die, but Yvonne Ram sharply clarified that if Shine died, Brother Lang would bury him alive with Shine. Terrified, the man recoiled, adamantly refusing to be buried with Shine, expressing a desire to be buried only with Lang. Yvonne Ram dismissively stated it wasn't his choice if Shine Fan died. She then revealed that 2 days prior, Shine had attempted suicide by cutting his wrist and had not woken up since, possibly never would. The man gasped in horror at the mention of suicide. instantly demanding Ivan Ram take him to the hospital. Ivan Ram, questioning his sudden eagerness for death, was then accused by the man of being an accomplice if she didn't let him go, as only he could wake Shine up. With a chilling smile and glowing eyes, Ivan Ram promised to show him a miracle. Doris watched from outside Shine's intensive care room, intrigued by the beautiful woman Ivan Ram, but unsettled by her piercing eyes. Ivan Ram in turn contemptuously dismissed Doris as an irrelevant little sister. Doris then recognized Ivan Ram, the shock palpable, and Auntie Anne intervened, telling Ivan Ram to be quiet and identifying Doris as the Fan family's young lady. Ivan Ram, amused, scoffed at the idea of Doris being Shine's wife. Auntie Anne firmly reiterated that Doris was Shine's wife and demanded Ivan Ram speak politely. The man who had been locked up recognized Ivan Ram, calling her mentally disturbed, and urged her to find Brother Lang. He despaired that Ron hadn't eaten for 2 days because Shine hadn't woken up. Doris, observing Ivan Ram, realized she was the woman from Shine's bedside photo, the one he constantly thought about. Auntie Anne encouraged Doris to go in and assess the situation, prompting Doris to ponder if her husband's long-missed woman had returned, and if she should now retreat to her original place before bravely deciding to enter. Inside, Brother Lang, consumed by fury, screamed that he wanted Ivan Ram to die and be buried with his brother. Ivan Ram, unfazed, calmly offered to try waking Shine, adding with a hint of dark humor that if she failed, it wouldn't be too late to throw Brother Lang into the sea to feed the fish. Enraged, Brother Lang rejected her offer, warning her not to touch his brother with her dirty hands again. Ivan Ram, with a taunting smile, asked if he truly didn't want to save his brother. Brother Lang, his eyes blazing, declared he would turn Ivan Ram into a dried corpse and stay by his brother's side. Doris's hand reached out, a silent plea. A man, likely Butler Mo, intervened, urging Brother Lang to give Ivan Ram a chance, explaining that Shine was willing to die for her, making Ivan Ram their last hope. He implored Brother Lang to let her try and save his brother. Brother Lang was told the harsh truth. Shine cared more for Ivan Ram than for him, and he shouldn't torment himself further. Brother Lang, in disbelief, tried to stop Ivan Ram from approaching Ron, mistaking Shine for Ron, calling her a shameless woman. Another man allowed Ivan Ram to proceed, and she knelt by Shine's bedside, coldly suggesting it would be better for him to die and reincarnate, saving food for the world if not for Ron's sake. Ivan Ram then gently addressed Shine, calling him Gorilla, and lovingly coaxed him to open his eyes and look at her, proclaiming herself his favorite yo-yo. Doctors observed, shaking their heads at Shine's weakened, unstable state. Despite his failing vitals, Ivan Ram relentlessly urged Gorilla to wake up, her face etched with determination. Doris watched for 3 long hours, amazed that Ivan Ram hadn't stopped talking. Ivan Ram, with mounting frustration, warned Shine that if he died, Brother Lang would bury her with him. After nearly 10 grueling hours, with Doris feeling exhausted just from watching, Shine's hand twitched. A faint sign of life. Ivan Ram continued her relentless monologue, appealing to his fear of dying, reminding him of Brother Lang's threats, and even showing him her festering, chained ankles, lamenting her near death from fever. Ivan Ram, maintaining her strenuous kneeling posture for 10 hours while relentlessly talking, finally saw a breakthrough. Butler Mo offered Doris some fruit, noticing her weariness. Ivan Ram gently poured water into Shine's mouth, and then miraculously Shine's eyes fluttered open to Ivan Ram's joyful cries of "Gorilla, you woke up." Shine, disoriented, questioned if he was in heaven and if Ivan was truly there waiting for him. Doctors immediately rushed to his side, ordering an adrenaline injection and ushering family members out as the miracle of Shine's awakening unfolded. Barely conscious in her hospital bed, Ivan Ram felt a wave of exhaustion, yet a twisted triumph coursed through her, thinking she had made it, before realizing she desperately needed sleep even as a nurse rushed to check on her, while a doctor instructed Shinayan to watch her carefully. Internally, Ivan mused that if this was truly the miracle of love, then her proclaimed feelings for her brother were utterly fake, a thought that immediately preceded her startling awake. As Charlotte entered the opulent hospital room, Ron instructed her to care for Ivan, promising to be outside if needed, leaving Charlotte to silently admire Ivan's delicate beauty, pondering why Shine was so drawn to her. Suddenly, Ivan opened her eyes, startled, and apologized for waking Charlotte, though Charlotte found Ivan's gaze terrifying and wished to leave. Ivan then directly challenged Charlotte, demanding to know her relationship with Ron, furious that Charlotte might have seen through her facade. Charlotte calmly revealed she was Shine's wife, making her Ron's sister-in-law, a revelation that visibly shocked Ivan, who internally scoffed that Shine had been with her until the accident, questioning Charlotte's decision to marry him and if she felt no shame. Charlotte explained her marriage was motivated by money, desiring what the powerful Fan family offered, as Ivan stared intensely, branding Charlotte a hypocrite and an opportunist, reminding her that Ron, as an illegitimate child, was disqualified from inheriting the family's wealth. Despite her disdain, Ivan offered a chilling thank you to Charlotte for waking Shine, leaving Charlotte to dreadfully conclude that the outside world saw her as nothing more than an inheritor if Shine were to die, a stark reality she now faced. Charlotte, trying to appear caring, asked Ivan if she felt better, mentioning Aunt Anne had made soup, but Ivan's unsettling stare left Charlotte deeply uncomfortable and frightened, especially when Ivan brazenly asked if she had slept with Ron. Charlotte was aghast, gagging in disbelief. As Yvonne coldly considered whether this direct, shocking tactic, which usually worked on Ron, would also work on Charlotte before casually confessing that despite being married to Shine, she had feelings for another man named Yorick Van, leaving Charlotte utterly speechless at her audacity. Yvonne's face hardened, her purple eyes glowing with a possessive fury as she declared that Ron was hers alone, warning that any other woman who dared to yearn for him would die, a terrifying threat that made Charlotte shiver with fear and a strange sense of guilt. Charlotte mused on Yvonne's apparent shift from liking Ron to feigning affection for Shine, wondering if it was all a manipulative act for Ron's benefit, before asking Yvonne why Shine married her if he truly loved Yvonne, to which Yvonne dismissively replied that Shine was merely pacifying Charlotte. With renewed intensity, Yvonne warned Charlotte that if she ever dared to divorce Shine, Yvonne would ensure she would never leave and would force her to remain Madame Fan, a statement that made Charlotte internally retort that she could divorce Shine whenever she pleased. Meanwhile, Aunt Anne fretted, wondering what Yvonne would do if she knew the full truth about Charlotte, as she entered Yvonne's room bearing a bowl of freshly boiled herbal soup for Ms. Ram. Yvonne, without missing a beat, imperiously demanded that Aunt Anne call her second young master, Ron, to feed her, refusing the soup otherwise. Ron soon arrived, graciously accepting the task, proclaiming he was honored to serve Ms. Ram, much to Yvonne's secret delight, though she questioned his sudden kindness. As Ron tenderly fed Yvonne, her heart throbbed with pleasure, finding his treatment quite agreeable, while Charlotte and Aunt Anne, thoroughly disgusted by the syrupy display, decided it was time to leave, only to be stopped by a servant explaining Ron still had matters to discuss with Ms. Ram. Aunt Anne worried about Ron's prolonged illness and his growing reliance on Ms. Ram, fearing for Charlotte's safety, yet Charlotte merely smiled, grateful for Yvonne's apparent care. Ron continued to playfully feed Yvonne, who secretly believed he hated her but was merely putting on an act. He then affirmed his pleasant demeanor was solely for the benefit of his older brother, and now that she was full and had performed satisfactorily, she should rest. When Yvonne audaciously questioned what would happen if she didn't cooperate, Ron gently held her chin, sternly reminding her that cooperation was non-negotiable if she wanted to continue enjoying his VIP treatment, and with a dismissive acceptance, he told her he'd see her later. He then turned to Charlotte, curtly instructing her to stay in her dormitory and not meddle in his affairs, a directive that left Charlotte silently seething, vowing never to forgive him or the Fan family. Later, as butler Mo escorted Charlotte to school, Ron, showing a surprising layer of concern, instructed the butler to increase the funds in Charlotte's and Doris's meal cards, emphasizing the need to take good care of Charlotte, subtly dismissing the butler's chatter. Charlotte, still baffled, wondered why Ron was suddenly doing so much for her. Ron, meanwhile, pondered Yvonne's slimness, finding a new interest in feeding her himself. In another room, Shine, still heavily bandaged, stirred from his slumber, disoriented, asking for his brother and wondering why he was still alive. He then thought he heard Yvonne's sorrowful voice. Ron confirmed Yvonne was alive and offered to let her in if Shine wished to see her, but Shine, overwhelmed, asked for a moment to calm down, not wanting Yvonne to see him in such a state. Yvonne then entered, calling Shine Gorilla and reassuring him she was there to see him, telling him he didn't need to hide and would always be the man who loved her most. Yvonne lovingly embraced Shine, urging him to recover quickly, to which he responded that he truly needed her, while Ron, observing their interaction, subtly advised Shine to rest due to his weakness. Yvonne then leaned in close to Ron, whispering that Charlotte was a difficult woman who might say something inappropriate before dramatically declaring the hospital room disgusting and needing a shower. Ron, now by Shine's bedside, asked for a mirror, wanting to see his own face. Ron then intensely urged Shine to get well soon, emphasizing that only he could protect Yvonne, but Shine, despite his condition, insisted Ron not make things difficult for Yvonne as she was innocent. Ron conceded, promising not to bicker with his sister-in-law for Shine's sake, if Shine focused on recovering, a term that made Shine pause in thought. Yvonne, freshly showered and wrapped in a towel, called out to Ron for help, feigning fear of the cold and demanding a hug, much to Ron's exasperation. He coldly told her that if she performed well, she would get her VIP treatment. Ron then lifted her, only for her to playfully suggest he fulfill his promise immediately. Ron pushed her away, sternly warning her to save her tricks for his brother and to serve him well if she didn't want to suffer an early demise. Yvonne accused him of changing, claiming he wasn't like this before, but Ron, though frustrated, knew he couldn't hit his brother's sweetheart. Ron, convinced there was a mastermind behind Yvonne, reflected on his investigations into the Chinatown forces she'd mingled with, each operating in their own territory. Yvonne then provocatively wrapped herself around Ron, who, despite his frustration, told her she was a smart woman who shouldn't cross the line, privately musing that her free and unconstrained nature was a refreshing change from other clever women. Yvonne brazenly declared Ron attractive, almost wanting to swallow him whole, to which Ron playfully retorted that his bones were hard and wouldn't taste good, asserting that if anyone were to chew on him, it wouldn't be her. He then instructed Yvonne not to see his brother for 2 days, explaining his intent to stimulate his appetite, making Yvonne question why he no longer hated her for using a honey trap on his brother. Before Ron simply offered himself to her, Ron then laid down strict rules, stating Ivan could not see his brother for more than 3 minutes at a time, and her conversations must be positive, encouraging him towards skin graft surgery, a demand that left Ivan annoyed but also secretly scared as she lay slumped on the floor. Later, a doctor confirmed Shine's stable condition and normal nutrient absorption, crediting Ivan's encouraging presence. Ivan held Shine's hand, a serene smile on her face, but in her mind she confessed that the more she looked at his disgusting face, the more numb she became, her heart fixed only on Ron, vowing to do her utmost wherever he was and whatever he desired. Deeply entangled in a dangerous plot, Yvonne knows there's no turning back from her godfather's task to eliminate both brothers, a chilling thought she holds close. Meanwhile, Charlotte, oblivious to the impending danger, muses that with Shine's improving health, the Fan family no longer needs her as a lucky bride. Reflecting on the divorce papers that symbolize her past 3 months as nothing but a fleeting dream, wondering about her gains and losses. She decides to delay asking Butler Mo for the divorce papers, fearing she'd only get in the way. Later in the school cafeteria, Charlotte's friend urges her to eat the expensive dishes, explaining someone else is paying, only for Charlotte to realize with a jolt that the mysterious benefactor is Ron, her heart instantly racing with a mix of fear and an undeniable tremor she tries to dismiss. Ron, ever the provocateur, teases her about her racing heart, enjoying her discomfort before announcing his decision to divorce Shine and asking her to prepare to move out of the Fan family home in a few days. A revelation that leaves Charlotte reeling as she attempts to calmly schedule a detailed discussion for later. Little does she know, Yvonne is already consumed by a burning rage, purple energy crackling around her as she demands to know Ron's whereabouts, convinced he's with Charlotte. Charlotte's calm explanation that Ron would soon return only fuels Yvonne's fury, who labels Charlotte a seductress and thinks she deserves to die, violently resisting those who try to restrain her and demanding to be taken to the Fan family immediately. Locked in a room, Yvonne thrashes against the door, calling for help and accusing her captor of being a gorilla. Unaware that Shine, bandaged and suffering in a hospital bed, is also calling for help, seemingly hallucinating her frantic cries. Dr. King tries to reassure Shine that he heard nothing, but Shine, desperate, insists Yvonne must be locked up by Ron again and falls from his bed, determined to save her, believing Ron would leave him in perpetual torture without Yvonne. Ron arrives, coldly dismissing Shine's concern for Yvonne, claiming she's merely playing him before telling Dr. King he will stay with his brother and have Yvonne, his sister-in-law, come over, all while mentally dissecting Yvonne's devilish ideas. Yvonne, outwardly calm, confronts Ron about him causing trouble and leaving his brother, while Ron, sniffing her with suspicion, detects only the familiar scent of mint, implying she hasn't been where he suspects. He demands she go comfort his agitated brother, and after a moment of refusal, she playfully demands a kiss, which Ron gives to her forehead, a chilling thought of wanting to kill her flashing through his mind, before sternly reminding her that their future depends on Shine's well-being. Visiting Shine in the intensive care unit, Yvonne casually apologizes for disturbing him, mentioning her boredom, then subtly reveals her desire to stay at the Fan family house to avoid the hospital smells. Dr. King, hearing this, grows alarmed, immediately thinking he must inform Ron, while Shine, believing Yvonne will be a part of their family, eagerly agrees to her returning home with Yo-Yo, making Yvonne promise to be good, get treated, and call him every day. Dr. King observes Yvonne with deep suspicion, fearing Ron might harm her without anyone knowing. Elsewhere, Ron, on the phone, coolly plots against Yvonne, instructing his subordinate to prepare chains and anesthesia at the Fan family's back door. Yvonne, walking into the intensive care unit behind Ron, smirks, convinced that despite Ron's fake smile, he wouldn't dare kill her, knowing his brother's life is in her hands. Back at the mansion, Charlotte prepares to face Ron and discuss their divorce, but her maid, Butler Mo, warns her that Ms. Ram is visiting, implying Charlotte should hide, a suggestion Charlotte initially resists, feeling pathetic for having to hide even before the divorce. Hearing Ron's car, Charlotte reluctantly decides to hide, intending to address the divorce later. As Yvonne enters, Aunt Anne the maid warmly greets her with soup, while Yvonne inwardly scoffs at White Lotus Charlotte, whom she perceives as pure on the outside but manipulative within. Ron arrives, hinting that Charlotte is somewhere watching the show, then to Aunt Anne's shock, Yvonne leans in to share soup directly from Ron's bowl, a provocative display of intimacy. Aunt Anne, mortified, receives a call which Ron takes, inquiring about Yvonne's well-being at the fan house, subtly warning her not to try any funny business. Yvonne, on a separate call, cheerfully describes enjoying Aunt Anne's beef stomach soup, then with a knowing smile embraces Ron tightly, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Caught in a web of deceit, Yvonne, her wrists cruelly bound by handcuffs to Ron, furiously demanded her release, accusing him of plotting against her while he coolly declared this her punishment for harming his brother and using despicable tricks. Meanwhile, the true captive, Charlotte, found herself chained in a lavish room, her heart aching with concern for her brother Shine as she contemplated intervening, only for Ron to harshly order her back to her room, sneering about her escape. Yvonne, ever the provocateur, smugly suggested she and Ron were merely engaged in exciting games, causing Charlotte to question her own foolishness for meddling in their twisted affairs before turning to leave. As Charlotte retreated, Yvonne, with venomous glee, accused Ron of having an affair with Charlotte, calling him a hypocrite, just as Ron casually offered Charlotte divorce papers for her brother, a calculated move that shocked her. Ron, holding a syringe, assured Yvonne not to worry as he envisioned his sinister plan unfolding, casually dismissing his associate's concerns about Yvonne's endurance and ordering her to be taken away as she was simply annoying. Later, Ron's assistant wondered how to explain Yvonne's absence to the first young master, Shine, but Ron simply instructed him to say she was sleeping, then turned to Charlotte, asking if she was angry, to which she insisted they discuss their matter. Handing Charlotte the divorce papers, Ron suggested she present them to her brother at her convenience, prompting Charlotte to acknowledge her nominal role as a wife, no longer needed now that Yvonne had returned, yet her heart screamed that she needed Shine. Ron's gaze lingered on Charlotte, who silently questioned if he was merely toying with her before he pulled her into a tight embrace, her inner voice desperately warning her not to trust him. Auntie Anne the maid observed the scandalous scene, muttering that Ron had gone too far, kissing Charlotte despite the circumstances, and peeking through the door she covered her eyes in embarrassment, imagining the scandalous activities occurring on the table, a cold and hard surface for Charlotte, who carried a baby. Charlotte lay in distress, her body protesting the intimacy, while Ron, misinterpreting her discomfort as a sign of falling for him, gloated inwardly. Auntie Anne, preparing soup, discovered Charlotte still asleep amidst scattered clothes, sighing that Charlotte must have been too tired from the previous night's ordeal. A ringing phone jolted Auntie Anne, realizing it was Shine calling for Yvonne, who was nowhere to be found. Charlotte awoke, seeing an opportune moment to speak with Shine about the divorce, just as Auntie Anne answered Shine's call, who impatiently asked about Yvonne's whereabouts, refusing food until she was awake. Auntie Anne relayed that Yvonne was still sleeping, a response that clearly disappointed Shine, who lay bandaged in a hospital bed. Auntie Anne then passed the phone to Charlotte, explaining Shine needed her, and Charlotte, taking a deep breath, prepared to address the sensitive topic. Shine, mistaking Charlotte's call for a complaint about Ron's bullying, apologized for his brother's pretense and encouraged her to rest, unknowingly preventing Charlotte from broaching the divorce, which she reluctantly deferred given his fragile condition. Ron, seething with a murderous aura, confronted Charlotte about what she told his brother, accusing her of not having a mouth to speak for herself, making Charlotte realize Shine's brother had not revealed the truth about Yvonne. Charlotte vowed to deliver the divorce papers to Shine personally, but her resolve wavered as she heard Yvonne's voice, feeling a shiver of dread at the prospect of facing her. She resolved to leave openly, only to encounter Miss Lang, a woman she'd never met who was actually Yvonne Ram in disguise, the gorilla she had previously imagined, which left Charlotte feeling utterly deceived as she listened to Ron relay Yvonne's period excuse to Shine over the phone. The painful realization pricked Charlotte's heart. Shine, her husband, was truly pitiful, his wife and true love entangled in an ambiguous relationship with his own brother. Ron callously informed Miss Lang that she'd be staying for a few days, then turned to Charlotte, dismissing her concerns about lying to Shine and taking her to her room, while Charlotte silently conceded the cruelty of their deception. A week later, Charlotte, exhausted from studying for exams, dismissed Ron's offer to sleep with her, focused solely on her revisions, yet still found herself wondering about Ron's condition after hearing Shine and Yvonne Ram spoke daily. At corporate meeting, Ron's associate confirmed their stock was being maliciously shorted, a powerful attack Ron linked to an antagonist who desired both his and his brother's lives and fortunes. Dismissing the idea of using Yvonne Ram as too easily manipulated, Ron unveiled his true pawn, Kong Gang, a mysterious hooded figure he entrusted with guarding his brother, who merely nodded. Ron's associate was startled by Kong Gang's sudden appearance, having been present for over an hour, silently watching over Shine. At the hospital, Shine expressed disappointment over Yvonne's absence, accepting Auntie Anne's explanation that Miss Lang, a disguised Yvonne Ram, was merely tired from her period. Ron visited Shine, who wistfully recalled their past camaraderie, before asking about Charlotte's divorce query, startling Ron, who angrily called Charlotte bold for discussing it with his brother. Ron admitted he had withheld the truth to give Shine the chance to reveal it himself, prompting Shine to concede his own fault and suggest letting Charlotte go if Ron truly didn't love her. Ron attempted to deflect with soup, but Shine pressed for an answer, questioning if Ron would release Yvonne if she were unhappy. After a pause, Ron coldly stated he would let her go, infuriating Shine, who roared his defiance, but Ron merely taunted him to consider his health, knowing Yvonne was deeply embedded in his brother's heart, impossible to uproot. Ron mused that his brother wouldn't endure this charade much longer, the limited success of finding a voice similar to Yvonne's already reaching its peak, while he grumbled about Charlotte's current fussiness, preferring her phone or instant noodles to his company. Charlotte's friend arrived, urging her to eat lunch, but Charlotte, consumed by her exams, refused, sending her friend to get food and take her meal card, as she noted Ron often frequented the school cafeteria these days. Ron arrived, greeted by Charlotte's friend who, admiring him, wished for a brother-in-law like him. But Ron, with a sly smirk, merely brushed her off, heading upstairs with the internal thought that as long as the entire college believed Charlotte was taken, his plan was unfolding perfectly. Charlotte, initially protesting when her roommate Doris brings food from Ron, claiming she didn't ask for it, soon succumbs to the delicious aroma, eating heartily until she is suddenly overcome by nausea and vomits. The chilling suggestion from Doris that she might be pregnant sends a jolt through Charlotte, who, realizing she missed her period despite taking birth control, desperately tries to dismiss the idea by blaming a fishbone, while secretly knowing she must get a pregnancy test. Later, Charlotte tells Doris she can't practice dancing, claiming a visit to Shine at the hospital, but apologizes for disappointing her when Doris suspects she merely wants to see Ron fan. At the hospital, Charlotte's world crumbles as a pregnancy test confirms a positive result, leaving her trembling in disbelief and horror at the thought of carrying Ron's child. Overwhelmed, Charlotte immediately fears Ron's inevitable demand for an abortion, an act she finds cruel, especially while still married to Shine, a reality solidified by an ultrasound confirming she is 7 weeks pregnant. Wandering through the city, Charlotte ponders the Fan family's true motives for a descendant and Ron's presumed disdain for her and any child she might bear, dismissing the whole situation as ridiculous before feeling a sudden pang of hunger. She later cautiously eats an expensive pizza, gently warning her unborn baby to behave, then laments her own perceived uselessness as a mother. Charlotte, still reeling from the devastating divorce, watches her ex-husband Ron coolly dismiss their entire relationship as a mere transaction, coldly stating that the interest generated would cover the fees for sleeping with him rather than returning her colossal $200 million dowry. World shatters as she realizes in his eyes she was nothing more than a purchase body, and his parting threat to cuckold her brother if she didn't divorce him leaves her utterly heartbroken as she walks away, vowing to never look back, unaware that Ron, watching her, is already plotting his next move, vowing to be more vigilant and catch a big fish he's after. Later, Charlotte lies in bed, utterly drained, barely able to acknowledge Doris's worried pleas for her to eat, admitting only that she terribly misses the comforting presence of the dean and the innocent children at the university. Seeing the despair, Doris gently coaxes her friend, insisting she eat before anything else, eager for Charlotte to regain her health, which Charlotte silently accepts before finding solace at the university, laughing and playing with the children who effortlessly make her forget her profound sorrow. A fierce maternal resolve ignites within her. She must give birth to this child and immediately begins planning for its arrival, even as she grapples with the looming deadline of her academic year, an internship, and a rapidly growing belly. The stark reality of her future hits hard. Unemployment post-graduation, her family having sold her to the Shire family, and absolutely no money, leaving her terrified that her child might starve, despite clutching a temporary black card from the Fan family, realizing it offers no long-term solution. Her anxiety is momentarily interrupted by an unexpected call from Auntie Anne demanding to know her whereabouts. Auntie Anne, overflowing with concern, soon arrives with hot soup, pressing Charlotte to eat and asking about her health, hinting at a visit to the hospital if she's feeling nauseous, which sends a cold spike of fear through Charlotte, knowing discovery of her pregnancy could mean being cast out by the Fan family. Charlotte, feigning nonchalance, dismisses her symptoms as merely her period, promising to be fine after the soup and medicine, a flimsy excuse Auntie Anne seems to accept with a sigh before leaving, reminding Charlotte to be careful. Alone, Charlotte is consumed by dread, knowing she's merely bought herself time and still faces the grim prospect of losing her status within the Fan family. Back in her shabby dorm, Charlotte calmly informs a shocked Doris that she's made up her mind about the divorce, regardless of walking away with nothing. Meanwhile, at an opulent mansion, a woman named Shine arrives, greeted warmly, though her feigned fatigue hides a cunning glint in her eyes while Ron seethes, inwardly vowing that Shine will not remain with his brother for another second. He then encounters Shine later, fiercely warning her that if she's involved with his B*TCH accomplice, he'll ensure she ends up with absolutely nothing, a threat Shine coolly rebuffs, reminding him that he can't harm her because his brother still needs her. Soon after, Ron, dressed in a hooded disguise, sneaks out of the mansion into the night, ignoring Shine's desperate pleas about the mastermind and his brother, firmly stating he's going fishing and will not be stopped. The sleek black car speeds through the night, depositing Ron at a high-stakes casino where he is already a notorious figure, the crowd murmuring about him being a swindler, demanding their money back. Ron, effortlessly winning round after round at roulette, instructs his casino expert, Gui Ba, to figure out how the current gambler has managed to take $50 million a day for 3 consecutive days. Gui Ba, frustrated, admits he can find no technological tricks, even after stripping the man almost naked, only for a peculiar detail to finally click. The gambler always raises his left hand when a card is dealt. Ron's eyes narrow, and with cold fury, he orders his subordinate Shi Nayan to arrange for someone to lose to the gambler to get him entangled, and then mercilessly beat him, ensuring his left hand is especially targeted and injured. Later that night, Charlotte is jolted awake by her phone ringing. Recognizing Ron's number, she angrily dismisses it as harassment and shuts it off, while Ron, equally infuriated, wishes he could have spoken to her, despite his own anger. The next morning, Shine is met with the shocking sight of Ron naked in bed beside his injured brother, hysterically accusing them of being gay and sleeping together, a notion the brother vehemently denies. Ron, now shirtless, confronts Shine, daring her to hit him, then with a mischievous grin, pulls his injured brother close and kisses him, proclaiming his love, leaving Shine utterly aghast. His brother, flustered, insists it's all Ron's teasing, while Shine reflects on her new shadowy guard, Gong Gang, who, like a robot, shows no reaction to her, making her feel trapped and believing only Ron can save her. Shine attempts to convince the injured brother Yvonne to accompany her to the hospital, claiming boredom and desiring his company, but Yvonne gently declines, stating his brother dislikes being watched during treatment, and suggests Auntie Anne accompany her to the garden instead. Undeterred, Shine then maneuvers Ron into taking her shopping for dresses for his brother, a proposal he surprisingly accepts, leaving Shine with an ominous feeling as she's driven by the intimidating hooded figure. Meanwhile, Charlotte, radiant and happy, is expertly teaching ballroom dancing to a group of elderly people, earning good money and finding joy in her new part-time job. After her class, as Charlotte chats with friends, she receives a call and a senior offers her a ride home, but her eyes catch sight of a familiar black car. Suddenly, the senior swiftly pulls her onto his motorcycle, urging her to hold on tightly as Ron's car barrels toward them, Ron seething that someone else got to Charlotte first. Charlotte shrieks in a mixture of surprise and exhilaration as the motorcycle speeds off, leaving Ron behind, his face contorted in furious disbelief, vowing they won't escape him, while Charlotte, oblivious to the drama, simply thanks her senior for the thrilling ride home under the moonlit sky. Charlotte Lynn, her heart aching with a resolute sadness, gently informed her suitor that she had fallen for Ron Fan and wanted him to stop worrying about their relationship, affirming that she had always seen him only as a friend. As the heartbroken man moved away, muttering apologies, Charlotte abruptly confronted someone hidden in the shadows, asking if they were pleased with her carefully crafted rejection. Emerging from the darkness, Yvonne, with his sly smirk, questioned if she was finally being honest with her feelings, then needled her about working at a dance workshop, implying that Butler Mo wasn't providing enough for her. Charlotte fiercely rejected his insinuations, declaring she wanted nothing to do with money that felt like a payment for sleeping with him, demanding he return it to her uncle, but Yvonne only chuckled, suggesting she treat the money as a fee for their meals and offering to take her to KFC, an offer Charlotte silently rebuffed with a disgusted thought. A sudden struggle erupted as Yvonne grabbed her, but she vehemently resisted his embrace as a sleek black car sped away, leaving Charlotte fuming. She later awoke, disoriented in a lavish office, greeted by a blonde secretary named Nina who addressed her as Mrs. Fan, leaving Charlotte puzzled about her current situation. Nina, ever solicitous, informed Charlotte she had prepared fresh clothes and breakfast, to which Charlotte offered a polite thank you, but her attention was drawn to Ron Fan, who was on the phone, visibly agitated, angrily calling someone trash for failing to manage a gambler. Charlotte couldn't help but notice the dark circles under Ron's eyes, wondering if he had stayed up all night again. Sitting down for breakfast, Ron commented on how beautiful Charlotte looked, noting the clothes suited her well and how pretty she was. His next words, however, turned her stomach as he made a crude remark about her figure, insinuating a shocking lack of hardcore traits and suggesting her loins were exactly like his, leading Charlotte to a horrified realization that he somehow believed she was a man or even a shemale, making her feel sick to her core. Ron, completely oblivious, casually dismissed her shocked reaction, saying it was natural for two genders, while Charlotte internally seethed that he was a pervert for lying about her having breasts. Nina then brought coffee, and Charlotte found herself staring at the secretary, admiring her amicable aura and beauty, apologizing for her curiosity when Nina asked if everything was all right. Ron, amused, told Nina to stop teasing Charlotte just as a voice from the doorway called out Brother Lang, which Charlotte instantly recognized as another pervert, making her wonder if this was the opportune moment to find Shine. Deciding she needed to prioritize school, Charlotte politely declined to impose further, and Nina arranged a car to take her. Meanwhile, at the opulent Fan residence, Yvonne Ram, her face etched with furious resentment, realized Ron hadn't returned home and must be with that Lotus Bai. Shine, heavily bandaged, tried to intervene as Yvonne Ram revealed Ron's claim that Yvonne had betrayed the organization, asserting that Kangang was merely protecting Yvonne under orders. Ron, suddenly appearing, furiously warned Yvonne Ram not to play games, causing Shine to try and calm him, reminding Ron that Yvonne cared for him. Ron, however, dismissed Shine's words, telling him to find Charlotte Lynn, whom he insultingly called a white lotus, and chided Shine for allowing his wife to live in school where younger men might snatch her away. He then angrily ordered Shine to the hospital, silencing Yvonne's protests and commanding him to buy new clothes for Shine. Ron then gave Kangang a new mission, instructing him to accompany Shinean to buy real silk. While Yvonne Ram secretly hoped that Shine's personality would lead him to lose Yvonne Ram, enabling the big fish to take action. Ron then directed Kangang to discreetly follow Yvonne Ram, instructing him not to be discovered. Turning to Shine, Ron, with a mocking smile, asked if Shine had deliberately allowed Yvonne to mistake Charlotte as his wife. Shine, his face burning with anger, vowed he wouldn't let Ron continue to deceive Charlotte and declared his intention to call Butler Mo to fetch her so they could clear things up. Ron scoffed, challenging Shine to reveal the truth, threatening to imprison Yvonne Ram if he did, leaving Shine speechless and trapped. Ron pressed him for an answer, demanding a yes or no. A short while later, Ron furiously ended a call, having been informed that Charlotte had run away in a blink of an eye, and tasked Kangang with finding her. Charlotte returned home, alarmed to find her door open, immediately scolding her roommate Doris for her carelessness, fearing a thief. To her shock, Yvonne Ram was inside, her expression cold and accusatory. Charlotte demanded to know how she entered, and Yvonne Ram launched into a scathing attack, questioning Charlotte's audacity to seduce her younger brother Ron when she was the wife of the eldest son of the Fan family. Charlotte, asserting her defiance against such a bully, threatened to call the police if Yvonne Ram came any closer, denying she had seduced Ron and claiming he had been the one testing her. Yvonne Ram, undeterred, advised Charlotte to be more confident, keep an eye on Ron, and try to be nice to his brother so he might accept her, then accused Charlotte of being good at flattering people and dismissed her words as unbelievable. Charlotte angrily told her to let go, reiterating she hadn't seduced Ron and was in love with someone else, but Yvonne Ram commanded her to return to the Fan family, refusing to allow Charlotte to divorce Shine. Yvonne Ram then gave a chilling smirk, threatening Charlotte that if she refused to go back to the Fan household, she would never see Doris again, sending a wave of horror through Charlotte. Charlotte found Doris unconscious on a park bench, letting out a sigh of relief that Yvonne Ram had only knocked her out, grateful no serious harm had been done despite the crazy woman's actions. When Doris finally awoke, disoriented and thinking she'd been kidnapped, Charlotte calmly informed her that she had decided to move back to the Fan family, telling Doris she had her own reasons and inviting her to return anytime if she felt mistreated. The elderly butler greeted Charlotte's return to the Fan mansion with tearful joy, having prepared her favorite potato pies. Charlotte, reassuring the butler she wouldn't cause trouble, asked to be treated as a nobody, but the butler lovingly insisted she was already seen as Ron's wife. At dinner, Ron interrogated Charlotte about her presence, demanding to know why she wasn't at school. Charlotte, now with a defiant spark in her eyes, retorted that she didn't need his permission to go home and challengingly asked if he was afraid she would kick his brother out of the family, her sudden aggression startling everyone at the table. Ron wondered if this bold demeanor was part of Yvonne's intricate plan, while Yvonne Ram, sipping her tea with an air of annoyance, thought it ridiculous that Charlotte was already stirring up trouble despite her efforts to stop watching her, questioning why Ron hadn't informed her of Charlotte's presence. Yvonne Ram then pointedly told Ron that his display of care for Charlotte would only make Shine jealous, prompting Ron to defensively claim he would have kicked Charlotte out if his brother hadn't needed her. Charlotte, feeling a sudden wave of nausea from eating too fast, cried out, startling Ron, who then asked why she was upset. Shine suggested Ron comfort Charlotte, but Yvonne Ram immediately objected, deeming it inappropriate for him to comfort his sister-in-law in the bathroom, much to the exasperated disapproval of the butler. Yvonne then boldly stated that Charlotte and Ron were not a real couple, implying Shine had consummated this marriage instead of Ron, causing Ron to angrily warn Yvonne to watch her language, vowing to expose her affair with that hypocrite. Shine, his temper flaring, told Ron to shut up, reminding him he wasn't the boss, but Ron continued to rage, questioning why Shine would protect Charlotte after all the suffering she'd caused him. Shine then inexplicably asked Ron to turn him around, to which Ron sarcastically suggested he ask his favorite woman for help. Shine then cheekily asked Ron for forgiveness and a kiss, eliciting horrified screams from Ron and Yvonne Ram. Charlotte, overwhelmed, vomited in the bathroom, then reassured a concerned butler that she was fine, expressing a renewed hunger despite her earlier sickness. A magnificent dinner spread awaited them, filled with golden fried fish and other delectable dishes, captivating Charlotte. She ravenously devoured the food, praising the creamy sauce and sweet honey, declaring she could eat a ton, while the butler gently urged her to slow down. Yvonne Ram disdainfully questioned Charlotte's voracious appetite, warning her she'd get fat, but Charlotte explained she was actively trying to gain weight for an upcoming PE test. Shine, ever supportive, offered her some shrimp, suggesting it was good for her brain, and warmly told her to eat whatever she liked, a declaration that left everyone else stunned. Charlotte, pale and sickly, reches violently, claiming she ate too much, but the calculating Yvonne Ram, with a smirk, suggests it was likely disgust at Ron's injured brother Shine that truly turned her stomach. As Ron, his face bandaged and haunted, watches, his other brother angrily accuses Charlotte of causing Shine's misery, while Yvonne mockingly urges Shine to take his time recovering. Charlotte, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of everyone, immediately regrets her hasty meal, realizing she's thrown up everything and fears she must have deeply offended Shine, wondering what wicked words Yvonne whispered in his ear. The scene shifts to Shine lying silently in bed as Ron confronts Charlotte in the hallway, despite her desperate attempts to explain the huge misunderstanding. Ron, hardened, declares that while he knows Charlotte meant no harm, his brother cannot be startled further, dismissing her pleas to apologize and firmly ordering her to leave the premises and return to school, even grabbing her arm to emphasize his point. Charlotte cries out in pain as Ron forcefully shoves her away, her bag clattering to the floor. Auntie Anne, the kind housekeeper, observes Ron's harshness, noting how much he's changed to push away such a hypocritical woman, while Yvonne Ram sidles up to Ron, urging him to comfort his distraught brother. Ron, desperate, admits he doesn't know how to handle the situation, believing his brother is helpless and that he would do anything to ensure Shine's safety, while Auntie Anne quietly considers fetching Charlotte back. Charlotte, drenched and crying in the pour, clutches her umbrella, realizing she cannot afford to catch a cold in her delicate condition, just as her uncle James Shire calls out her name, his face etched with concern. James, horrified to find Charlotte suffering in the rain, demands to know what happened, instantly prioritizing her well-being over an urgent $100 million business meeting, much to the chagrin of his suited associate. As James takes Charlotte home, Auntie Anne worries that Charlotte's continued presence with the Fan family will only bring disaster, convinced that Yvonne Ram is a source of misfortune. Back at his lavish home, James furiously argues with his wife, Elizabeth, about the $1 billion contract he's neglecting for Charlotte, exasperated that Elizabeth would put business above Charlotte, who was cruelly driven out by the Fan family. Elizabeth, however, is unyielding, threatening to sever ties if the business fails and Charlotte dares return, prompting James to declare he will return all of the Fan family's cash gifts and insist Charlotte must divorce Shine. Elizabeth, reminding him of the $100 million she saved, staunchly refuses to return the money, leading to a heated argument where she threatens divorce, recalling how James once sued her own father. Charlotte, witnessing their bitter fight, is overcome with guilt, deciding she must leave to prevent their marriage from crumbling. Later, Elizabeth, softened, asks Charlotte if Shine truly treats her well and if the butler confirmed he would give her a large sum of money, to which Charlotte tearfully affirms. Realizing she cannot let her uncle divorce his wife, Charlotte resolves to end the drama, understanding she is not truly Elizabeth's daughter. Charlotte explains to a friend that she quarreled with Yvonne Ram, who is set to marry Ron, admitting she lost the fight and fled. The next morning, Charlotte announces she has classes and must go to school, declining her aunt's offer of breakfast. Meanwhile, Ron, receiving a call from Charlotte's friend, learns Charlotte is at a shopping mall, supposedly buying a present for him, and he instructs his informant to keep a close watch. Ron, smugly thinking Charlotte wants to send him a gift and beg for forgiveness, muses that he might consider forgiving her if she proves sincere enough. Elsewhere, the recovering Shine, looking deeply depressed, considers himself a burden to everyone as Auntie Anne gently urges him to eat. Yvonne, attempting to feed Shine, is rebuffed as he prefers Auntie Anne's care and dismisses himself, leaving with Dr. King. Yvonne fumes at Shine's new indifference, wondering if yesterday's incident truly affected him so much. Ron, after confirming Shine is recovering, is shocked when Shine, still in his wheelchair, reveals Ron purchased the mansion next to the Fans and suggests he move in with Charlotte as Shine needs some alone time. Ron, deeply hurt, refuses to leave Shine alone. Later, as Ron walks past a pillar with Shine, he senses Charlotte hiding, angrily demanding to know who's there and why she returned. Charlotte, startled, admits she's there to give Shine a present, but Ron brusquely tells her to hand it over and leave, growing enraged when she clarifies it's for Shine, not him, and calls her a hypocritical woman. Undeterred, Charlotte enters Shine's room, presenting him with a small, cute Baymax plushie, explaining its comforting nature. Shine, touched, declares his love for the gift, praising Charlotte and remarking that Ron should cherish her, even managing a small smile. Charlotte, observing his reaction, assures him not to worry and states she's returning to school, warning that Ron shouldn't disrespect her. Shine invites her to stay for dinner, but Charlotte, wincing slightly as she stands, says she must clean her dorm for an inspection. Auntie Anne notices Charlotte's discomfort, asking if her legs were hurt last night, to which Charlotte vaguely replies they are numb from squatting. Yvonne Ram, witnessing Ron's renewed pursuit of Charlotte, seethes with jealousy, labeling Charlotte a stupid, naive girl and realizing Ron was always the one chasing her. Ron, still desperate, tries to examine Charlotte's legs, but she angrily pushes him away, refusing his fake concern and declaring she won't be bullied anymore. He persists, offering to drive her to school, but Charlotte coldly states she can afford a taxi, reflecting on how Ron's family bought her for $200 million, yet she still retains her dignity. Ron pleads with Charlotte to be honest about her anger, claiming his heart aches when he hurts her. Charlotte scoffs, calling his words ridiculous, asserting he wouldn't feel pain if he truly cared, and vows he won't hurt her again before bidding him farewell, leaving him distraught. Ron, fuming at her departure, declares he doesn't need romance, calling it the worst thing in the world, then tries to rationalize Charlotte as an inferior woman, reminding himself that greater challenges await him. Alone, Charlotte questions if Ron's words of a pained heart were genuine, but steels herself, vowing to be tough and never pity him after he tossed her out like rubbish. Charlotte's friend, upon seeing her return, asks if her darling didn't like the present, suggesting a reconciliation, but Charlotte clarifies it was for her husband, Shine. The friend is shocked when Charlotte reveals a bandaged knee, explaining Ron violently threw her out last night in the rain, causing the injury. Charlotte confronts her friend about reporting details of her life to Ron, who apologizes profusely. Charlotte recounts how her uncle James, having a business meeting with the Fan family, took her in, but sadly it caused a massive fight and near divorce between him and Elizabeth. Her friend, outraged by the Fan family's pretentious punks, urges Charlotte not to stay at the Shires, suggesting she move into their dorm instead. Charlotte, prioritizing their friendship, tells her friend not to help Ron anymore. Shine, visibly comforted by Charlotte's Baymax plushie, believes it helps him forget his pain. Ron, observing this, is irritated, thinking Charlotte should have given him a gift too, and attempts to snatch the toy from Shine, who playfully resists, telling Ron to buy his own. Shine asks Ron to pick Charlotte up from school, requesting Auntie Anne to cook her favorite dishes, prompting Ron to observe that Shine still cares deeply for Charlotte. Ron then attempts to give something to Shine, who recoils, believing himself a burden and that Ron shouldn't sacrifice his love for Charlotte because of him. Ron questions Shine's recent indifference toward Yvonne Ram, noting her suspicious late-night returns, but Shine bitterly dismisses it, feeling like a burden to her and lamenting he has no reason to live without Yvonne. Ron, expressing concern, reassures Shine he will find someone better, before taking a call from Liam about an Italian man and foreign woman demanding more money. Later, Shine, in the car with his butler, directs him to Mrs. Fan's school to pick up Charlotte, who he assumes has finished classes. Charlotte, receiving a call, is surprised to learn Shine is at the school gate and rushes to meet him. Shine, waiting outside, greets her warmly, expressing surprise and thanking her again for the Baymax gift. Charlotte Lynn, her eyes sparkling with innocent joy, excitedly agreed to go out, oblivious to the storm brewing around her pregnancy. In her heart, she desperately wished to keep her baby innocent and hidden from the public eye, constantly contemplating telling Shine about her desire for divorce but always hesitating, afraid to startle him in his bandaged state. Shine, heavily bandaged from injuries, gently prompted Charlotte, asking if she had anything to say, but Charlotte, resolute, announced her decision to divorce him, stating she had already signed the agreement and would not take any money or gifts, affirming it was for her own sake and her baby's. Charlotte's demeanor turned sorrowful as Shine, accepting her yes, reflected on how even such a kind woman found him unbearable enough to divorce him, making it impossible to keep Yvonne. He then asked if she was in love with Ron, a question that made her blush as she firmly denied it, insisting Shine was still her husband and that she didn't like Ron. Shine, ever the gentleman, agreed to respond to her divorce request in 5 days, entrusting the agreement to his butler, a gesture that filled Charlotte with regret, wishing she could have been with him forever if not for her baby. Shine internally pondered that if Ron truly cared for Charlotte, he should speak to her in person, finding the thought of being stuck with her forever an inappropriate, almost humorous idea. Charlotte, still concerned, asked if he was angry, but Shine gently held her hands, assuring her he never thought so and acknowledging the suffering she endured being forced into their marriage. The fragile moment was shattered by the arrival of Ron, who asserted his right as her husband to pick her up after school, much to Charlotte's wide-eyed surprise. Ron, a menacing aura of purple electricity crackling around him, accused Shine of intentionally picking up Charlotte, escalating to a threat about sending Yvonne Ram to a nightclub, to which Shine, seated in his wheelchair, coolly retorted, "So what?" Charlotte, trying to de-escalate the tension, frantically told Ron she was leaving, emphasizing that Miss Anne had dedicated her entire afternoon to preparing their meal. Ron, ignoring her pleas, strode into the house, sarcastically instructing Shine not to bring his sister-in-law to the dining hall, a deliberate jab designed to provoke, leaving Shine seething with internal fury and a feeling of unbearable injustice. Charlotte, caught in the middle, wondered if she should simply leave, but Ron confidently declared he would protect her from Yvonne Ram, to which Charlotte retorted that she could handle Yvonne, recalling how Yvonne had once stated that women who hit on him deserved to die. Inside, the dining room hummed with tension, as Yvonne, a strikingly elegant woman with long white hair, observed. Shine, still bandaged, made a playful attempt to bond with a small dog, declaring it Charlotte's friend, and that even a dog recognized her preciousness, drawing a snarky chuckle from Yvonne and an irritated glare from Ron, who felt compared to the animal. At the dinner table, Ron overtly courted Charlotte, cutting her food and bringing it to her mouth, making her deeply uncomfortable under Yvonne's silent, watchful gaze, and Charlotte worried about Yvonne watching them. Charlotte then tried to reciprocate, offering Shine cut meat, but Ron's sarcastic remark about dogs eating bones, implying he'd leave only the scraps, further intensified Yvonne's irritation. As Charlotte mused about Ron's hidden difficulties and Shine's unwavering praise for him, despite the awkwardness, Charlotte determinedly reached for the meatballs herself, internally cherishing these moments, knowing her unborn child wouldn't often dine with its father, Shine. Later in Shine's room, Ron callously informed Shine that Charlotte had signed the divorce agreement, insisting Shine should be the one to break the news. Ron pressed for the return of $200 million from James Shire, but Shine vehemently declared it his debt, vowing to pay it back and return the money to Charlotte, a sentiment Ron dismissed as impossible. Ron then erupted in anger, condemning Shine as a punk for signing the agreement, to which Shine coolly responded that he was merely being obedient as Ron had instructed, before wishing him good night, leaving Ron to stew in his frustration. The butler, observing the exchange, chuckled mischievously, suggesting Shine perhaps take a look at the agreement first, leaving Shine utterly confused. Meanwhile, Ron descended the stairs, smugly convinced that Shine was too shy to admit he wouldn't let Charlotte go. Approaching her room, Ron, sensing something amiss, asked about Charlotte's whereabouts. A maid revealed Charlotte had returned to her room, causing Ron to explode in a furious accusation, demanding if Charlotte had left the door open to seduce him. He barged into the room, only to discover Charlotte and Yvonne in a compromising position, Charlotte recoiling in shock. Yvonne, provocatively half-dressed, declared Charlotte was now hers, much to Charlotte's horror, who realized this was merely a temporary bedroom within the fan's house. Yvonne, with a predatory gleam, taunted Ron, asking if he desired his brother's wife, to which Ron, a sinister smile gracing his lips, claimed Charlotte was now his. While Yvonne internally raged about her years of unrequited love for Ron, feeling Charlotte had almost turned her into his enemy. Charlotte, amidst the chaos, frantically tried to stop Ron and Miss Anne, believing the ordeal was connected to her divorce from Shine, not Ron, as Miss Anne cried out that Ron was truly crazy. Dr. King urgently implored Charlotte to open the door, expressing deep concern that Ron was bullying her again, prompting Charlotte to desperately cry out for Shine's help. Ron, ignoring the pleas, demanded Charlotte come over as she tearfully begged Shine to save her from Ron's madness. Shine, enraged by Ron's behavior, fiercely reprimanded him for treating Charlotte like a punk and vowed not to let him bully her again, threatening to reveal the truth or show her a mysterious box, leaving Charlotte wide-eyed with apprehension. Ron finally relented, agreeing to leave if Charlotte emerged in 5 minutes, stating he would wait for her, sparking Charlotte's intense curiosity about the box Shine had mentioned. Charlotte apologized to Shine for the trouble, but Shine, still inexplicably loyal, insisted Ron was an excellent guy and urged her to give him more time. Charlotte inwardly questioned why everyone in this family championed Ron as good. Shine then asked if she had signed the divorce agreement, confirming he had, but cryptically warned her she might not want to see it, advising her to ask the butler if she truly desired to read it. Charlotte was startled by a text from Miss Anne revealing that Master Ram had just gone out with Yvonne, and worried about Ron causing further disturbance, she resolved to obtain the divorce agreement from the butler and leave immediately. The butler presented Charlotte with the divorce agreement, cautioning her against anger after reading it, a warning she dismissed with confusion, only to scream in horrified rage moments later, declaring no way, as the shocking contents unfolded. Meanwhile, at a flashy club, Ron, simmering with anger, recounted that Charlotte was attempting to divorce his brother and he had just sent her a warning, while Yvonne, looking utterly bored, mused about someone cheating in her place and her need to earn some pocket money. At the casino, Liam reported the presence of Killer, a tall man accompanied by 3 bodyguards, while a flamboyant gambler ostentatiously bet $10 million, drawing the attention of both Ron and Yvonne. After Ron won the first round, Yvonne, weary of months spent playing piano to seduce Shine, suggested a more entertaining game of their own with Ron, playfully pinching his arm and dismissively calling the rich gambler a moron, finding the casino far more stimulating than a nightclub. Yvonne abruptly told Ron to stop staring and insisted they leave, while the blonde gambler was apparently on the hook. Ron, in a fit of possessive rage, brutally punched the blonde gambler, accusing him of staring at his girlfriend and vowing to teach him a lesson, leaving the man bewildered by the sudden assault. Ron delivered another powerful punch, sternly telling the gambler he should have stared as the tall bodyguard Chuki stepped forward, recognizing Ron's lethal skill and admitting he was no match, prompting Yvonne to wonder if Ron was fighting on her behalf. Casino security intervened, advising Ron not to cause a scene, but Ron vehemently insisted the man had stared at his girlfriend, while an elderly man in charge pointed out Yvonne's provocative attire was designed to attract attention. Enraged, Ron scattered gambling chips everywhere, declaring he could dress Yvonne however he pleased. But no one had the right to watch, to Yvonne's evident delight, as he then demanded Rock enter the fray. Ron proved faster and overwhelmingly stronger than Rock in their confrontation, roaring in fury as he vowed to kill the man for hitting him, while Yvonne threatened destruction if Ron were harmed. The tall man was left utterly shocked as Yvonne brazenly slapped him across the face, a move that surprised onlookers who questioned his inability to resist her. It became apparent Yvonne had not even glanced at Ron, let alone other women, when she struck. Ron, feeling a fractured, finally intervened, telling Yvonne they were not their matches. Rock, the tall man, apologized and promised compensation for the damages. Suddenly, Charlotte's voice echoed through the chaos, crying out Ron's name, specifically lamenting his injured hand as someone begged Mrs. Fan to assist Master Ron, whose hands were now too unstable to hold chopsticks. Charlotte, ever the sweet, empathetic soul, found herself captivated by the injured Ron, pitying his apparent poverty and offering to serve him, unaware of the complex, dangerous world he inhabited. As Ron feigned nonchalance, internally raging at an unseen adversary who deliberately broke bones, he noted Charlotte's genuine smile as she offered her service, wondering if she truly meant it. Soon, a frantic Ron revealed that his woman, Yvonne, had vanished, making him suspicious. Meanwhile, Charlotte, lying in bed, began to question her own reality, searching for a marriage certificate in a brocade box. A chilling thought struck her: if he didn't want her to see it, it wouldn't be hidden, yet she hadn't seen the signed form. A friend innocently suggested reporting the missing certificate to the Civil Affairs Bureau, a thought that immediately filled Charlotte with a profound sense of unease and a bad hunch. At the hospital, Ron's worry intensified as he arrived to find Rock, his brother, still in surgery, gravely wounded from 2 gunshot wounds and a knife attack. A brutal reality that made Ron grimly realize Rock was truly a wolf out of control. Rock, barely conscious and bloodied, defiantly warned Ron that if he died, Ron wouldn't live long either, then revealed his assailant was Badr, one of their foster father's adopted children, emphasizing the foster father's ruthless power and advising Ron he was no match. Rock then cryptically mentioned leaving a present in Ron's SUV, a detail that sent a cold wave of determination through Ron, who vowed that anyone who hurt his brother must die, as he revealed a mysterious symbol tattooed on his arm. Moments later, Ron was on the phone, confirming the grim details of a previous confrontation where he had mercilessly cut off an assailant's arm, now ready to retrieve Rock's gift from his car, leaving a chilling 3 minutes later hanging in the air as he sped away. Elsewhere, Yvonne was confronted by Miss Ram, who shockingly informed her that Nine, the man Ron had maimed, was dead because of Yvonne, a revelation Yvonne vehemently denied. Despite Miss Ram's insistence that Ron had cut off Nine's arm in a casino fight, and their foster father had no use for unusable pawns. The drama unfolded further as Charlotte, still reeling from her unsettling thoughts, arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, feeling increasingly anxious about the elusive marriage certificate and wondering if her household registration was needed to prove her marital status. Her anxiety morphed into utter shock and betrayal when the clerk, after initially being unable to help without the certificate, confirmed her marriage to a handsome husband named Ron, revealing Charlotte's entire world was built on a lie. The painful truth slammed into Charlotte. Ron, her alleged husband, had pretended to be her brother, flirted with her, and called her honey, making her feel foolish and deeply hurt, a puppet in a cruel game. Tear-streaked and heartbroken, Charlotte found herself pitied by onlookers who whispered about her husband cheating, while Ron, or a male confidant, assured her not to be afraid, promising no harm even from her legal father. Charlotte was advised to leave school, and arrangements were made for the red sandalwood box to be retrieved. A family elder and another man discussed the red sandalwood box, with the elder suggesting Charlotte keep it as Ron wouldn't want her to have it, acknowledging that if Ron knew he'd be angry but deciding it was time to end the farce, his words hinting at the depth of deception Charlotte was facing. Charlotte, visibly distressed, spoke on the phone, telling someone named Shine that she would take the bus, not needing a pickup, while Ron, still recovering from his injuries, observed her. Noting her tears and hesitating to reveal more truth in her fragile state, eventually Charlotte confronted Ron, revealing she had been to the Civil Affairs Bureau and knew he wasn't her husband. Ron, apologetic, accepted her knowledge, while Charlotte, with a poignant display of resilience, told him not to blame himself, admitting she wasn't likable, and then inexplicably handed him something, asking him to keep it. Charlotte then examined the beautiful sandalwood box, a precious memento her father had held before his death, stained with his blood, which Ron always hated and discarded. She realized it was the only thing Ron's mother had left, a picture drawn by her, making her wonder if it depicted their father. Discovering a deeply emotional love poem by Tagore within, Charlotte found herself reflecting on the painful complexities of love and loss, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events and the realization of a third party in their lives. The next day erupted in chaos as a furious Yvonne demanded Ron leave, attacking him with a bag while screaming accusations of cheating with that bitch and wishing him dead. Ron, chillingly calm, ordered Miss Ram not to intervene, recognizing that Yvonne now knew Charlotte was his wife. Charlotte watched, distressed, as Ron commanded Morley to let Yvonne in, telling his brother to stay away, while Miss Ram tried desperately to de-escalate the situation. Yvonne, her hand bleeding from self-inflicted wounds, screamed at Shine, accusing him of cheating her and calling him a bastard, further unraveling into a manic fit. She mocked Ron about their happy wedding, claiming she would die because of him, detailing her extreme efforts, including fasting, cutting her veins, and kneeling for her foster father for days, all to save Ron's life. Shine, in distress, begged her to stop. Yvonne violently rejected Ron's touch, calling his hands dirty, while Shine, overwhelmed, confessed it was all his fault and urged Ron to marry Yvonne. Ron angrily silenced Yvonne, calling her crazy, leaving Charlotte to agonize over whether revealing her forced marriage would alleviate Yvonne's pain, acknowledging Yvonne's profound love for Ron and the immense sacrifices she had made. Yvonne, her eyes wild with a terrifying smile, confronted Charlotte, menacingly declaring Charlotte had misunderstood and now must die because Yvonne couldn't have the man she desired. She promised to systematically kill everyone with her foster father, proclaiming this was Charlotte's price for cheating her, her laughter echoing chillingly. Ron, witnessing Yvonne's derangement, immediately called for guards. As others struggled to contain her, a doctor administered a sedative, which Yvonne fought against fiercely, her screams of protest filling the air. Charlotte, utterly despairing, felt paralyzed by fear, wishing it was all a nightmare. Ron, holding the now sedated Yvonne, consulted his brother Shine about locking her on the third floor, to which Shine, racked with guilt, took full blame. Later, Shine gently offered Ron breakfast, but Ron, hugging him, refused, expressing his need for Shine to live, not for a woman, guiltily aware that Yvonne's current state was a result of her desperate plea. Yvonne, now confined and shackled, called Ron, her voice a twisted mix of flirtation and malice, promising to be there right away, yet her hands throbbed and her head spun, cursing Ron's name. Imprisoned and bound, Yvonne screamed in terror, demanding to know where she was and what they intended to do, Ron watching her with a chillingly detached expression. Her madness escalated as she taunted Charlotte, calling her an idiot and declaring that if she couldn't have Ron, no other woman would. She would kill them all. Ron, enraged by her continued delusions, slapped her across the face. Yvonne, momentarily stunned, then asked if he wanted to sleep with a man and told Morris to proceed. Ron, with a cold fury, instructed Morris and three other men to do exactly as he commanded because his brother was in a bad mood. As Yvonne's terrified screams echoed, begging them not to touch her. In a frantic whirlwind of chaos, Yvonne is relentlessly targeted, screamed at as trash, while a blonde man goads Ron's distressed brother into harming her for a reward. Yvonne, pale and desperate, begs to be left alone, even offering her own body in a futile plea. As Ron's conflicted brother murmurs about death, his eyes wide with internal struggle. Meanwhile, Ron, the pink-haired master, frantically tries to reach Morris, demanding he call a medical team to save Yvonne, refusing to let her die. But guards block his path, revealing his assistant's warning that his own brother, another Ron, is intent on causing Yvonne severe harm. Ron realizes only Shine could stop this madness, but can only reach Mo, making him contemplate forcibly breaking in as the guards sneer that Yvonne deserves her punishment for past transgressions against Shine. A young girl, Xiaoyi, defiantly confronts Ron, demanding to know why he cares for that woman, Yvonne, but he dismisses her, stating his brother's actions are none of her business and reminding Xiaoyi how brutally Yvonne hurt Shine. Xiaoyi, in a fit of pique, accuses Ron of being easily swayed by beauty, as he calmly watches her storm off, reflecting on the arduous journey his father endured to raise him. Xiaoyi continues to act out, ignoring Ron's exasperated calls to put on her shoes and return, so Ron, visibly frustrated, gently pushes her away and shifts his focus, instructing Morris to get down to business. He inquires about Mr. White's well-being and proposes sending Charlotte to accompany him for a few days, assuring Morris she won't cause trouble, leaving Morris to ponder the sudden decision to dispatch her. Ron then grimly informs Morris about his powerful enemy, Fish, also known as Rotend, clarifying that this is a deeply personal vendetta and unequivocally refusing any suggestion of involving military personnel like Chu, who is currently serving in the army. Ron declares his intention to visit Grandpa White, while Morris reluctantly agrees to allow Ron to pursue his personal grudge, but not without a dire warning that he will collect Ron's body if he perishes in the attempt. Ron, in turn, issues a stern warning to Morris not to harm Charlotte and explicitly forbids her from ever working at his club. Morris thanks Ron, affectionately calling him little brother, but Ron, with a pained expression, insists Morris must not die, unwilling to face the grim task of collecting his body just as someone calls out, "Ron Fan, here you are." Ron Fan, our pink-haired protagonist, encounters Doris, asking why she's at the club. He expresses his genuine concern, not wanting her to work in such an inappropriate place, and offers her financial assistance. But Doris, with resolute pride, declares she earns her living through artistic performances and is not ashamed, graciously refusing his money and asserting her ability to take care of herself. Ron then muses that empowering her with a means of livelihood is far better than simply showering her with cash. Following Ron's instructions, Morris interviews a club employee about Doris Young, describing her as young, beautiful, a talented dancer, and an avid food lover, which prompts Ron to wonder if this elaborate setup is Morris's doing. He observes Doris's pole dance, noting her exceptional talent, but also her refusal to become a permanent employee, finding himself captivated by her innocent, confident, and energetic smile. Feeling an inexplicable attraction, the manager explains Doris's challenging past as an orphan, and later, as Doris leaves after her shower, Ron notices the strange emptiness of the room. Ron encounters Doris, directly asking if she is the new staff member, and she, acknowledging his striking handsomeness, confirms her identity as Doris Young. Ron then clarifies his position as the club's boss, explicitly stating he has no romantic interest in her, leaving Doris to silently conclude that a limp girl like herself, less attractive than the others, couldn't possibly capture the attention of a boss like him. Ron abruptly tells Doris to follow him, which she immediately misinterprets, angrily declaring she is a dancer, not a hooker, much to Ron's exasperation. He quickly clarifies, denying any improper intentions, explaining he merely heard about her difficult past and wished to treat her to something nice like lobsters, a word that instantly lights up Doris's eyes with childish wonder. Doris, overwhelmed with delight, devours the delicious lobsters, her face beaming with joy, while Ron watches, amused, thinking how easily she could be swayed by good food. Later, full in content, Doris thanks him before drifting off to sleep. Mrs. Fang expresses concern for Shine and asks Ron's brother, who looks noticeably thinner, about his troubles with Rotend. His brother, consumed by rage, declares he cares only that Rotend must pay for hurting Shine, stubbornly ignoring warnings about Rotend's vast power and influence in the criminal underworld, fueled by his own military forces and weapon manufacturing. He vehemently expresses his desire to confront Rotend, despite the stark reality that such an encounter would lead to a fate far worse than death. Ron warns his brother about the futility of facing Rotend, reminding him of a past incident where saving him was a perilous gamble, barely ensuring the survival of all three. His brother, however, still harbors resentment, blaming Ron for choosing to save Shine over him, which prompts Ron to chillingly question if his brother would still maintain such a sentiment had he been the one burned instead of Shine. Ron's brother, lost in despair, claims he would have found peace if he had been the one hurt, but Ron dismisses this as impossible, coldly explaining that their family would utterly abandon them if they repeated such a choice. He then assures his brother that he and Morris would take them in just as Roxanne arrives, specifically seeking Ron. Ron, concerned for Roxanne's well-being, urges him to rest. Ron offers to speak with Roxanne, who from his car simply nods, trusting Ron to handle Rotend, and then drives away, urged by Ron to stay safe. Meanwhile, an older man, distraught and tearful, berates himself as useless, unable to protect the woman he loves, but the older woman reassures him, promising that Ron and Yvonne will be all right, confident that Ron will consider his decisions carefully and not give up easily. The older woman confirms that Yvonne will be fine, as she is scheduled to meet her godfather. The man requests the white toy Charlotte gave him, and the woman, preparing a warm drink, instructs him to tell Ron to meet her upon his return. In a lavish hallway, Shine approaches Ron, initially appearing to inquire about Yvonne, but Ron immediately corrects him, stating he wishes to discuss Charlotte. Shine then drops a bombshell, revealing that Charlotte not only believed Yvonne's words, but also discovered official records from the marriage registration office, proving Ron to be her legitimate husband. Ron is visibly shocked and annoyed, acknowledging Charlotte's unexpected intelligence, as Shine then directly asks if Ron ever harbored any feelings for Charlotte, to which Ron coldly responds, not a bit. Ron, seemingly indifferent, calmly informed his injured brother that he disliked her, which immediately drew a frustrated retort from his sibling, who accused him of being too proud to admit his deep love for Charlotte, branding him as stubbornly unwilling to confess his true feelings. Despite this emotional plea, Ron coolly announced his intention to send someone to Mr. Chuck's mansion the following night, but his brother insisted he bring Charlotte back for a last dinner. A request Ron conceded to, only to be asked about his and Yvonne's departure, prompting Ron to reassure him to rest, confirming he knew of his brother's worries for Charlotte. As night fell, Charlotte Lynn was startled by a knock at her door, a harbinger of the chilling message delivered by a servant. Ron demanded her presence at a last dinner at the mansion, threatening that if she didn't come, she could collect his dead body, as he despised being left deserted on the street. Peeking from behind a curtain at the grand dinner, Charlotte watched Ron eat, baffled and somewhat indignant by his earlier emotional threat contrasted with his current silence, while Auntie Anne offered her food and Ron's bandaged brother remained quiet, observing the tense scene. Ron then abruptly informed a bewildered Charlotte that she was to stay at White's mansion while he sent Shine elsewhere, flatly forbidding her from asking where he was going, stating she had no right to know and no power to refuse, a declaration that incensed his brother, who demanded to know how Ron dared speak to her in such a manner. As a grandfather clock ticked away, Ron swiftly issued orders to butler Mo and Dr. King to pack his brother's necessities upstairs and to Auntie Anne to pack Charlotte's clothes, setting the stage for their imminent departure. With preparations underway, Ron instructed Donnie to prepare the cars, then embracing his brother, he revealed his resolute decision to confront Rotan sooner or later, dismissing Rotan's influence in South America and declaring that his armies would never enter their city, displaying a rare moment of tender ferocity. Standing outside a magnificent mansion, Charlotte listened, heartbroken, as Ron stoically told her he would retrieve her when everything was finished and that she was not to leave, grimly explaining that if he didn't return, it meant he was dead, assuring her he would leave ample money for her and his brother Martin for the rest of their lives, before directing her to a kind old man living in the White Mansion. Adding a cold condition, Ron stated that if Charlotte married anyone else, she would receive no money, to which she tearfully but firmly responded that she would never marry another, quickly adding that she would remain with his brother because she loved money, a surprising declaration that brought a rare, faint smile to Ron's face, who declared they finally had something in common. Charlotte, utterly taken aback, realized it was the first time she had ever seen Ron smile, a moment that inexplicably brought tears to her eyes as she questioned why she felt sad despite claiming to hate him, while Auntie Anne offered her fresh potato pies for her journey. As Donnie prepared Charlotte's luggage, confirming that Morris awaited her at the White Mansion, Charlotte hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave. Ron, noticing her tears, demanded to know why she was crying again before pulling her into a tight, frustrated embrace, telling her not to make a scene. Trapped in his arms, a terrified Charlotte internally wondered what Ron would do if she revealed her pregnancy, but as he urged her to speak, her words caught in her throat and he abruptly pushed her away. With a final summer gaze, Ron made Charlotte promise to stay alive for both his brother and himself, a vow she solemnly made before his staff announced their readiness, and he turned to leave. With a soft murmur, Charlotte whispered her love for Ron, a sentiment he seemed to acknowledge with a subtle, fleeting smile. As Ron, surrounded by his entourage, stepped into his car, he promised Charlotte a present if he returned, leaving her standing alone, consumed by worry and a lingering sense of dread. In the car with Donnie, Charlotte's mind raced with anxiety, wondering when she would see Ron again, praying for his safety. And when offered potato pies by Donnie, she declined, citing the importance of him focusing on driving, earning her a compliment for her responsible attitude. Continuing their journey towards White's mansion, Charlotte ate a potato pie, still a long distance from their destination, as Donnie reminded her to eat so her deer wouldn't be hungry, sparking her curiosity about White's mansion, its castle-like appearance, and a legendary battle it once hosted, only to learn their car wouldn't be allowed inside. Donnie then reassured her that she should be able to enter this time, clarifying that Mr. Morris was Morris White, the renowned master of the nightclub and grandson of the old Mr. White. As they neared the mansion, Donnie suddenly noticed an approaching car, instantly recognizing it as an explosion-proof vehicle, and realizing the imminent danger, he adamantly declared he wouldn't allow Charlotte to be kidnapped again, accelerating fiercely and urging her to sit tight as they raced towards White's mansion. Panicked as the car came under attack, Charlotte flinched, but Donnie, recognizing her, quickly pushed Charlotte down, vowing to protect her and urging her not to be afraid before stomping on the gas and telling Charlotte to keep driving even as he was the one behind the wheel. Donnie pushed the car to its limits, desperate to reach safety, but a swift, aggressive maneuver from an enemy vehicle sent them crashing violently, shattering their car. The impact was devastating. Donnie lay bloody and severely injured as a terrified Charlotte frantically screamed his name, desperately pleading for him to wake up. In the chaotic aftermath, Charlotte was forcibly dragged from the wreckage by assailants, crying out to Donnie to run, while he, trapped and bleeding, desperately fumbled for his phone. Managing a broken call to Master Ron before the connection was severed, all he could utter being that Mrs. Charlotte was. Amidst the sirens and flashing lights, public security and an ambulance arrived, discovering a gravely injured Donnie still stuck in the crashed vehicle. Ron, hearing only a faint, broken response on the phone, calmly asked Donnie what was wrong, to which Donnie, in a desperate attempt to protect him, lied that his car was merely scratched and he would be late. Ron, now aware of the Roxanne news, coolly deduced that Ivan Ram, a mere pawn, was using his foster daughter as an excuse, lamenting that he had no choice but to proceed with his plan for his brother's sake. Ron, now wearing a mask that obscured his eyes, confronted the kidnappers holding Charlotte, coldly stating they knew nothing, before revealing that this was a bow between Rodang and May Charlotte, making Charlotte a calculated lure. A chilling couplet message detailing the benefits of being cruel to one's wife and the difficulty of getting her back flashed as Charlotte, bruised and bleeding, screamed that Ron Fan was a dead man, while the masked figure menacingly questioned if Ron Fan would truly come to meet him. At the White Mansion, when questioned about not attending the training camp, Ron assertively declared himself in charge. Then, with a surge of protective instinct, he picked up his injured brother Martin, explaining that he intended to distract Rodang, all while a flicker of worry crossed his face as he wondered if something had happened to Charlotte. In the car, Ron reassured his brother that he would see his wife safely at the White Mansion, urging him not to overthink or ask questions about other matters, and firmly instructed his attendant to ensure Martin's safe delivery to the mansion, receiving a resolute promise that nothing would happen to Master Martin as long as he lived. Later in the living room, Ron's brother Martin, whose bandaged face was being tended to by Dr. King, asked if something had indeed happened to Mrs. Charlotte, to which the doctor confirmed that sacrifices involving Charlotte were necessary to keep Martin safe. 5 minutes later, Martin, still pondering Ron's ruthless yet sentimental actions, advised Auntie Anne to stay at the fan's house and assured her as Ron sped away in a car that they would all return, bringing Charlotte with them. Meanwhile, an unmasked antagonist in sunglasses instructed his driver to tail Ron Fan closely, seizing the opportunity for action as soon as it arose, and seeing two cars separate, decided to follow the first one with urgency. Martin, receiving a call while in his car, was informed that Master Ron's vehicle wouldn't withstand the barrage of attacks much longer, but Ron, defiant, ordered his driver to violently ram the enemy cars, intending to create a diversion for Mo and his team. Finally, Ron received the crucial call confirming Master Martin's safe arrival at the White Mansion, a call he had endured the relentless attacks for, now his patience worn thin, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared it was his turn to bully around, commanding his driver to crash into the enemy cars that dared to hit his. Amidst the wreckage, a new hooded figure with bloodshot eyes and severe facial injuries rushed forward, crying out for Ron Fan to wake up and look at him, cursing Ron for his delayed arrival. Ron Fan lies gravely injured, a fractured rib, internal bleeding, and a 7-inch leg wound, as his vigilant brother assures him the artery is fine. Desperate, Ron immediately grabs his phone to call, frantically asking for Charlotte, only to be told she never returned to the dorm from school, the recipient coldly stating he wasn't obligated to care for her, cutting off the call and leaving Ron to clutch his phone, whispering Charlotte's name in mounting despair. A crushing realization dawns on him. While he was unconscious, Ivan Ram had been taken by Sean and given Ivan's merciless nature. He knew Charlotte Lynn was in grave danger. Meanwhile, a dizzy Ivan Ram awakens in an unfamiliar house, where a man informs her he brought her from the fan's residence. Her first thought is of Ron Fan and Charlotte Lynn, demanding to know if that bitch is dead, but the man reveals Ron was rescued by Roxanne and their father has Charlotte Lynn. A sadistic smile twists Yvonne's lips as her eyes glow ominously, declaring Charlotte Lynn's good days are over and vowing neither Charlotte nor Ron would escape her wrath. Across town, a bruised Charlotte Lynn sits traumatized, attempting to reassure herself, but the door soon opens to reveal Yvonne, who maliciously proclaims their reunion. Charlotte is shocked, demanding to know why Yvonne is there, fear gripping her as Yvonne approaches, questioning Charlotte's hand on her belly. Charlotte tries to back away, denying any pain, but Yvonne dismisses her lies, accusing her of being surprised to see her, then lashes out with a violent slap, pulling Charlotte's hair as she screams in agony. Yvonne relentlessly taunts Charlotte, accusing her of thinking she's still stupid enough to fall for her tricks. Yvonne then reveals her chilling discovery. Charlotte's baby is more than 3 months old, cruelly asking if Charlotte truly believes she can carry Ron's child, as Charlotte wonders how Yvonne knew her deeply hidden secret. With a chilling smile and a knife in hand, Yvonne declares the baby in Charlotte's stomach is merely slough, advising her not to be nervous, while Charlotte recoils, pleading for Yvonne to stay away, terrified of what the Fan family would do if they found out. Yvonne then shatters Charlotte's world, revealing Ron knowingly used her as bait, letting her go ahead into an ambush on the way to White's mansion to lead her foster father away, cruelly stating that in Ron's eyes, Charlotte is nothing but pathetic bait. Charlotte, utterly broken, tearfully denies it, questioning if she truly is so insignificant. Yvonne, her face a mask of malevolent glee, warns Charlotte not to grieve too early as the real pain is just beginning, brandishing the knife and declaring she hasn't seen a 3-month-old fetus and might as well dig it out early, as Charlotte desperately pleads for her innocent child. In a burst of maternal instinct, Charlotte pushes Yvonne away, screaming that she cannot touch her baby, causing Yvonne to stumble and drop the knife. Yvonne snaps back, but then Sean intervenes, blocking her attack, grabbing her wrist, snapping it with a loud crack and disarming her. Yvonne screams in pain and fury, but Sean coldly warns her that Charlotte must remain alive for their foster father's plans, telling Yvonne she's the one who wants to die. Yvonne collapses, defiantly stating she'll take responsibility alone, while Charlotte remains on the floor, shaking. Yvonne angrily questions Sean's interference, but he calmly retorts he just saved her life, explaining that their foster father intends to make Ron choose between Charlotte and Shine Fan, making Charlotte crucial to the plan. Yvonne confidently believes Ron will choose Shine Fan, but Sean then reveals the true dilemma. What if Ron has to choose between his brother and the child Charlotte Lynn is now carrying, a revelation that shocks Yvonne into silence. Meanwhile, Ron's phone buzzes with an incoming call from Yvonne as he sits injured with his hooded brother nearby. Yvonne mockingly offers Ron a new way of entertainment, stating Charlotte, his Miss Snow White, is now Miss Blood Red, implying her brutalized state as Charlotte sits battered and disheartened, clenching her fists. Ron, with a stern expression, dismisses Charlotte as too boring, choosing Yvonne as more interesting, much to Charlotte's crushing despair as she overhears his words. Yvonne continues to taunt Ron, questioning his indifference to Charlotte before hanging up. Charlotte, heartbroken, silently wonders why she never told Ron about their child, as Yvonne gloats knowing Ron would abandon her. Yvonne, with Sean, happily proclaims she will now have a date with Ron Fan, despite Sean warning her that Ron is merely setting a trap. Elsewhere, Ron's brother questions if he's truly in love with Charlotte, citing the 200 million yuan he paid for that night, but Ron dismisses the question as none of his business. Ron then receives another call from his brother, who, enraged after seeing Charlotte's condition, reports she has been severely tortured by Yvonne Ram and vows to inflict the same pain on Yvonne. Ron, after a moment, calmly instructs his brother to proceed, his eyes now blazing with cold fury, commanding him to drag Yvonne and ensure she never leaves White's mansion, no matter what. At a restaurant, Ron meets Yvonne, immediately deflecting any mention of Charlotte, calling her an unpleasant woman and warning Yvonne that begging for her would only lead to more torture for Charlotte. Back in her prison, Charlotte clutches her belly, apologizing to her unborn child for failing to protect it, as Yvonne reappears to resume her torment. Yvonne cruelly informs Charlotte that she told Ron about the pregnancy, and Ron, after asking Yvonne out, callously declared Charlotte doesn't deserve to have his child. Charlotte's world shatters, realizing she was never truly Ron's wife, just a pawn. Yvonne, with a wicked smirk, then produces a bottle, revealing it to be the aborticide Ron Fan himself provided, leaving Charlotte in stunned disbelief. Charlotte violently refuses, swatting the glass of aborticide away, screaming that her child is innocent. Yvonne, furious, slaps Charlotte, declaring it's her last day and orders her men to grab Charlotte. As Charlotte struggles and pleads, Yvonne mockingly asks if she thinks she can protect her child without the pills, then orders one of her men to brutally kick Charlotte's belly. The man delivers a savage kick, blood splatters, and Charlotte screams in agonizing pain. Suddenly, the man falls dead, a gunshot echoing as Yvonne looks up in shock to see her foster father, gun in hand, questioning if his marksmanship was too precise. The bruised and terrified Charlotte Lynn, her eyes wide with fear, is overwhelmed by the thought of impending death. Below her, the ruthless Rodin calmly orders his men to dispose of a body, ignoring Charlotte's desperate plea to back away, while a surge of defiant energy flickers in her eyes as Rodin gazes on menacingly. Soon after, the elegant Yvonne Ram, Rodin's adopted daughter, appears, questioning her godfather's presence in such a filthy place, only to be brutally slapped on Rodin's command, a punishment Charlotte observes with a mix of shock and unexpected horror. Rodin then instructs his subordinate to find a doctor for Charlotte, ensuring the safety of both mother and child before Ron Fan makes an inevitable choice, a cryptic declaration that leaves Charlotte bewildered. Charlotte catches a glimpse of Rodin, a flicker of recognition in her mind, prompting him to demand if she knows him. She denies it, turning away as instructed, but secretly observes him, thinking he's an uncanny observer who can read minds. A thought confirmed by his subordinate's agreement to watch her closely. At the opulent seashore villa of the Rodang house, Rodang's son mentions that Shin Fan was hidden by Ron Fan in the White's mansion, while Yvonne Ram pleads with her father to spare Ron Fan, dismissing Shin Fan as a disaster. Rodang, with a chilling smirk, reveals he knows Yvonne Ram harbors hatred, and his son promptly slaps her, warning her not to presume to understand her father's thoughts. Rodang then devises a cruel scheme, demanding they find a way for Shin Fan to walk out of the White's mansion on his own. Ivan Ram protests, reminding him of Shin Fan's disabled state, but Rodang's son coldly declares their true purpose: to inform the White's mansion that Charlotte Lynn is pregnant. Rodang speculates that if the lives of the mother and child are on the line, Shin Fan will be forced to act, a manipulative tactic Ivan Ram recognizes as her father exploiting humanity's weaknesses to make Ron Fan choose. Rodang brutally dismisses Ivan Ram, telling her she should drown herself, to which she subserviently agrees, having no choice. Meanwhile, Ron Fan, his arm bandaged, is informed by a shadowy figure that Rodang will force him to make miserable choices, to which Ron Fan retorts he has already made choices for Charlotte Lynn's safety and his brother's. The hooded figure cruelly presses Ron Fan's injured arm, intensifying his pain, explaining that Rodang wants him to suffer more than just misery, before revealing that Rodang can force his brother, Shin Fan, out of the White's mansion. Ron Fan realizes Rodang's true intention is to take advantage of his brother. The scene dramatically shifts to a highway where a blue convertible streaks past, nearly colliding with Master Bai's car, forcing him to slam on his brakes and curse the reckless driver. Out steps Ivan Ram, looking captivating, immediately charming Master Bai, who, smitten, offers his services, only for Ivan Ram to propose they spend the night together. She subtly guides him, rejecting his nightclub suggestion, and as he embraces her, he recalls her past relationship with Ron, which she dismisses as a failure. Ivan Ram, with a dangerous glint, asks if he's hiding anything, mentioning her grandfather is too old for gunshots, then confidently declares she can prove herself. Master Bai, convinced, agrees to return to the White's mansion, instructing her to stop talking, bringing them to Ron Fan's doorstep. At the White's mansion, Ron Fan, still bandaged, is astonished to see Ivan Ram arrive with Master Bai, who casually greets his grandfather. Ivan Ram then approaches a bandaged Shin Fan, reassuring Butler Mo that she means no harm and caresses Shin Fan's face, asking if he is all right. She tenderly tells Shin Fan to take care of himself in his fragile state, bidding him farewell with a knowing wink as she departs. Butler Mo, suspicious, suggests Ivan Ram was up to something, but Shin Fan, weary, dismisses it. Later, Shin Fan discovers a phone Ivan Ram left behind, wondering if it holds an important message. Upon pressing it, an image of a bruised Charlotte flashes onto the screen, coupled with her desperate plea that her child is innocent. Shin Fan is utterly stunned by the revelation. Charlotte is pregnant and he is to be a father. A chilling message appears on the phone, warning him to leave the White's mansion within 3 days with Charlotte and their child, or they will die, explicitly forbidding him from contacting the police. Overwhelmed with guilt and love, Shin Fan vows to rescue Charlotte, ready to exchange his own life for hers and their child's. Meanwhile, Master Bai and Ivan Ram are in his car, where he playfully suggests the thrill of intimacy in the vehicle, before Ron Fan abruptly opens the car door and violently throws a drink in Master Bai's face. Ron Fan confronts Ivan Ram, demanding to know why she came to the White's mansion, only to learn she was trying to talk to his brother. Ron Fan, holding Ivan Ram captive, proposes a chilling exchange, Ivan Ram for Charlotte, which he considers a fair trade, much to the disbelief of his companion. Ron Fan then, with a heavy heart, asks what a half means, discovering in a horrifying moment that Charlotte Lynn has been pregnant for 4 months, a fact that shocks his companion. His companion vehemently scolds Ron Fan for being a pathetic husband, unaware of his wife's pregnancy, and presents Charlotte's B-scan results as undeniable proof. Ron Fan is consumed by a furious despair, his world shattering as he grapples with the 4-month pregnancy he knew nothing about. His companion argues against trading Ivan Ram, asserting her life is worthless to Rodang, but challenges Ron Fan, asking if she is also worthless to him. Ron Fan, racked with guilt, curses Charlotte for not confiding in him about her pregnancy, while his friend urges him to stop drinking and find a solution. Another ally arrives, questioning if Ron Fan is drowning his sorrows, and reports having clues to Rodang's luxury community address. Ron Fan, fueled by rage and desperation, declares his intention to find Rodang, brushing aside concerns about becoming bait. His phone buzzes, a call from Mo, who delivers the devastating news that Master Shin has spat blood and is being rushed to the hospital, shocking Ron Fan with the realization that his brother left the White's mansion. Ron Fan instructs Mo to stay close to Shin Fan and races to the hospital, where he's informed Shin Fan is in the emergency room. Ignoring the staff's warnings, Ron Fan violently kicks open the operation room door. He curses, realizing he's too late as his phone buzzes again. It's Rodang, his voice dripping with menace, declaring the game has begun, presenting Ron Fan with an ultimatum and granting him a single day to decide before their meeting at Repulse Bay tomorrow night. Ron Fan's world shatters as a chilling text message flashes on his phone, threatening Charlotte and their unborn child, igniting a furious resolve within him to confront Rodang. His brother, seeing his intent, questions his willingness to sacrifice himself and urges him to cancel the dangerous plan, but Ron, unwavering, declares his choice was made long ago. He would save both his brother and the woman he'd shared his life with, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Charlotte, alone and wounded, wonders fearfully about her captor's true intentions when they send a doctor, only to be utterly shocked as a bandaged, wheelchair-bound Shin Fan is suddenly wheeled into her presence. Shine, gravely injured but smiling, assures her he came only to see her and ensure her safety, revealing his deep concern by chastising her for not disclosing her pregnancy and insisting she must escape. Overcome with emotion, Charlotte weeps apologies as an unseen accomplice reports that they've successfully locked the two together, just as a terrifying rumble shakes the room. Shine and Charlotte are bewildered, realizing they are not experiencing an earthquake but are being lifted into the air, likely within a container. A sudden crash signals their landing, and the sound of the ocean confirms Shine's chilling suspicion. They've been moved to a cruise ship destined for the open sea, all to create a more secure negotiation ground for Ron. Shine tenderly reassures Charlotte that she and the baby will be safe with Ron. Then, with a desperate burst of energy, shouts for Ron to handle the rest and hurls himself forward, intent on sacrifice, leaving Charlotte screaming his name in terror. However, his attempt is brutally thwarted by a guard who violently pushes him back into his wheelchair. Then an armed man appears, threatening them both. Shine, desperate, shields Charlotte and offers his own life, but the guard delivers a cruel message from his father. Any further attempts at self-harm by Shine will result in Charlotte Lynn's immediate death, emphasizing that two lives hang in the balance. Charlotte is then roughly thrown back, warned that her life is tied to Shine's survival. Later, under the cover of night, Ron Fan learns from an associate that the implant in his wound is a locator, designed to activate at Rodang's villa, ensuring they can recover his body. Ron, with grim determination, enters Rodang's heavily guarded villa, his internal locator successfully bypassing the security and confronts Rodang. Rodang, sitting calmly, mocks Ron, pulling out a phone to pose a true or false question while his men surround Ron, confirming his overwhelming control. With a sinister flourish, Rodang turns an hourglass, signifying the start of his cruel game, as a terrified Charlotte is seen comforting a struggling Shine. Back in their confinement, Shine and Charlotte suddenly gasp for air as the room's oxygen is rapidly extracted, leaving Shine in agony and Charlotte crying out in helpless despair. Rodang, watching Ron's anguish on a monitor, smugly asks if he can't stay calm, then poses his true question. With one captive disabled and the other pregnant and the hourglass draining, Ron's only choice is death. Enraged but outmaneuvered, Ron orders his men to retreat, realizing Rodang's calculating mind is far more dangerous than he anticipated, allowing Rodang to triumphantly declare that since Ron has complied, the game can now begin, and orders his guards to mask Ron's face before dragging him away as Charlotte cries out his name. As Ron is led past, Charlotte, tears streaming, calls out to him, but he walks by, seemingly indifferent, leaving her in utter despair. Shine, however, pleads with Ron to save Charlotte, reminding him of her pregnancy, even as Charlotte wonders why Ron treats her like a stranger. Rodang then mocks Ron, only for Ron to demand he uphold his promise for their chosen negotiation. But Rodang, reveling in his power, reveals he has 3 bullets and will shoot based on his mood, infuriating Ron, who lunges forward, accusing Rodang of breaking his word. Rodang, gun in hand, reasserts his control over the rules of his house, then presents his ultimate sadistic choice. Ron must block 3 bullets with his own body to save Charlotte and Shine. Without hesitation, Ron steps forward, telling Shine to stay back, that he doesn't need his sacrifice, prompting Rodang to ask Ron what his choice would be if he chose to shoot Charlotte instead. Charlotte, in pure terror, screams not to be shot in the stomach, pleading for her baby's life as Shine, from his wheelchair, roars at Ron to protect her, reminding him of her pregnancy. Ron looks at Charlotte, then at Shine, who is violently shaking him, declaring he will commit suicide if Ron saves him ignobly, insisting Ron would still choose him even as a corpse. Charlotte watches in horror as Ron is caught between his desperate loved ones, finally understanding his true, conflicted intentions, while Rodang, utterly delighted by the unfolding drama, triumphantly declares that the game is on. Ron found himself facing a deadly standoff as the villainous Rodang, gun in hand, aimed directly at Charlotte, who cried out in fear. Without a second thought, Ron roared at Rodang not to harm a defenseless woman, sacrificing himself as the shot rang out. Charlotte watched in horror as Ron collapsed, realizing he had taken the bullet for her. Rodang, observing the bleeding Ron, declared he would make him pay for his arrogance, to which Ron, despite his wound, defiantly questioned if Rodang even had the strength to fire a second shot. Charlotte, with fierce determination, vowed to protect Ron with her own hands, remembering his promise to do the same for her. A chilling realization dawned on Charlotte as she recognized Rodang's face, suspecting him to be the man from her father's portrait, the same man her mother had once drawn. In Ron's fading consciousness, a vision of love with Charlotte flickered as the cruel reality of another gunshot ripped through the air, hitting him again. Shine, Ron's brother, desperately pleaded with Rodang to kill him instead, offering himself as a sacrifice, while Rodang merely taunted Ron, urging him not to shake his hands, clearly enjoying the torture. Overwhelmed with despair, Charlotte sank to her knees, begging Rodang to shoot her, expressing a desperate wish to die for Ron. Ron, however, was enraged by her plea, sternly telling her to get up and stop losing his face, brutally asserting that she was merely a woman he had played with, unworthy of dying for him. Rodang, his eyes filled with a vengeful fury, declared that Ron resembled that woman, Susan, before proclaiming Ron must die for a past sin and fired another shot. Charlotte screamed in terror as the bullet found its mark. Ron reeled from the impact, blood spewing as he fell to the ground. Charlotte, heartbroken, cried out for him to wake up, believing he was gone forever. But Ron coughed, confirming he was still alive and scolding her for crying, much to her immense relief. Though gravely wounded, Ron defiantly challenged Rodang, pointing out he had been shot 3 times and was still standing, then demanded Rodang release his breath. Shine, trapped, cried out that he didn't want to leave Ron, wishing to die with him, but Ron reassured him, believing Rodang merely wanted to torture him, not kill him. Charlotte, noticing the severe blood loss, tearfully confessed she was happy to die with him, as Ron gently touched her, lamenting that he hadn't had the chance to meet their baby sooner. He then began to recite a poem about love, as Charlotte held him close and kissed him, their bond deepening in the face of death. Rodang, witnessing this display, recalled how Susan once recited that very poem and erupted in a fit of rage, calling her a liar and questioning her betrayal and children with another man. Amidst the chaos, Charlotte vowed they would never be apart, but Ron, nearing unconsciousness, urged her to save herself and their baby. As Ron finally fainted, a hooded figure, Rock, emerged from a smoke shell, grabbing the unconscious Ron and motioning for Charlotte to follow. Charlotte, initially confused, quickly agreed. However, another man suddenly appeared and seized Charlotte, preventing her escape. The captor warned Charlotte not to scream or try to escape, as Rodang ordered the entire cabin to be sealed, trapping everyone. Charlotte desperately urged Ron to get away, but it was too late. Later, Rodang learned from his subordinate that Rock had successfully taken Ron away. Enraged by Ron's escape, Rodang furiously declared that Ron had played a trick on him, then turned his wrath on Charlotte, ordering his men to throw her into the sea. Charlotte struggled against her captors as they dragged her to the ship's edge. With a cruel smile, Rodang mocked Charlotte, telling her Ron had abandoned her and she could hate him in hell, as she was violently thrown overboard. She plunged into the cold ocean, gasping for breath, feeling utterly exhausted, and whispered an apology to her unborn baby for the suffering. On the deck, a passenger spotted Charlotte in the water and rallied others to pull her out. Meanwhile, in a ship cabin, Yvonne Ram, Ron's sister, paced anxiously, furious that Ron had knocked her out and wondering about her father's whereabouts. She noticed the ship had stopped, then gasped in surprise when she saw Charlotte being brought into the cabin. Yvonne angrily confronted Charlotte, demanding to know why she was still alive and if Ron had chosen her over the little bastard. Tearfully, Charlotte revealed that Ron had chosen to save his brother, and it was Yvonne's own adoptive father who had thrown her into the sea. Shocked, Yvonne demanded to know what had happened to Ron Fan, grabbing Charlotte and insisting on an answer. Charlotte recounted that Ron Fan had been shot 3 times by Yvonne's adoptive father and was badly wounded, losing a lot of blood before falling into a coma, eventually being rescued by an unknown person. Yvonne deduced that the rescuer must be Rock Zen, then swiftly ordered her men to full speed ahead in pursuit. At Rock Zen's house, a bandaged Ron lay restless, trembling and whispering in his sleep, pleading for Charlotte and the child to be saved and offering himself instead. Upon waking, Ron immediately questioned Rock about Charlotte Lynn and her fate. Rock calmly observed that Ron was awake, but in response to Ron's insistent demands, he challenged Ron's priorities, asking why he wasn't inquiring about his brother Shine first. Ron, undeterred, vehemently demanded to know what had happened to Charlotte. Rock explained that Charlotte had been captured by Rodang and Ron, barely clinging to life himself, had been unable to help her. Ron's eyes widened in horror, asking if she was dead. Overcome with grief and disbelief, Ron collapsed, coughing, repeatedly asking if Charlotte Lynn was truly dead. Rock urged him to calm down, stating that Charlotte Lynn's fate was sealed and could not be changed. But Ron, resolute in his despair, declared that he must find her, dead or alive, to recover her body as quickly as possible. Trapped on a boat, the pregnant Charlotte Lynn faced the icy fury of Yvonne, who ordered her henchmen to throw her into the churning sea. Dismissing Charlotte's desperate plea that killing her baby would only ensure Ron would never forgive Yvonne or marry her. Yvonne, enraged by Charlotte's words, backhanded her, cursing her name, then seized Charlotte with a chilling warning that she wasn't afraid to kill her, again demanding she be thrown overboard. One of Yvonne's men, wary of a patrol boat, urged caution as they neared shore, but Yvonne, blinded by malice, only shrieked for them to tie Charlotte up and keep anyone away from her, bribing them with 2 million. Alone and bound in a secluded room, Charlotte found a flicker of hope, whispering to her unborn child that they were safe, at least for now, until Yvonne returned. A gentle flutter from within brought a wave of relief, her baby responding, moving again, and Charlotte, overwhelmed with gratitude, swore she would never give up on them. When 2 men approached, Charlotte, thinking it was too early for dinner, bravely declared her identity as the wife of Shine Fan, president of Fan's group, promising them 4 million, double Yvonne's offer because her husband was far richer. The men, stunned by the revelation of such a hefty ransom, relayed the information to their boss, who, upon verifying her claim, decided to exchange Charlotte for the 4 million from the powerful Fan family. At the luxurious Fan's house, a bandaged Ron, still recovering in his wheelchair, was overjoyed to hear news of Charlotte, immediately demanding his butler, Mo, go retrieve her, vowing to redeem Charlotte and their baby at all costs, regardless of the money. Under the veil of night by the sea, Mo arrived with multiple cases brimming with cash, and the kidnappers, impressed by the vast sum, agreed to release Charlotte. As Charlotte was untied, believing her ordeal was finally over and that Mo was coming to take them home, Yvonne suddenly appeared, halting her escape and demanding to know where she was going. An hour later, back at the fan's residence, a frantic Ron demanded to know Charlotte's whereabouts, only for Mo to reveal that Charlotte had been captured again, this time by a she-devil, a description Ron immediately recognized as Yvonne. Yvonne, having dragged Charlotte away, continued her torment, slapping her and accusing her of elaborate scheming. Gripping Charlotte's hair, Yvonne taunted her about instigating the ransom and gloated, expressing her impatience for the little bee asterisk starred in Charlotte's belly to die, but Charlotte fiercely retorted that Yvonne had no right to comment on her relationship with Ron. When Yvonne declared Charlotte had no bargaining chip, Charlotte defiantly countered that her happiness with Ron was her ultimate advantage. Charlotte then realized the depth of Yvonne's malice. She wanted Ron to hate her, ensuring he'd forget her after her inevitable demise and potentially fall for Yvonne instead, prompting Charlotte to propose a painful sacrifice. She would make Ron hate her, promised to ensure he fell in love with Yvonne if only Yvonne would allow her one last meeting to complete the deception. Meanwhile, Yvonne, ever the manipulator, called Ron, falsely claiming she had captured Charlotte but had just released her, sparking Ron's furious demand for Charlotte's exact location. Ron rushed to the hospital inquiring about Charlotte Lynn, only to be met with a devastating report from a nurse. Miss Lynn had registered at the gynecology department for a painless abortion. As Ron reeled in shock and fury at the news, Yvonne arrived, her timing impeccable. Ron confronted Yvonne, demanding to know where Charlotte was, and Yvonne coolly informed him that Charlotte had been in the operating room for a while, driving Ron to a desperate rage where he ordered Shinayan to forcefully kick open the door. Ron burst into the operating room where Charlotte lay on a gurney, barely conscious. As the doctor informed him the surgery was already done. Overcome with anguish, Ron demanded to know why Charlotte had killed their baby, but Charlotte, her face awash with tears, screamed back that he had abandoned the child before, so why couldn't she do the same? Ron trembled, tears streaming down his face, questioning Charlotte's cruelty, asking why she would be so vicious, a reaction that surprised Charlotte, who realized he truly cared about their child. Charlotte almost confessed the truth, but Yvonne's presence reminded her that she had to protect her child by maintaining the lie, while Yvonne, smirking, subtly mocked Charlotte for being so vicious to her own baby. In a chilling flashback, Yvonne's true nature was revealed. She had ordered Charlotte to perform a cruel play for Ron, making him believe she hated him, despised their baby, and had an abortion, promising Charlotte freedom if she complied. Yvonne's threat was stark and horrific. If Charlotte refused, she would cut the baby from her belly and feed it to a dog, leaving Charlotte no choice but to agree to anything to protect her child. Back in the hospital room, Charlotte, still recovering from the forced charade, struggled to maintain her emotional facade. Ron, eyes burning with pain, asked if she hated him so much, and Charlotte, forcing herself to respond, declared her hatred for him, claiming they were now even for all the past grievances, leaving Ron confused and disbelieving. Ron violently grabbed Charlotte, pulling her from her wheelchair, his voice laced with despair as he told her he was giving her a chance for revenge. But Charlotte only screamed for him to let her go, accusing him of being too crazy. She continued to yell, declaring her hatred for him and her desire to never see him again, begging him to stop pestering her. Overwhelmed, Ron fainted, collapsing to the floor, and another man rushed in, scolding Charlotte for her cruelty, revealing that Ron hadn't slept for 3 days. Charlotte, tears welling in her eyes, offered a silent apology, knowing this painful charade was the only way to save their baby. Charlotte, clutching her stomach, fled the hospital, gasping for breath, knowing she had to escape before Yvonne could find her and her baby. Meanwhile, in his hospital room, Ron awoke with a start, his immediate concern for Charlotte Lynn demanding to know where she was, his face contorted in anger. Yvonne attempted to poison Ron's mind further, claiming Charlotte had an abortion for revenge and urging him to forget the wicked woman. But Ron, dismissing her, declared he had to find Charlotte, acknowledging he had neglected her, but mistakenly believing she had brutally killed their child. Despite being injured and warned by his brother about the heavy rain, Ron staggered out of the hospital, bleeding profusely, desperate to find Charlotte and demanding to know why she hadn't given him one more chance, why she had taken everything from him and their child. Outside, amidst the thunder and pouring rain, Ron cried out Charlotte Lynn's name, declaring his hatred, while Charlotte herself, shivering and alone in the same storm, realized she couldn't return to her uncle's house, as Ron would surely seek her there. Suddenly, a menacing man named Mr. Rodang appeared, mockingly greeting Charlotte and telling her he had thought of a much more interesting game for her. Charlotte, terrified, immediately rejected his sinister proposition. Facing Mr. Rodang, Charlotte bravely asserted that Ron Fan had made his choice, implying she expected no further trouble, but Rodang, his expression dark, promised to keep her baby safe only if she followed his orders. Disbelieving her completely, Mr. Rodang snarled for his men to get her, and Charlotte was quickly seized, her mouth covered as she was dragged away, her heart sinking into despair. 5 long years later, Charlotte remained under house arrest by Rodang, gazing out a window, a wistful thought of Ron crossing her mind, just as her young son joyfully tugged at her dress, asking what she was doing. Charlotte Lynn finds herself lost in a familiar daze, gazing out the window, a melancholy longing in her eyes, when her son Samuel pulls her back to reality, asking why she's staring blankly again, warning she'll become silly. His innocent voice stirs a painful memory, a tone eerily similar to that man, and her anxiety spikes when Samuel cheerfully confesses Brother 12 taught him how to shoot a crossbow, making her wonder if he was horsing around with Brother 12 again. Suddenly, Samuel's excitement erupts as he spots Father Roding's return, dashing off to greet him with his mother's worried calls to slow down fading into the background. Roding sweeps Samuel into a warm hug, lifting him high and playfully asking if he likes 15. Samuel retorts he'll like him a little bit if he can catch him, which he promptly does, catching the boy in a joyful embrace. Charlotte, ever the cautious mother, advises Samuel to let Roding rest, but the foster father insists he's not tired, promising Samuel a ride. As they depart, Charlotte's thoughts drift to the absent father, lamenting that Samuel is 5 years old yet he hasn't found them, a chilling fear gripping her heart that Roding is training Samuel to become a weapon against him. She chastises herself for constantly thinking about this man, wondering if he's married and forgotten her. A wistful sorrow clouding her expression. Her internal turmoil is abruptly interrupted when Samuel points to a portrait she drew, asking who the man who looks like him is, revealing an older Samuel. Panicked, Charlotte tears the drawing, claiming it wasn't well done, and Samuel, ever observant, begins drawing a map of Perrault Fort, declaring their escape plan will be in motion by Christmas Eve. Charlotte, stunned, questions Samuel about his desire to run away, asking if he wants to live in Perrault Fort, to which she hesitantly answers yes. But Samuel, with uncanny perception, accuses her of lying, observing her secret cries by the window, yearning for the outside world. He playfully warns her nose will grow like Pinocchio, a childish jab that stings Charlotte, realizing Samuel knows her hidden despair, yet she fiercely resolves to shield him from the complications of her past, wishing only for his innocent happiness, reminding him he's just a little boy. Samuel, however, defiantly declares himself a man 5 years old, capable of protecting her, and seeing her tears, he tenderly reassures her, promising protection. They embrace, Charlotte wanting only to be with him, when Samuel abruptly remembers his foster father is coming, quickly hiding his drawings just as Roding's voice booms, calling for 15 to come for a ride. Later that night, as Charlotte checks on Samuel, he excitedly recounts seeing a girl who looks just like him in a dark, candlelit house, silent and motionless. Charlotte, her blood running cold, questions if it was a portrait, trying to button his clothes and dismiss it when a sudden, loud knocking jolts them. A drunken Roding demands 15, and Charlotte, desperate, tries to send him away, but Roding lunges, seizing Samuel from her arms. Samuel, ever so guileless, assures his mother he'll be fine sleeping with his foster father as Charlotte futilely struggles to pull him back. In the hallway, she finds 12, confiding her worries about Roding's drunken state, only for 12 to reveal it's the anniversary of Roding's foster mother's death, advising them to leave him alone. This revelation strikes Charlotte like lightning, piecing together the fragments of the past. Charlotte connects the dots. The portrait left by Roding's mother is Ron's mother, and the girl Samuel saw must be Roding's wife, Ron's mother, explaining why Samuel, who looks like Ron, noticed the resemblance. She puzzles over why the girl in Samuel's description neither moved nor spoke. The next morning, Samuel bounds back, full of life, having spent the night with his foster father. Charlotte, catching the scent of cigar smoke on him, presses for details, and Samuel recounts being in the dark room, listening to his foster father cry and speak French to the beautiful girl, a sight that moved Samuel to pity. Charlotte is astonished, unable to reconcile the image of a ferocious and bloodthirsty man shedding tears. Agreeing to see the girl, Charlotte follows Samuel down a spooky, dark corridor, her grip tightening on his hand in fear. Samuel, noticing her trepidation, apologizes and declares he'll protect her, asserting that women are meant to be protected by men. They reach the mysterious door, Charlotte swallowing hard in anticipation, but as she reaches out, 12 materializes, startling her. She explains her curiosity, only for 12 to deliver a chilling warning. 10 was curious too. And he died, Charlotte gasps, asking if Roding killed him. 12 explains he's protecting her. This forbidden area of Roding's should not be breached, lest he incur his foster father's wrath. Samuel, enraged, punches 12, demanding he release him and stop scaring his mommy, but Charlotte quickly apologizes, promising they will leave. 12, holding the struggling Samuel, calmly offers to make him a smiley bear. Later, Samuel, in a stealthy creep, sneaks away from Charlotte. He makes his way down the dark corridor, whispering his intention to sneak out and free his beautiful sis. Reaching the mysterious door, Samuel calls out to sis, asking if she's still there, if she'll come out to see his mommy, then pushes the door open, boldly declaring he's here to save her. Before he can enter, Roding appears, asking what he's doing, but Samuel, undeterred, demands Roding let the girl out, emphasizing her fear in the dark room. Roding's fierce gaze softens into a surprising tenderness as he squats, asking Samuel what he called the girl. Samuel clarifies she's sis, and Roding, with a hint of sorrow, requests Samuel to let her out, saying she knows she's wrong. Roding gives Samuel a gentle pat on the head, laughing softly. Samuel, curious, asks about the lower world and its distance from Perrault Fort. Roding confirms it's very far, and when Samuel reveals he saw her in the room, asking why she was locked up, Roding kisses Samuel's forehead, his mind flashing to a past betrayal, a broken vow, a woman deserving punishment. Back in their room, Samuel asks Charlotte about the lower world, mentioning Roding said the girl was sent there. Charlotte is stunned when Samuel clarifies he realized this time the girl was not a person but a wax statue. The horrifying truth dawns on Charlotte. It's a wax statue of Ron's mother from her youth, locked away because she betrayed Roding, giving birth to an illegitimate son, Sam Fan, who now troubles Ron. Samuel, blissfully unaware of the dark implications, excitedly displays his escape gear. a sleeping bag, crackers, lights, a kettle, and a map, all tucked into his school bag. Charlotte, panicking, embraces Samuel tightly, begging him not to go anywhere, clinging to him as she declares her wish to stay in Perrault Fort, valuing his safety and health above all else, even freedom. A knock at the door announces dinner, and 12 informs them their foster father wants them at the family gathering. Outside, the imposing Perrault Fort looms under the night sky. At the dinner, Samuel looks visibly unhappy. Rodin, noticing, asks why and offers to fulfill any wish. Samuel's eyes widen as he asks if he can truly wish for anything, but Charlotte, her face contorted in horror, screams, "No, Samuel." Samuel's mother, Yvonne, felt a chill grip her heart as her young son, Samuel, asked to speak to the imposing Mr. Rodin alone, the man who laughed sinisterly and invited Samuel to spend the night with him to hear his little secret. Yvonne's heart pounded, knowing full well Rodin's commands were absolute and that leaving him meant death. She awoke from a nightmare where Samuel fell from a skyscraper, crying out her son's name in despair. Dawn broke, and Yvonne, filled with terror, scrambled to find Samuel, confronting Rodin and demanding to know where her 5-year-old son was. Rodin coolly revealed Samuel had gone to S. City to find his biological father, Ron Fan, a man Rodin despised and wanted dead, leaving Yvonne stunned with the chilling realization that Rodin had a sinister plan for her son. Yvonne, pleading for her child's safety, desperately asked Rodin to bring Samuel back, explaining that Ron didn't even know Samuel existed and that her past with Ron was long over, but Rodin merely cackled, finding the entire situation an interesting game to use Samuel as a bargaining chip against Ron Fan. Yvonne challenged his motives, asking if he ever truly loved Ron's mother if he could try to kill her child, a question that provoked Rodin into an enraged outburst, slamming the table and shouting for her to shut up. Miles away in S. City, young Samuel, accompanied by the enigmatic 12, searched for his biological father, admiring a picture of the handsome man. His heart leaped as a sleek car, identical to his father's, pulled up, and he excitedly pointed out his dad to 12. Then he watched in a crushing moment of realization as a handsome man emerged from the car, holding a little girl, Ella, who sweetly called him Papa. Samuel's world shattered as his papa already had a child. The sight of Ron kissing Ella sparked a deep, painful confusion within Samuel, realizing Ella was not born by his own mommy but still called Ron Papa. He hid the drawing of his father, feeling a wave of anger and rejection, then kicked 12 in a fit of frustration, declaring he didn't want Ron as his father anyway because Father Rodin loved him, before collapsing into 12's arms in the most terrible cry he had uttered in 5 years. Meanwhile, in a brighter corner of S City, Ron's brother, Shine Fan, was making remarkable progress at the rehabilitation center, soon to walk without crutches, much to the delight of little Ella, who affectionately called him Papa Shine. At the Fan's opulent house, Ella excitedly ran to greet Yvonne, Ron's elegant, white-haired wife, who was thrilled to see Shine walking on his own. Dinner, however, was a tense affair as Ron's wife, Yvonne, expressed her frustration over Ella's attachment to Shine, scolding Ella for kissing Shine and emphasizing that Ron was her only father, a statement that clearly irked Ron. The argument escalated as Ron's wife brought up Charlotte Lynn, insinuating her cruelty for having an abortion, a raw wound that caused Ron to explode in rage, slamming his hand on the table and demanding her silence. Ron, still haunted by the painful memory of Charlotte Lynn, left the table, while Shine Fan sternly warned Yvonne, Ron's wife, to stop her unrealistic dreams of winning Ron's love and interfering in their family, dismissing her claims that Ella was her daughter by saying Ella was only her daughter in name. Simultaneously, high above S. City on a plane, Rodin revealed to Samuel's mother Yvonne that Samuel had already met Ron. Rodin then twisted the knife, casually mentioning he had informed Samuel that Ron had ruthlessly abandoned Yvonne and him years ago. Yvonne was struck dumbfounded as Rodin, with a chilling smile, confessed he had taught the 5-year-old Samuel marksmanship, expecting the boy to fulfill his wish by shooting. The horrifying realization dawned on Yvonne. Rodin had orchestrated this entire game to manipulate her innocent son into becoming a murderer. Just then Samuel, her beloved son, came running towards her, crying and throwing himself into her arms, declaring how much he missed his mommy. Rodin approached the emotional reunion, his eyes glinting darkly as he acknowledged Samuel had found his real father. Charlotte Lynn arrives at the Fan's house, her heart a tangled knot of nerves and dread, realizing she's back in her mother's hometown, forced to confront a past she'd rather forget. She stands by the door, battling her inner demons, questioning why she's even here, recalling Samuel's distress, a small child's cry that drew her into this painful reunion, then calls herself a coward for her hesitation. A passing housekeeper warns her about the hostess of the Fan residence, describing her as arrogant and difficult, but the truth strikes Charlotte like a lightning bolt when he reveals the hostess's full name, Yvonne Ram. The ground crumbles beneath her feet as she learns Ron Fan has a 4-year-old daughter, Ella, with Yvonne Ram, a cruel twist of fate that leaves her utterly shattered. Overwhelmed by betrayal and despair, Charlotte flees, running blindly into the street until she stumbles and falls, cursing Ron Fan's name as tears stream down her face. A car screeches to an abrupt halt, narrowly missing her, and the enraged driver curses her, while onlookers begin to gossip about her erratic behavior, accusing her of seeking death or trying to blackmail. Just as public humiliation threatens to swallow her whole, her fiercely loyal friend Doris appears like a lifeline, pulling her into a tight embrace and demanding to know where she's been for the past 5 years. Back in Ronfan's opulent office, a business associate reveals that Rodang, a man from Ronfan's past, has returned to S-City, igniting a dangerous spark in Ronfan's eyes as he vows to personally take care of the returning enemy. Meanwhile, Doris bluntly asks Charlotte if Yvonne Ram forced her to leave Ronfan all those years ago, bringing Charlotte's past torment into the harsh light of day. Charlotte, realizing she cannot entangle Doris in her dangerous quest for revenge against Rodang, carefully deflects only to be confronted by Doris revealing she knows about Charlotte's forced abortion, a secret Ron Fan himself had divulged during one of his drunken visits to Doris. The revelation sends shockwaves through Charlotte, but her emotional turmoil is violently interrupted by insistent, furious banging on the door, confirming her dread that Feng Xing Lang, drunk and enraged, has returned, demanding to see her. Charlotte, terrified, begs Doris for help, refusing to face Feng Xing Lang, while Doris, standing firm against the relentless pounding, threatens to call the police, chastising him for his drunken rampages. Hidden, Charlotte overhears Feng Xing Lang's chilling accusations to Doris, his voice laced with venom, declaring that Lin Luo will pay for the life of his child, stating that even dying 10,000 times would not be enough. Her heart clenches as she hears him brand her as sinister, accusing her of only caring about the baby and not her, further cementing his twisted perception. Later, as Doris rushes off for an urgent work call, she instructs Charlotte to quietly slip out once Feng Xing Lang falls asleep, leaving Charlotte to cautiously observe the seemingly unconscious man on the couch. Charlotte gazes at the sleeping Feng Xing Lang, a wave of conflicted emotions washing over her. She recognizes his ruthlessness yet sees the pain in his sleep, thinking of their child, and despite her lingering soft-heartedness, she knows she must escape before he awakens. She attempts a silent departure, preparing a hangover tea as a final gesture, whispering apologies for taking Nuo and mentally severing all ties, only for Feng Xing Lang to suddenly grab her hand, pulling her into a fierce, desperate embrace. He clutches her tightly, his words a desperate plea that he has waited 5 long years for her and finally caught her, ignoring her cries of pain. He shoves her back, demanding if she feels the pain, coldly stating it's nothing compared to the agony of their aborted child, a child she so cruelly discarded. Charlotte bites him fiercely in response, but he declares it's now his turn, pulling her down, tearing at her clothes as she screams in terror. He rages, accusing her of killing a human being, the baby that grew within her, relentlessly demanding she give him back his child, leaving Charlotte distraught and distracted, before he declares it is now too late. A man in a sharp suit challenges Feng Xing Lang about his intense focus on 15, a child Feng Xing Lang chillingly dismisses as merely a tool cultivated by the enigmatic Yitan. While contemplating the implications of returning to the He family and the potential chaos his powerful Shen family son might bring. At a luxurious mansion, Feng Xing Lang observes a distraught Nuo, who, looking utterly lost, offers a mournful goodnight to his mommy and foster father, leaving his concerned mother to ponder the reason for his deep unhappiness. A grim, bearded man dramatically reveals how 15, upon their first meeting, demonstrated his shocking strength by shooting his own father with an arrow, an act that leaves the woman aghast as she questions Feng Xing Lang's cruelty in planning to use a 5-year-old against his own father. The bearded man, unmoved, warns her to behave and not dare flee with her son, threatening 15's safety if she interferes, declaring he will not harm her or the child until Feng Xing Lang dies, ensuring Feng Xing Lang feels the profound agony of a father and son pitted against each other, making the woman bitterly regret her return to Shen Cheng. Later at the Feng family home, little Tuan joyfully runs to greet her papa, Feng Xing Lang, while Lan Yu stands by, observing with disdain as Feng Xing Lang offers Tuan chicken wings, playfully offering them to any child who would kiss him, only for Tuan to sadly explain her mommy forbade it. Lan Yu brazenly challenges Feng Xing Lang to show his power over her, to which he furiously retorts that she is digging her own grave, enraged by her possessive claim that Tuan, as her biological daughter, listens to her the most, prompting Feng Xing Lang to spitefully declare he will find Tuan a new mommy, leaving the child utterly confused and heartbroken. Tuan, in floods of tears, cries out that she hates little papa and only wants her own mommy, running away as Feng Xing Lang attempts to stop her, before he admits to Lan Yu that finding a new mother for Tuan is proving difficult, regretting not severing their mother-daughter ties from Tuan's birth and then dramatically announcing his decision to move out, much to the surprise of Auntie Anne. Lan Yu, her eyes blazing, defiantly states she would rather leave than accept him, challenging him to move out if he no longer wishes to see her, but warns that as Tuan belongs to the Feng family, he lacks the right to take her, a challenge Feng Xing Lang readily accepts, asserting his paternal right and vowing no one can stop him. Moments later, Feng Xing Lang receives a crucial call, learning that Yuan Duo had set up a meeting with Lin Luo at a coffee shop near a welfare home, and he, with a pleased smirk, confirms he will be there to follow them. Feng Xing Lang, on the phone, mocks Lin Luo's gullibility for falling for the fake information supplied by Yuan Duo, declaring his intent to catch her. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, at the coffee shop entrance, checks her phone to see a message from Duo warning her of Feng Xing Lang's madness and his ruthless financial pressure on her. Yet Lin Luo finds solace in the money in her purse, thinking Feng Xing Lang's wealth can be used for good, before an uneasy feeling washes over her as she realizes the coffee shop is eerily deserted. Suddenly, Feng Xing Lang appears, his shoe landing in front of her as he triumphantly reveals he cleared the entire place, then strides towards her with piercing eyes, proclaiming he has finally found her and fiercely demanding to know Duo's whereabouts and what he has done with her. He venomously declares that bashful girl dared to lie to him and will be taught a harsh lesson, as Linzu Luo frantically shouts about his despicable actions, realizing with growing terror that he has blocked her escape. Feng Xinglang, his face cold, dismisses her accusations, asserting that Duo's predicament is her fault and she needs to reflect on herself, then angrily blames her for aborting their child and showing no remorse, demanding her repentance. Lin Zuluo fiercely refuses to repent, insisting she is innocent and he is the one who should, but Feng Xinglang abruptly grabs her arm and cruelly snaps a specially made handcuff on her wrist, declaring it is for her repentance and he will deal with her. Lin Zuluo screams, calling him crazy and accusing him of being medicated, pleading for him to release her, as a fleeting thought of He Tun's manipulative words about Nuo hardens Feng Xinglang's resolve. He then proclaims that Lin Zuluo will not escape this time, vowing to spend the rest of his life tormenting her to death, before revealing his sinister plan by pulling out a key and casually throwing it away, stating that this unique handcuff has only one key, sealing her fate. Lin Zuluo, consumed by fear, questions the fate of Lan Yuyu and her daughter, but Feng Xinglang coldly dismisses it as none of her concern, further twisting his perception of her, now seeing her as the most vicious woman, a stark contrast to his past view of her innocence. Overwhelmed with despair, Lin Zuluo comprehends that he now believes her to be a poisoned, child-killing monster, and desperately begs him to release her, wishing him, Lan Yuyu, and their daughter a happy family. Feng Xinglang, with a chilling mockery, repeats happy family and brutally grabs her, pulling her close as he vows to take her to hell for them to have their happy family there. He forcefully kisses Lin Zuluo, ignoring her desperate struggles and demands for him to release her. As he continues to kiss her, he grimly recalls his original intention to save her and their child before an accident intervened, then asks if she still loves him, to which she offers a hesitant, broken reply. Suddenly, her purse bursts open, showering money everywhere, igniting Feng Xinglang's furious rage. He screams, demanding to know the source of such money and if she has another man, pulling her fiercely into his embrace and mockingly asking why she won't return to him if she's for sale, promising a better price than anyone else. Lin Zuluo screams for him to release her, calling him a pervert, but he defiantly confirms his perverse intent in his mind, stating it makes no difference now. She silently acknowledges his unchanging, overbearing nature from 5 years ago as he roughly pulls her closer, disregarding her cries of crazy and her frantic questions about his desires. He explicitly states his dark intentions, pushing Lin Zuluo to desperately urge herself not to become a masochist bullied by him for life, leading her to bite him in a desperate act of defiance. Feng Xinglang cries out in pain, calling her a damn woman, but then pulls her into a tight embrace, accusing her of deliberately stimulating his primitive instincts, especially after 5 years of suppression, asking if she intentionally tried to pleasure him. Lin Zuluo vehemently denies it, but he furiously blames her selfishness for making him lose his child and suffer for 5 years, asking if he should punish her by making her pregnant again. She frantically begs him to release her, reminding him of his daughter with Lan Yuyu, internally fearing this maniac and desperately seeking an escape to avoid rape. He refuses to let her leave, demanding to know if she doesn't want to bear his child, then grabs her, causing her to cry out in agony. He cynically asks if it hurts, promising to inflict more pain, asserting that her physical pain is nothing compared to his profound agony of losing his child. Lin Zuluo lashes out, calling him a crazy bastard and inhuman while he admits he hasn't held back for 5 years. As a fleeting thought of this is over, crosses her mind, Feng Xinglang then, with unsettling calm, apologizes for not making her happy, promising to do better next time. Lin Zuluo, engulfed in silent fury, asks him how long he intends to continue his bullying and revenge, and if he finds his cruel treatment of her interesting. Lin Zuluo found herself trapped in Feng Xinglang's embrace, demanding an end to their shared past and her release from his relentless savagery. He ignored her pleas, tightening his grip and pressing her close, forcing her to remember their child. She struggled against him, crying out that he was insane and she would never bear his child, furiously demanding he unlock the handcuffs. With a sly smirk, Feng Xinglang claimed the key was lost, but Lin Zuluo saw through his lie, accusing him of hiding a spare. He challenged her to find it herself, declaring it hers if she succeeded, leaving her no choice but to search. Her heart pounded with a mixture of fear and growing rage as he dared her to deny his intimacy, implying she wouldn't dare not to. As she reluctantly continued her search, her eyes hardened, wondering if there truly was only one key, while Feng Xinglang urged her to keep touching him, suggesting the key was asterisk down their asterisk, making her blush with anger at his audacity. He pulled her closer still, his face intense, warning he wouldn't be gentle if she truly wished to destroy him, while she silently fumed at his arrogance. He then pressed her about her past lover, demanding to know her whereabouts for the last 5 years, but she retorted that it didn't matter, bitter that he hadn't cared to find her in Nuo back then. Feng Xinglang then recounted his desperate search across multiple cities, asking if she ever regretted their dead child. A chilling realization struck Lin Zuluo. He Tun was manipulating events, and if Feng Xinglang discovered Nuo's true identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a sudden surge of fury, she screamed that she never regretted killing their child, even as his grip tightened painfully. Crying out in agony, she desperately reminded him of her promise to take Nuo Nuo for a horse ride and begged for the key to her cuffs. Needing to attend to important matters, but he pressed her, demanding to know if these important things involved meeting a lover. He continued his relentless verbal assault, accusing her of having not just a new lover, but an old one too, even daring her to meet them both. In a swift, brutal motion, he forced her into a car, ignoring her protests that he was kidnapping her and her desperate pleas to be let go. Later confined to a bed, Lin Luo lay in anguish, internally acknowledging that even after 5 years, his power over her remained unbearable, and she despaired, wondering when this torturous entanglement would finally end. Suddenly, the innocent voice of a child, Tuan Tuan, called for Papa from outside the door, asking why he wasn't answering. Uncle Yi, elegant and composed, arrived, also wondering why Papa was silent. Tuan Tuan, her eyes brimming with tears, implored Uncle Yi to open the door, a sight he found utterly adorable. Uncle Yi used a fingerprint scanner which confirmed access but found the door locked, immediately suspecting Feng Xinglang's presence in a clandestine rendezvous. Seeing a woman's shadow and hearing faint sounds from within, Uncle Yi grimly concluded that Feng Xinglang was undoubtedly engaged in a mature scene, cynically remarking that after years of abstinence, he was finally eager to eat meat. He attempted to divert Tuan Tuan, claiming Papa wasn't inside and offering to take her elsewhere to search. Inside, Lin Luo lay in agony, every part of her body aching, as she faintly heard the child's voice outside and wondered if it was Feng Xinglang's daughter with Lan Yuyu. She whispered for help, but her voice was lost as something clanged to the floor. Tuan Tuan, however, insisted she heard Papa, firmly believing he was in the room and begging Uncle Yi to let her in. Lin Luo, trapped in the room, heard the child's cries. Feng Xinglang dismissively told Lin Luo to quiet down, stating their plan to create babies had just begun and the handcuffs would remain until she was pregnant with his child. He brutally dismissed Tuan Tuan, saying he didn't care about her and that Lin Luo should go find Lan Yaoyu if she wanted children. Heartbroken, Tuan Tuan believed her Papa didn't care and ran off sobbing, as Uncle Yi called out her name in despair. Suddenly, Uncle Yi cried out in alarm, reporting that Tuan Tuan was bleeding, shocking Feng Xinglang, who, still handcuffed to Lin Luo, struggled furiously against his entanglement. Lin Luo, observing his frantic efforts, calmly asked if the cuffs were troublesome, then reached for a nearby drawer, producing a hidden key to unlock her own handcuff with a decisive click. Feng Xinglang stared at her dumbfounded, as she realized the key to her freedom had been there all along, a forgotten fragment of her past. A painful flashback assaulted her mind. 5 years ago, Feng Lizin was his entire world, and Tuan Tuan was the most precious person after him, while she had been nothing more than a toy used and discarded. A searing ache ripped through her chest, making her question why, if she supposedly didn't care, her heart hurt so profoundly now. As howling winds threatened to sweep them from the skyscraper's edge, Feng Xinglang, with a fierce determination etched across his face, ascends the building with young Nuo Nuo clinging to his back. The child desperately calling for mommy and convinced something terrible has befallen her because she won't answer her phone. Their desperate search reveals Lin Luo, mommy, heartbroken and restrained in a bed, her wrists handcuffed, a sight that ignites a primal fury in Nuo Nuo, who rails against the unseen bad guy who dared to hurt his mother. Elsewhere, a different child, Tuan Tuan, cries in pain, her forehead bleeding, accusing Nuo Nuo of hurting her, though she quickly corrects herself, confessing it was her own clumsy fall while Papa Feng Xinglang was sleeping. This revelation incenses Lan Yaoyu, Tuan Tuan's mother, who upon seeing Feng Xinglang's bare feet and a suspicious love mark on his neck, erupts in a jealous rage, certain he was hiding another woman in his room. At the hospital, after Tuan Tuan receives treatment for a non-life-threatening head wound, Feng Xinglang attempts to leave for the company, only to be stopped by an enraged Lan Yaoyu, who accuses him of neglecting his daughter for mistress and forbids him from leaving. Despite his threats to expel her from the family, Feng Xinglang eventually relents, swayed by Tuan Tuan's quiet plea for her Papa to stay, while Lan Yaoyu, still seething, secretly plans her revenge, vowing to uncover the identity of the woman who dared to seduce her man by obtaining camera footage from the GK building. Just moments after tenderly checking on a sleeping Tuan Tuan, Feng Xinglang, his mind consumed by an urgent need to resolve the crisis at hand, rushes off, arriving at the GK building only to find Lin Luo's room empty, her absence fueling his fury as he demands to know her whereabouts. He immediately orders his subordinates to retrieve all company camera data, but the grim news quickly follows. Miss Lan Yaoyu had already dispatched professionals who expertly sabotaged the surveillance systems an hour prior, a level of skill that makes Feng Xinglang suspect the involvement of Lin Luo's mysterious new lover, He Tun. Meanwhile, at Shurikayan Bay, Lin Luo is informed by a stern man that her foster father awaits, and she soon finds young Nuo Nuo practicing with a gun under the foster father's watchful eye. Lin Luo, visibly pained, gently urges Nuo Nuo to put down the weapon, but the boy, upon noticing his mother's injured wrist, explodes in a tirade against Feng Xinglang, calling him a bastard and blaming him for everything, fiercely insisting his foster father is right and Feng Xinglang deserves punishment. Just then, Feng Xinglang appears, cruelly demanding Lin Luo choose between his biological daughter, Tuan Tuan, and Nuo Nuo, implying the boy is also his son, yet Lin Luo desperately pleads with him not to reveal Nuo Nuo's true paternity. fearing the immense pain he would suffer if Feng Xinglang chose Tuan Tuan. Nuo Nuo, oblivious to the cruel choice, declares with unwavering determination that he will protect his mother, while the foster father, a man of formidable presence, scathingly criticizes Lin Zhu Luo for despising her son and proudly declares that the child he raised will never be weak. Further complicates the already strained family dynamic by revealing that while Feng Tuan Tuan is Feng Xinglang's biological daughter, Lan Yaoyu is her daughter, making Tuan Tuan Lan Yaoyu's niece. A tangled web of relationships designed to inflict maximum emotional damage during the impending selection process, which he asserts is more important than the outcome. As Lin Zhu Luo tries to interject, claiming Nuo Nuo needs sleep. The foster father's words echo with ominous finality, promising that tomorrow, Feng Xinglang, his son, and his father will finally be recognized. Lin Zhu Luo is trapped in a tormenting dream, murmuring a name in her sleep as her young son, Nuo Nuo, watches her with deep concern, whispering, "Mommy." Nuo Nuo understands his mother's actions were born of a desperate need to protect him, recalling how he once dreamed of saving her from a perceived foster father only to realize that man was kinder than his actual biological father, Feng Xinglang, who had left his mother in handcuffs with bloody stains. Waking with a start, Lin Zhu quickly assures Nuo Nuo that her hand no longer hurts, but her son, filled with a child's righteous anger, asks if she hates that bastard. Lin Zhu struggles, trying to deny hatred and defending Feng Xinglang, which only infuriates Nuo Nuo more as he declares she shouldn't speak for a man who abandoned them to have another child. Determined to confront his biological father, Nuo Nuo announces he will see Feng Xinglang in person to force a choice between him and his other daughter. Meanwhile, at the office, Feng Xinglang is accosted by a man remarking on the beautiful woman he met yesterday, who is in fact Lin Zhu Luo, and how desperate he must be to get her back. The man then subtly probes, asking about the age of the child Lin Zhu Luo aborted 5 years ago, noting that if it had been born, it would be 5 years old. A point that makes Feng Xinglang's blood run cold as the man questions if that little boy looks like both Feng Xinglang and Lin Zhu Luo. Feng Xinglang is left with a look of dawning horror and furious confusion, pondering the implications of this revelation. In his own mansion, Nuo Nuo, with the full support of his foster father, insists on confronting Feng Xinglang alone, declaring himself a brave son who won't be pushed aside. His foster father, observing Feng Xinglang's distressed state, instructs another man to accompany Nuo Nuo and ensure his mission goes smoothly, revealing a hidden bug has been placed in Nuo Nuo's hat, keenly anticipating Feng Xinglang's choice. Nuo Nuo, wearing his distinctive cap, confidently approaches the imposing Feng estate and rings the doorbell. A maid answers, asking who he is looking for, and Nuo Nuo, with a defiant shout, declares he is looking for Feng Xinglang. The maid, confused, asks if he's related to the Feng family before he pushes past her, storming into the house. Inside, Feng Xinglang is holding a sweet little girl, Tuan Tuan, when Nuo Nuo bursts in, confirming his bastard father is indeed there. Tuan Tuan, recognizing Nuo Nuo from a previous encounter, joyfully exclaims about seeing her good brother. Feng Xinglang stares intently at Nuo Nuo, a realization slowly creeping over him as he sees his own features in the boy, especially his eyebrows, and is stunned by the resemblance to both himself and Lin Zhu Luo, questioning how this could be. The woman with Feng Xinglang is equally shocked, observing the child's striking resemblance to Feng Xinglang and with his eyes identical to Lin Zhu Luo. Her fury mounts as she suspects Lin Zhu Luo has lied to her all along. Standing eye to eye, Feng Xinglang asks Nuo Nuo who he is, and the boy proudly states his name is Lin Nuo, confirming his surname is the same as Lin Zhu Luo. When asked about his parents, Nuo Nuo declares his mother's name is Lin Zhu Luo and that he is 5 years old, leaving Feng Xinglang utterly startled as the pieces of the puzzle click into place. Nuo Nuo then points an accusing finger at Feng Xinglang, announcing he is here to avenge his mother because there's a bastard here who bullied her. Feng Xinglang's world is rocked as he stares at the child, realizing this is truly his son he thought lost. A revelation shockingly confirmed by Tuan Tuan, who innocently states her own papa is also named Feng Xinglang. The other woman, enraged at this threat to her position, screams that Nuo Nuo is a fake, an impossible child given that Lin Zhu Luo had an abortion 5 years ago, vowing that no one will take her place as the mistress of the Feng family. As she aggressively tries to grab Feng Xinglang, he shoves her away with a powerful, almost electric force, roaring at her to stay away. Feng Xinglang then squats down to Nuo Nuo's level, his eyes filled with disbelief and overwhelming emotion, asking if the boy is truly his son. He holds the boy close, marveling at the resemblance and Nuo Nuo's inherited temper, convinced this is indeed the child he had with Lin Zhu Luo, thanking God his son is still alive, filled with regret for misjudging Zhu Luo for so many years. Yet Nuo Nuo pushes him away, accusing him of hypocrisy and vowing to punish everyone who hurt his mother, including Feng Xinglang himself. Feng Xinglang, understanding the child's anger stemming from a hard life, hugs him again, pledging to seek out Lin Zhu Luo, beg her back, and create a happy family. Meanwhile, the other woman is consumed by furious jealousy, lamenting that Lin Zhu Luo has appeared again, determined that she will not be Feng Xinglang's second wife, and manipulating a confused Tuan Tuan to make her sad papa happy, unaware of the impending danger. As Tuan Tuan rushes to embrace Feng Xinglang, a masked figure suddenly snatches her, demanding that no one move or the child will die. Feng Xinglang and the other woman watch in horror as the kidnapper holds Tuan Tuan captive. Feng Xinglang pleads for his daughter's life, offering anything in return, but the masked figure delivers a shocking ultimatum. He wants the life of Feng Xinglang's other son, leaving everyone aghast as Feng Xinglang roars in fury at the nefarious kidnapper, daring him to face him directly. The tranquility of a warm marriage is shattered as a masked figure. He-tun dramatically announces his arrival to second young Master Feng. Twin girls cry in distress, one of them Tuan Tuan being rescued by a frantic call, while the young boy Nuo Nuo gives a thumbs up from the hands of the masked man, igniting Feng Xinglang's immense fury. Feng Xinglang seethes, internally vowing to break every bone in He-tun's body if not for Tuan Tuan's presence, as the masked man mockingly tosses the baby Tuan Tuan at him, challenging him to choose between her and Nuo Nuo, who is referred to as 15. Feng Xinglang's eyes widen in horror as Tuan Tuan falls, but he catches her calling her name. Just as He-tun thanks 12 for his timely arrival, Feng Lai Xin, the other man, urges Feng Xinglang to come for dinner before taking the crying Tuan Tuan, who calls him Little Papa. Leaving Feng Xinglang to wonder where they've gone, realizing that He-tun and his associate Xing 12 are both here. Feng Xinglang's resolve hardens, proclaiming he will get Nuo Nuo back. While Nuo Nuo, now with He-tun, acknowledges Feng Xinglang's pursuit, He-tun questions if Nuo Nuo is scared or can no longer maintain his act, but the boy defiantly states he's not, refusing to be swayed and defending his mother from being bullied. Nuo Nuo then rushes to his foster father, He-tun's bearded ally, sharing a smirk with him, confirming Feng Xinglang's suspicion that this was a plot by He-tun to steal his son. The car screeches to a halt, and Feng Xinglang sprints to his red car, roaring that he will risk his life to kill his opponent for stealing his child, even if it costs him his own life, but pauses as he sees Tuan Tuan call out Little Papa. Shifting gears, he zooms off. Feng Lai Xin, holding Tuan Tuan, tells a worried Lan Yuyu that he will pursue Feng Xinglang, reassuring Tuan Tuan not to cry and promising to bring her brother back. As Feng Lai Xin drives off, Tuan Tuan innocently asks Lan Yuyu if Nuo Nuo is also Little Papa's child. Lan Yuyu, enraged, shouts that Nuo Nuo is nothing but an illegitimate child, vehemently reminding Tuan Tuan that only she is Little Papa's true flesh and blood, leaving the little girl visibly scared. As chapter 256 begins, Feng Xinglang, you dare not hit him, Feng Lai Xin exits his car. Tuan Tuan, crying in Feng Lai Xin's arms, expresses fear of her mother and wishes the little brother were Papa's child too. Feng Lai Xin scolds Lan Yuyu for scaring Tuan Tuan, prompting Lan Yuyu to fiercely demand what right he has to admonish her. She angrily rages that just because Tuan Tuan calls him Little Papa for 5 years doesn't make him her father, calling him foolish. A shocked Feng Lai Xin holds Tuan Tuan, as an attendant urges him to chase Feng Xinglang, who is clearly distressed by Lan Yu's accusations, and to bring Mrs. Zhu Luo back. Feng Lai Xin gently reminds Tuan Tuan that Nuo Nuo is her brother, emphasizing that blood is thicker than water and they will learn to love each other. Lan Yuyu raises a hand in a fury, screaming that Tuan Tuan is Feng Xinglang's true princess, and demanding to know why Feng Lai Xin is trying to make her recognize an illegitimate seed as her brother. The man holding Tuan Tuan dodges, and the little girl looks terrified. Feng Lai Xin grabs Lan Yuyu's wrist, threatening to not spare her if she ever raises a hand to his daughter again, then instructs Butler Mo to care for Tuan Tuan. He then calls Yan Bang, noting the master's unprecedented aggressive behavior since his injury. Meanwhile, on the road, Feng Xinglang's red car pursues He-tun's armored truck. Feng Xinglang drives with fierce determination, vowing no one can take Nuo Nuo, who is his and Zhu Luo's child. Inside the truck, He-tun asks Nuo Nuo if he's worried about his foster father or his bastard father. Nuo Nuo angrily denies Feng Xinglang as his father, which pleases He-tun, who remarks that Nuo Nuo didn't disappoint him. The truck driver notes Feng Xinglang trying to force them to stop, but He-tun calmly orders him to hit Feng Xinglang, as Nuo Nuo's safety is paramount, confidently asserting that Feng Xinglang would never dare to hit them with Nuo Nuo in the vehicle. Nuo Nuo looks uneasy. Feng Xinglang slams his hand on the steering wheel, swerves to avoid collision, yelling Nuo Nuo. Chapter 257 opens with the aftermath. Feng Xinglang's car crashes, flipping and scattering debris. He-tun, watching in his rearview mirror, remarks that Feng Xinglang dared not endanger his son. Nuo Nuo, shaken, questions if Feng Xinglang is a jerk for seemingly abandoning his wife and son, and why he would do something so foolish. Lan Yuyu, Nuo Nuo's biological mother, wonders if Nuo Nuo and Feng Xinglang will fight as He-tun's truck stops. Nuo Nuo runs out shouting "Mommy," and Lan Yuyu embraces him with immense relief. Nuo Nuo then bows respectfully to Mr. He, before tugging on his mother's skirt, asking for a hug, which worries Lan Yuyu since he rarely does that. She pats his back, suspecting Feng Xinglang's refusal might have hurt her son's feelings. Despite Nuo Nuo shaking his head, she believes it's natural for Nuo Nuo to be hurt and decides to comfort him gently. Later in his room, Nuo Nuo shivers in Lan Yuyu's arms. She questions if he thinks Feng Xinglang is a bad man and why he seems worried about his foster father's ability to handle him. Nuo Nuo, upset, clarifies he's not worried, but finds Feng Xinglang ugly and asks if he could possibly be alive after his Ferrari was completely destroyed. A shocked Lan Yuyu asks what happened, and Nuo Nuo explains that after Feng Xinglang discovered he was his son, he refused to let him go, leading 12 to threaten Feng Xinglang with Tuan, allowing Nuo Nuo to escape. Nuo Nuo dramatically recounts how Feng Xinglang then chased them, only to crash his Ferrari into a guardrail due to poor driving skills. Lan Yuyu, utterly shocked, gasps about the accident and how Feng Xinglang could possibly have such terrible driving skills. She is horrified, believing Feng Xinglang might be dead after his Ferrari crashed and broke apart, speculating it was a fierce battle with He-tun, all for Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo waves his hands, asking his mother what she's thinking. Lan Yuyu insists Feng Xinglang has never wronged Nuo Nuo as he gave him life, and while others can hate him, his son cannot. Chapter 258, Let the Father and the Son Fight, begins with Nuo Nuo defiantly declaring he doesn't want to and wishes to kill Feng Xinglang on behalf of his mommy. Yet moments later, he abruptly changes his tune, claiming hunger and spinning away. Lan Yuyu watches, despairing that she cannot let Nuo Nuo be used as a tool for He-tun's revenge, wondering what she can do. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Feng Lai Xin learns that his brother, Feng Xinglang, has only minor bruises and a concussion, and will soon awaken thanks to the Ferrari's safety features. The white-haired Lan Yuyu stands over the unconscious Feng Xinglang, seething that He-tun orchestrated for Lin Zuluo to give birth to this wild child, wishing she had sent someone to kill Lin Zuluo if she had known. She theorizes He-tun intends for father and son to kill each other, noting that while Feng Xinglang has recognized Nuo Nuo, the child rejects him. Feng Xinglang finally opens his eyes, and the white-haired Lan Yuyu instructs him to take better care of himself. Yan Bang inquires about his condition. Feng Xinglang complains of a headache and nausea. Yan Bang chastises him for being banged up so badly, questioning if the child is even truly his or if it's a plot against him. Around his hospital bed, Feng Lai Xin confirms Nuo Nuo is indeed Feng Xinglang's biological son, the child thought to be aborted 5 years ago. The white-haired Lan Yuyu angrily asserts that the child is merely a tool for He-tun, and that Feng Xinglang must reclaim him. Yan Bang is surprised she never mentioned this detail earlier. Feng Lai Xin expresses his shock that He-tun was present, asking how he plans to use the child. The white-haired Lan Yuyu cruelly states that He-tun wants them to fight to the death, adding that Feng Xinglang would sacrifice his life for this bastard child, without a thought for his own daughter. Feng Xinglang roars at her to be silent, declaring Nuo Nuo his son and that no child has a more legitimate identity. Feng Lai Xin intervenes, telling the white-haired Lan Yuyu that Feng Xinglang needs rest and instructs her to care for Tuan. She glares, asking if he means to forbid her from scolding Feng Xinglang, accusing him of only caring about Tuan, and questioning if Tuan is the only one in his heart. The scene shifts to night, where a young woman, likely Zhu Luo, is excited about earning money. A drunk man walks down an alley. Zhu Luo considers greeting President Bai, but a man approaches her with crude intentions. She runs away, only for another man to order Ming to capture her and take her to his car. A terrifying night descends as Lan Yuyu flees through the dim streets, spotting a drunken man ahead and instinctively quickening her pace, thinking it best to avoid provocations from intoxicated strangers. Her escape is futile as the man, identified as President Bai, grabs her arm with disturbing force, his presence immediately escalating her fear. He pins her against a wall, his voice laced with menace as he questions why she ran, challenging her to try again, before revealing he knew exactly who she was and that he hadn't recognized her earlier. His words turn even more chilling as he makes an overtly sexual remark, his hand brazenly groping her, causing her to scream desperately for help, wondering who could possibly save her. Just then, two figures emerge from the darkness, their flashlight beam cutting through the night as they question the scene. President Bai, however, remains unperturbed, now pinning Lan Yu against a car. His eyes flash with a dangerous fury as he barks at the approaching men to get lost. The officers, trembling, immediately retreat in fear, leaving Lan Yuyu to rage internally about the violation of socialist core values. With a chilling smirk, President Bai declares their interaction will continue. Despite her terror, Lan Yuyu steels herself, deciding she must fight back. She lands a desperate kick, eliciting a surprised yelp from him, and seizes the opportunity to make her escape, leaving him sprawling on the ground. The scene abruptly shifts to a hospital ward where radiant Feng Xinglang, the man in question, is showered with affection by little Tuan Tuan, who calls him Papa. Lan Yuyu, now with ethereal white hair, approaches with a thermos, offering Feng Xinglang her special recipe, but her efforts are met with casual dismissal as Feng Xinglang focuses solely on Tuan Tuan. Lan Yu's face contorts with a potent cocktail of jealousy and resentment. Tuan Tuan then innocently asks Feng Xinglang if they can search for her big brother once he heals, a request that jars Feng Xinglang into action. He demands his phone, declaring his unwavering resolve to find Lin Zhu Luo, believing she holds the key to locating Nuo Nuo. This pronouncement sends Lan Yuyu into a seething internal tirade, cursing the cheap slut Lin Zhu Luo for consistently stealing Feng Xinglang's attention, even after all her efforts with Tuan Tuan. Her fury explodes as she confronts Feng Xinglang, accusing Lin Zhu Luo of faking a stillbirth to deceive him, questioning his blindness. Feng Xinglang, however, calmly instructs Tuan Tuan to cover her eyes and ears, then delivers a resounding slap across Lan Yuyu's face, warning her that if she ever dares to insult Lin Zhu Luo again, he will beat her, before ordering her to leave. As Tuan Tuan asks if she can open her eyes, Feng Xinglang gently tells her that little Papa is tired and she should go home with her big Papa, then calls out to Lan Yuyu to join them, all while dialing a number. Meanwhile, Lan Yuyu's fury knows no bounds as she vows to kill Lin Zhu Luo and ensure Feng Xinglang suffers for it, her phone displaying an incoming call from Yuan Duo Duo. Feng Xinglang, on his own call, believes Yuan Duo Duo must know Lin Zhu Luo's whereabouts. Elsewhere, Lin Zhu Luo shivers under her blankets, furious about Bai Mo's recent terrible actions, but determined to make Yuan Zio Qiang pay, her thoughts interrupted by a ringing phone displaying Feng Xinglang's name. She answers, her voice sharp with exasperation, demanding to know what he wants and telling him to stop calling, declaring she wants nothing to do with his group of young masters. Feng Xinglang apologizes, promising to restore her reputation and assist with her work before dropping a bombshell. He knows she gave birth to his son and wants them back, demanding her contact information. Lin Zhu Luo is shocked to hear that Zhu Luo already had a child with Feng Xinglang. She agrees to give him Zhu Luo's contact details, but only if he helps her deal with Bai Mo. Lin Zhu Luo's own phone then rings, displaying an unknown caller ID bizarrely labeled "Wife, my love." Confused and irritated, she wonders who this bastard is. Upon answering, the voice identifies himself as Feng Xinglang. She immediately retorts that she doesn't know him and angrily hangs up. Moments later, the phone rings again. This time, she answers with a furious demand for Feng Xinglang to stop calling, but he silences her, thanking his wife for giving birth to their son, Lin Nuo. Lin Zhu Luo is enraged, questioning who he thinks his wife is, vehemently declaring that Lin Nuo is her son and has absolutely no connection to him. She bitterly asserts their marriage ended long ago, urging him to remain with Lan Yuyu and his daughter. Tears well in her eyes as she reflects on how Feng Xinglang had never truly seen her since their marriage, lamenting the cruel irony that her child was the reason he never loved her. Her musings are interrupted by the sweet voice of her own son, Nuo Nuo, who brings her fresh potato cakes. Just then, Feng Xinglang's voice comes through the phone, asking her to listen, which Nuo Nuo recognizes as that bastard Mr. Feng. The spirited child snatches the phone, fiercely demanding to know who Feng Xinglang is and declaring his mommy is his alone. Feng Xinglang, in a different call, warmly greets his son Lin Nuo, offering him a kiss. But Nuo Nuo is absolutely livid, engulfed in a fiery rage, screaming that his mommy belongs to him and Feng Xinglang should abandon his dreams. Feng Xinglang tries to pacify him, promising that they can discuss everything if Nuo Nuo comes home. However, Nuo Nuo defiantly refuses and abruptly ends the calls, even blacklisting Feng Xinglang's number, leaving him stunned and frustrated. Lin Zhu Luo, overhearing the conversation, confirms her fears that she is merely a fake wife, and Feng Xinglang only seeks to reclaim Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo triumphantly tells his mommy that he scolded the bastard. Lin Zhu Luo gently caresses her son's hand, as he embraces her, fearing she will become a stepmother or that they will have to run away, emphasizing that the Feng family already has Lan Yuyu and Tuan Tuan, validating their marriage. In a hospital ward, He-tun, smugly holding Tuan Tuan, dismisses Feng Xinglang's attempts at persuasion as mere low voice and sweet talk. He internally muses that he intentionally waited for Nuo Nuo to be old enough to understand his existence, anticipating Feng Xinglang's arrival. He then confidently calls out Feng Xinglang's name, while Feng Xinglang in another hospital room urgently calls Captain Jian, declaring his wife and son are being held captive and demanding immediate help. Back at Hetun's estate, Hetun rolls a rosewood bracelet in his hand, a detail not lost on Lin Zuliuo, who recognizes it as the same wood as the box left by Feng Xinglang's mother. She ponders whether the portrait in that box depicts Hetun, which would imply Feng Xinglang's mother cheated on Feng Yishan. Nuo yawns, feeling sleepy. Lin Zuliuo, noting the late hour, wonders if Feng Xinglang discovered her call, then asks her foster father if she should send him and the two police officers away. Her foster father, panicking, tells her to let them in, his panic quickly replaced by a sinister sneer. Lin Zuliuo wonders if Feng Xinglang is there to take Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo, sensing the danger, tells his mother that Feng Xinglang is coming to take her away. He fiercely vows not to let Feng Xinglang snatch his mommy. Feng Xinglang, accompanied by two police officers, enters, unequivocally stating he is there to pick up his wife. Nuo Nuo defiantly shouts at him not to steal his mommy, his young face a mask of determination as he declares he will destroy anyone who dares to take her. Feng Xinglang then pulls out a marriage certificate, proclaiming it proof that Nuo Nuo's mother is his wife, signed and sealed, leaving no room for argument. The conflict escalates as Lin Zuliuo realizes Feng Xinglang brought out the marriage certificate to claim Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo, refusing to believe, swats the certificate away, declaring his mommy is his and he will marry her. Feng Xinglang, undeterred, smugly waves the certificate, taunting Nuo Nuo with the notion of first come, first serve, then asks if he is refusing to leave. Enraged, Nuo Nuo tells Feng Xinglang to just wait, then knocks an arrow into a deadly modified bow. He points it menacingly at Feng Xinglang, screaming for him to go ahead and die. Feng Xinglang remains remarkably patient, internally noting Nuo Nuo's resemblance to his mother, while Lin Zuliuo recognizes the bow and arrow as a lethal weapon modified by Hetun. Feng Xinglang urges Nuo Nuo to stop, but the child fiercely warns him to leave or risk being shot, reiterating his refusal to let Feng Xinglang snatch his mother. Hetun watches with amusement, finding it interesting that Feng Xinglang is being driven away by his own son, savoring his revenge. He considers it the ultimate cruelty for a traitor son to confront his own offspring on such a battlefield. A police officer attempts to intervene, warning Nuo Nuo about the danger, but the boy defiantly tells him to stay out of their personal matter. Feng Xinglang then confronts Lin Zuliuo, asking if she will simply stand by and watch this battlefield unfold between father and son. Lin Zuliuo, distraught, grapples with the realization that Feng Xinglang intends to take both her and Nuo Nuo, acknowledging that Hetun will never agree in Lan Yu, as the Feng family's young lady would never allow it, leaving no place for her and Nuo Nuo in the family. The police officer appeals to Mrs. Lin to stop the escalating situation. Lin Zuliuo, now resolute, informs Captain Jian she wishes to file a police report, charging Feng Xinglang with unlawfully obtaining a marriage license through deception and with bigamy. The police officer is stunned. Feng Xinglang, feigning cooperation, tells Captain Jian to escort Lin Zuliuo to the police station. The wounded officer complies, inviting Mrs. Lin to come make her statement. But Nuo Nuo once again draws his bow, fiercely threatening to kill anyone who tries to take his mommy, sending the officer sprawling in terror. Feng Xinglang tries to reassure Nuo Nuo that no one will hurt his mother, urging him to accompany her to the station, secretly believing that getting both of them out of there will solve everything. Lin Zuliuo, however, scoffs at his words, refusing to trust him. Feng Xinglang then sweetly asks Nuo Nuo to trust his daddy and come to him. Hetun lets out a triumphant laugh. As Lin Zuliuo shoves Feng Xinglang away, Nuo Nuo releases an arrow that slices past her, striking Feng Xinglang, who cries out in pain as blood wells from his wound. Lin Zuliuo immediately pulls Nuo Nuo into a protective embrace, telling him not to look. Horrified, she realizes Nuo Nuo truly shot him. Feng Xinglang, wounded, laments his mistake in causing his son to strike him, quickly shifting the blame to Hetun. Lin Zuliuo, with newfound resolve, firmly tells Feng Xinglang to leave, declaring that they will not go with him. Feng Xinglang, pierced by an arrow, is overwhelmed by confusion, wondering why this has happened and why she seems to be backing away, as others whisper that this is their best chance to be rid of Hetun and suggest taking Feng Xinglang home. Kneeling wounded, Feng Xinglang is urged not to rush off while Master Xing, a man of power despite his own recent arrow wound, cordially welcomes Captain Jian to his home, presenting himself as a law-abiding citizen and requesting future care. Captain Jian, acknowledging Master Xing's hospitality, admits to imposing, as a determined figure shoves past a guard, declaring that no one can prevent him from seeing his master. A ruckus that prompts Master Xing to angrily dispatch a subordinate to investigate. This insistent visitor is He-tun, who enters with a richly decorated box, humbly apologizing for past offenses and revealing he has brought a precious antique sandalwood jade from Emperor Kaiyan Long for Master Xing's renowned appraisal. And just as He-tun showcases the jade, Feng Lai-zin arrives, returning a similar box, seemingly relieved to have made it in time. Feng Xinglang remains slumped and injured, looking utterly defeated. Even as He-tun, noticing Feng Lai-zin's presence, offers to save Feng Xinglang and then brazenly asks Feng Xinglang to appraise the jade despite his clear distress. Meanwhile, Master Xing sees a tense moment grips Feng Xinglang as a stern Nuo demands to know if he is truly the birth father of little Tuan standing beside him, an innocent cherub unaware of the brewing storm. With a confident smirk, Feng Xinglang readily confirms that Tuan is indeed his biological daughter. This revelation shatters Zhu Luo, who gazes in utter shock, questioning how Lan Yu could have given birth to his daughter, remembering Lan Yu's past attempts to ingratiate herself with Feng Xinglang. Zhu Luo wonders if Lan Yu's motive for bearing a child for Feng Xinglang's elder brother was purely for personal gain and power. The narrative then rewinds 5 years, flashing back to a critical moment. We find Feng Xinglang's brother, Feng Lai-zin, at a hospital, desperately inquiring about the grim physical condition of a heavily bandaged patient, Feng Xinglang, whose survival hangs precariously in the balance. The doctor delivers a dire prognosis, emphasizing Feng Xinglang's fragile state and the need for a strong will to live if he is to survive the daunting surgery. It's then that Feng Lai-zin, grasping at straws, suggests to his injured brother that Lan Yu could bear him a child, offering a new purpose. Feng Xinglang, still weakened, dismisses the notion, expressing bewilderment. But Feng Lai-zin, undeterred, reveals Lan Yu's relentless attempts to seduce him, outlining a manipulative plan. If Lan Yu believed the child was Feng Xinglang's, she would surely carry it to term, ensuring it. He then urged his brother to consider the operation, promising to manage the delicate situation. A month later, the plot thickens as a pregnant Lan Yu triumphantly announces to Feng Lai-zin that she carries Feng Xinglang's child, confident that this pregnancy secures her place as his wife. Back in the present, Feng Xinglang confesses to Zhu Luo the dark secret he guarded for 4 agonizing years, admitting he never dared tell her the truth for fear of her going mad. Zhu Luo's eyes widen, and a jolt of recognition crosses her face as the full weight of the deception hits her. Feng Xinglang explains his initial resistance to the manipulation and his deep regret, but upon learning Lan Yu was already pregnant, he realized he had to protect the innocent life within her, as Lan Yu would surely have tried to harm the child if she knew it wasn't his. He recalls the tiny life Tuan already stirring within her, an undeniable existence. Turning to Zhu Luo, he asks if she can understand his impossible choices, while the children, Nuo and Tuan, remain blissfully unaware of the intense adult drama unfolding. Feng Xinglang reflects on the mercy of Tuan's ignorance. Meanwhile, Zhu Luo's inner thoughts seethe with contempt for Feng Xinglang, branding him a shameless man who views women as mere tools. Oblivious to the adult tension, Tuan gleefully announces she has 2 papas and asks Nuo if he will share his papa with her. Nuo indignantly retorts that he already has a foster father. Feng Xinglang attempts to coax Nuo into calling him Big Papa, but the boy angrily dismisses it as a childish term. Nuo defiantly states he will call Feng Xinglang uncle, but warns him not to bully his mommy like his bastard birth father, Feng Xinglang himself. A pleased Feng Xinglang agrees, promising not to hurt his mommy. In a touching moment, Tuan, mimicking her big brother's choice for Feng Xinglang, decides to call Zhu Luo mommy, embracing her warmly. The tender scene is abruptly shattered by a loud slam as a furious Feng Xinglang bursts through the door, calling for Nuo. Zhu Luo instinctively pulls Tuan closer, her face etched with worry. Nuo, breaking free from his foster father, confronts Feng Xinglang, labeling him a bad guy and a big liar, demanding to know why he's there. Zhu Luo looks utterly distraught, muttering Feng Xinglang's name and questioning his presence. The next chapter begins with Nuo screaming at his mommy to run, identifying Feng Xinglang as the big villain. Nuo attempts to escape, but Feng Xinglang swiftly snatches him up, a possessive smirk playing on his lips as he tells the boy not to run, claiming to be his daddy. Nuo struggles furiously, screaming for the bastard to let him go, vehemently denying Feng Xinglang as his father. Feng Xinglang dismisses his defiance, asserting that whether he admits it or not, he is his biological father, an ironclad fact. Zhu Luo intervenes, demanding Feng Xinglang release Nuo, grabbing his arm. Feng Xinglang defiantly embraces both Zhu Luo and the struggling Nuo, declaring his intention to take his wife and son home together. Zhu Luo vehemently refuses, calling him shameless and demanding he release them. Feng Xinglang attempts to calm her, promising not to hurt her or their child. In a fit of rage, Nuo Nuo slaps Feng Xinglang, calling him a bad man and ordering him to release his mommy. The boy then bites Feng Xinglang fiercely. Feng Xinglang yelps in pain, momentarily releasing Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo immediately urges his mommy to flee and find his foster father. Zhu Luo hesitates, caught between saving herself and her son. Feng Xinglang warns her against escape, reminding her that Nuo Nuo is still in his grasp. Nuo Nuo, demonstrating incredible loyalty, tells his mommy to leave him behind and rally his foster father to bring 12 to destroy Feng Xinglang. Feng Xinglang angrily retorts, calling Nuo Nuo a stinky little boy and reasserting his paternity. Zhu Luo challenges him, pointing out that Yitan, Feng Xinglang's enemy, has raised Nuo Nuo for 5 years, questioning Feng Xinglang's own contributions. Feng Xinglang, furious, demands to know who else is qualified to be Nuo Nuo's father, pleading with Zhu Luo for a chance. Zhu Luo, exasperated, declares she doesn't want a fight and just wants her son back. Suddenly, Yitan appears, calmly suggesting Feng Xinglang allow Nuo Nuo to return to his mother, deferring further discussion. Feng Xinglang, enraged, asks Yitan if he would let his own son go and recognize a thief as his father. Nuo Nuo, with wide, panicked eyes, again urges his mommy to run away, fearing no one will be left to help if she's caught. Zhu Luo acknowledges the truth in his words. With a determined expression, she vows to return and save him. Feng Xinglang issues a chilling threat. If she runs, he will ensure she never sees her son again. The following chapter opens with Feng Xinglang's bewildered realization that Zhu Luo actually ran away. Nuo Nuo, clinging to his biological father, silently thinks his mommy abandoned him. He clutches Feng Xinglang's shirt, attempting to reassure himself that his mommy simply went to get help and would never truly leave him. Tuan, ever the little empath, decides to comfort her big brother. Tuan approaches Nuo Nuo, telling him not to cry and offering him a home with them now that his mommy has run away. Nuo Nuo is brought to the elaborate Feng estate, where he defiantly tells Feng Xinglang he's finished, threatening that his foster father will come and teach him a harsh lesson. Feng Xinglang, smirking, taunts him, asking if he'd enjoy seeing his fake father beat up his real father. Nuo Nuo roars back that his name is Lin Nuo, not Feng Lin Nuo, and his foster father is no fake. He angrily accuses Feng Xinglang of bullying his mommy, locking her to a bed, tearing her clothes, and making her cry, declaring his disgust. Feng Xinglang's expression shifts as he realizes that Nuo Nuo was the one who rescued Zhu Luo. He then playfully explains to Nuo Nuo that his mom is his wife, and their sleeping together is how he came to be. Nuo Nuo, in a burst of possessive childish rage, proclaims that mommy is his, and only he can sleep with her. Feng Xinglang teases him further, calling him a little tadpole and asking if he's still upset. Nuo Nuo retaliates by calling Feng Xinglang an ugly lazy toad, prompting Feng Xinglang to playfully threaten to eat him because he looks delicious, before carrying him off. Elsewhere, a subordinate reports to Yitan about Nuo Nuo's kidnapping and Zhu Luo's escape, asking if he should retrieve the boy. Yitan, his eyes twinkling with a dark amusement, calls the situation very interesting. He instructs his subordinate to let Feng Xinglang take the boy home and foster an emotional connection for a few days. The subordinate expresses concern, pointing out the existing bond between Yitan and Nuo Nuo. Yitan reassures him that a few days won't erase the child's loyalty to his foster father, internally musing about the little white-eyed wolf and his plans. Bursting in, Zhu Luo urgently informs Mr. Xing Yitan that Nuo Nuo has been kidnapped by his father, Feng Xinglang. Yitan calmly acknowledges it, suggesting Feng Xinglang must be curious about his biological son. With a sly smile, Yitan declares they will let Nuo Nuo stay with his dear father for a few days. Zhu Luo's jaw drops in utter disbelief. She questions if she heard correctly, allowing Nuo Nuo to stay with Feng Xinglang. Yitan challenges her, asking if she has a different opinion, to which she subserviently replies that she dares not. Zhu Luo's face crumples with devastation and frustrated resignation. She internally grapples with the decision, knowing Feng Xinglang won't harm Nuo Nuo, but bewildered by Yitan's sudden concession. Yitan reiterates his plan, stating everything is fine and 12 will pick up Nuo Nuo in a few days. Zhu Luo suspects Yitan is up to something, recalling his previous refusal to let Nuo Nuo see Feng Xinglang. She remembers Yitan's recent threat to force Feng Xinglang into a difficult choice between Lin Nuo and Feng Tuan, mirroring the impossible decision Feng Xinglang faced 5 years ago. Her phone rings, it's a message from her big brother. The message reassures her that Lin Nuo is doing well and that father and son are starting to build a relationship. Zhu Luo remains skeptical, wondering how two stubborn, arrogant individuals could possibly bond so quickly. With renewed determination, she declares she must return to find Nuo Nuo immediately. From the Feng estate, Nuo Nuo's screams echo, demanding release and yearning to go home. Feng Xinglang holds him close, mockingly asking what that makes Nuo Nuo if he calls his own father a bastard. Lan Yu, a woman with striking white hair, enters, inquiring about the commotion and shocked to see the little wild bastard here, wondering if Feng Xinglang actually brought him back. She questions how Feng Xinglang, despite his power, could bring home his foster son. Tuan Tuan excitedly points out Big Brother to her mommy, Lan Yu. Tuan Tuan then pulls on Lan Yu's dress, enthusiastically telling Nuo that this is the most beautiful mommy and he can call her mommy too. The air crackles with tension as the young girl, Tuan Tuan, clings desperately to Tun, sobbing that she refuses to leave, while Lan Yu, her mother, furiously tries to pull her away, branding her an ungrateful child. Tun intervenes, warning Lan Yu not to vent her anger on their daughter, but she persists, resulting in a dramatic struggle where she ends up sprawling on the floor. Just then, Feng Xinglang strides in, his voice cutting through the chaos as he commands Lan Yu to stop and then pushes her down, his face a mask of cold resolve. He dispatches a servant to take Tuan Tuan away, leaving behind shattered pieces on the floor, symbolic of the broken family dynamics. The fragile peace is instantly disrupted by the unexpected arrival of Lin Luo, who rushes in, calling out to her son Nuo, her relief palpable as she confirms his safety in her embrace. The butler explains her entrance, prompting Lan Yu, still humiliated on the floor, to seethe internally, embarrassed that this slut witnessed her downfall. Feng Xinglang, however, ignores Lan Yu's fury, his eyes softening as he greets Lin Luo as his wife and pulls both her and Nuo into a tight embrace, declaring he will never let them go. This public display of affection only fuels Lan Yu's rage. As she rises to her feet caught in a toxic embrace, Lin Luo struggles against Feng Xinglang, calling him a bully even as he dismisses her protests and suggestively pulls her to another room, his domineering gaze locking with her desperate one. But her fury erupts as she curses him and demands to know where he's taking her. The next morning, a bewildered Lin Luo wakes, with Feng Xinglang telling her to sleep longer, holding her tightly. She tries to get up, thinking of her son Nuo, but Feng Xinglang tries to keep her in bed until she forcefully removes his arm. Opening the door, she is shocked to find a barefoot Tuan, who asks why she is there and if she's going to take her papa and big brother away. Tuan cries out, asking for Nuo, leaving Lin Luo feeling like a thief, deeply remorseful for hurting the innocent child, especially as she contemplates her unavoidable return to Tun. She tries to reassure Tuan that she won't steal her father, then defiantly declares she's going to divorce Feng Xinglang. Overhearing, Feng Xinglang bursts in, warning her not to even think about divorce, then violently pulls her around, questioning if she truly won't admit her feelings. Lin Luo shoves him back, telling him to mind his words, but he retorts that his focus is on her, forbidding her from ever mentioning divorce in front of the children again and threatening to use methods to ensure her silence. Lin Luo fiercely states they should go their separate ways, vowing to sue him for fraudulent marriage and divorce if he doesn't concede, reminding him that her backer is the formidable Tun, whom he cannot defeat. Feng Xinglang cynically counters that any divorce would be on his terms, mocking her supposed alternative, and suggesting she simply ask Tun to kill him so she could be a widow instead of enduring a divorce. Lin Luo is aghast, wondering if she's doomed to be tied to him forever. But the argument is cut short as Nuo rushes in, yelling at Feng Xinglang to release his mommy, closely followed by another man, likely her brother, who Tuan runs to, calling him Pop. Nuo, enraged, accuses Feng Xinglang of bullying his mother and hits him. Feng Xinglang then grabs Nuo, stating they need to talk, while Nuo struggles and screams to be let go. In the study, Feng Xinglang tries to reason with an unwilling Nuo. Reflecting on his son's deep-seated misconceptions, he explains that he needs to send Nuo to an uncle's house temporarily to resolve a crucial matter, promising to bring him back once everything is settled. Nuo stubbornly refuses, insisting he wants to stay with his mommy. Feng Xinglang clarifies his intention to reunite all three of them in the future, revealing that Lin Luo is his most cherished person, and clarifying that Tuan's biological father is actually Uncle Feng Lizin, not himself. Nuo, surprisingly already aware of this, challenges his father, asking why he never came for his mommy when she waited at Pei Ti Castle, painted his portraits, and cried for him. Struck by this revelation, Feng Xinglang realizes Lin Luo had also waited, expressing deep regret for his inadequate explanations and deciding to show Nuo something. He produces an old ultrasound image, which Nuo finds hilariously ugly, only to be stunned when Feng Xinglang reveals it's a 7-week-old image of him. Feng Xinglang explains that Lin Luo had initially kept Nuo's existence a secret, and he only discovered it through her keepsakes after she left, recounting how for 5 years he could only touch that 3D ultrasound image daily, believing his son was gone. He picks up Nuo, joyfully declaring how happy he is that his son is still alive. With tears in his eyes. Nuo Nuo listens as Feng Xinglang earnestly asks for a chance to make amends to both him and his mother, promising to ensure Lin Zuliu's happiness, to which Nuo Nuo agrees to stay at his uncle's house for a few days. Feng Xinglang then takes Nuo Nuo to meet Uncle Yan Bang, who greets them, remarking that he finally brought the boy. Nuo Nuo, however, points at Yan Bang and calls him a bad guy. Feng Xinglang assures Nuo Nuo that Yan Bang is a good friend who will treat him like a father, while Yan Bang jokingly adds that he doesn't bully children. As Yan Bang holds Nuo Nuo, Feng Xinglang's phone rings urgently. He answers and a frantic voice informs him that Miss Lan Yuyu has run off with Tuan Tuan, leaving Feng Xinglang visibly concerned. Meanwhile, Lin Zuliuo, reflecting on Feng Xinglang's declaration of her as his only wife, is confronted by an enraged Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu aggressively demands to know her status, reminding Feng Xinglang that she bore his daughter, Tuan Tuan, before storming off, vowing to rescue her daughter herself. Lin Zuliuo observes the scene, realizing that Lan Yuyu possesses genuine maternal care for Tuan Tuan, a depth of emotion she had previously misjudged. At Hitun's villa, a man roughly shoves Lan Yuyu to the ground, ordering her to return home as foster father refuses to see her. Lan Yuyu desperately kneels, pleading with him to wait, wondering if foster father is punishing her or intends to use Tuan Tuan in a sinister plot. She is told that if she wants answers, Feng Xinglang must trade 15, presumably a person or a sum, for Tuan Tuan. Lin Zuliuo then arrives, calling out Tuan Tuan's name. As Lan Yuyu remains on the ground, seemingly defeated, Lin Zuliuo rushes past the men into the villa, her brother Yu expressing concern for her safety. She asks the guard if she may enter, and he allows it, but her brother warns her to be careful. Lin Zuliuo assures him she won't confront Hitun directly, stating her actions are for Tuan Tuan, who is innocent and shouldn't be entangled in adult disputes. Inside, Tuan Tuan is wailing uncontrollably. Lin Zuliuo rushes to her, asking if she's all right, as Tuan Tuan tearfully begs Big Papa and Little Papa to save her. Hitun, visibly annoyed by the noise, orders his subordinate 12 to silence the child, while another offers to help. Lin Zuliuo bravely intervenes, stopping 12 and embracing Tuan Tuan, comforting her that Nuo Nuo's mommy is here. Hitun confronts Lin Zuliuo, sarcastically praising her love for prioritizing another's child while abandoning her own, and declares that she will remain at the villa to care for Tuan Tuan, forbidding her from leaving. He then orders Fourth to confiscate her phone and lock her in the basement if she causes any trouble. Holding the crying Tuan Tuan, Lin Zuliuo despairs, realizing she is trapped. Back at Feng Estate, Feng Xinglang rages upon discovering Lin Zuliuo has entered Hitun's villa. His companion apologizes, explaining Hitun's actions and Lin Zuliuo's unreachable phone. Furious with himself, Feng Xinglang vows to find Yan Bang for a rescue plan. Lan Yuyu appears, desperately grabbing his arm and begging him to save Tuan Tuan, revealing that Hitun demands Lin Nuo, in exchange for Tuan Tuan's release. Feng Xinglang questions what she wants him to do, and she implores him to send Lin Nuo back to Cayenne Shui Bay to ensure Tuan Tuan's safety, leaving him stunned that she would trade his son for her daughter. Lin Yu lashes out, branding Lin Zuliuo a hypocrite and questioning why Hitun would harm them if she truly slept with him. Enraged, Feng Xinglang slaps her, sternly warning her never to insult Zuliuo in his presence. Reeling from the blow, Lan Yu declares she cannot coexist with Lin Zuliuo and drives off in a red sports car. Feng Xinglang, in a car with Yan Bang, expresses his urgent desire to return. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo appears, climbing out a window and screaming for Feng Xinglang to take him back to his mommy, complaining about the house being wrecked and calling his father as much trouble as 5 children. Nuo Nuo then bites Yan Bang in frustration. Feng Xinglang tries to calm him by falsely claiming his mommy is fine and wants him to stay with Uncle Yan. Nuo Nuo, seeing through the lie, threatens to jump if he isn't told the truth. Forced to reveal the grim reality, Feng Xinglang explains that mommy went to Cayenne Shui Bay because Tuan Tuan was taken by Hitun's people, and she went to see her. Realizing why he couldn't reach his mother, Nuo Nuo demands Feng Xinglang call 12, and Feng Xinglang, completely surrendering to his distressed son, agrees. In the Yulong City living room, an anxious Nuo Nuo answers the phone, then snatches it from his father. He fiercely asks 12 or 15 if his mommy is home. 12, in a cruel tone, informs Nuo Nuo that his mother is currently feeding someone else's little girl and offers to let him hear her voice. Nuo Nuo is devastated to hear Tuan Tuan's voice, expressing her affection for brother Nuo Nuo's mommy the most, and turns to Feng Xinglang, asking heartbrokenly if his mommy no longer wants to see him. Nuo Nuo cries out, demanding to be taken to his mommy. Feng Xinglang, with a somber expression, apologizes and explains it's not possible yet, but reassures Nuo Nuo he has a plan to rescue Zuliuo. He asks Nuo Nuo to trust him as the fate of their family hangs in the balance. The world of Feng Xinglang and Lin Liuo is anything but a warm marriage as their children become pawns in a ruthless game of power and revenge. Despite the warning from young 15 that his foster father, Hetun's patriarch with his numerous adopted sons, was an insurmountable foe, Feng Xinglang confidently dismissed the threat, vowing to make the patriarch surrender no matter his power. Meanwhile, 15 himself was conflicted, unsure if Feng Xinglang was serious or merely bluffing, worrying for both his mommy Lin Liuo and his foster father Feng Xinglang if the confrontation turned dire, prompting him to rush back to Feng Xinglang's side. Back at Cayenne Shui Bei, the patriarch, dismissive of any threat to his little devil 15, boasted of his rigorous training, confident his foster son could escape any predicament even as a subordinate reported 15 had been taken by Feng Xinglang to Yulong City. A commotion outside Hetun's villa revealed Feng Xinglang's cunning, as a mob of angry workmen, furious over a missing foreman and half a year's lost wages, surged towards the villa, overwhelming the guards. The patriarch immediately recognized Feng Xinglang's manipulation, realizing it was a calculated distraction to facilitate a rescue, and with a menacing glare, he ordered 12 to forcefully take the little girl, Tuan, and lock her in a dark room. Inside, Lin Liuo clutched a terrified Tuan, wondering at the sudden influx of people, reassuring her frightened daughter, only for 12 to burst in, coldly demanding Tuan. Lin Liuo screamed in shock as 12 snatched the crying child, whisking her away, telling the distraught mother to worry about her own son instead, while Hetun's motives for demanding money and abducting Tuan remained a chilling mystery to Lin Liuo. Suddenly, a rescuer, an assassin sent by Yan Bang at Feng Xinglang's command, crashed through the window offering to save her, but Lin Liuo adamantly refused to leave without Tuan, prompting the exasperated assassin to scoop her up and unceremoniously toss her out the window himself. Lin Liuo screamed in terror as she plunged downward, but in a dramatic turn, Feng Xinglang appeared, catching her in a powerful embrace. He held her close, calling her a crazy woman for her risky escape but apologizing for his delay, then tried to kiss her, only to be shoved back as Lin Liuo frantically demanded to know about Nuo. Feng Xinglang, nursing his bruised head, quickly reassured her that Nuo was safe at Yan Bang's house and promised their whole family would soon be reunited once he dealt with Wei Kang. But their reunion was short-lived. In Yulong City, just as Feng Xinglang presented Lin Liuo to Nuo, Yan Bang burst in with devastating news. Nuo was missing, leaving Feng Xinglang stunned and Lin Liuo furious, accusing him of breaking his promise of a family reunion. The injured assassin, Feng Xinglang's foster son, then revealed that Tuan was trapped in a dark room in the villa, having been intercepted by Hetun's subordinates, Xing Ba and Xing something else, while trying to rescue her. Feng Xinglang, prioritizing their immediate escape, insisted Tuan would be safe for a while, promising they would return for her, leading a reluctant Lin Liuo away. Back at Cayenne Shui Bei, 15 joyfully returned to his foster father, Hetun's patriarch, boasting of his escape from Yan Bang's lair, earning high praise for his courage and strategy. 15 eagerly asked for his mommy, only for 12 to cruelly inform him that Lin Liuo had been kidnapped by his bastard father, Feng Xinglang, painting a distorted picture of reality. The patriarch, amused by this turn of events, allowed 15 to believe Feng Xinglang had taken mommy back, then promised to rescue Lin Liuo, but first, 15 would be instrumental in Feng Xinglang's multiple-choice question, but not before a much-needed bath. The patriarch, mistakenly believing Feng Xingling, Lin Liuo, had returned for her daughter, was corrected by a subordinate who revealed Feng Xin, Feng Xinglang's brother and Tuan's biological father, was there instead, a detail the patriarch found interesting. Feng Xin, desperate to rescue Tuan, had come to negotiate, but Feng Xinglang warned him against acting rashly with the treacherous Hetun. Facing the patriarch, Feng Xin reiterated his paternal duty, offering all his property to exchange for Tuan, knowing the patriarch wouldn't release Nuo, whom he had raised for years. The patriarch sneered, dismissing the offer, claiming he had no need for money, and that Feng Xin's attempt to use Tuan as leverage against Feng Xinglang was futile, questioning if Tuan's biological father was even important. He then dropped a bombshell. 5 years ago, Feng Xinglang chose Feng Xin over Lin Liuo, and now he wondered if Feng Xinglang would choose Tuan. In Hetun's villa, Feng Xin, raging at the patriarch's cruelty, demanded his purpose, arguing for the children's innocence. When the patriarch insisted Feng Xin convince Feng Xinglang to choose his daughter, Feng Xin, seeing no other option, revealed a vest of explosives beneath his coat, threatening mutual destruction. The patriarch, unfazed, reminded Feng Xin that if he died, Tuan would truly be orphaned, then mockingly offered to show him his daughter, displaying a live feed of Tuan and Nuo. Tuan cried for her big papa and big brother Nuo, longing to go home, while Nuo Nuo explained they couldn't leave until their bastard father answered the patriarch's twisted question, sending a wave of despair through Feng Lai Xin, who roared in anguish and collapsed to the floor. Back at Feng Estate, Feng Xinglang informed Lin Zhu Luo that Feng Lai Xin was detained, showing her a video sent by the patriarch, her brother and both children confined on a cruise ship. Her phone then rang, an incoming call from Xingba, who chillingly presented Feng Xinglang with the multiple-choice question on behalf of the patriarch. Choose between his son and his daughter, as their audience awaited the protagonist's decision. Feng Xinglang dropped his phone in shock and despair, as Lin Zhu Luo furiously demanded to know the source of the patriarch's deep hatred for the Feng family, asking if he truly meant to push them to such extremes. Feng Xing, the world is a cruel place, and for Feng Xinglang, that reality hits hard as the villainous Hitan orders a countdown, threatening both his children if Feng Xinglang doesn't choose. Panic floods Feng Xinglang's face. He knows he must save at least one as the numbers relentlessly tick down from 7, then 6. He agonizes, a silent plea forming in his mind that at least one child must survive, as the count drops to 5. He cries out Nuo Nuo's name, his son suspended perilously while the number 4 flashes. A panel slides open, drawing his attention just as the countdown hits 3 and his other child, Tuan, rushes towards him, calling Papa. As the final number 2 appears, Feng Xinglang is haunted by Nuo Nuo's bitter thoughts, recalling how his son felt he was betrayed and mommy was bullied. In an agonizing split-second decision, Feng Xinglang severs the rope holding Tuan as the count reaches 1, catching her just as she falls. Lin Zhu Luo, witnessing the horror, screams Nuo Nuo's name in utter despair as a splash echoes, indicating their son has fallen into the water. She clutches her chest, a guttural cry escaping her lips, devastated. The narrative plunges directly into chaos as Lan Yu desperately clings to Feng Xinglang, begging him not to hand her over to Xingsan, but he ruthlessly kicks her away, unmoved by her pained cries and enraged threats of revenge. With a stern face, he pushes open a door, calling out for Nuo Nuo. A sudden urgency replacing his earlier coldness. He spots a large box, revealing Nuo Nuo nestled inside, sound asleep. Feng Xinglang gently lifts his son, confirming his breathing is even and his body warm, realizing Nuo Nuo has been sedated by a sleeping drug. A chilling recorded message then warns him about the old man seeking his 15th foster child, making Feng Xinglang realize 3 has been playing a dangerous game with him. Luckily, he was prepared, but then sees Xingba and his men approaching. He quickly calls for Wei Kang, instructing him to follow their plan and distract the approaching threat. Wei Kang, from the safety of a car, acknowledges the order, then unleashes a powerful explosion that erupts in a billow of smoke. The surprise attack causes Xingba's men to scramble for cover, one of them yelling for everyone to take cover. A car crashes through the chaos, sending shattered glass flying as the men scream in terror. Yan Bang, the driver, grins menacingly, taunting Xingba for underestimating them, though Xingba quickly accuses Yan Bang of exploiting a fire to attack his foster father. Uncaring, Yan Bang declares he only knows that Feng Xinglang is leaving, signaling him to get in the car. Feng Xinglang, cradling Nuo Nuo, swiftly gets into the car, leaving the embattled Lan Yu behind as the vehicle speeds away. Meanwhile, in a sterile hospital room, Lin Zhu Luo anxiously wonders if Feng Xinglang truly sacrificed her for Nuo Nuo, or if he merely lied to her. Her doubts are dispelled when Feng Xinglang finally appears, proudly declaring that by her command he has not failed her. With a tender smile, he shows her he has rescued their son, Nuo Nuo. The following chapter begins with Lin Zhu Luo holding a still drowsy Nuo Nuo, her voice laced with worry as she questions Feng Xinglang about his condition. He reassures her that Nuo Nuo was only given sedatives by 3 and will wake up soon. A moment later, Nuo Nuo stirs, calling out for his mommy. His eyes fluttering open. Zhu Luo's face lights up with immense relief as she tightly embraces him, crying out that he scared her half to death and she never wants to leave him again. With a renewed resolve, Zhu Luo then calmly asks Feng Xinglang to let her and Nuo Nuo leave, promising to appreciate his kindness. But Feng Xinglang refuses, demanding that if they leave, he must go with them, his fist clenching in frustration. Zhu Luo's firm impossible echoes his own, and he turns away, declaring that his answer is also impossible, his expression grim. Little Nuo Nuo, bursting with anger, shouts at Feng Xinglang to let them go, threatening to have his foster father destroy him if he doesn't comply. Stung, Feng Xinglang retorts that he is Nuo Nuo's father and Zhu Luo is his wife, insisting their family should always be together. But Nuo Nuo roars back, accusing him of being a bastard who abandoned his wife and son, a non-father, leaving Feng Xinglang taken aback and distressed, realizing how much his choice on the cruise ship hurt his son. He attempts to explain that he never abandoned Nuo Nuo, having sent Yan Bang to rescue him from the water after a planned trap. However, Nuo vehemently rejects this, insisting that 3 was his true rescuer and he would never forgive Feng Xinglang. Heartbroken, Feng Xinglang watches as Zhu Luo stands up, requesting again to leave with Nuo, seeking a sensible end to their complicated beginning. Feng Xinglang, desperate, insists there was nothing wrong with their beginning, proclaiming that marrying her was his best and most perfect choice. He confronts her, questioning why she won't let them go, and if she truly believes he can't give them happiness, or if she simply wants to abandon him. Determined, he tells Zhu Luo to stay and wait for him, promising to bring her happiness before locking the door from the outside. Zhu Luo, now trapped, sits silently with a pensive expression, holding Nuo close. Moments later, Feng Xinglang receives a frantic call from his brother Ang Kun, who is concerned about Lan Yu's whereabouts and mentions that Tuan has been discharged from the hospital. His brother demands to know what happened to Lan Yu, and Feng Xinglang, with a heavy heart, confesses that he traded Lan Yu to 3 in exchange for Nuo, expressing his apologies. A preview hints at Nuo plotting an escape from their new confinement. Inside the room, Nuo excitedly tells his mommy that Feng Xinglang is gone, finally presenting an easy way to escape. But Zhu Luo, looking disheartened, explains that Feng Xinglang's villa is equipped with anti-theft nets on all windows, and the door is locked, making escape impossible. She further laments that even if they did escape, they would be stepping into a tiger's den with Hitan in full-scale war against Feng Xinglang. Nuo, ever resilient, reassures her not to worry, promising he will find a way to get them out. Seeing his son's renewed liveliness, Zhu Luo agrees to let him try. Feng Xinglang returns with a lavish dinner and warm ginseng soup, expressing his distress over their current situation. Nuo, still furious, shouts at him to go away and violently knocks over the soup. Feng Xinglang, understanding the boy's anger, calmly accepts it, attributing Zhu Luo's unhappiness to his actions, and decides to leave them alone to rest, hoping they can both calm down. Nuo then gently nudges his mother to eat. Zhu Luo notices the scars on Nuo's hands, likely from his previous ordeal, and reflects on his lost childhood, caught between the feuds of Hitan and Feng Xinglang. She decides they must stay for now. Nuo, confused, asks why she doesn't want to leave. Zhu Luo admits she longs to leave but needs time for her body to recover, promising they will depart once she is strong enough. At the Feng estate, Ang Kun takes Tuan inside, while Feng Xinglang's brother tells him he won't fight back. Despite this, Feng Xinglang's brother furiously confronts him, calling him a loathsome guy and landing a punch that sends Feng Xinglang reeling. Feng Xinglang recovers, gently pushes his brother away and addresses him as Big Brother. His brother, fuming, demands to know why he hadn't told him earlier about Lan Yu and urgently asks where she was taken. Feng Xinglang explains he tasked Wei Kang with locating Xing Sen's hiding place, intending to rescue Lan Yu. Just then, a shocking development unfolds. Someone exclaims, "Miss Lan," as a visibly injured Lan Yu walks in, her body bearing marks of her ordeal. Feng Xinglang's brother expresses immense relief, while Feng Xinglang is left stunned, wondering what Lan Yu's unexpected return portends. A peek into the next chapter teases a tense moment where Nuo disrupts a kiss between his parents. Back in the current scene, Feng Xinglang's brother escorts Lan Yu and Tuan, who tearfully rushes into her mother's arms, declaring how much she missed her. Lan Yu embraces her daughter tightly, both overcome with emotion. Feng Xinglang observes, inwardly questioning how Lan Yu managed to escape Xing Sen's grasp, while his brother expresses his heartfelt relief that she is back. Feng Xinglang, still pondering, requests his brother to arrange good care for Lan Yu as he departs. Watching his family walk away, Feng Xinglang silently wonders about Lan Yu's intentions for returning. He soon finds Zhu Luo in her room, overflowing with emotion, and rushes to embrace her, thinking about the hardships Lan Yu endured over the past 5 years. Zhu Luo resists, demanding he let her go, but he stubbornly refuses, desperate for her not to leave him again. He leans in for a passionate kiss, only for Nuo to abruptly hit him with a stick, screaming that he's a bastard, and not allowed to kiss his mommy, who belongs to him alone. Feng Xinglang, rubbing his head, admonishes Nuo for attacking his father, clarifying that it wasn't a stolen kiss but simply kissing. Nuo, defiant, warns Feng Xinglang not to touch his mommy, calling him a big pervert. Zhu Luo, siding with her son, tells Feng Xinglang he deserved it, making him feel unfairly treated. Feng Xinglang then pleads with Zhu Luo for a chance to atone for his mistakes, asking if she would let him make amends to her, his wife, and their son. Zhu Luo apologetically declines, stating her desire to give Nuo a peaceful life, and suggests his atonement should be to let them both go. Feng Xinglang begins to protest that he cannot let her go when his phone suddenly rings. It's a call from his brother, reporting that Yan Bang was severely injured fighting Hitan and faces potential arm amputation due to a serious infection. Horrified, Feng Xinglang roars into the phone, absolutely forbidding amputation, demanding they save Yan Bang's arm at all costs, threatening the doctors if they fail. He promises Zhu Luo that he will handle Yan Bang's situation, urging her to rest and recover while he takes care of things, promising to return. Feng Lang bursts into the hospital, his eyes blazing with fury, demanding answers about his loyal friend Yan Bang, who lies critically injured, an arm wound festering into a life-threatening infection due to negligence. The grim-faced doctor explains the severity, declaring that without a miracle, specifically the experimental antibiotic Edenpratzol, Yan Bang's arm is lost, and he'll face a life of disability. A cold rage grips Feng Lang. Yan Bang, who stood by him against the formidable Hitan, now faces an injury that could rob him of his very profession, unable to ever hold a gun again. He vows with an iron will that the rare medicine will be delivered within half an hour. A promise he makes terrifyingly real as, 15 minutes later, a breathless subordinate arrives with the clinical trial drug, astonishing the doctor with Feng Lang's impossible reach and resourcefulness in procuring it from the National Academy of Medicine. Dismissing all chatter, Feng Lang fiercely orders the doctor to save Yan Bang's arm without delay. That night, Yan Bang stirs, surprised to find himself alive, learning from Bai Mo that Feng Lang's swift intervention spared him from amputation or worse. Gratefully, Yan Bang thanks Feng Lang. With Yan Bang stable, Feng Lang then turns his sharp gaze to Bai Mo, inquiring if he had dared to bully Yuan Duo 262 early one morning. Zhu Luo stirred awake, a lingering confusion clouding her mind. Sitting upright, she called out for Nuo, her heart quickening with a mother's instinct. Slipping on her shoes, she heard her son's voice echoing from the next room, a startling revelation as he declared Feng Lang, his father, was still locked away in the dark room, the makeshift prison. Zhu Luo, her face etched with concern, asked if Nuo had seen his dad, but the boy shook his head, explaining the door was firmly shut. A chilling worry seized Zhu Luo, wondering if Feng Lang was truly trapped forever and what twisted plan he was concocting. Meanwhile, Nuo, oblivious to the grim reality, cheerfully recounted eating with his foster father and enjoying a horse ride. Disturbed, Zhu Luo decided she needed to investigate Feng Lang's situation herself. As she approached the prison cell, she found Ba waiting, casually offering her some alligator pastry as a thinly veiled bribe, then smirking that she must be eager to comfort Feng Lang. Zhu Luo eyed him, surprised by his newfound audacity. The door slammed shut with an ominous thud. Inside, Feng Lang appeared slumped and asleep behind the bars, his chains visible. Deciding not to disturb his slumber, Zhu Luo quietly placed the food down. But in a flash, Feng Lang's hand shot out, catching her, and he called her name, urging her to stay and talk. Zhu Luo, distressed, pleaded with him to find a way to escape. A dark, satisfied smile spread across Feng Lang's bruised face. His bitter plan had undeniably worked, compelling her concern. She confessed that she couldn't bear for Nuo to see his father in such a state, wishing for her son to only remember good times. Feng Lang adamantly declared he would never leave without taking both her and Nuo with him. But Zhu Luo's patience snapped. She furiously accused him of planning to abandon them a third time and demanded he simply let them go if he couldn't provide a stable life. Feng Lang roared his refusal to ever let them go, lamenting his failure to protect her and their unborn child, vowing instead to avenge them. Zhu Luo recoiled, pulling her arm away, her voice filled with a desperate fury, reminding him he had failed to protect them 5 years ago and was no more capable now. She fled the prison, Feng Lang's cries of her name echoing behind her. Outside, Ba, whip in hand, greeted her with a chilling question about whether she was finished, announcing it was now his turn to carry out his foster father's orders. Zhu Luo watched in horror as Ba, gripping a thick whip, entered the cell, leaving her to dread what torment awaited Feng Lang. Zhu Luo's heart pounded with terror as she confronted Ba, demanding to know what he was doing. Ba callously asked Feng Lang if he was ready for his punishment. Despite his heavy shackles, Feng Lang caught the whip, defiantly challenging Ba to stop him. Ba merely sneered, electrifying the whip and unleashing a brutal shock that sent Feng Lang convulsing with agony. Zhu Luo screamed, demanding an explanation, reminding Ba he was supposed to bring food, not inflict torture. With a sinister smile, Ba casually dropped a bombshell. His foster father had issued a new order, decreeing that Feng Lang would be beaten every time Zhu Luo or 15 Nuo entered the basement. He urged Zhu Luo to leave quickly, coldly informing her that because she had entered the basement twice, Feng Lang would now receive a double beating. Yet through his bloodied face and pain, Feng Lang let out a mirthless laugh, thanking Ba for making Zhu Luo worry about him, remarking that it was the first time since they had met. Ba, bewildered, wondered if the electric shocks had driven him mad. With a heavy heart, Zhu Luo departed, overwhelmed by fear for Feng Lang's survival. Moments later, Nuo Nuo burst in, happily calling for his mommy, freshly returned from his outing. Zhu Luo hugged him tightly, asking if he had enjoyed himself. Nuo Nuo, beaming, declared he was off to see Feng Xinglang. Zhu Luo quickly intervened, unable to let her son witness his father's tortured state. Noticing his mother's sadness, Nuo Nuo, with a thoughtful expression, agreed not to go if it would upset her. Zhu Luo then leaned in, whispering a secret plan to her son, explaining he would see his dad later. She handed him several Snickers bars, instructing him to secretly deliver them to Feng Xinglang. To prevent further punishment, she asked Nuo Nuo to sleep in the same room as 8. Nuo Nuo, ever curious, asked 8 to open the door, wondering if his bastard father had been bullied. 8, with a touch of sarcasm, questioned Nuo Nuo's filial devotion given his father had abandoned him twice, yet still opened the door. The sight of Feng Xinglang's severely injured face shocked Nuo Nuo to his core, who cried out in horror at his father's condition. Nuo Nuo, his small voice filled with confusion, confronted Feng Xinglang, asking why he had allowed himself to become a prisoner. Feng Xinglang, his eyes heavy with remorse, explained he had done it to be closer to his wife and son. Nuo Nuo, however, challenged him, reminding him of his past abandonment and stating it was too late for such sentiments. Feng Xinglang acknowledged his past failures, but insisted there were always complex reasons behind his actions. He spoke of the impossible choices he faced, attempting to save his uncle and Zhu Luo, then Nuo Nuo and Tuan, but never being able to rescue everyone at once. He expressed deep shame for how he had treated them, longing to make amends. 8 then intervened, advising Nuo Nuo it was time for bed and playfully telling him to clean his room, before suggestively asking if he wanted to sleep with him. Nuo Nuo, recoiling from the implication, declared he would immediately clean his own room. Still holding onto his resentment, Nuo Nuo vowed never to believe Feng Xinglang's explanations and swore to retaliate for his mother's miscarriage. He handed Feng Xinglang a book, asking him to read a story because the dungeon light was too dim. Feng Xinglang, with a gentle smile, readily agreed. As Feng Xinglang began reading a fairy tale about a queen, Nuo Nuo observed a subtle, unsettling difference in his father. The story continued, describing a king who married another wife. Nuo Nuo interrupted, indignantly asking why the king would marry again if he truly loved his family. Moved by his son's innocent words, Feng Xinglang assured Nuo Nuo that he would never remarry, his love belonging only to him and his mother. Nuo Nuo pondered the sincerity of his father's words. He then heard Feng Xinglang's stomach growl, realizing his father hadn't eaten all day and remembered his mother's instructions. Pulling out the hidden Snickers bars, he handed them over. Nuo Nuo gasped in alarm at the sight of Feng Xinglang's terribly bruised hands. Feng Xinglang, forcing a pained smile, dismissed it as a minor electric shock, claiming it no longer hurt. Nuo Nuo, watching his father, wondered if this changed demeanor was a genuine attempt to compensate his mother. But then, abruptly, he declared Feng Xinglang's reading was awful and announced he was leaving. As Nuo Nuo walked away, Feng Xinglang shouted his son's name in despair, leaving Nuo Nuo to wonder why his father would bother coming back only to abandon them again. The next morning, Nuo Nuo approached 8's door, asking for it to be opened as he'd left his fairy tale book in the basement. 8, calmly eating a slice of pizza, cautioned Nuo Nuo against visiting Feng Xinglang too often, warning that their foster father had eyes everywhere and that any closeness between Nuo Nuo and Feng Xinglang would only worsen Feng Xinglang's suffering. Undeterred, Nuo Nuo bravely pushed the door open himself, asserting he'd go in if 8 wouldn't tell his foster father. With a burst of excitement, Nuo Nuo hurried into the cell, retrieving his fairy tale book from Feng Xinglang. He noticed how unwell Feng Xinglang looked, wondering if he was sick. Feng Xinglang, forcing a weak smile, expressed his happiness at Nuo Nuo's visit, gently reaching for his hand. Nuo Nuo, however, quickly pulled his hand away, insisting he was only there for the book. As Nuo Nuo turned to leave, Feng Xinglang's desperate voice called out, professing his undying love for his son. The words startled Nuo Nuo, causing him to drop the book. From its pages tumbled an old, crinkled ultrasound image. 8 rushed in, inquiring about Nuo Nuo's well-being. Nuo Nuo, confused, asked what the mysterious image was. 8 tried to snatch it, but Nuo Nuo pulled it away, proudly stating his bastard father had given it to him. He then presented the image to Zhu Luo. Her eyes widened in shock as she recognized it, Nuo Nuo's own 3D ultrasound image. Tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed that Feng Xinglang had cherished this image with him all this time. Nuo Nuo, trying to be strong, gently comforted his crying mother, reminding her that she had him. Zhu Luo embraced her son, her mind reeling at the realization that the ultrasound captured Nuo Nuo at just 7 weeks, 5 years ago. Nuo Nuo, ever innocent, remarked that the image looked like an ugly caterpillar. Zhu Luo asked how he knew what it was. Nuo Nuo explained that he had seen it in Feng Xinglang's office, locked securely in his safe, and that his father looked at it every single day to see his baby. Zhu Luo wept even harder, devastated and touched by the knowledge that Feng Xinglang had treasured that single ultrasound image for 5 long years. Nuo, fiercely protective, promised his mother not to cry, asserting that his bastard father had used the image to make her sad and that he would never see him again. The emotional weight of a loveless marriage hangs heavy over Lin Zhu Luo as her son, Nuo, asks if his mother won't forgive his father, Feng Xinglang. Lin Zhu Luo explains to the child that his father's marriage to her was forced, and that Feng Xinglang never truly loved her, suggesting their separation would be best for everyone. Nuo, with a child's directness, internalizes that his mother doesn't love his bastard father, and vows he won't forgive him either. Yet his innocent concern soon overrides his anger as he urgently reports that Feng Xinglang, his father, seemed gravely ill that morning, his voice hoarse. Lin Zhu Luo's calm shatters. She clutches her arm in alarm, realizing the dungeon's unhealthy conditions could be fatal for him, and Nuo desperately asks if she intends to save him. Despite her marital bitterness, Lin Zhu Luo concludes that she cannot simply watch Feng Xinglang die at He Tun's hands. Tasking Nuo with watching 8, she resolves to find help, heading straight for GK Venture Capital, knowing the police are useless against He Tun's influence. At the reception, she boldly introduces herself as Feng Xinglang's wife, Lin Zhu Luo, to Yi Nian, only to be met with a receptionist's dismissive scoff. President Feng already has a daughter with Miss Lan Yu, she explains, claiming 9 women a month make similar assertions. Crushed and mortified, Lin Zhu Luo feels like a fool, her attempt to save him foiled before it even began, and turns to leave, apologizing for the disturbance. But then a voice calls out asking if she is Yi Nian. It is Yi Nian himself, who explains that Feng Xinglang had informed him of his intention to reunite with his wife and son before leaving, thus revealing his prior knowledge. A flicker of suspicion crosses Lin Zhu Luo's mind, wondering if Feng Xinglang was playing tricks on her, but realizing he had orchestrated a rescue plan, she implores Yi Nian to dispatch help immediately. She desperately recounts Feng Xinglang's dire condition. Imprisoned, deprived of food and water for days, and now gravely ill, certain he will die if left much longer. Yi Nian, prepared for this, promises to arrange the rescue and provides antibiotics, assuring her he's got everything in hand. Lin Zhu Luo arrives at Cayenne Shui Bay, clutching the precious medicine, marveling at Nuo's resourcefulness in neutralizing the guards. She approaches Feng Xinglang's cell, asking how he is, as He Tun, observing from a distance, is informed of her entry and gloats that Zhu Luo is making it too easy. Inside the cell, after hearing the click of the lock, Feng Xinglang is surprised to see Lin Zhu Luo, who urges him to take the antibiotics and vitamin water, assuring him Yi Nian will arrange his rescue. But Feng Xinglang, battered and bruised, vehemently refuses to leave without her and their son, declaring he will die by her side if necessary, his brother's love having been returned and vowing to spend the rest of his life with his family. Lin Zhu Luo, horrified, screams at him not to seek death, knowing he cannot fight He Tun. Just as she grips the bars in desperation, a blinding flash and a crackle of electricity erupt, and Feng Xinglang heroically shoves her away from the electrified bars, taking the painful shock himself. He screams in agony as the electric current courses through him. He Tun and his minion, 12, arrive, and He Tun sadistically asks Feng Xinglang how the electrocution tastes, receiving only a furious curse in return. He Tun then turns his venom on Lin Zhu Luo, sneering at her ungratefulness and ordering 12 to throw her out, forbidding her from ever seeing 15 or setting foot in Cayenne Shui Bay again. Lin Zhu Luo collapses, clinging to He Tun's leg, begging him not to separate her from her child, but her pleas are met with a cruel zap, knocking her unconscious. 12 carries her limp form away as Feng Xinglang, from his cell, roars in impotent fury at He Tun to release her. He Tun, unperturbed, remarks that betrayers must endure such pain. Meanwhile, inside the villa, a young boy 15 asks his caretaker, 8, if he heard a noise, feeling a strange premonition as he rushes to find his mother, slamming the door behind him. He encounters He Tun, who questions why he's running around. 15 explains he was looking for mommy to give her a kiss, but she disappeared, and he innocently tugs on He Tun's sleeve, asking him to open the door to look for her. He Tun, with a dark resolve, orders 15 to be taken to Pei Ti Castle. 12 carries the protesting child, lamenting 15's loyalty to Feng Xinglang, who He Tun considers his bastard father, and vows to prevent them from reuniting. He Tun then coldly declares that from now on, 15 will never see his mother or bastard father again. Only He Tun, his foster father, remains. Waking up at the Feng estate, Lin Zhu Luo calls for Nuo, her brother rushing in to explain she was found unconscious at the hospital the night before. He then reveals Lan Yu's urgent call, informing him that Nuo and Feng Xinglang are trapped at Cayenne Shui Bay, and Feng Xinglang's life is in danger from He Tun. Her brother, intending to rush to the rescue, is stopped by Lan Yu, who, with chilling pragmatism, tells him to take Lin Zuluo to the police station to report Hitan's illegal detention, suggesting they use a special police force for the rescue. Lan Yu, embracing Lin Hao, warns him to be swift, or they'll be collecting Feng Xinglang's body, then privately savors her cunning revenge against Feng Xinglang and Lin Zuluo for her past suffering under Xingsan. At the villa, police arrive, led by Inspector Chu, stating they are there to investigate a report of illegal detention. Hitan, sipping tea, mockingly asks Lin Zuluo if she fears losing her happiness, while she anxiously wonders about Nuo, whom she hasn't seen since her arrival. She cries out for Nuo, but Inspector Chu directs his men to a locked door, brandishing a search warrant. Hitan's eyes flash with fury, threatening a libel suit if they find nothing, while Lin Zuluo desperately vows to save Nuo. The officers break down the door with a loud crash, but instead of Feng Xinglang, they find a snarling Tibetan mastiff. Lin Zuluo is horrified, unable to comprehend how Feng Xinglang could have transformed into a dog, as Hitan smirks, mocking her frantic delusion. Inspector Chu, undeterred, demands a full criminal investigation, convinced Feng Xinglang left a clue. Hitan dismisses the investigation, declaring his home off-limits. Lin Zuluo falls to her knees, begging Hitan to release Nuo, as Inspector Chu asks Hitan if he's satisfied with her despair. Chu, conceding this round, promises to find Feng Xinglang, and Hitan replies he awaits good news. As Lin Zuluo and the police leave, a report arrives. Hitan's private plane departed for the UK that morning, with Feng Xinglang and Nuo listed as passengers. Lin Zuluo is devastated by this revelation. The officer explains that due to extradition laws and the seemingly legal exit procedures, they are beyond reach. Hitan's actions appear perfectly legal. Lin Zuluo's last hope crumbles as she realizes there's no other way through official channels, but she refuses to give up, recognizing that her offense against Hitan means he won't release Nuo. She fiercely vows to rescue her son by any means necessary, even if it means chasing them to the UK. Heading to an old orphanage, Lin Zuluo retrieves a rosewood box, a keepsake containing items belonging to her from her past. She thanks the headmaster and, clutching the box, believes it might be the key to exchanging for Nuo. Opening the box, she finds a portrait of a man, stained with what looks like blood, signed with an inscription that reveals it's Hitan, contemplating if the signature implies a deep longing for him. She deduces this portrait belonged to Feng Xinglang's mother, Madame Feng, and that it proves Madame Feng's enduring love for Hitan. Convinced this emotional leverage is her only hope, she rushes to the airport, intending to make Hitan realize the woman he loves still loves him, hoping he will release Feng Xinglang and Nuo out of old affection. At the airport, Lin Zuluo, held back by guards, spots Hitan and desperately calls out to him, offering her item. Hitan, after a moment's consideration, allows her to approach, then asks about the origin of the rosewood box. He identifies it as the only keepsake left by Feng Xinglang's mother, then scoffs, sarcastically asking if only one keepsake was left to her son. Lin Zuluo confirms it, explaining it as proof of Madame Feng's deep love for him and presents the portrait. But Hitan, enraged, lashes out, calling her a bitch and slapping the box, sending the portrait flying. He roars if she really expects him to keep such a thing. Lin Zuluo frantically tries to insist that Madame Feng truly loved him, that the painting was always cherished. Hitan, however, brutally dismisses her claims, accusing Madame Feng of cheating on him and running with other Mr. Xing, consumed by a chilling fury, roars in order to throw a woman out. As the terrified woman, Lin Zuluo, can only desperately chase after his departing car, pleading for him to listen to her explanation. Later at Duo's house, a worried Zuluo clutches a portrait, asking if it depicts the villain Hitan, painted by Feng Xinglang's mother. Duo confirms it, revealing she had intended to use it to exchange for Nuo. Zuluo laments how unfortunate it is that Feng Xinglang's mother's actions further provoked Hitan, reflecting on the heartlessness required to cling to an ex-boyfriend's portrait and even entrust it to her son, who was fathered by an adulterer, thus creating so much hate and regret. She then urgently asks Duo to help decipher a word obscured by blood on the portrait. Duo suggests they seek help from a judicial trace identification center, believing they can identify anything from a small trace. At the center, a white-haired expert explains that after cleaning the portrait, they discovered two characters hidden beneath the blood. Si Lang, think of Amu. He speculates if Amu refers to Hitan, whose real name is Xingmu, which Zuluo confirms. Armed with this crucial evidence, Zuluo declares her immediate departure for England, confident that this will force Hitan to release both Lang and Nuo, promising Duo she'll return swiftly. Meanwhile, in a grand estate in Petersburg, a sinister Hitan, the foster father, inquires if the mummy has arrived, learning from his subordinate 12 that it's in the side hall. Hitan's face twists with rage, muttering that Xing Lang isn't dead, before erupting into a furious declaration that he will make that woman confront her evil offspring, intending to cut Feng Xing Lang apart piece by piece as punishment for betraying him. His subordinate 15 readily agrees to arrange it. 15 privately reflects on Hitan's descent into madness since seeing the portrait, noting his unstable mental state and terrifying desire to mummify living people, hoping that he himself will not be drawn into this terrifying ordeal. Elsewhere, a severely battered and bruised Feng Xing Lang lies helpless. The same subordinate, implied to be 12, informs him it's another punishment from the foster father, who intends to turn him into a mummy, offering to expedite the process to lessen his suffering. Xing Lang grimly declines. With a bruised smile, Xing Lang expresses a desperate wish for Nuo Nuo not to seek revenge if he ever learns of his father's actions, accepting his fate as deserved due to his bastard father. Chapter 305 opens with Hitan still cackling madly, asserting this brutal punishment is for Shui Xing Yang Hua's failure to adhere to wifely responsibilities, proclaiming it her debt to him. He then frantically looks around, believing he hears someone call a moo. He turns to 12, asking if he has returned to find him, insisting only she calls him that and demands to find her. Outside the gates of Petersburg Castle, Lin Zhu Luo is restrained by guards, frantically shouting for a moo. Hitan sees her, a look of profound shock and pain transforming his face as a tear of blood streaks from his eye. He demands to know why it's Zhu Luo. Zhu Luo bravely confronts him, revealing that Feng Xing Lang is his biological son and begging him not to harm him. Hitan dismisses it as a lie, cruelly revealing that Feng Xing Lang has already been mummified. Zhu Luo gasps in horror, asking if he murdered his own son. She brandishes the portrait, explaining that the trace expert restored the signature, proving Feng Xing Lang is his son and that Amu is his true name. Hitan is utterly shattered by the revelation, refusing to accept that he was betrayed. He violently coughs up blood, collapsing as 12 cries out to him. The scene shifts to a grim chamber where Zhu Luo finds a severely wounded Feng Xing Lang, frantically urging him to wake up. He weakly calls her name, asking if she can still move. He chastises her for walking into a trap, reassuring her that he will take her back. Xing Lang, still battered, anxiously asks about Nuo Nuo and if Hitan let them go. Zhu Luo gently confirms that Nuo Nuo will return with them. Nuo Nuo then rushes into his mother's arms, and the family joyfully heads home. Chapter 306 begins with Duo questioning if Zhu Luo plans to abandon Feng Xing Lang again after bringing him back from England. Zhu Luo refutes the idea of abandonment, stating their marriage was a mistake they are now correcting. She explains that Feng Xing Lang is still in a coma and would chase Nuo Nuo if he woke up. She asserts her refusal to go back and her sole wish for Nuo Nuo to have a stable, happy life. Nuo Nuo wakes up asking where they are. Zhu Luo explains they are temporarily staying at Aunt Duo's house. The doorbell rings, revealing Wei Kang, who tells Zhu Luo that Feng Xing Lang sent him to pick her up but is unable to get out of bed yet. Nuo Nuo, witnessing this, realizes his father sent Wei Kang. Zhu Luo reflects on Nuo Nuo's continued longing for his father's love, despite her intention to break up with Feng Xing Lang. She suggests Nuo Nuo visit his father with Uncle Wei, citing her exhaustion. Duo congratulates Zhu Luo on her successful plan to make Feng Xing Lang suffer by chasing his wife. Zhu Luo clarifies she is serious about leaving Feng Xing Lang and raising Nuo Nuo independently. Duo pledges her unwavering support. Zhu Luo expresses her plan to return to school for a diploma and find a kindergarten for Nuo Nuo. She is seen looking at Shen Cheng University. A flashback shows her concern when an academic official informs her she can only receive an undergraduate education. Duo, seeing her struggle, urges Zhu Luo to reconsider reuniting with Feng Xing Lang, pointing out her lack of a graduation certificate and Nuo Nuo's accustomed luxurious life. Zhu Luo, however, is determined to support herself and her son with her own hands. She then despairs, realizing her lack of academic qualifications means no good job, leaving her unable to even afford kindergarten tuition. She reflects on Nuo Nuo's intelligence and his right to the best education as the Feng family's young master, acknowledging her current inability to provide even for the most inexpensive kindergarten. Feng Xing Lang calls, and Zhu Luo internally believes he's trying to persuade her to return, asserting her lost love for him. She insists on a stable life for Nuo Nuo despite their unresolved marital status. Feng Xing Lang states his obligation as a father to provide support, offering to pay for Nuo Nuo's kindergarten, which Zhu Luo finds difficult to refuse. Duo excitedly urges Zhu Luo to accept the rich husband's offer. Zhu Luo feels a profound weariness but is relieved that Feng Xinglang has resolved Nuo Nuo's schooling. Feng Xinglang arrives with flowers, and Nuo Nuo joyfully greets his mommy. Chapter 307 opens with Feng Xinglang presenting a grand bouquet of roses to Zhu Luo, showering her with compliments about her unparalleled beauty. Nuo Nuo, clutching a smaller bouquet, echoes his father's sentiment. Duo gushes about the romance of the moment, telling Zhu Luo to accept the flowers. Feng Xinglang then offers Zhu Luo a gold black card, inviting her to use his home for the evening or stay in a five-star hotel with a Rolls-Royce and chauffeur, revealing he's already booked a presidential suite. He subtly suggests she take Nuo Nuo out with her. Duo, delighted by the lavish offer, readily makes a deal, practically pushing Zhu Luo and Feng Xinglang together for a private evening, while Nuo Nuo bravely warns his father not to bully his mommy. Zhu Luo, startled, protests Duo's sudden arrangement. Feng Xinglang pulls her close, whispering her name. Zhu Luo, steeling herself, states her desire for a divorce, only seeking custody of Nuo Nuo and vowing to leave the house. Feng Xinglang proposes an alternative, offering to provide for her and warm her bed, presenting a full package to satisfy her needs. Zhu Luo steadfastly refuses to be merely someone to warm his bed, reiterating her desire for a divorce. She internally admonishes herself to remain calm and resist his charms. Feng Xinglang's gaze intensifies as he asks if she is truly determined to divorce him. Zhu Luo confirms it emphatically, commanding him to leave. Feng Xinglang declares he will never grant a divorce unless he dies, then questions if she, after rescuing him from the UK, is now willing to let him die. Zhu Luo, with a pained expression, confirms her willingness. Feng Xinglang accepts her terms, declaring he will die for her now, and dramatically walks towards the window. Zhu Luo is shocked, initially thinking he's merely trying to scare her. But when he announces he's going to jump, she screams for him not to. Feng Xinglang turns, a knowing smirk on his face, observing that she still can't bear to let him die. As she tells him not to mess around, he pulls her into a tight embrace, confessing his fear of her divorcing him and promising to change everything. He acknowledges his behavior seems ridiculous, offering her a life of luxury in the Feng family with beautiful clothes and expensive food. However, Zhu Luo, tears in her eyes, explains her desire to raise Nuo Nuo independently, detailing her despair as an ordinary orphan without a degree, contrasting it with his privileged status as the proud heir, surrounded by admirers. She questions if he truly understands the life she endured in the Feng family, and if he might one day consider their marriage a mistake because of Lan Yuyu, leaving her and Nuo Nuo with nowhere to go. She concludes that he doesn't even love her and is only desperately clinging to her because she wants to leave. Feng Xinglang, his expression somber, tells her to stop talking, and finally, with a heavy heart, agrees to the divorce. Lin Zhu Luo officially divorces Feng Xinglang, holding her divorce papers with a wistful smile, even as Feng Xinglang playfully asks if she regrets it, suggesting they could remarry within seconds. She expresses her gratitude and hopes they can still be friends, but politely declines his offer of a renovated villa for herself and Nuo Nuo, insisting she will figure out her own living arrangements, perhaps with her uncle, and urges him to return to the hospital to recover. Meanwhile, at Duo's house, Nuo Nuo is upset, thinking his mother and Feng Xinglang left because their home wasn't good enough, only for Duo to jokingly suggest his parents are off in a presidential suite making a sister for him. Just then, Zhu Luo bursts in cheerfully, asking if the presidential suite was nice, stunning Duo and Nuo Nuo. Nuo Nuo rushes into his mother's arms, asking if Feng Xinglang bullied her, to which Zhu Luo winks, declaring that she was the one doing the bullying. She joyfully proclaims her freedom now that she has finally divorced him, unaware that a brooding Feng Xinglang is lurking just out of sight. Nuo Nuo's innocent face fills with shock as he realizes his parents are truly divorced. He angrily calls Feng Xinglang a bastard, revealing his father promised to bring his mommy home but instead divorced her, wailing that he is once again a child without a family. Zhu Luo quickly embraces and apologizes to her distraught son, reassuring him that he's not without a family with her by his side, and Feng Xinglang is still his father. Nuo Nuo, still clinging to her, insists on going to see his father to demand answers. They arrive at the hospital where Feng Xinglang, laid up in a ward, is surprised to see his son and invites him closer. Nuo Nuo confronts him, accusing him of lying about wanting to reconcile with his mother. Feng Xinglang, with a hand gently on Nuo Nuo's head, expresses regret for not bringing his mommy home but promises he hasn't given up and will definitely win her back. But Nuo Nuo is beyond consoling, screaming that Feng Xinglang doesn't love them, abandoning them twice, and he will never forgive him. He turns to flee, but Feng Xinglang, desperate, rips out his Roman 4 drip and grabs his son's arm. Nuo Nuo violently recoils, shouting that he wants nothing to do with him, leaving Feng Xinglang to plead with his son. Feng Xinglang tries to explain that the divorce doesn't mean he's given up, but that they both need to make a break from the past, embracing Nuo Nuo as he promises they can start their lives over as a family of three. Nuo Nuo asks if he's serious, and Feng Xinglang confirms his plan to pursue his mommy again, asking for his son's help. A short while later, Nuo Nuo excitedly runs into Zhu Luo's arms outside the hospital entrance, and she happily embraces him. When asked about his talk with his father, Nuo Nuo cheerfully reports their conversation is over, accepting the divorce and asserting he wants to live only with his mommy. Zhu Luo then informs him they'll be staying with her uncle and grandpa, to which Nuo Nuo bravely declares his readiness to face the Yang family. Arriving at the Grand Xia estate, Zhu Luo is immediately hit by an argument inside, wondering if it's truly wise to bring Nuo Nuo into such a messy family situation. Undeterred, Nuo Nuo, full of curiosity, pushes open the doors and enters the tense family gathering. An older woman, later identified as an aunt, immediately recognizes Zhu Luo as Feng's second wife and mockingly asks what brought her back. Nuo Nuo, recognizing the woman with disdain, bravely calls her the old witch who bullied his mommy for over 20 years, shocking everyone. Zhu Luo introduces her son, Lin Nuo, and states her intention to live with the Xia family for a while. The aunt with crossed arms scoffs, asking why she isn't with Feng Xinglang, leading Zhu Luo to calmly declare her divorce from him, stunning the family. The family is utterly shocked, demanding to know why she didn't discuss such a significant decision with them, while the avaricious aunt immediately questions the property division, hoping Feng Xinglang wasn't a cheapskate. Zhu Luo explains she only sought custody of Nuo Nuo, forgoing all other property, which further enraged the aunt, who deems Feng Xinglang stingy and demands $8 million in various compensations. Zhu Luo tries to clarify that financial matters should be handled directly with Feng Xinglang, but the aunt dismisses her, accusing her of defending him and demanding a fantastical $200 million in gift money. Nuo Nuo, furious, yells at the old witch not to insult his mommy, then sensationally reveals the divorce is fake and his parents will remarry in 3 months, causing the entire family to be shocked again. Nuo Nuo proudly proclaims his father merely wants to pursue his mommy again, comparing her to Cinderella. Zhu Luo, however, is visibly unsettled, asking if Feng Xinglang truly told him that, as the aunt's demeanor instantly shifts to warm hospitality, inviting Zhu Luo and Nuo Nuo to stay as long as they wish in Yikin's room. Zhu Luo is inwardly overwhelmed by the family's rapid change of face, feeling it might be better to find another place to live, especially when Nuo Nuo complains about the pervasive perfume smell in Yikin's room. She again questions Nuo Nuo about Feng Xinglang's 3-month promise, but inwardly dismisses it as a confused post-breakup phase, resolving not to waver this time. A few days later, Nuo Nuo is complaining about being forced to sleep in the attic after kissing his mommy goodnight, feeling bullied. The aunt, with a sneer, insists Nuo Nuo sleep in the attic as her eldest daughter and son-in-law are visiting, scolding Zhu Luo to control her wild child and privately believing Feng Xinglang has truly abandoned them. Zhu Luo offers to sleep in the attic with her son, which only prompts the aunt to cruelly mock Nuo Nuo about his father not wanting him, and to question Zhu Luo's worth without Feng Xinglang. Zhu Luo's eyes harden as she realizes her family only values her through her husband, strengthening her resolve to save money and move out for Nuo Nuo's sake. Suddenly, a new man, Shen Lion Cheng, approaches Nuo Nuo, who asks him who he is and to not mess with him. Shen Lion Cheng, with a charming smile, recognizes Nuo Nuo as 15, surprising both mother and son. He reveals he saw Nuo Nuo at the racetrack with his foster father and knows his favorite horse, offering to take him horseback riding. Nuo Nuo is thrilled, but Zhu Luo firmly tells him he needs to go to school, mentioning her new job as a life counselor at a senior dance center. Shen Lion Cheng slyly whispers to Nuo Nuo that he'll visit him at elementary school. Back in Yulong City, an informant calls Feng Xinglang, reporting seeing Nuo Nuo with a strange man and sending a video of Nuo Nuo appearing hurt. Feng Xinglang is instantly enraged, demanding to know how his son hurt his foot. Another man questions Feng Xinglang's sudden fury, as Feng Xinglang identifies Shen Lion Cheng, chairman of Huai City, demanding to know why he's holding his son. The man insidiously suggests Zhu Luo isn't simple, having divorced Feng Xinglang only to climb up to Shen Lion Cheng. Feng Xinglang, with a chilling smirk, declares that no one takes his woman without his permission. He orders Yan Bang to find Shen Lion Cheng immediately, storming off to confront him. Outside the senior dance training center, Nuo Nuo thanks Uncle Shen for the horseback riding, but nervously expresses fear of his mommy's scolding for playing hooky and getting injured. Shen Lion Cheng reassures him, promising to speak with his mommy and suggesting Nuo Nuo claim he fell off a slide. Just then Zhu Luo appears, shocked, asking about his foot. Niu quickly spins the lie, explaining he fell off a slide at kindergarten and asked Uncle Shen for help because his mommy was at work and his bastard daddy was unwell. Zhu apologizes to Mr. Shen for Niu's naughtiness, but Shen Lian Cheng, with a warm smile, says he finds Niu very likable. Suddenly, a furious Feng Xinglang arrives, demanding to know who Shen Lian Cheng is and daring him to touch his son, shocking Zhu Luo and Niu. Shen Lian Cheng, unperturbed, mockingly calls Feng Xinglang Niu's bastard father and an asshole. Zhu Luo tries to intervene, urging Feng Xinglang to calm down and explaining Mr. Shen merely brought Niu back. Feng Xinglang tells Zhu Luo to take Niu inside, shielding his child from the impending violent scene, then turns back to Shen Lian Cheng, accusing him of injuring his son. Zhu Luo tries again to mediate, suggesting the war between men be settled by them alone, as Niu, with a secret, worried glance, pulls his mommy towards the entrance, reminding her his class is starting and silently hoping she never learns the truth about his truancy and horseback riding. Feng Xinglang then issues a chilling warning to Shen Lian Cheng to stay away from his wife and child, threatening him with a swift and brutal end if he fails to comply. The story bursts forth with a revelation. Lin Zhu Luo, the elegant woman captured in a wistful wedding photo, is Feng Xinglang's ex-wife, a fact that already hints at a tempestuous history. Meanwhile, a man named Shen Lian Cheng, with a smug smile, declares that Tun's sons are extraordinary and praises Lin Zhu Luo as gentle and considerate, subtly fanning the flames of rivalry. This praise ignites a fierce possessiveness in Feng Xinglang, who rages that if it weren't for the need to divorce Xia Yiqin first, he'd be chasing Lin Zhu Luo immediately, asserting that no one has the right to touch anything that belongs to him, even if he considers it trash. Shen Lian Cheng, clearly enjoying the provocation, challenges Feng Xinglang, suggesting his ex-wife should hear him confirm their divorce was the right decision, causing Feng Xinglang to erupt in fury and order him to shut up, lightning crackling around him. Feng Xinglang lunges, threatening to eliminate Shen Lian Cheng, only to be held back by Boss Yan, as Shen Lian Cheng coolly warns of a second strike if Feng Xinglang doesn't retreat. Reluctantly, Feng Xinglang concedes, granting Boss Yan face this time, but vows internally that his future with Lin Zhu Luo is long and there will be ample time for reckoning. The scene shifts to Lin Zhu Luo at a dance training center, a stunning genetic test report confirming a 999% paternity probability leaves Feng Xinglang in disbelief, a single word impossible echoing in his mind. And despite his assistant's attempts to console him, Xinglang furiously orders him out. Alone and seething, he is then joined by his brother, Feng Lai Xin, who, ever the calm older sibling, offers an apple and tries to soothe his anger, oblivious to the storm brewing within Xinglang. With a tense silence and a visible cut on his cheek, Xinglang asks his brother if he ever considered that the person he nearly sacrificed his life for might not be his biological kin. The truth, revealed with painful precision, details how their father conducted a paternity test after Feng Lai Xin was beaten, a truth Xinglang had known all along. Feng Lai Xin, shocked but steadfast, declares he will always be Xinglang's elder brother, regardless of blood, as long as Xinglang doesn't reject him. Xinglang, unable to contain his turmoil, curses Feng Lai Xin as an idiot and violently throws the damning genetic report, shattering the illusion of their bond. Meanwhile, at a dance studio, Zhu Luo, a picture of calm after practice, decides it's time for the cafeteria, only to be suddenly embraced from behind by a distraught Feng Xinglang. He clings to her, his voice desperate, begging her to let him hold her just for a little while as Zhu Luo, startled, wonders what fresh chaos he has caused. She immediately senses his deep despair, questioning if he's done something wrong again, yet he only repeats his plea to hold her quietly. Zhu Luo, growing frustrated, admonishes him for abandoning his hospital infusion, pointing out the doctor's complaints and demanding he return for thorough treatment. A phone call then delivers another shock. Feng Lai Xin has disclosed Tuan's parentage to Lan Yuyu, who, in a bewildering twist, now wants to marry Feng Lai Xin to provide Tuan with a complete family. Xinglang rages at his brother's betrayal, but Feng Lai Xin defends his actions, claiming he acted out of concern for Tuan and was surprised that Lan Yuyu didn't reproach him. Xinglang feigns congratulations, but his mind races, finding Lan Yuyu's easy acceptance deeply suspicious. He confides in Zhu Luo, seeking her woman's intuition on whether Lan Yuyu truly desires this marriage, given Zhu Luo's own similar past choices. Zhu Luo, her expression darkening, firmly states it's highly unlikely, declaring that if she were in Lan Yuyu's position, having been deceived, she would never forgive them and would flee with Tuan far away. This confirms Xinglang's fears. He believes Lan Yuyu is a vengeful time bomb who intends to hurt Zhu Luo and her son, vowing to thwart her schemes. A few days later, Feng Lai Xin approaches Zhu Luo with a formal apology from Lan Yuyu, offering 12% of Fengshi Group stock shares, notarized as a peace offering. Zhu Liuo refuses the exorbitant sum, wishing them happiness on their newly registered marriage, a ceremony Lan Yu kept intimate, inviting only a few close family members for a celebratory dinner. The narrative shifts to the next day after Nuo Nuo's dance class, where the spirited boy runs to his mother, Zhu Liuo, for a kiss. Xing Lang appears, his demeanor serious, informing Zhu Liuo that his brother and Lan Yu are now married and have invited their family for dinner, an invitation that fills him with unease. He insists they cannot attend, suggesting he go alone to the Feng estate while Zhu Liuo and Nuo Nuo stay safe at Duo Duo's place. But Nuo Nuo, sensing a conspiracy, demands to join his father, much to Zhu Liuo's concern. Xing Lang assures her of Nuo Nuo's ability to protect himself and promises to keep him safe, finally convincing a worried Zhu Liuo to let them go, but only after extracting a solemn promise for Nuo Nuo's safe return. Zhu Liuo then visits Duo Duo, finding her disheveled and deeply distraught. Duo Duo breaks down, confessing she's pregnant, leaving Zhu Liuo shocked and questioning the baby's father. Zhu Liuo, recalling her own struggles as a single mother, quickly reassures Duo Duo, promising support whether she chooses abortion or to keep the child, though Duo Duo firmly states her desire to keep her baby despite the accidental pregnancy. Zhu Liuo vows to accompany her to prenatal checkups, frustrated with the irresponsible father. Duo Duo silently grapples with the secret that Bai Mo, from her drunken night, is the father, believing his family would never accept her. The doorbell rings, and a boisterous Nuo Nuo bursts in with Xing Lang, complaining that witch Lan Yu hid from him. Xing Lang, noticing Duo Duo's tear-stained face, inquires about her distress, then spots the pregnancy test on the table. He directly asks if she's pregnant and if Bai Mo is the father, a shocking revelation Duo Duo confirms, wondering how he knew. Xing Lang smugly reveals he deduced it from Bai Mo's strange behavior and recent declarations of wanting to marry her. Duo Duo, worried about Bai Mo's wealthy family rejecting her, insists he mustn't know, but Xing Lang confidently claims he can make the Bai family accept her 3,301. The next day, Zhu Liuo entrusts Nuo Nuo to Xing Lang, heading off to spend time with Duo Duo, with Xing Lang promising to handle everything. She then encounters 12, who informs her that their foster father He Tun is back in Shanghai, looking haggard and desperate to see 15. Zhu Liuo promises to bring 15 to see him the day after tomorrow, acknowledging He Tun's past cruelties but recognizing his care for them over 5 years. Back at Duo Duo's, she expresses her resolve to keep the baby, and Zhu Liuo reaffirms her unwavering support, promising help from herself and Nuo Nuo. A surprising visitor arrives. An old man in a wheelchair introduces himself as Bai Lin Feng, Bai Mo's grandfather. Duo Duo is stunned, questioning his presence, as Bai Lin Feng offers a sincere apology for his past judgment, explaining that Xing Lang clarified her true character and that he had wrongly assumed she was a gold digger, locking up Bai Mo as a result. Duo Duo, overwhelmed, insists no apology is needed, but Bai Lin Feng requests a private conversation with her. Zhu Liuo, hoping this will mend Duo Duo's relationship with Bai Mo, agrees and leaves to pick up Nuo Nuo. Zhu Liuo waits impatiently for Xing Lang and Nuo Nuo at the residential gate, frustrated by his lateness despite a confirming text. Suddenly, Xing Lang pulls up in a car, launching into a theatrical self-introduction, revealing his singleness, his 5-year-old son, and his fervent desire to pursue her, presenting a bouquet of blue roses. Zhu Liuo is utterly bewildered, demanding to know Nuo Nuo's whereabouts. Xing Lang cryptically states Nuo Nuo is safe and has given him a task, promising to explain it once they are in the car. He drives her to a hotel where Zhu Liuo frantically searches for her son, only for Xing Lang to reveal they are alone. He then informs her that Nuo Nuo's task was for him to throw down his mommy and not give other men a chance to be his stepdad. Zhu Liuo, horrified, accuses him of using their son as an excuse, struggling against his advances. Xing Lang dismisses her protests, reminding her of Shen Lian Cheng, who tried to be Nuo Nuo's stepdad, and declares that she can only be his. He kisses her passionately, ignoring her desperate cries of hateful. He persists, explaining that Shen Lian Cheng is her cousin's husband and therefore off-limits, reaffirming his claim over her, certain Shen Lian Cheng is pursuing her. Zhu Liuo, flushed and exasperated, tells him to stop, declaring her hate for him, but he finds her resistance intoxicating. He kisses her again, urging her to scream at her husband. Despite internally calling him a bastard, she finds herself melting under his relentless kisses, her strength to resist vanishing as he vows to take her body and soul. The next morning, Zhu Liuo wakes beside Xing Lang in the hotel room, immediately asking for Nuo Nuo. He nonchalantly assures her that Yan Bang is taking good care of him. Zhu Liuo scrambles to dress, cursing Xing Lang's strength from the night before and her own embarrassing surrender. Xing Lang, still languid in bed, teases her for her slowness, to which she sharply retorts, She then discovers money in her bag, and Xing Lang tosses more bills at her, declaring it payment for your services. Outraged, Zhu Liu demands to know if she's only worth $2, to which he mockingly replies that her performance was worth almost 200 yuan or $2, and any more would be excessive praise. He then provocatively asks her what she thinks of his services that brought her a son. She playfully retorts that it was not so bad and a good time. Suddenly, Xing Lang announces he's arranged for Yan Bang to bring Nuo Nuo as her son's absence made her anxious. Nuo Nuo bursts through the door, eyes sparkling with excitement, asking if he's about to have a new brother or sister. Zhu Luo, mortified, denies it frantically, wondering what that bastard Xing Lang told him. Nuo Nuo then innocently points out her swollen mouth, claiming Xing Lang must have kissed her and questioning if they were making a baby. Utterly embarrassed, Zhu Luo grabs Nuo Nuo, declaring they are leaving his bastard father alone, to which Xing Lang feigns abandonment from the bed. Outside, Zhu Luo asks Nuo Nuo if he wants to see his foster father, He-tun. Nuo Nuo admits to missing him but expresses reluctance, fearing He-tun will bully his bastard father, Feng Xinglang. Zhu Luo reassures her son that He-tun is in Shanghai and all past grievances are resolved, promising that He-tun will never hurt his father again. Nuo Nuo's face lights up with joy, and he excitedly agrees to visit his foster father. They arrive at Cayenne Shui Bay, where Nuo Nuo runs to a much older, haggard He-tun, who kneels to embrace him warmly. Zhu Luo observes He-tun, noting his aged appearance and unhappiness. Nuo Nuo, clinging to He-tun, bravely asks him to stop harassing Feng Xinglang. He-tun, his eyes softening, takes full responsibility for his past actions and promises Nuo Nuo that from now on, he will never make it difficult for him to see Xinglang again, vowing never again. Lin Zhuliu finds herself caught in a familial storm, a pawn in a power struggle between her ex-husband Feng Xinglang and his biological father He-tun, while another man, Shen Lion Cheng, tries to stake his claim. It all began as He-tun, eyes filled with regret, reflected on his past mistakes concerning Feng Xinglang and holding young Nuo Nuo 15. He solemnly promised the boy that he would never again make things difficult for his father. A pinky promise with 15 sealed the vow, and to distract the child, He-tun offered a smart robot, sending him off to his room with 12. Lin Zhuliu, observing this, immediately understood He-tun's ploy. He wanted to speak with her alone. He-tun then asked about Feng Xinglang's injury, offering special medicine but instructing Lin Zhuliu to pretend she bought it herself. However, Lin Zhuliu stood firm, declaring their divorce and refusing to take the medicine, stating it was unsuitable. He-tun was shocked, asking if his past actions were the cause of their separation, and pleaded for her to forgive Feng Xinglang, hoping for their remarriage. Her phone buzzed, then Feng Xinglang calling, and Lin Zhuliu internally panicked, unsure how to explain her presence with He-tun. He-tun urged her to answer, watching intently as she defiantly answered Feng Xinglang's furious questions about her whereabouts. She feigned anger, internally admitting his persistence, but resolved to scare him off. He-tun, however, silently fumed at the perceived disrespect towards his son, while Feng Xinglang on the phone suavely asked her location to pick her up, chiding her for calling him Mr. Feng. Lin Zhuliu, desperate, concocted an excuse about duo and grocery shopping, refusing his offer. Feng Xinglang then revealed he was at Yuan Duo's house, frustrated by her absence and demanding her real location, his thoughts racing with alarm at the idea of her being with He-tun. Deciding a dramatic move was necessary, Lin Zhuliu blurted out that she was on a blind date, hoping to make him jealous and push him away. Instead, Feng Xinglang's anger ignited, his voice thundering a demand for her location. With a tearful expression, Lin Zhuliu hung up, realizing her plan had backfired horribly, and He-tun, ever the observer, remarked on her white lie. He questioned if she was concealing Nuo Nuo's visit from Feng Xinglang, before suggesting that while it wasn't the right time for a reunion, Feng Xinglang had suffered greatly to protect her. He-tun concluded that Lin Zhuliu needed to resolve the misunderstanding, prompting her to agree to take Nuo Nuo home, smiling wryly at He-tun's sudden fierce protectiveness of his son. In the car, Nuo Nuo innocently observed that his foster father seemed better, having promised not to trouble Feng Xinglang. Lin Zhuliu, however, warned Nuo Nuo that mommy was in trouble, instructing him to lie about a blind date with an uncle if Feng Xinglang asked, avoiding any mention of He-tun. Nuo Nuo worried about Feng Xinglang's anger, and Lin Zhuliu resolved to deal with the immediate problem. Back at her house, a loud wham signaled Feng Xinglang's furious arrival, bursting through the door to demand an explanation for her blind date. He vowed to make her date disappear. Lin Zhuliu dryly welcomed him back as he tightly embraced her. Feng Xinglang scoffed that the blind date had fled, marveling at the man's audacity to covet his woman despite fear of retribution. Nuo Nuo surprisingly chimed in, claiming his father's phone call had scared the old and ugly man away, making Lin Zhuliu gasp. Feng Xinglang, beaming, praised Nuo Nuo for taking after him. He then cornered Lin Zhu Luo, leaning in close and reminding her that Cinderella waits for her Prince Charming to pursue her, threatening punishment if she dared another blind date. Lin Zhu Luo, aghast, quickly decided to make her escape, believing Nuo Nuo would be safe. She fled, flustered, telling Feng Xinglang she was leaving first. Feng Xinglang, irritated, realized she'd slipped away before he could get his revenge for her secret date. Nuo Nuo, emboldened, demanded his father stop dazing and retrieve his mommy. Feng Xinglang, with a slight smirk, offered to take Nuo Nuo to dinner, concluding Lin Zhu Luo was deliberately trying to upset him with a blind date and decided to let her tire herself out. Meanwhile, Shen Liancheng, the recently divorced uncle, confronted his ex-wife at the Xia family house, demanding his $1 billion and the divorce certificate, which she readily handed over. Lin Zhu Luo approached, asking about his argument with his cousin Yi Qin. Shen Liancheng coolly informed her of his divorce. Feng Xinglang, the resolute patriarch, interrogates young Nuo Nuo in the car, demanding to know why he didn't seek his company and if he disliked his family. With wide, innocent eyes, Nuo Nuo clarifies he and his mommy were simply waiting for Feng Xinglang's return. But then a playful game was proposed by Shen Liancheng to disappear and see if their bastard father would truly come find them, a challenge Feng Xinglang triumphantly passed with full marks in Nuo Nuo's proud estimation. This revelation sparks a fierce resolve in Feng Xinglang, as he recognizes Zhu Luo's subtle test of his commitment and silently vows to guard against Shen Liancheng's schemes, his thoughts quickly shifting to He Tun's unexpected involvement. Zhu Luo, calm beside him, explains Shen Liancheng likely alerted He Tun, and since He Tun genuinely cares for Nuo Nuo, she saw no reason to intervene, sparking Feng Xinglang's annoyance that she's unaware of He Tun's return. He challenges her, asking if she truly isn't afraid of He Tun imprisoning her again. Little Nuo Nuo quickly defends his foster father, declaring He Tun has changed, promising never to lock them up or hurt Feng Xinglang again. Feng Xinglang scoffs, asking if they truly believe the bastard, especially when Nuo Nuo affectionately refers to He Tun as 15, a name that makes Feng Xinglang roar, reminding the boy his real name is Feng Lin Nuo and forcefully demanding to know whom he would choose between his two fathers. Nuo Nuo, having been strategically coached by his mother to read adult signals, quickly chooses Feng Xinglang. Satisfied yet still wary, Feng Xinglang immediately forbids Nuo Nuo from ever seeing He Tun again. Arriving at a magnificent estate, Feng Xinglang imperiously announces that Zhu Luo and Nuo Nuo will now live there, much to Zhu Luo's shock as the servants greet her as Madam. Flustered, Zhu Luo attempts to clarify she's not his wife and had no intention of residing there. Feng Xinglang, with a predatory grin, counters by asking if she intended to live in Shen Liancheng's house instead, then orders a servant to escort Nuo Nuo inside. Zhu Luo, realizing her mistake in testing him, softens and profusely apologizes, begging him not to be angry. He pulls her close, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and possessiveness, reminding her he met her challenge and questioning her naivete regarding Shen Liancheng's intentions, then declares his fury and demands she accept his punishment. Zhu Luo protests that it's broad daylight and they are their son's parents, suggesting they maintain civility, but Feng Xinglang merely leans in, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He silences her protests with a forceful kiss, making her blush in embarrassment and inwardly seethe at his shameless display of affection in front of everyone. Without a moment's hesitation, he sweeps her into his arms, announcing their punishment will continue in the bedroom. He holds her captive, issuing a stark warning. If she ever dares to entangle herself with other men again, he will punish her relentlessly, emphasizing his absolute sovereignty over her, a declaration she despises yet to her own surprise finds herself caring for. The scene shifts to a singles bar where Feng Xinglang, visibly distressed, is drinking with Yan Bang, who urges him to keep up the pace, while Feng Xinglang curses his situation. Yan Bang, concerned, asks about his troubles. Feng Xinglang, seething, blames Shen Liancheng, branding him a pretty boy with malicious intent, plotting to steal his wife, and vows violent retribution if he doesn't back off. Yan Bang tries to reassure him, suggesting he just needs to work harder to impress Zhu Luo, to which Feng Xinglang replies he's already acting on that advice, leading Yan Bang to jokingly remark that he must have already eaten meat. Suddenly, a glass shatters, an ominous crack in their jovial facade. Yan Bang helps a swaying Feng Xinglang to a sofa, who complains about an unusual heat consuming him. Yan Bang gently lays him down, seemingly moving in for a compromising position, unknowingly setting the stage for a scandal. Elsewhere, a sinister woman at Feng's estate examines a photo of the two men in their suggestive embrace, planning to manipulate the image for maximum sensationalism. She declares Feng Xinglang has caused her too much suffering, and now she will orchestrate his ruin. The next morning, Feng Xinglang wakes to a frantic phone call. His subordinate breathlessly informs him of photos of him and Yan Bang circulating online, maliciously slandering his reputation. He springs out of bed, demanding immediate details, as he learns the photos were strategically posted on multiple platforms with paid trending searches, making them virtually untraceable. The original source, a blogger named Butterfly That Can't Fly in the Sea with an untraceable US IP address, has already achieved millions of reposts and billions of views, completely dominating the internet's hot search lists. Fengxing Lang, his eyes narrowing, confirms the photo is unaltered, realizing it was taken during his drinking session with Yan Bang the previous night. Furiously, he questions which of his countless business rivals or enemies would stoop to such a petty, yet devastating, tactic. His subordinate confirms that any rival would seize such a golden opportunity to tarnish his image. Remaining composed, Fengxing Lang instructs Nina to engage the public relations department, confidently stating the online scandal will be erased within an hour. He then specifically asks about Lan Yuyu, suspecting such a petty chicken method is characteristic of a woman, and he must be vigilant. At Cayenne Shui Bay, foster father rages upon hearing about Yan Bang's involvement in the rumors tarnishing his son's reputation, threatening to skin this little benefactor and demanding Fengxing Lang's presence in Longcheng. Fengxing Lang tries to pacify him, explaining that while eliminating Yan Bang is easy, doing so would only deepen Zhu Luo's prejudice against him, as Yan Bang is her best friend. But foster father, his scarred face hardened, dismisses Fengxing Lang's concerns, declaring he will rid himself of that cancerous Yan Bang even if Fengxing Lang despises him for it. With a cold, calculated gaze, Fengxing Lang assures his foster father that he will eliminate Yan Bang so stealthily that Zhu Luo will never suspect a thing. Back at Fengxing Lang's office, his team reports successfully blocking the online news and the source account, noting no rival has managed to keep the images online. However, Nina delivers sobering news. The damaging photos have spread to numerous tabloids, and while she's ordered destruction and recycling of copies, those already sold are beyond recovery. Fengxing Lang acknowledges this, his mind already shifting to Lan Yuyu. Yi Shinayan reports Lan Yuyu has been deceptively quiet, staying home, but their investigation uncovered she purchased an anonymous virtual phone card a month ago. Further checks reveal she's been frequently contacting a private detective and a third-party media agency, confirming Fengxing Lang's suspicion. It was indeed her, a tactic far too simple for his business rivals who wouldn't have allowed the news to be blocked so easily. He orders Nina to publish whitewashing articles across all platforms, including tabloids. He then instructs Yi Shinayan to maintain covert surveillance on Lan Yuyu, ensuring she remains unaware of their scrutiny. With a sharp slap of his hand on the desk, Fengxing Lang vows to meticulously plan how he will finally apprehend Lan Yuyu and make her pay for her treachery. Driving along the highway, Fengxing Lang reflects on Yan Bang's simple-mindedness, realizing he hadn't fully grasped the extent of the damage until he had to suppress the public outcry. He spots a familiar black car, recognizing it as he tuns 12 speeding towards Longcheng District, making him wonder about their destination. Urgently, Fengxing Lang calls Yan Bang, warning him to stay home and avoid reckless action, stating he's already en route to him. Meanwhile, at Yulongcheng, Yan Bang paces angrily, scoffing at Fengxing Lang's command to stay put, calling him an idiot for thinking he'd blindly obey. Suddenly, a masked assailant lunges from the shadows, knife glinting, startling Yan Bang, who demands to know their identity. Yan Bang instinctively pulls the fire alarm, but the masked figure calmly dismisses his efforts, stating the alarm is disabled, bodyguards eliminated, and no one is coming to save him. He instructs Yan Bang to give up. Refusing to surrender, Yan Bang pulls out a gun, declaring he doesn't know how to spell give up. But with a swift slice, the masked man disarms him, slicing his hand and making him cry out in pain. The assailant then aims the gun at the injured Yan Bang, commanding him to die. Just as the trigger is about to be pulled, Fengxing Lang bursts through the door, roaring stop. He yells at Yan Bang to run, but Yan Bang, steadfast, refuses to abandon him, reminding Fengxing Lang of their lifelong bond. The masked attacker, revealed to be 12 Hetun's foster son, acknowledges Fengxing Lang's unexpected appearance, realizing foster father's assassination plot was discovered. He orders a tactical retreat, recognizing future opportunities. The assassins quickly disappear, leaving Fengxing Lang to assist a wounded Yan Bang, urging him to leave the dangerous scene. In the aftermath, Yan Bang is seen recuperating, his hands both injured, but insists he can manage alone. Fengxing Lang remarks on his and the assailant's strange behavior, and Yan Bang confirms the masked man intended to kill him, but claims ignorance of their identity. Fengxing Lang deduces the attackers were 12 and 8, Hetun's foster sons, sent to kill Yan Bang with anesthesia after bypassing Longcheng's bodyguards. He suspects Hetun's motive might be connected to the morning's scandalous rumors. His phone rings again, this time with a frantic report. A man in black nearly kidnapped Nuo Nuo. Fengxing Lang roars his immediate return. He keeps his suspicion about Lan Yuyu's framing scheme to himself, resolving to handle her personally. Rushing back, he embraces a frightened Zhu Luo and Nuo Nuo, apologizing for leaving them vulnerable. Zhu Luo reassures him that a bodyguard intervened and Nuo Nuo is safe though shaken. She asks Feng Xinglang who would target their child. Feng Xinglang instantly suspects Tun, realizing the attack on Yan Bang was a calculated diversion. He worries about Yan Bang's ability to defend himself. Zhu Luo vehemently denies Tun's involvement, convinced he has changed and deeply loves Nuo Nuo, recalling his solemn promises. Feng Xinglang presses her, questioning who else possesses the silent, expert infiltration skills and resources to escape his bodyguards so completely, a method he recognizes from Tun's training. Zhu Luo, in turn, questions why he doesn't suspect Lan Yuyu, who could have hired an operative. Feng Xinglang muses over Lan Yuyu's past grudge, concluding Tun is more likely using this as a diversion, especially if his men return to finish Yan Bang, who may not be able to defend himself. He reflects on Zhu Luo's ignorance of Tun being Nuo Nuo's biological father, noting her bias. Zhu Luo, however, remains firm in her belief of Tun's love for Nuo Nuo and contemplates confronting him herself. At Cayenne Shui Bay, Tun is informed of Lin Zhu Luo's arrival, expressing surprise and asking why she came without Nuo Nuo and what she wishes to discuss. Zhu Luo directly asks if he sent someone to their home last night. Tun, feigning ignorance, asks if something is amiss. Zhu Luo tearfully recounts the home invasion, where a man in black tried to kidnap Nuo Nuo while Feng Xinglang was away. Tun reacts with furious shock, demanding to know who dared to touch his grandson and confirming Nuo Nuo's condition, vowing a thorough investigation. Zhu Luo observes his genuine distress, concluding he is not pretending and therefore not the culprit. This leaves her pondering who secretly orchestrated these attacks and whether they target Tun or Feng Xinglang. Feng Xinglang confronts Lan Yuyu at the Blue Island Cafe, his face etched with simmering anger as he slams down a stack of incriminating photos, accusing her of taking them and igniting the scandalous rumors about him and Yan Bang. Lan Yuyu, utterly unrepentant, merely smirks, dismissing his personal drama as irrelevant to her, prompting Feng Xinglang to reveal he possesses irrefutable evidence from her private detective, a fact that momentarily silences her before she bursts into mocking laughter, challenging him to hand her over to Yan Bang and declaring that his brother Feng Lingyang would sacrifice himself to save her. Suddenly, Lai Xin storms in, confronting Lan Yuyu about her broken promise to stand by him and Tuan, demanding an explanation for her current actions. Feng Xinglang, with a stern gaze, steps back, warning Lai Xin to take responsibility for his woman and to ensure there's no next time. Lai Xin forcefully drags Lan Yuyu from the cafe, ordering her to retract the damaging rumors about Feng Xinglang and Yan Bang, but she stubbornly refuses, fearing for her reputation. As the drama unfolds, a man named Mr. Xing offers Lan Yuyu a ride, suggesting they discuss the unfolding scandal. Meanwhile, Feng Xinglang shares a tender moment with Lin Zhu Luo and their son, Nuo Nuo, who adorably insists his mommy eat more meat, while a pang of jealousy strikes Feng Xinglang at the easy affection. The peace shatters with a phone call. A subordinate urgently reports that Yan Bang has taken the first young master's wife and the young master is pursuing them. Feng Xinglang grimly deduces Yan Bang has uncovered Lan Yuyu's scheme, instructing Lin Zhu Luo to stay safe with Nuo Nuo while he departs to handle the escalating crisis. He meets Yulong Cheng, immediately demanding Lan Yuyu's location, expressing his deep reluctance to save her, save for his brother's sake, and vowing that she will not be given another chance to cause trouble. Yulong Cheng calmly drops a bombshell. Lan Yuyu confessed to aligning with Tun, who allegedly wants Feng Xinglang dead, and shockingly, she hinted at a hidden relationship between Feng Xinglang and Tun, even suggesting Feng Xinglang might be Tun's biological son. Stunned by the revelation, Feng Xinglang's mind races, and he demands to be taken to Lan Yuyu at once. He finds her shockingly chained in a dark room. Lan Yuyu, despite her predicament, defiantly challenges his trust, but he retorts she has no choice, demanding truthful answers about his parentage if she ever wants to see Tuan again, preparing to extract the truth about his connection to Tun. With a chilling grin, Lan Yuyu asks if Feng Xinglang believes *** will always reconcile with him, then reveals his perceived ignorance, stating, "Doesn't Feng Xinglang know that *** is Tun's biological son?" This twisted revelation triggers a memory for Lan Yuyu of 12, explicitly warning her not to seek revenge on Feng Xinglang or Lin Zhu Luo, because Feng Xinglang is their foster father's only biological child. The weight of this truth crushes Lan Yuyu, making her question if all her suffering has been in vain, yet her resolve hardens, vowing to make Feng Xinglang pay, choosing to manipulate him with his ignorance. Returning to the present, Feng Xinglang questions Lan Yuyu's supposed ignorance, but she tries to weave a tale of revenge against He-tun for her father's death. Feng Xinglang, seeing through her lies, decides to explain everything to Yan Bang, promising to return her to the Feng family for Tuan's sake but banishing her from his sight forever. Lan Yu screams her resentment, claiming her relationship with his brother was only to save him, but Feng Xinglang coldly dismisses her, stating there was no future for them after she betrayed his brother and declaring his unwavering love for Lin Luo. Lan Yu collapses in tears, a complete and utter failure, finally realizing she lost to Lin Luo. Simultaneously, a second cousin reports to another man, Mr. Xing, that Feng Xinglang has successfully retrieved Lan Yu and brought her back to the Feng house, prompting the second cousin to ask for their next move. Mr. Xing, a sinister gleam in his eye, declares it's time to let the water become more muddy, referencing their previous attempt to scare Lin Luo and her son, and now plans to take Nuo from Kai Bay Mountain City to Cayenne Shui Bay. The second cousin questions this, citing Mr. Xing's good relationship with Feng Xinglang, only to be shocked by Mr. Xing's revelation that Feng Xinglang is actually He-tun's biological son. The second cousin, who had been monitoring He-tun and seeking revenge for his father's murder, sees Feng Xinglang as He-tun's greatest weakness, a tool to create distrust between Feng Xinglang, Yan Bang, and He-tun, ultimately to kill He-tun. Back in Kai Bay Mountain City, Lin Luo, concerned for Feng Xinglang, prepares to put Nuo to bed, but a horrifying discovery awaits her. Nuo is gone and the house alarm blares. Panicked, Lin Luo realizes the kidnappers have struck again in Feng Xinglang's absence, desperately hoping her son is safe. Feng Xinglang frantically searches for answers at his command center, consumed by the mystery of Nuo's kidnapping, when Lin Luo rushes in with shocking news. He-tun called her and Nuo is at his house. Feng Xinglang is aghast, demanding He-tun's conditions, suspecting another threat, but Lin Luo explains He-tun found Nuo sleeping at Cayenne Shui Bay and simply wants them to pick him up. Without hesitation, Feng Xinglang declares they must go get their son, and upon arrival at Cayenne Shui Bay, a relieved Lin Luo embraces Nuo, scolding him for scaring her, as Feng Xinglang joins them, comforting his family. Their reunion is abruptly interrupted by He-tun, who greets Feng Xinglang with an unwelcome familiarity, infuriating Feng Xinglang, who accuses him of orchestrating Yan Bang's assassination attempt and his son's kidnapping. Lin Luo, cradling Nuo, grapples with the conflicting alliances, wondering why He-tun would harm Feng Xinglang's brother. He-tun coolly admits to sending an assassin after Yan Bang, but vehemently denies stealing Nuo, revealing Nuo is his grandson, 15, and claims he loves him. Feng Xinglang, enraged by He-tun's evasiveness, demands the truth about his return to Shenzhen. He-tun, in an inner monologue, acknowledges his desire to connect with 15, but resolves to keep his biological paternity a secret from Feng Xinglang for now. He then sternly orders Feng Xinglang to stay out of Nuo's affairs, asserting his own claim, prompting Feng Xinglang to defiantly declare he will protect his brother Yan Bang. He-tun, his face contorted with fury, accuses Feng Xinglang of an affair with Yan Bang, threatening to kill Yan Bang for destroying Feng Xinglang's reputation. Lin Luo is aghast, questioning He-tun's accusations about Feng Xinglang and Yan Bang. Feng Xinglang tries to deny it, but Lin Luo, looking shattered, reveals she has seen it. She elaborates on the recent media propaganda about Feng Xinglang and Yan Bang's friendship, realizing with crushing clarity that she, Lin Luo, is nothing more than a carefully selected wife. Feng Xinglang realizes Lin Luo must have seen Lan Yu use defamatory video, perplexed as he had blocked the posts. He frantically tries to explain to a horrified Lin Luo and Nuo that the video of him on the bed was a fabricated mock-up by Lan Yu. Lin Luo tearfully reveals the existence of another video, one showing him sleeping with Yan Bang, admitting her prior suspicions were confirmed, and declaring Feng Xinglang disgusting. Feng Xinglang desperately denies any such relationship with Yan Bang, but Nuo, heartbroken and furious, denounces him as a bastard for hurting his mommy and having a bromance with Yan Bang, declaring Feng Xinglang is no longer his daddy and he never wants to see him again. Feng Xinglang pleads with Nuo to believe him, swearing his sole love is for Lin Luo. Lin Luo, however, pushes him away, stating she doesn't believe him and that her foster father never lies, reinforcing the idea that Feng Xinglang slept with Yan Bang. He-tun then coldly suggests Feng Xinglang clear things up with Yan Bang, provoking Feng Xinglang to lash out, blaming He-tun for the monumental misunderstanding. He-tun's patience finally snaps, and he asserts his limits, inviting Luo and 15 to stay with him, then orders Feng Xinglang to be removed. Feng Xinglang curses him, driving away in despair, pondering how he can ever regain the trust of Luo and Nuo. A chilling realization dawns on him. There's a hidden mastermind, And if He-tun didn't kidnap Nuo, someone else did, someone using He-tun to get rid of Yan Bang, and he vows to uncover the truth behind this complex plot. At Kishui Bay, He-tun, Zhu Luo, and Nuo enjoy a hearty meal, with He-tun suggesting they put aside their worries, and Nuo encouraging his mommy to forget the bastard man. He-tun then asks Nuo to call him grandpa, but the boy adorably refuses, explaining he won't let 12 and 8 be further demoted in the pecking order. Amused, He-tun laughs, just as his subordinate 12 reports that Lan Yu was indeed behind the entire slander campaign. He-tun, enraged that she defied his warning, vows consequences for her actions against Feng Xinglang. Lin Zhu Luo is shocked, confirming that Lan Yu was also responsible for the damaging videos. He-tun immediately orders 12 to bring Lan Yu to him, assuring Lin Zhu Luo he will find the true mastermind and clear up the misunderstanding for everyone. A subordinate interrupts with news that Feng Lizin has made Lan Yu leave the country, currently en route to the airport, prompting He-tun to swiftly command 12, 4, and 5 to retrieve her without delay to resolve the escalating scandal. Feng Xinglang's heart pounds as a desperate phone call informs him that He-tun's people are causing trouble at the airport, having called a hit on someone, and now they seem to be chasing the Feng family. His eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the imminent danger, the caller urging him to hurry. Driving his red car with reckless abandon, Feng Xinglang rages internally, observing that He-tun has quickly shed his benevolent facade to reveal his true, despicable nature. He can't let anything happen to his elder brother and Tuan, forcing his car into a screeching turn on the highway. Meanwhile, in a black car, Feng Lizin is arranging for Lan Yu and Tuan to fly to Vancouver, telling Lan Yu to go ahead while he handles company affairs, unaware of the impending chaos. Lan Yu grumbles internally about Feng Lizin's fussiness, lamenting that she wouldn't even be leaving if not for Yan Bang and her foster father. Suddenly, a massive armored vehicle screeches to a halt, deliberately blocking their path on the airport highway. Lan Yu cries out to be careful as Tuan screams in terror, while Feng Lizin, shocked, realizes this isn't an accident but a targeted attack, wondering who is behind it. The driver of the armored vehicle pulls up alongside them, threatening to ram their car, and Lan Yu suspects her foster father is involved. Indeed, Yan Bang, at the wheel of the formidable vehicle, taunts Lan Yu, declaring he won't let her escape after she ruined his reputation. He gleefully orders his driver to speed up and have some fun. Yan Bang roars in fury when Feng Xinglang's red car suddenly appears, blocking his way, demanding to know who dares to interfere. Feng Xinglang defiantly confronts Yan Bang, declaring that no one will harm his elder brother or Tuan. Yan Bang, frustrated by Feng Xinglang's unexpected interference, admits he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Lan Yu, but now Feng Xinglang is in the way. He coldly orders Wei Kang to stop Feng Xinglang, ensuring he's not killed but incapacitated because Lan Yu must die. Feng Xinglang, however, refuses to yield, unwilling to risk his family's safety, vowing that even if he dies today, he will ensure Lan Yu is left behind. With a sickening crunch, Feng Xinglang's car collides with the armored vehicle, then booms and smashes, flipping over onto the road. Covered in blood, Feng Xinglang struggles to rise from the wreckage, refusing to give up, his mind fixed on his wife Zhu Luo and his son Samuel who are waiting for him. He collapses, barely conscious, calling out Zhu Luo's name. Wei Kang, observing the fallen Feng Xinglang, coldly asserts that he didn't want any of this, but it was necessary to draw out He-tun. He dismisses Feng Xinglang as merely someone who happened to be personally involved. As another car approaches rapidly, Wei Kang receives a call informing him that 12 Xingxi is arriving, so he decides to retreat. Though he considers 12 no match for him, he leaves Feng Xinglang for now, planning to finish He-tun later, calling Feng Xinglang lucky. 12 Xingxi finds Feng Xinglang severely injured on the ground, making a sarcastic remark about his brain not being burnt if he's still calling for his wife. Feng Xinglang, bleeding and dazed, anxiously asks about his elder brother and if Yan Bang caught him trying to call someone whose phone is off. 12 reassures him that his elder brother is safe, and Lan Yu successfully left the country, adding that Yan Bang is now fuming and searching frantically at the airport. Relieved that his brother's family is safe, Feng Xinglang declares he can now safely go see Zhu Luo, ignoring 12's insistence that he needs a hospital. He adamantly demands to be taken to Zhu Luo, desperate to clear up misunderstandings, feeling nothing is more important. 12, recalling Zhu Luo's stern family members, warns Feng Xinglang that Zhu Luo's foster father was unwelcoming yesterday and suggests he merely observe from a distance, to which Feng Xinglang dismissively agrees, calling him long-winded. In the car, still gravely injured, Feng Xinglang reflects on his brush with death, realizing his heart is filled with Zhu Luo. He desperately wants to avoid her sadness due to misunderstandings, believing their love shouldn't be broken by such trivialities. Meanwhile, at Cayenne Shui Bay, Zhu Luo worries about Yitun's actions and hears Feng Xinglang's voice calling her name, startled by his unexpected presence. Feng Xinglang stands before her bruised and bloody, confessing he has wronged her and their son countless times over the years. From the depths of his heart, he declares his love and pleads for another chance to be with her. Zhu Luo, seeing his severe injuries, cries out asking what happened. Ron Fan, as Charlotte calls him, struggles through his pain to admit his past selfishness, his tendency to force her forgiveness, and how unfair he had been. He confesses that experiencing near death made him realize what truly matters, and he now loves her, Charlotte, promising to love her and Samuel wholeheartedly from this moment forward. Charlotte, tears streaming, chides him as an idiot for speaking while so injured, inwardly realizing he has learned from his past mistakes of trying to imprison her. Ron Fan expresses that he's prepared to let her go if she truly loves another, vowing to watch over her quietly from afar. Charlotte, enraged and heartbroken, calls him a jerk for making their family suffer so much and then trying to shift the blame. She cries, asking how she and Samuel could ever be happy without him and if he plans to abandon them again. Charlotte then confesses her own enduring love for him, admitting she can't get him out of her head and offers their family another chance. Ron Fan's eyes widen in surprise and relief as he passionately declares that he forbids her from escaping him ever again. Later at the hospital, Charlotte watches over a sleeping Ron Fan. Samuel innocently asks why his daddy hasn't woken up yet, prompting Charlotte to reassure him that Ron Fan is just tired from blood loss and will wake soon. Samuel, frowning, threatens to bite Ron Fan's shoulder if he doesn't wake, which brings a smile to Ron Fan's face as he opens his eyes, playfully asking if Samuel truly dares to bite his father. Ron Fan then cheekily tells Samuel that only his mommy is allowed to bite his shoulder, making Charlotte blush profusely. She scolds him for saying such things in front of their child, but Ron Fan simply calls her name gently, reminding her of their earlier conversation. Suddenly, Charlotte's foster father, Rodang, bursts in, asking if Ron is awake. Charlotte, furious, orders him out, but Rodang insists he rushed over upon hearing Ron had fainted, asking if he feels better. Samuel, seeing Rodang, excitedly calls him adoptive father and asks to play, and Rodang agrees to talk to him. Later, Charlotte embraces Ron Fan, admitting she never thought she'd forgive him, especially since Rodang used her and Ron abandoned her. She confesses she sometimes hates his character but thanks him for forgiving her and for loving her and Samuel. Ron Fan wonders if Charlotte is subtly trying to dissuade his hatred for Rodang, but acknowledges his deep resentment is not easily forgotten. He reaffirms that Charlotte has been his wife since the day they signed their marriage forms. He vows to spend the rest of his life making up for the pain he caused her. When Charlotte asks how, he boldly offers everything he has. "Remarry me and everything I have is yours, my body and my soul." Charlotte playfully scolds him for his suggestive words, but finds herself unable to resist when he leans in for a kiss, realizing his charm is working its magic. Their intimate moment is interrupted by Samuel, who bursts in, yelling, "Mommy." Rodang follows shortly, mockingly asking Samuel why Ron Fan kissed his mommy the moment he left, making Charlotte flustered as she asks why Rodang returned so soon. Rodang explains his assistant, 15, brought him back and declares he will now take Samuel to school daily. Rodang secretly praises Ron Fan for his love confession, seeing him as a true son, and resolves to create opportunities for the couple to be alone so Ron Fan doesn't miss out on true love. Ron Fan reluctantly agrees to let Samuel go, but insists he must return to the hospital in the evening. Rodang, however, firmly states that Samuel is his son and will remain with him, and Ron Fan can only acquiesce. Ron Fan watches as Rodang takes Samuel, internally acknowledging Rodang's hateful nature but recognizing his efforts to help mend their relationship. He decides to let Rodang have his way for now, trusting Samuel's safety. Later that afternoon, back at the hospital, Ron Fan calls out to Samuel, saying he's ashamed. Samuel, carrying his backpack, confronts Ron Fan, asking what he has against him. The boy then gleefully reveals a picture of Ron Fan kissing Charlotte, declaring everyone can now see his ass, much to Ron Fan's shocked bewilderment. Young Samuel, clutching a mysterious photo, innocently confides in Ron Fan that a shifty guy in sunglasses, perhaps from kindergarten, gave him the scandalous picture of his dad's exposed backside. Samuel, wide-eyed with genuine fear, explains the guy was a pain, warning Ron Fan that if mommy saw it, they would both be in deep trouble, a potential embarrassment of epic proportions. Ron Fan, his brow furrowed with concern, inquires about the mysterious man, a sneaking suspicion forming in his mind, only for Samuel to vehemently shake his head, confirming the man seemed disreputable. Ron Fan quickly dismisses Ivan Ram as the culprit, pondering who else could be behind such a brazen act, as Samuel, ever the protective son, tells his father to simply get rid of the guy. But then Samuel's expression shifts. He believes his father, still recuperating in the hospital, cannot handle this delicate matter effectively, resolving instead to seek the powerful aid of his adoptive father, Rodang. Ron Fan, attempting to stop the determined child, asserts Samuel cannot leave so late, but the arrival of Charlotte, asking what they are discussing, grants Samuel the perfect leverage. With a mischievous grin, Samuel blackmails Ron Fan, threatening to reveal everything to Mommy if he isn't allowed to meet his adoptive father. Ron Fan, flustered and trying to divert attention, clumsily implies Charlotte is satisfied with his physique, prompting a mortified Charlotte to scold him for such talk in front of their child. Seizing his moment, Samuel triumphantly demands to see his adoptive father as a condition for his silence. Ron Fan, with a heavy sigh, curses his son's unexpected cunning, reluctantly agreeing to let him go, instructing a driver to take Samuel to meet Rodang. As Samuel leaves, beaming with success, Charlotte remains bewildered, wondering what transpired to make Ron Fan so compliant, a seed of doubt planted about his forgiveness of Rodang. Samuel, perched in the car, refuses to divulge the man's secret to his curious mother, leaving Charlotte to seethe silently, determined to uncover the truth. Arriving at Repulse Bay, Samuel bursts in to find his adoptive father, 15, deep in his cups, and immediately scolds him for drinking too much against doctor's orders. A drunken 15 embraces Samuel, declaring himself his grandpa, a claim Samuel dismisses as nonsense before tucking the inebriated man into bed, finding him an impossible handful. Realizing his adoptive father is useless in this state, Samuel turns to 12, requesting his help to investigate the compromising photo of Ron Fan and Bob, wondering who planted it and if someone is using his adoptive father to harm Bob. 12 confirms Ron Fan knows about the photo but is indisposed, forcing Samuel to seek assistance elsewhere. The next morning, Ron Fan, groggy and nursing a hangover, questions 12 about a dream where 15 visited. 12 calmly corrects him, explaining it was no dream. 15 indeed came, seeking help regarding the incriminating photo. Meanwhile, Ron Fan's adoptive father, now enraged, mistakenly believes Bob fabricated the photo to disgrace Ron Fan, swearing to kill him. 12, observing this dangerous misunderstanding, deduces a malicious plot. Someone is trying to manipulate the adoptive father into eliminating Bob, knowing Bob is not gay. He quickly alerts Ron Fan, confirming Samuel's visit and the insidious plan to frame Bob. Concurrently, Bob receives news that Yvonne Ram and her brother are safe, but he himself is in grave danger from Rodang. Bob, usually placid, experiences a rare moment of sensitivity, acknowledging his impending fate and refusing to flee, embracing destiny. Ron Fan, overhearing, realizes Bob's stubbornness will be his undoing against Rodang, struggling with the urge to intervene. At Rock Zen's secret base, a subordinate confirms the photos were strategically given to Samuel Lin to frame Bob, ensuring Rodang's swift and brutal retaliation, a scheme Zen orchestrates with a chilling smirk, anticipating the unfolding chaos. Ron Fan jolts awake from a terrifying nightmare of Charlotte and Samuel missing, frantically questioning his subordinate about their whereabouts, fearing his dream was a premonition fueled by Bob's predicament. His subordinate reassures him that Charlotte and Samuel went out for wedding photos, a joyful suggestion from Samuel, who wished to be the groom. Annoyed that his son is preempting his duties as a husband, Ron Fan demands his car be prepared immediately. At the wedding dress store, Charlotte, radiant in a white gown, asks Samuel for his opinion. Samuel, though complimenting her, pouts that he's too short to be the groom, relegated to flower boy. Ron Fan arrives with a bouquet, dramatically asking if Charlotte intends to exclude him, the husband and father, from such a significant family event, quickly promising his unwavering presence for all future endeavors. Yet Samuel defiantly reiterates his desire to be the groom. Ron Fan simply hands Samuel the bouquet, asserting that Mommy is his, so Samuel will remain the flower boy, much to Samuel's indignant huff. Charlotte, observing this playful power struggle, feels a surge of happiness, touched by Ron Fan's rare willingness to indulge her and cherishing the moment, snapping a photo of their family. In an underground arsenal in Yulong City, Bob stands amidst his armed men, declaring it his secret base, informing them of an impending assault on the city and ordering them to prepare for a deadly battle against Rodang. Meanwhile, Zen, observing from afar, confirms Ron Fan is Rodang's weakness, reveling in the unfolding chaos. He then issues a chilling command: exacerbate the situation by sending Charlotte a naked photo of Ron Fan and Yvonne Ram, ensuring maximum emotional damage and sabotaging any chance of peace. Back at the cafeteria, Samuel playfully runs around while Ron Fan dotingly offers to get lobster for Charlotte. Charlotte, basking in the newfound family bliss, even considers setting their wedding photo as her phone wallpaper when a new message flashes across her screen. The message from Yvonne Ram cruelly reveals Ron Fan protected her and that he will always love her, even implying he will remarry her, twisting Ron Fan's recent kindness into a calculated act of guilt. Charlotte's world shatters, her face contorts in fury and disbelief, declaring everything fake and vowing to never let Yvonne Ram, who not only coveted her husband but involved Samuel, get away with it. With a violent sweep, she sends the food crashing to the floor. A bewildered waiter asks what happened, but Charlotte, eyes blazing, flings money at him, instructing him to tell the jerk man to wait for the woman he truly loves. Ron Fan returns to the scene of culinary devastation, asking in confusion where Charlotte has gone. The waiter relays Charlotte's cryptic message, leaving Ron Fan utterly baffled. He turns to Samuel, demanding to know if he told his mommy about the photo, a question Samuel vehemently denies, wondering why mommy is angry again. Ron Fan insists it's impossible, but Samuel points out that his father must be the cause of her anger. Ron Fan picks up the fallen lobster, his mind racing, wondering if the woman I'll always love referred to Yvonne Ram, quickly dismissing the idea since Yvonne Ram is out of their lives. A chilling realization dawns on him. An invisible hand is manipulating everything, deliberately creating chaos. He must find Charlotte immediately and uncover the identity of this insidious puppet master. Charlotte arrives at Repulse Bay late at night, greeted by two men who inquire about her recent argument with Lang and the whereabouts of 15, before urging Mr. Muley to speak with his adopted daughter, Yvonne Ram. A distraught Charlotte reveals someone sent vile photos to her 5-year-old grandson, Samuel, fearing the emotional scars they would leave. Mr. Muley, with a determined expression, assures her he is handling it and vows no harm will come to Lang and 15, a statement that startles Charlotte, realizing a conspiracy was known to all but her, making her question how a child like 15 could be involved in such dark affairs. His resolve hardens as he proclaims he will mercilessly punish those who hurt his grandson, declaring today the day to eliminate one of their enemies. Charlotte is then gently led away to rest, a bewildered observer of unfolding events. Alone, she reflects on her impulsive reaction, acknowledging how the perceived betrayal by Yvonne Ram, believed to be Ron Fan's lover, and Samuel's involvement had blinded her to reason, questioning the logic of Yvonne Ram spreading rumors if she truly loved Ron Fan. Her thoughts are interrupted by her phone ringing, and she answers to Ron Fan's concerned voice, confirming her presence at Repulse Bay. Ron Fan, sounding agitated, demands to know her reason for being at Roding's place, promising to come and pick her up immediately. Charlotte finds a sliver of hope in his words, reminiscent of a time he came to her aid despite being wounded, deciding to trust him once more. Meanwhile, Ron Fan speeds through the night, silently cursing Charlotte for her sudden, angry departure without proper explanation, while a tiny Chibai Samuel in his mind urges his mommy to calm down. He spots a convoy of cars, realizing Roding has dispatched a large force, possibly 12, and immediately fears they are targeting Bob. Pushing his vehicle faster, Ron Fan grimly acknowledges he's outmatched by 12, and following is pointless, all while Samuel yawns innocently in the backseat. Parking outside Roding's opulent mansion, Ron Fan contemplates a drastic move to force Roding to rescind his dangerous orders. Inside 15, Roding's adopted son excitedly runs towards Roding, calling for his mommy. Roding, surprised, then questions Lang's presence before spotting Ron Fan fanging Lang in the doorway. Ron Fan, composed but with an underlying menace, states he needs a private word with Roding. Roding, feigning cordiality, welcomes the discussion, expressing hope of clearing misunderstandings, then sends 15 upstairs to find his mommy, assuring him his daddy will join soon. 15, worried about a confrontation between his father figures, reluctantly obeys. Ron Fan, his eyes burning with fury, promises Roding that for every atrocity committed against him, he will ensure Roding suffers double. Roding, acknowledging his unforgivable past, suggests they end their conflict. With a chilling smile, Roding produces a gun, revealing 3 bullets he intends to return to Ron Fan, eager for his suffering. Ron Fan, equally armed, points his weapon at Roding. A third man, 8, intervenes, crying out for his foster father, trying to stop Ron Fan, but Ron Fan, his face unyielding, states it's his decision. Ron Fan then threatens 8, demanding he summon 12 immediately or he will witness Roding's final moments, warning against delay and the consequence of using Tun as an offering to Yan Bang. Roding, simultaneously aiming his gun, furiously declares that Yan Bang, who dared to take interest in Ron Fan, must die, even if it costs Roding his own life. With a sense of grim acceptance, Roding declares he will die without regrets by fanging Lang's hand and commands everyone not to trouble Ron Fan after his death. Ron Fan inwardly admits he can no longer pretend to be a good father, just as 15, witnessing the tense standoff, cries out in terror, asking why Ron Fan is pointing a gun at his foster father. Ron Fan angrily orders 15, or Nuo, not to interfere in adult matters and return to his mommy. But 15 defiantly rushes forward, asserting he cannot ignore such a threat to his foster father, proclaiming he will save him. 15, sobbing uncontrollably, begs Ron Fan not to let Rodang die, asking if he would truly leave him alone. Rodang looks at the distraught child, a hint of conflict in his eyes. An hour later, 12 arrives, announcing his return as requested. Ron Fan, still holding his gun, demands 12 promise never to harm his friend again, threatening to shoot if he doesn't. 15, still struggling to intervene, is pushed aside as 12 expertly incapacitates Ron Fan with an anesthetic needle. Ron Fan winces in pain as he succumbs. 15 cries for Ron Fan to wake up, but 12 calmly explains it's only an anesthetic, and Ron Fan will revive in a few hours, lamenting that Ron Fan's interruption thwarted their plan to attack Yan Bang. Later, Rodang watches the sleeping Ron Fan, relieved that 15 has also fallen asleep and was spared the full horror of the night's events, and inquires about Charlotte Lin. He learns that 8 and 15 kept Charlotte in the dark, and accepts that Ron Fan occupies his bed for the night, choosing to sit nearby instead. Rodang gently holds Ron Fan's hand, a profound realization hitting him. Ron Fan is his son, a truth that fills him with deep remorse as he apologizes for his past actions and the pain inflicted upon Ron Fan and his mother, desperately hoping Ron Fan can let go of his hatred. He implores Ron Fan not to let hatred consume his life. Ron Fan's sleep is tormented by a vivid childhood memory of a man violently beating him with a belt. And as a young boy, he vows to kill his tormentor. He awakens with a gasp, confused by the sudden childhood dream and his unfamiliar surroundings, immediately searching for Samuel and Charlotte. Rodang calmly informs him he's awake and that Samuel is in Charlotte's room. Ron Fan rushes towards Charlotte's room, where Charlotte is still pondering why Samuel came to her room and why Ron Fan never showed up, a strange unease settling upon her. Ron Fan enters, calling her name. Finding Samuel still asleep beside Charlotte, he reassures Charlotte he handled everything, deliberately omitting details to prevent her worry, then offers to take her and Samuel home. Charlotte, however, demands an explanation for his relationship with why Ron Fan jolted awake in a haze, a dull ache reverberating through him, as a small voice from nearby excitedly announced his return to consciousness. Disoriented, Ron Fan wondered if he was dreaming, but then young Samuel rushed to his side, worriedly asking if he was hurt and in the children's hospital, to which Ron Fan assured the boy he was all right. Samuel then explained that his adoptive father, Ron Fan himself, was deeply concerned for him, prompting Samuel and Charlotte to bring him there, adding that his adoptive father would also resolve the issue with his photos. A flicker of recognition crossed Ron Fan's face as he uttered the name Rodang. Charlotte confirmed his fears, explaining that she knew little of Rodang's full scheme, but was certain he would make a move that very night, revealing that Ron Fan had sent them to this hiding place out of fear for her safety and that Bob was scheduled to attack Repulse Bay tonight. Ron Fan's eyes widened in alarm, realizing Rodang possessed insider information that would inevitably lead to Bob's downfall, and a surge of protective fury made him grab Charlotte, demanding she release him so he could rush to Bob's aid. Meanwhile, Bob stood defiant in a room surrounded by armed men, one of whom mockingly commented on his bravery for repeatedly tempting deaths. Bob, gripping a pistol, advanced, boldly telling Rodang it was time to finish things, declaring he would show the extent of his capabilities that day. But before he could act, a dart swiftly struck him in the neck, causing him to fall to the ground with a thump, his gun clattering away as he cursed Rodang's dirty tactics. Rodang, observing from a distance with a cruel smile, dismissed Bob's complaints, coldly stating that all was fair in war and if Bob sought death, he would gladly provide it, then issued a chilling command for his men to take them all down. As Bob lay prone, one of Rodang's men pinned him, a knife glinting menacingly, and Rodang ordered them to cut off Bob's balls, then stop the bleeding and throw him out, a chilling command that sent a wave of agony through Bob as he screamed and swore to haunt Rodang as a ghost. Suddenly, 2 gunshots echoed through the air as Ron Fan burst through the door, pistol raised, roaring for them to stop. Rodang, taken aback, warned Ron Fan that it was too dangerous and urged him to leave. But Ron Fan stood firm, declaring he wouldn't kill Rodang, only stop him from tormenting Bob. Rushing to his sworn brother's side, Ron Fan supported the wounded Bob, asserting Rodang had no right to harm him, realizing he had arrived just in time to prevent an even greater tragedy. Rodang then demanded a price for Bob's freedom, but Ron Fan, with a steely resolve, pressed his own gun to his temple, asking if Rodang truly wanted his life, demanding Bob's release and asserting that Rodang wouldn't want to see him drenched in blood. Faced with Ron Fan's shocking display of loyalty, Rodang relented, motioning for them to leave, and Ron Fan, supporting a grateful Bob, helped him into a waiting car. Later, Ron Fan stood by the bay, talking to Charlotte on the phone, while she was at home with Samuel, explaining to the boy that she needed to pursue a diploma to secure her family's future in S City. Samuel, full of childish bravado, insisted their adoptive father, Ron Fan, could easily get her one, a claim Charlotte affectionately brushed aside, urging him to enjoy his day with Ron Fan. Back at home, Samuel, distressed by his mother's pursuit of a diploma, worried she would find a more handsome man at the university, and adamantly declared he didn't want any other man to be his dad. Meanwhile, Charlotte, walking through the university campus, reflected on her past failed attempts to regain her degree, pondering her next move. Lost in thought, she bumped into someone, only to find Ron Fan smiling down at her, playfully commenting that her method of flirting with handsome men was outdated, though he admitted he liked it anyway. Suddenly, Samuel appeared, enthusiastically asking Charlotte to be his stepmother, a notion she initially rebuffed but secretly acknowledged made her feel better. Samuel, undeterred, clung to her leg, sweetly pleading with Miss Beauty to be his stepmother, promising to be an obedient child, much to Ron Fan's amusement. Charlotte gently scolded Samuel for skipping school and declared she would take him to kindergarten, but Samuel, clinging to her, begged Ron Fan for help. Ron Fan, however, stood firm, confirming no one could save him from kindergarten, then took Charlotte's hand, revealing he had brought Samuel along to catch up on missed lessons. Admiring Charlotte, Ron Fan commented on the beautiful day, a sentiment she silently echoed, delighting in their shared moment. Inside the bustling university canteen, Samuel complained about the noise, but Ron Fan, wishing to relive his school days, urged them to eat. Onlookers were captivated by Ron Fan's striking appearance and expensive attire, murmuring about his Armani suit and million-dollar watch, noting how he effortlessly commanded attention. Ron Fan, noticing Charlotte's slight blush, playfully asked Samuel to find a seat for Mommy, as Charlotte humorously thought about the envious stares they were receiving. As Ron Fan and Charlotte found a spot, he reassured her that Samuel was clever enough to handle himself. A nearby woman, recognizing them as a married couple with a child, inadvertently revealed their presence to others, much to Ron Fan's annoyance, as he preferred to maintain a low profile about their relationship. A cafeteria worker, serving their meal, grumbled good-naturedly about young people showing off their love, while Ron Fan, ever the gentleman, insisted on carrying Charlotte's heavy tray, earning her silent admiration. As Ron Fan carried 2 trays towards Samuel, Charlotte's phone rang, and she joyfully learned from the Office of Academic Affairs that her application to retake her course and regain her degree had been approved. Astonished by the swift decision, Charlotte was informed that JK Ventures had donated 100 million yuan to the school with the sole condition of her continued studies. And while she still needed to pass exams in the international department, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief and happiness. After lunch, Ron Fan continued to shower Charlotte with compliments on her beauty, and when she asked how he knew about her desire to return to school, he charmingly revealed Samuel had spilled the beans. Gently touching her hair, Ron Fan admitted he initially considered arranging her diploma himself, but believed his intelligent honey should earn it through her own efforts, a sentiment Charlotte echoed, affirming his wife should achieve her degree independently. A sudden realization hit Charlotte. She had just referred to herself as Ron Fan's wife, questioning if she was finally ready to remarry him. Ron Fan, seizing the moment, looked at her with an intense gaze, suggesting they make the day perfect, his unspoken question hanging in the air. Samuel, sensing the gravity of the moment, tugged at Charlotte's skirt, urging her to say yes to Ron Fan, who he claimed was truly sincere. Ron Fan took her hands, confessing his past failings as a husband and father, and promised to make amends for the rest of his life, assuring her that the past obstacles with Ivan Ram were gone and there were no more barriers between them. He spoke of her orphan past, admitting he was no better, and expressed his deepest desire for them to build a home together with Samuel, as he didn't want to die alone. Samuel, still pushing, tugged at Charlotte's dress once more, pleading for her to give Ron Fan a chance, affirming his seriousness. Charlotte, reflecting on Ron Fan's recent changes and Samuel's longing for a father, still hesitated, unsure if he would repeat past mistakes. Then Ron Fan knelt, presenting a dazzling ring, solemnly proposing to Charlotte, promising his unwavering love, pride, honor, protection, and eternal fidelity. He asked her to marry him. Overwhelmed, Charlotte covered her mouth, utterly unprepared for the sudden proposal, as onlookers cheered, one jokingly threatening to marry Ron Fan herself if Charlotte didn't accept. With Samuel calling out "Mommy," Charlotte's heart swelled, picturing a future with a loving husband and adorable son. Remembering her past marriage as a nightmare, she recognized something profoundly different this time. Trusting him one more time, she tearfully said, "Yes, I do." Ron Fan's face lit up and he passionately kissed her amidst the joyful applause. Scooping Charlotte into his arms, he declared he was taking her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, ignoring her blushing protests about the many onlookers, asserting he had waited long enough. Arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they completed the formalities, and the official congratulated them on their remarriage, to which Ron Fan graciously offered some candies. Charlotte, holding her marriage certificate, found the entire experience surreal, like a dream, yet deep down, she knew that this time their hearts were truly connected, and she believed their life together would finally be happy. Ron Fan and Charlotte Lynn beam with joy, celebrating their newly official marriage as their exuberant son, Samuel, eagerly demands to see their wedding certificate. With a tender smile, Ron Fan explains it's a wedding photo for just the parents, before affectionately telling his son that from today he can call him Dad or Papa. The happy moment quickly shifts as Ron Fan gently informs Charlotte that he needs to send her back to Repulse Bay after dinner, which surprises her, as she thought they were heading to Kaibai Mountain City. He clarifies that he promised her and Samuel he would find out who was behind the recent troubles, assuring her he'd feel more at ease knowing she was safe at Repulse Bay. Charlotte, her concern evident, asks if he's uncovered anything, to which he replies that he's found some clues but insists she relax, for he can handle it. The narrative then rewind to yesterday, as a subordinate nervously reports to Ron Fan that Mr. Bob's yacht, despite its speed, never arrived at the docks and no ship was sighted. Back in his office, a frustrated Ron Fan takes a call, questioning why Bob, even at yacht speed, hadn't arrived a day earlier, only to be met with the shocking news that Vector's satellite phone couldn't be reached either. Ron Fan's face hardens, a chilling realization dawning on him. Vector is also missing, prompting him to wonder who could possibly know their movements and order his subordinate, Yishinian, to locate the yacht and find Vector immediately. Driving his car under a moonlit sky, Ron Fan heads to a secluded villa, his mind racing, convinced that Yishinian alone isn't enough to track Bob and that he must seek the enigmatic Roxanne's help. As he approaches, Ron Fan spots a hooded figure leaving Roxanne's villa, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, though he can't quite place the man. Inside, he directly confronts Roxanne, demanding to know the identity of the person who just departed. Roxanne coolly dismisses it as one of his men making a report, then turns the conversation, inquiring about Ron Fan's urgent visit. Ron Fan, concealing his suspicions about the hooded man, explains Bob and his yacht have vanished, fearing he's been captured by powerful foreign forces, and explicitly asks for Roxanne's assistance. Roxanne, with a sly smirk, cunningly suggests that Rodang might be involved, knowing Ron Fan has no standing to directly confront Bob's supposed kidnappers. Ron Fan, reeling from the insinuation, questions if Roxanne believes Rodang is behind Bob's disappearance, while Roxanne inwardly revels in his manipulative scheme to frame Rodang, eager to watch the father and son tear each other apart. Consumed by fury and believing Rodang has betrayed him, Ron Fan rushes out, convinced that Bob is in grave danger and he must save him. His phone rings on the expressway, delivering news that the missing yacht has been found. Ron Fan urgently demands details, only to be told the yacht is badly damaged 5 nautical miles from its departure point, and all aboard are lost with no clues remaining. He slams on his brakes, roaring in frustration, asking if any traces of Bob were found if tracker dogs were deployed. The voice on the phone explains that the kidnappers were professionals, meticulously destroying all scent, leaving no way to know if Bob escaped or was taken. Ron Fan hangs up, his mind churning, realizing that with his own men and Vector on board, it was impossible for Bob to be drugged and abducted by foreign forces. A cold dread washes over him. The only logical conclusion is that Bob's own men betrayed him. He suddenly remembers the tattoo on Vector's hand, recognizing it as the same one he saw on the hooded figure at Roxanne's villa. Ron Fan is horrified, the pieces clicking into place, suspecting Vector's collusion with Roxanne and a sinister plot to replace Bob. He resolves to travel to Yulong City, hoping to uncover more answers there. He immediately calls Yishinian, tasking him with checking Vector's recent movements in S-City and demanding the report by morning. In Yulong City, chaos erupts as various factions of Bob's men openly quarrel, each vying to take over his position. Ron Fan bursts through the doors, a fierce aura surrounding him silencing their rebellion. The men, shocked into submission, address him respectfully as Second Young Master Fan. He confronts them, demanding to know if any of them have seen Vector, to which they timidly respond that Vector hasn't been around. Ron Fan dismisses them with a stern warning against coveting Bob's position, threatening severe consequences if they do. Walking through Bob's deserted living room, Ron Fan notes the hurried departure and lack of immediate clues, then moves to a bedroom, observing nothing has changed, wondering if he truly must resort to seeking Rodang's help. His phone buzzes, it's Yishinian confirming Vector's recent presence in S-City and sending his movements. Ron Fan's eyes narrow as he sees Vector's direct path to Roxanne's villa on the map, confirming his worst fears. The man he saw at Roxanne's was indeed Vector, solidifying his belief in the betrayal. He gravely ponders the complex relationship between Vector and Roxanne, a web of deceit he's yet to untangle. Before leaving Yulong City, Ron Fan sternly instructs Bob's remaining men to guard the property vigilantly. Jolson, self-proclaimed No. 3 in Yulong City, confidently assures Ron Fan that he will protect Bob's assets. Ron Fan questions Jalson's absence during the previous night's power struggle, to which Jalson smoothly replies he was out searching for their boss. Entrusting Jalson with overseeing the men and keeping him updated, Ron Fan departs to continue his relentless search for Bob. Arriving back at Repulse Bay, Ron Fan is greeted by Charlotte, who, holding Samuel, asks why he's there, to which he simply says he came to see them. Charlotte presses him, asking if he's discovered the mastermind behind the events, but Ron Fan, cradling Samuel, sidesteps the question, stating he's made progress but is here for another reason, secretly deciding not to burden her with the terrifying truth of Vector's collusion with Roxanne. He embraces her, then with a warm smile suggests they discuss where to hold their wedding, confirming their remarriage. Charlotte blushes, insisting a simple family dinner would suffice, then expresses regret that her elder brother and Ella are abroad, fondly recalling her brother was their matchmaker. Ron Fan, his expression solemn, quickly dismisses the idea of them returning, hinting that it's not a suitable time. A stark image of Yvonne Ram flashes in his mind, and he can't shake the unsettling thought. Is Vector's betrayal with Roxanne tied to her? He vows to uncover the truth. Samuel, feeling ignored, childishly kicks Ron Fan, complaining about being left out of their conversation. Ron Fan apologizes to his son, then with a serious tone instructs Samuel and Charlotte to stay safely in Repulse Bay, as he has urgent matters to attend to. As Ron Fan drives away, promising to return soon, Charlotte observes his unusual demeanor, annoying suspicion growing that he's hiding something profound and potentially dangerous. Back at JK Ventures, Ron Fan pores over surveillance footage, watching a distraught Yvonne Ram smashing objects in a room, desperately attempting to escape. He queries his subordinate about any unusual activity from Yvonne Ram. The subordinate confirms her continuous escape attempts and destructive outbursts, but assures him there's no sign of outside support, explaining her rage. Ron Fan muses that he must confront Roxanne directly, his mind grappling with the deepening mystery. Why would Roxanne and Vector collude against Bob, and is there something larger at play than a mere gang feud? Meanwhile, at Roxanne's villa, a subordinate reports Ron Fan's unexpected visit to Yulong City and his decision to appoint Jalson as interim leader, a development Roxanne finds both interesting and advantageous. The subordinate elaborates on Ron Fan's actions, noting how he unwittingly handed Bob over to Vector and then effectively gave control of Yulong City to Jalson, bolstering Jalson's authority over Bob's men. He also reveals that several of Bob's key men have returned to Rodang, leaving only a few remaining. Roxanne, with a chilling smile, declares that Ron Fan can now be used as bait against Rodang. Moments later, Ron Fan receives an urgent call from Jalson with news about Bob. Ron Fan, desperate for information, races to an underground parking garage where he finds Jalson. He frantically asks about Bob's condition and the identity of the person who brought him back. Jalson reveals Bob is in a coma but stable under doctor's care, then drops the bombshell. It was Vector who brought him back. Ron Fan is stunned, processing this new contradiction. Why would Vector, a suspected betrayer, bring Bob back? He questions if his suspicions were misplaced. Suddenly, Jalson raises an anesthetic rifle, aiming it at Ron Fan, explaining his master's invitation. A sharp bang echoes. Unaware of the unfolding ambush, Charlotte sits in a university classroom when her phone rings. She talks about the upcoming weekend, casually mentioning her desire for a granddaughter. She then calls Mr. Muley, expressing her shock at his playful teasing and urging him to call Ron Fan, insisting she and Samuel remain in Repulse Bay. Mr. Muley, however, sighs that Ron Fan still refuses to speak with him. Growing increasingly worried, Charlotte resolves to call Ron Fan herself, reflecting on his rushed departure earlier and the growing distance between them, lamenting that they shouldn't live apart now that they are remarried. She tries his number, but it won't connect. An hour later, her anxiety mounting, she calls again but still can't reach him. She asks a maid if Ron Fan has returned, learning he's been going out early and returning late, his last visit to the villa 2 days prior. Charlotte's face fills with dread, realizing he's been gone all night for 2 days straight. She desperately redials, only for her phone to flash a terrifying message. Ron Fan's phone is powered off. Her eyes wide with fear, Charlotte whispers her growing dread, wondering if Ron Fan is truly in danger. The towering GK building stands as a symbol of power, yet within its walls, panic erupts. Charlotte, her face etched with raw worry, rushes into the reception, desperately asking for Ron Fan, her voice strained with urgency. The cool, dismissive receptionist, recognizing her as the president's wife but noting her disheveled state, calmly reports that Ron Fan is absent for the day and left no instructions. Charlotte's anxiety only escalates. She reveals Ron Fan left yesterday afternoon, never came back, and his phone is dead, leading her to fear the worst and realize she must immediately inform Mr. Muley. She speeds to the Grand Repulse Bay residence, bursting in to deliver the devastating news. Ron Fan is missing. Mr. Muley, his stern face hardening, demands to know when this happened. Charlotte explains her frantic calls this morning went unanswered, and his company confirmed he vanished in a hurry yesterday, not returning since. A cold fury ignites in Mr. Muley's eyes as he roars, wondering who dares to meddle with his son, immediately ordering 12 to trace Ron Fan's every movement and 8 to collect 15 from kindergarten, his commands ringing with an undeniable authority. The next day, 12 delivers grim news. Ron Fan's movements are untraceable, their opponents too clever, having tampered with surveillance, leaving them with no leads. Mr. Muley slumps, covering his face in despair, agonizing over his missing son, lamenting how Ron Fan, his own son whose true identity he only recently discovered, disappeared right before his eyes. 12 reveals Ron Fan received an untraceable call using fake technology before his disappearance, leading Mr. Muley to suspect an acquaintance is behind it, possibly acting on a personal vendetta. When 12 suggests Bob, Mr. Muley scoffs, dismissing Bob as too foolish for such a complex scheme, realizing the kidnapper must intimately know his connection to Ron Fan. Charlotte then speculates if Ron Fan's abduction is revenge by an old enemy of Rodang. Mr. Muley, deep in thought, orders Charlotte to take 8 to Long's company for clues and recalls 4 to protect 15. He declares his own intent to return to Yulong City with 12. Meanwhile, Ron Fan awakens to a stark, cage-like room, disoriented and demanding to know his location and his captor's identity. A man named Johnson calmly presents him with dinner, informing Ron Fan that his master is too clever for him and will appear in a few days, despite Ron Fan's furious demands. Left alone, Ron Fan's mind races, connecting Johnson to Jalson, who mentioned Vector and Roxanne in collusion and deduces Roxanne might be their master, noting the strange courtesy of still being fed. He resolves to eat, knowing he needs strength to fight back, deciding to bide his time. The familiar taste of the noodles strikes him, a sudden realization washing over him. Only Roxanne's cook could make such a dish, confirming the identity of his cunning captor. Across town, at Roxanne's lavish villa, the hooded Vector updates Roxanne on Rodang's desperate search efforts, confirming that Charlotte and 8 are at Ron Fan's company, while 4 is en route to Repulse Bay to protect Samuel Lin. Roxanne, with a chilling smile, declares his intent to personally retrieve Samuel Lin, eager to make Rodang choose between his son and grandson, promising to pay him back in his own coin. Deep within a basement, 15 Samuel Lin brings drinks, but as he scans his hand, he's suddenly attacked by Vector, crashing to the ground amidst shattered glass. Roxanne enters, mocking Rodang for hiding Samuel in the basement and crediting 4's negligence for their success, before sinisterly welcoming Samuel Lin. He chides 4 for being slow, revealing the deception. Samuel, a small boy, glares up, instantly realizing the imposter is not 4 and demanding to know if they kidnapped his father, Ron Fan. Vector confirms the kidnapping and gives Samuel 5 minutes to leave a message for his mother. Samuel, maintaining a surprising calm, announces he's going to the study. Vector, impressed, notes how much the boy takes after Ron Fan. Samuel begins writing a note, detailing how Vector is taking him to see his dad. Roxanne, amused by Samuel's wit, reveals his name, only to be met with a startled gasp from the child. Samuel asks how to spell it, prompting Roxanne to instead tell him to draw it. Back at Repulse Bay, Mr. Muley confronts 4 for losing 15 despite being called back for his protection. 4 hands Mr. Muley a note left by 15, acknowledging their enemy's cunning distraction. Mr. Muley examines the drawing on the note, and Charlotte instantly recognizes it as Roxanne, suspecting deeper secrets. She confirms the note also mentions Vector, and reveals that Shinian's data pinpointed Vector's location at Roxanne's villa, a crucial piece of information Ron Fan had sought before his disappearance. Enraged, Mr. Muley's eyes spark with fury as he vows a terrible death for those who dared to harm his son and grandson. In Ron Fan's cell, Roxanne reveals his purpose, to use Ron Fan against Rodang. Ron Fan, refusing to be a pawn, retorts that he too wants to get rid of Rodang, his biological father, but Roxanne dismisses his claim, knowing Rodang is not his true father. Roxanne declares he's ready to force Rodang's choice tomorrow night, promising Ron Fan's freedom afterward, but when Ron Fan demands details, Roxanne uses a hypnotic gas to subdue him. Ron Fan collapses, his last conscious thoughts of Charlotte and Samuel urging them to escape Roxanne. Meanwhile, at Repulse Bay, they finally uncover Roxanne's true identity through Shinian's provided address. Roxanne is Tai Sang, the son of Yang Sang, whose parents were brutally murdered 20 years ago for betraying Perot. A subordinate, shocked, questions if Tai Sang is alive, recalling how he himself was ordered to handle Tai Sang after he sought revenge on their adoptive father a decade prior. He is haunted by the resurfacing name, detailing how Yang Sang, his own father's loyal right-hand man, saved them from defeat but was then forced by their adoptive father to choose between his wife and 8-year-old son, both left hanging from the castle wall. Young Sang chose his son, dying soon after from grief and illness, leaving the adoptive father to raise Tai Sang. A grim past haunts Rodeng as he recounts the fateful day his own adoptive father entrusted him with Tai Sang, commanding him to treat the boy as his own son. Rodeng, despite a lingering unease about this time bomb, diligently followed orders, pouring all his knowledge into Tai Sang for a decade, raising him until he was 18 as if he were his very own flesh and blood. But betrayal shattered this fragile bond. Rodeng received a report that Tai Sang had secretly gathered a gang to assassinate their adoptive father, a revelation that ignited Rodeng's furious vengeance as he stormed the stronghold with his men, obliterating the treacherous group. He personally shot Tai Sang, then coldly disposed of his body in Chinatown, believing the matter closed. Little did Rodeng know Tai Sang had survived, and now, years later, the ghost of his past had returned, kidnapping Rodeng's own son, Ron Fan, the adoptive father's bloodline that also survived that fateful year. Rodeng, consumed by guilt, declared to his adoptive father that he would handle the situation, vowing to bring back Tai Sang's corpse. But his adoptive father, weary and focused only on the safety of Ron Fan and Samuel, dismissed Tai Sang as unimportant. Meanwhile, aboard a luxurious yacht, a sinister Roxanne, the very same Tai Sang, held a young Samuel, taunting the child playfully. Samuel, however, was distraught, demanding to see his father, Ron Fan, ignoring Roxanne's attempts to distract him with a game, insisting he only wanted to see his dad. Roxanne, with a chilling smile, promised Samuel a reunion after their game. His subordinate Vector informed him that young Master Zenny II, Rodeng's son, was headed to Roxanne's villa, but Roxanne calmly ordered Vector to retreat, for the man in the basement was a carefully prepared greeting gift for Rodeng. Holding Samuel tight, Roxanne affirmed his focus remained on completing his twisted game. Zenny II and his men arrived at the abandoned villa, surprised that Roxanne had hidden there, while a life detector confirmed someone was chained in the basement. Assuming it was Ron Fan, one of Zenny II's men suggested reporting it to Rodeng, but Zenny II, remembering Tai Sang's cunning, urged caution, acknowledging Tai Sang was far more dangerous than they imagined. With a thunderous boom, they breached the basement, only to discover a bound man named Bob. Zenny II, perplexed, reported to Rodeng that Roxanne's villa was empty except for Bob, asking if he should execute him. Rodeng, a tense expression on his face, ordered Zenny II to spare Bob for Ron Fan's sake, leaving him to whatever fate awaited him. Bob, overhearing, reeled in shock, finally comprehending that Rodeng was Ron Fan's father, which explained why Rodeng had shown him mercy when Ron Fan previously held a gun to him. Zenny II, with a shrug, instructed his men to abandon Bob, jesting that he might survive if he was lucky enough to find food. At Repulse Bay, Ron Fan's mother, desperate, realized she had Morris White's number, praying he wouldn't refuse her plea for help. She called him in the dead of night, her voice laced with urgency, demanding he rush to save Bob, who was kidnapped and trapped in a basement, facing starvation. Morris, roused from sleep, instantly agreed, demanding the address. Mrs. Fan confirmed Morris was on his way, but her relief was overshadowed by agonizing worry for Ron Fan and Samuel. The next day, a strange number flashed on her phone, and with a racing heart, she answered. It was Roxanne, who confirmed he had kidnapped Ron Fan and Samuel. Mrs. Fan's voice trembled as she begged him not to harm Samuel, offering herself in exchange for her son's freedom. Roxanne, a cruel smirk on his bloodied face, mocked her, stating she wasn't enough, promising to exact the same suffering upon Rodeng that Rodeng had inflicted upon him. He then delivered his chilling ultimatum. Rodeng was to come alone to Yulong City at 6 o'clock that evening, to the Box of Paradise song, where someone would lead him to Roxanne, warning that any deviation would result in the gruesome retrieval of his son and grandson's bodies. Mrs. Fan relayed the terrifying message to Rodeng, while Zenny II warned his adoptive father that Roxanne was too cunning to trust. But Rodeng, driven by a father's unyielding resolve, declared he would go alone, considering it a debt from his youth he had to settle himself. As the clock struck 6 in Yulong City, Rodeng entered the designated location, impatiently demanding to be taken to Lang Ronfan. He was forced into a black hood, a symbolic gesture of submission. 3 agonizing hours later, the hood was ripped away and Rodeng's eyes widened in horror. Lang, his son, was suspended high above a bed of jagged spikes. Rodeng cried out Lang's name in raw anguish, his heart tearing as he realized Samuel, his grandson, was also suspended nearby, a pawn in Roxanne's vengeful game. Enraged, Rodeng cursed Roxanne for his cowardly tactics. Roxanne, observing from a distance, calmly asked if Rodeng wished to witness his son's death, suggesting he could release Lang if Rodeng agreed to his terms. With a malicious clap, Roxanne commanded his men to begin lowering both Lang and Samuel. revealing that Samuel was also Lang and his grandson was also 15, deepening Rodang's torment. As his children whimpered and struggled, Roxanne cruelly announced that Rodang must choose, just as he had forced choices years ago, save his son or his grandson. Rodang's face was a mask of sheer agony. He pleaded with Roxanne to take his life instead, insisting on the innocence of his family. Roxanne scoffed, demanding how Rodang could speak of innocence when he had betrayed Tai Sang's own father, who had been fiercely loyal. Rodang, desperation in his voice, revealed a long-buried secret. It was Tai Sang's mother who seduced him and framed Susan. Then, caught in her lies, she sought refuge with their enemies, betraying their defense plans and leading to the deaths of thousands. Tai Sang roared at him to silence his lies, accusing Rodang of slandering his dead mother, but Rodang maintained he was merely fulfilling a promise to Tai Sang's father by finally revealing the truth for the sake of his own children. Roxanne, unmoved by Rodang's desperate confession, cut him off, declaring Rodang had 10 seconds to choose, save his son or his grandson. He ordered the countdown to begin. Rodang pleaded for more time to explain, recounting how Tai Sang's mother, spurned by his rejection, played Rodang and his father against each other, eventually leading to thousands of deaths through her betrayal. Roxanne, unyielding, commanded Vector to start counting again. As the count descended, Rodang revealed that his father hesitated to execute Tai Sang's mother only because he discovered her pregnancy, a revelation that had forced Rodang's hand years ago. Roxanne, furious, yelled at Rodang to stop with the excuses and make his choice. Rodang, on his knees, begged Tai Sang to spare his family, offering his own life as a trade. But Roxanne, with a chilling smile, refused, wanting Rodang to live with the crushing guilt for the rest of his days. As the countdown reached 1, Rodang roared Lang's name, launching himself forward. He miraculously intercepted Lang and Samuel, shielding them both as they plummeted towards the deadly spikes. Rodang hit the spikes first, his body impaled, but he managed to protect Lang. Lang, bruised, immediately checked on Rodang, who, bleeding profusely, urged him to check on Samuel. Lang called out for Samuel, frantically searching. To their astonishment, Samuel was safe below, nestled in a pit of yellow balls. Lang, a mix of relief and realization washing over him, understood that Roxanne hadn't truly intended to harm Samuel, having cleverly set up a safety device. Roxanne, turning away, let out a grunt of acknowledgement, his thoughts revealing that his true target was always Rodang, and he saved Ron Fan in the past for that very reason. Samuel, unharmed, called out to Ron Fan, asking if he was scared. Ron Fan, embracing his son, assured him he was okay, but Samuel noticed the blood on Ron Fan's face, asking if it was his godfather's. Rodang lay grievously wounded on the spikes, his lifeblood seeping out as Samuel cried out, recognizing his godfather. A terrified Samuel pleaded with Ron Fan to save his adoptive father, who lay gravely injured and bleeding profusely. Ron Fan's heart sank as he internally noted the severity of the adoptive father's wounds, surprised the man had risked his life for him, before gently telling him not to move as he checked the critical injury. Holding the injured man close, Ron Fan reassured Samuel that his godfather would be all right, acknowledging internally that his son was finally willing to be held by him. Luckily, the vital organs were untouched, but immense blood loss necessitated immediate hospitalization. Meanwhile, Roxanne, grappling with conflicting emotions, wondered if he should let Rodang go, unable to bring himself to hurt Ron Fan. His internal debate was cut short when an urgent report came in. Tu was approaching with a horde of men. Roxanne swiftly ordered his subordinates to evacuate, but one loyal aide offered to stay and cover their escape. With a hardened, blood-streaked face, Roxanne dismissed the idea, stating his adoptive father was a formidable foe and if he left, none would escape. His grim intention was clear: drag Rodang to hell with him to ensure his men's survival. Samuel, however, cried out, pleading with Roxanne not to hurt his adoptive father, declaring him a bad guy. Roxanne, seeing the child's raw fear, realized the boy was right. He couldn't let Rodang off the hook so easily. Ron Fan, supporting the wounded man, firmly told Samuel to step back, sensing the impending confrontation. Roxanne, brandishing a gun, challenged Ron Fan to stay where he was, then brazenly dared him to shoot. Ron Fan raised the gun, threatening to fire if Roxanne moved a step further. Unflustered, Roxanne retorted that Ron Fan wouldn't shoot, or he'd be dead already, announcing it was time to end their conflict. With a determined glint in his eye, Ron Fan delivered a brutal punch. Another blow followed, Ron Fan stating it was for saving Roxanne's life in Chinatown, accusing him of betraying their sworn brotherhood by setting him up. Ron Fan landed a third, furious punch, declaring his rage was not just for being hurt himself, but for Roxanne daring to lay a hand on his son. A subordinate expressed concern for young Master Zen as Roxanne crumpled. Defeated, Roxanne sprawled on the ground, taunted that the winner takes all and Ron Fan could kill him now. Ron Fan, his own face bruised, acknowledged their past as sworn brothers and the fact that Roxanne hadn't killed Samuel, urging him to leave before Tu arrived, warning that if Rodang died, Tu's cruelty would ensure none of Roxanne's men would survive. Later, on the deck of a boat, Ron Fan wrestled with the revelation that Rodang, not his adoptive father, was responsible for his parents' deaths, questioning his own purpose in living. He expressed profound shock at the truth, burdened by the weight of his father's death caused by his mother's betrayal. One of his men snapped him out of his despair, urging him to stop wallowing in self-pity and escape before Tu arrived, warning it would be too late. After a tense moment, Ron Fan landed another kick, this time forcing Roxanne to leave. As men helped a battered Roxanne to his feet, Ron Fan declared he had saved Roxanne's life from hell and that Roxanne now owed him. Roxanne, understanding the gravity of the situation, acknowledged Ron Fan's pragmatic reasoning that letting him die would be a loss. Ron Fan, pointing forcefully, ordered Roxanne to take care of his life and disappear, promising to call on him if needed in the future, to which Roxanne assented. Roxanne glanced back one last time, before he and his men boarded a separate boat and departed. From his own vessel, Roxanne looked back a silent thanks Ron Fan, echoing across the water. Ron Fan watched him go, finally acknowledging his departure. On another part of the ship, the other man angrily reported that Rodang had run away. Samuel, still tearful, told the man about his injured adoptive father, who assured him he was okay despite the visible pain, then instructed the man to check on Lang. Suddenly, Samuel's adoptive father Bob collapsed, falling into a coma. Ron Fan looked on, a pensive expression on his face. The scene shifted to the opulent Repulse Bay mansion. Charlotte, pacing inside, worried about Rodang's lone confrontation with Roxanne, wondering if he had saved Ron Fan and Samuel. Samuel burst in, joyfully calling for his mommy. He rushed into Charlotte's arms, who then saw the shocking sight of Ron Fan, bruised and battered, arriving with his unconscious adoptive father Bob, carried by other men. Charlotte immediately called for a doctor, her face filled with alarm. Seeing Ron Fan's injuries, she asked anxiously about his condition and where he had been. Racing to him, she called his name and embraced him tightly, relieved he was safe. Ron Fan, despite his pain, reassured her he was fine, even making a joke about not letting her be widowed. Charlotte, distressed, pointed to his wounds, asking if they hurt. Ron Fan apologized for causing her worry and for putting Samuel in danger, promising it would never happen again as he vowed to protect them both and fulfill his husbandly duties. Charlotte noticed Ron Fan trembling. Samuel explained that Roxanne had forced his adoptive father to choose between saving Ron Fan, resulting in his fall from a high place, which had clearly terrified Ron Fan. Realizing Ron Fan's hidden fear, Charlotte told him he didn't need to apologize. She gently caressed his face, affirming her shared responsibility to protect Samuel and her inability to let him face this burden alone. They shared a tender kiss, which was abruptly interrupted by Samuel, who angrily demanded they stop kissing without his permission. Laughing, Ron Fan embraced his family, proclaiming they would live a happy life from now on. Later, back at the mansion, Ron Fan asked about his adoptive father and second brother. Charlotte noted Ron Fan's concern for Rodang. The man explained that Rodang was resuscitated and out of danger, offering Ron Fan a visit. But Ron Fan, holding his wife and son, declared he only wanted to return home with them. He stated that Rodang was fine, but they should not see each other again. Ron Fan invited Charlotte to come home with him, and Samuel, clinging to his mother, agreed, recognizing that Repulse Bay offered no protection for David. Charlotte, concerned for Samuel's safety, agreed to leave, and the family departed for home. Arriving at their Kaibai Mountain family home, Ron Fan, Charlotte, and Samuel relaxed, happy to be back. The phone rang, bringing joyous news from Charlotte. Bob was awake. She exclaimed her delight, feeling she could now truly save others. Ron Fan, observing her, questioned why Morris had called her. Charlotte offered for Ron Fan to see Bob immediately. Ron Fan, surprised, demanded to know why Morris had contacted Charlotte about Bob's awakening and where Bob had been found, insisting on seeing him at once. Charlotte explained that after Ron Fan's kidnapping, Tu had found a wounded Bob at Rock's villa, where Rodang, instead of killing him for Ron Fan's sake, had left him to die. So Charlotte had secretly informed Morris. Ron Fan praised her, realizing Rodang's actions might have stemmed from a form of parental love. At the hospital, someone desperately tried to restrain Bob, who was smashing things, announcing Mr. Fan's arrival. Ron Fan confronted Bob, demanding to know what he was doing. Bob, consumed by rage, accused Vector of betrayal and vowed to exact a terrible death upon him. Ron Fan ordered Bob to leave. Bob grabbed Ron Fan, declaring he was no different from the traitor Vector. Pointing accusingly, Bob swore that once healed, he would first seek revenge on Ron Fan's father. Ron Fan looked shocked, realizing Bob knew the truth. Ron Fan, pulling at his shirt, told Bob not to pretend to be a good guy, confronting him about being Rodang's son yet pretending to be his sworn brother, asking if this outcome made him happy. Bob retaliated with a punch which Ron Fan accepted, revealing the full truth. Rodang was his father. Ron Fan affirmed that his origins couldn't change and he would remain Bob's sworn brother, regardless of what Bob thought of his family. Bob sat on the hospital bed, head in hands, lamenting how his powerful life had been manipulated and how unreconciled he felt. Ron Fan stood before him, offering to help him rise again in Yulong City with both Morris and him by his side. Morris enthusiastically pledged his unwavering support to Mr. Fan. Bob, a determined glint in his eye, let out a laugh and declared his intention to rise again in Yulong City. Flashbacks showed a disheveled Bob surrounded by men as Ron Fan had once chastised him for letting his organization devolve into a bunch of mobs after his departure, reminding him to act like a gangster if that's what he still was. His men had explained that Bob went missing and Mr. Vector disappeared too. Now Ron Fan, declaring his return, rallied everyone to buck up. Bob, his arm bandaged, stood resolute, proclaiming his serious intent to reorganize Yulong City and telling Roxanne to prepare for his revenge. Ron Fan, approaching Charlotte who was engrossed in a book, apologized for the delay, asking if Samuel had finally fallen asleep, while Charlotte, still absorbed, inquired about Bob's well-being. Ron Fan calmly reported that Bob was fine and had returned to Yulong City, prompting Charlotte to fret about Bob seeking revenge on Rodang. Ron Fan's expression hardened as he revealed that Bob's true hatred was now directed at Roxanne, not Rodang, making him realize with a jolt that Bob and Rodang were old enemies and he needed to intervene. Attempting to distract her, Ron Fan abruptly suggested they make another baby, but Charlotte, shocked, pushed him away, asserting she would handle the situation herself and wouldn't let him worry about it. She exclaimed her surprise, revealing she had just finished a restudy procedure and couldn't risk losing her second chance. Unfazed, Ron Fan proposed funding her university studies, getting her pregnant first, and planning for their baby to arrive after she graduated, assuring her they could have the best of both worlds. Charlotte, however, recoiled from his advances, furiously rejecting his offer to patronize her and declaring she would despise herself if she accepted a subsidized diploma. Gently, Ron Fan embraced her, insisting she was perfectly capable of earning her diploma on her own, but confessed his desire for more children, finding joy in the very thought of their noise. Charlotte, still in his arms, playfully reminded him that with only Samuel he was banished to the guest room, and more children would mean he'd never be allowed back in her room again. Ron Fan thoughtfully conceded her point, agreeing that Samuel was indeed enough for them. Charlotte seemed momentarily surprised by his acquiescence before Ron Fan chuckled, teasing that they should have more children anyway so they could play together and leave them in peace. Charlotte, her eyes wide, asked if he would truly respect her opinion. Ron Fan, a charming smile playing on his lips, reassured her it was a joke, promising to always respect her wishes and that they would only have another baby when she truly desired one. Charlotte, her face softening, reflected internally that he had become remarkably considerate, seemingly changed by his past experiences. They held each other close, finding comfort in their shared understanding. The following morning, a boisterous Samuel burst into their bedroom, excitedly demanding his mommy wake up because it was time to see his adoptive father. Ron Fan, stirring awake, jokingly chided Samuel for entering without knocking and threatened to send him to school immediately. Samuel, undeterred, boldly accused Ron Fan of sleeping with his mommy without telling him and insisted on sleeping with them too. Ron Fan, laughing, dismissed his nonsense, urging him to get ready to see his adoptive father while Charlotte, still in bed, told Samuel to go with his dad and remember to inform her next time he slept. As they drove, Ron Fan pondered Bob's return to Yulong City and his inevitable quest for revenge against Rodang. He acknowledged his complicated feelings, harboring a grudge against Rodang but remembering he had saved his life, and decided the only way to prevent another clash between the two was to ensure they never met again. Samuel, growing impatient, demanded Ron Fan open the car door, eager to see his adoptive father. Ron Fan, lost in thought as he wrote a letter, hoped his plan would work. Samuel, peering over, asked if he was writing to his adoptive father, to which Ron Fan confirmed. Ron Fan then entrusted the sealed letter to Samuel, asking his son to deliver it in person. Samuel, gleefully clutching the letter, sprinted towards the house of his adoptive father, 15. 15 greeted Samuel warmly, confirming he had arrived at a good time and offered to take him to see his adoptive father. Samuel, ever curious, asked about his adoptive father's wound, to which 15 explained it wasn't serious, but the incident had triggered memories of the past. Samuel, confused by the cryptic answer, wondered if his adoptive father had suffered a head injury, but 15 quickly dismissed it, urging them to go see him as he was quite upset that his sworn brother's son hated him. Samuel burst into the adoptive father's room, declaring his arrival and noting he looked much better. The adoptive father concurred, then inquired about Ron Fan. Samuel grumbled that his bad dad had been busy vying for his mommy's favor, then presented the letter. The adoptive father, surprised, took the letter and opened it. The stark message, "Leave S. City," instantly crushed him, leaving him bewildered and hurt that his own son would demand his departure. Samuel, sensing the shift, asked if Ron Fan had sent a scolding letter. The adoptive father, on the brink of tears, confirmed Ron Fan's request for him to leave, but Samuel, ever innocent, insisted Ron Fan had sent greetings and urged for a hug. Despite his heartbreak, the adoptive father resolved to leave if Ron Fan truly wished it, planning to retreat to Perot Fort to collect himself, though he lamented the difficulty of seeing 15 in the future. Samuel hugged him tightly, complaining he could barely breathe. The adoptive father then gave Samuel his grandmother's bracelet, asking him to return it to Ron Fan with the message that he would comply with his wishes. Back in the car, Samuel questioned Ron Fan if his adoptive father had agreed, to which Ron Fan confirmed, holding the bracelet. Samuel, looking distraught, asked what Ron Fan had written to make his adoptive father so sad, but Ron Fan merely brushed it off as nothing. Ron Fan then gave Samuel another task, to return the bracelet to the villa, stating he no longer needed it, explaining that Rodang kept it as a treasured heirloom, believing it belonged to his mother. However, seeing Samuel's distress, Ron Fan quickly changed his mind, deciding Rodang could keep the bracelet. Samuel, frustrated, burst out, asking why Ron Fan and his adoptive father couldn't reconcile, feeling used as a tool, and wondering when Ron Fan would truly accept him. Upon their return home, Charlotte expressed surprise at their early arrival. Samuel explained that his adoptive father was going back to Perot Fort to pack, shocking Charlotte, who couldn't fathom why Mr. Muley would suddenly leave when the two people he loved most were here. She pressed Ron Fan for answers, questioning the abrupt departure. Ron Fan, avoiding the topic, promised to explain later and steered them towards dinner, leaving Charlotte to suspect he was hiding something. Later, Ron Fan finally revealed to Charlotte that he had written to Rodang, asking him to leave S. City. Charlotte questioned his actions, and Ron Fan explained that Bob's return to Yulong City, coupled with his obsessive desire for revenge and Bob's character, meant a clash was inevitable. He emphasized that Bob was his sworn brother and he wanted no harm to come to him again. Charlotte mused that Ron Fan's opinion of Rodang had changed after the Rock Zen incident, prompting him to try to prevent further conflict. Ron Fan admitted he didn't want to see them fight again and, realizing Samuel would be sad, suggested he take Samuel to say goodbye to Rodang, to which Charlotte reluctantly agreed. At the airport, Samuel ran towards Rodang, asking why he was suddenly leaving for Perot Fort. Charlotte gently told Samuel he needed to go to school, explaining his adoptive father had to go back to work, but would return soon. Rodang, feigning sadness, asked really. Charlotte then whispered to Rodang, reminding him that Ron Fan had asked him to leave, not to never return, implying he could still visit Samuel from time to time. Rodang agreed, his eyes gleaming, secretly planning to punish Seven and seize the opportunity to get rid of her for good. Samuel, understanding, encouraged his adoptive father not to let the old hag who framed his parents get away, telling him to await good news. Rodang promised not to let her pass and waved goodbye. Back at Kaibai Mountain, Ron Fan announced their return and stated he had something important to discuss. With the family gathered, Charlotte asked what it was. Ron Fan suggested they move back to the Fan family home, to Samuel's horror, who immediately linked it to the old witch. Samuel vehemently refused to go, fearing his mommy would be bullied there. Charlotte, calming him, asked Ron Fan why he wanted to move back to the Fan family, wondering if he missed his big brother and Ella. Ron Fan negated this, explaining that the Fan family residence offered superior security, having been operational for many years, making it a safer environment than Kaibai Mountain. He added that Mo and Auntie Anne were there, ensuring Charlotte's safety, and Charlotte, with a smile, expressed how much she missed them. Charlotte agreed to move back, but only on the condition that Yvonne Ram never be allowed to return. Ron Fan assured Samuel that Yvonne Ram was abroad and under his constant watch, promising she wouldn't be allowed back. Charlotte, surprised, asked if he had been spying on his big brother's family. Ron Fan clarified he was solely focused on Yvonne Ram after the kindergarten incident, explaining that his big brother had agreed to put Yvonne Ram under semi-house arrest. Charlotte then confronted him, questioning if he was truly willing to place Yvonne Ram under house arrest, given his past affection for her. Ron Fan's face hardened as he stated Yvonne Ram wouldn't be alive if not for his big brother and Ella, then confessed his unwavering love for Charlotte, lamenting that loving him made her suffer. Charlotte, with tears in her eyes, insisted she didn't care, only fearing a future where he loved another woman, preferring death over such a fate. Ron Fan vehemently denied this, reaffirming his love and revealing he had been in love with her since she married into the Fan family. Samuel, not to be outdone, piped up that he also liked his mommy very much. Ron Fan, smiling, confirmed they would move back, cherishing the many memories he had of the Fan family home. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Doris received shocking news. She was carrying twins. The doctor confirmed her pregnancy, expressing concern that her husband wasn't with her and cautioning her about the delicacy of carrying twins. Doris, overwhelmed, stared blankly, wondering what to do. Suddenly, Morris burst in, calling out to Doris and asking why she was there alone. He quickly grasped the situation. She was pregnant with twins, but malnourished, and declared her his wife, insisting she needed constant care. Morris then embraced Doris, proposing they move back to White's mansion where servants would cook for her 24/7, offering a selection of chicken or seafood. Doris, still processing the news, told Morris not to make unilateral decisions. Morris, however, insisted she needed to eat something, reminding her of the doctor's words about her malnourishment and the need for supplements to ensure the babies weren't skinny. Doris agreed, realizing he was right. Overjoyed, Morris laughed, telling her she could eat an entire cow farm if she wished. Back in the Fan family canteen, Ron Fan and Charlotte were enjoying breakfast. Samuel sat at another table, crying and calling Ron Fan a big jerk. Ron Fan and Charlotte looked at him, asking why he was so unhappy in the morning. Samuel, with a pout, complained that Ron Fan had been hogging his mommy for days and wouldn't even let him sleep with her. Ron Fan, with a smug grin, retorted that Charlotte was his wife, and it was natural for them to sleep together, then playfully promised Samuel a sister. A tense silence hangs in the air as a woman's foot provocatively nudges a man's leg under a table, a silent shut up, hanging in the air. The man, Samuel, acknowledges she's been wronged lately, then with a mischievous grin, offers breakfast to a young boy, asking if he'd like a present afterwards. The boy, equally curious, demands to know what, and Samuel, already munching on a sandwich, insists he'll keep his promise. Soon, the scene shifts to the sprawling courtyard of the Fan family, where the young boy gasps in delight as Samuel presents him with an adorable puppy, asking if he likes it as the dog yelps happily. The boy ecstatically hugs his new furry friend, confirming it's for him, while a man with purple hair, Ron Fan, watches on with a faint smile. Ron Fan explains the puppy will be the boy's companion, and the boy, utterly charmed, declares the puppy his young brother and names him 16, playfully claiming his mommy as his own. As the boy and 16 frolic through the garden, Charlotte observes, while Ron Fan speculates about the puppy, wondering if it's another adopted son of Rodang's and if Samuel still misses him. Later in the study, Samuel, clutching 16, innocently asks Charlotte to call his adoptive father, Rodang, to share the happy news. Charlotte, though smiling, internally smirks, imagining Mr. Sean's reaction to Samuel adopting a puppy. Moments later, a stern-faced Rodang, Mr. Sean himself, answers Charlotte's call, sounding surprised to hear her name. Samuel, brimming with joy, gets on the phone, eagerly informing his adoptive father about 16. Rodang, seemingly confused, asks if Samuel's mother is pregnant and if he's getting a younger brother, prompting Charlotte to recoil in silent horror, internally shouting hell no, while Samuel clarifies it's his puppy. On the other end, Rodang expresses happiness for Samuel, promising to return to City soon after resolving some pressing issues. He then vows to punish a bad girl before he returns, clenching his fist. Charlotte, overhearing, immediately suspects he means Ivan Ram, shocked by his sudden decisiveness. She rushes to Ron Fan, explaining she needs to leave because Five sent a message, and Rodang indicated he'd speak to her after dealing with her. Charlotte's mind races, perplexed that Rodang, who always shielded Ivan Ram, would now punish her, realizing Ivan Ram's luck has finally run out. A wave of panic washes over her as she remembers Shine Fan and Ella are staying with Ivan Ram, fearing they might get accidentally hurt in the crossfire. She frantically asks Samuel where Ron Fan is, and he points to the courtyard. Charlotte laments Rodang's cruelty, praying only Ivan Ram is targeted, dreading how she'd explain any harm to Ron Fan and fearing it would deepen their existing animosity. She dashes off, nearly colliding with Ron Fan, who steadies her, questioning her haste. Breathlessly, Charlotte explains Rodang is about to deal with Ivan Ram, begging Ron Fan to ensure Shine Fan and Ella aren't harmed by mistake. Ron Fan calms her, asking about Rodang's intentions just as her phone rings. A quick check of his own phone, revealing a message from Yishinian, confirms Rodang's immediate action. He then receives a call, learning Ivan Ram has been taken by Rodang's men, identifying Five as one of Rodang's adopted sons, while Charlotte stares in shock. Ron Fan's focus shifts to Shine and Ella, and he learns they are safe, but Shine, driven by a misguided sense of duty, insists on pursuing Ivan Ram. With a heavy heart, Ron Fan instructs the caller to let Shine go, believing Ivan Ram is a distant relative. Charlotte, distressed, asks what if Shine is in danger. Ron Fan sits, explaining his big brother is too conscientious, still bound by his role as Yvonne Ram's husband despite his disappointment, and feels obligated to save her for family or Ella's sake. He asserts it's Shine's choice to live or die, and Charlotte, worried about Ella abroad alone, cries out her name in concern. Ron Fan, realizing the gravity of the situation, says he'll contact the housekeeper, then asks Charlotte if she agrees to bring David back to the Fan family. Charlotte vehemently protests, unable to abandon Ella abroad all by herself. Meanwhile, at Perot Fort, Roding learns 5 and 11 have successfully captured Yvonne Ram and demands to know her location. Informed she's at a secret base in W City, Roding orders his subordinate to bring her to S City, deciding to let Charlotte vent her anger. The next day, housekeeper Dawn arrives at the Fan family home with a tearful Ella who clutches her small papa and Samuel's mommy, distraught because 5 is chasing them. Ron Fan gently comforts Ella, promising her papa will be fine and offering snacks, but Ella is inconsolable, missing her parents. Samuel, with 16 by his side, calls Ella a crybaby, asking why she's back and rudely inquiring about her witch mommy. Ella, sobbing, tells him her mommy was taken by a bad guy. Samuel, oblivious, cheerfully invites Ella to live with them and share his parents, yet spitefully hopes Ella's witch mommy never returns. Later, Charlotte receives an unexpected call from Mr. Sean, wondering why he's contacting her. Sean coolly informs her he has brought Yvonne Ram to Repulse Bay and invites her to come when she's free, adding that Yvonne Ram is all yours. The scene cuts to a bruised and bound Yvonne Ram, gagged and looking terrified. Charlotte, on the phone, internally questions what to do with Yvonne Ram, momentarily considering unleashing her anger, but then decides to consult Ron Fan. Her eyes harden with resolve. She confronts Ron Fan, telling him Roding just called and brought Yvonne Ram to S City. Ron Fan, already aware of Roding's arrival, asks what Charlotte intends to do. She reveals Roding gave him permission to do whatever he wishes with Yvonne and asks Ron Fan if she should go. Ron Fan wisely advises her to consult her own heart, stating his refusal to involve himself in Yvonne Ram's affairs. He then explains his deep-seated hatred for Yvonne Ram, who nearly cost him the love of his life and prevented them from having a child, affirming he won't stop Charlotte from punishing her. Charlotte observes a newfound hardness in Ron Fan, but admits she can't bring herself to do it, questioning her own resolve. Ron Fan gently assures her he knows her kind heart wouldn't stoop to Yvonne Ram's level, adding that tangling with a woman like Yvonne Ram would be unwise. He suggests she let his big brother, Shine, handle it, promising to have Yi Shinean inform Shine that Roding has brought Yvonne Ram back to S City. Ron Fan outlines his plan. If Shine rescues Yvonne Ram, she can return to America. If he fails, it's her just desserts. He looks intensely at Charlotte, seeking her agreement. Charlotte agrees to meet Yvonne Ram to settle things and asks for someone to take her there. In the chilling basement of Repulse Bay, Yvonne Ram, still bound, desperately calls out for her adoptive father, then pleads for release, apologizing for her past actions. Charlotte enters, calmly confronting Yvonne Ram. Yvonne Ram, recognizing Charlotte, angrily lashes out, calling her a little bitch, and accusing her of bewitching her adoptive father. Charlotte, composed, counters that justice always prevails, and Yvonne Ram's unjust actions have led to her downfall. She observes Yvonne Ram's stark change, believing this is her retribution, while Yvonne Ram dismisses Charlotte's words as mere gloating. Yvonne Ram defiantly questions Charlotte's claim to Ron Fan, insisting Charlotte only has his body and nothing more. She smugly states Ron Fan won't allow Charlotte to kill her, and accuses Charlotte of trying to drive a wedge between her and Roding. Charlotte, unfazed, coolly asserts her position as Ron Fan's wife, standing confidently before her. Yvonne Ram scoffs, claiming Charlotte's only advantage is having given him a son. When Yvonne Ram roars that she should have killed Charlotte, Charlotte delivers a sharp, resounding slap, threatening to silence her completely if she dares to insult her son again. Yvonne Ram, bruised and enraged, vows that even after remarriage, Ron Fan still loves her the most. Charlotte, exasperated, calls Yvonne Ram crazy and regrets wasting time on a lunatic. Back in a comfortable room, Mr. Sean asks Charlotte if she's finished, offering to kill Yvonne Ram if she had continued to spread malicious rumors. Charlotte, however, requests a reprieve for Yvonne Ram. Mr. Sean questions her, reminding her of Yvonne Ram's past cruelties against her and 15, asking if she intends to forgive her. Charlotte explains she simply doesn't want to become like Yvonne Ram, believing a life of suffering is a more painful fate than death. Mr. Sean, moved by her kindness, agrees to leave Yvonne Ram in the basement to suffer, reflecting that Charlotte's compassion is what makes her different from Susan. In the Fan family canteens, Ron Fan dotes on Ella, urging her to eat, while she gleefully calls out for her papa. Ron Fan kneels, promising to find her mommy soon. He thanks his brother for caring for Ella, but his brother dismisses him, stating Ron Fan is no match for Roding and stands no chance of saving Yvonne Ram. His brother questions Ron Fan's self-preservation, and if he doesn't care for himself, then for his daughter. Ron Fan, resolute, declares it's his choice, unable to leave Ella without her mother, emphasizing Yvonne Ram is still his wife and it's his duty to protect her. His brother warns him that such rash actions are suicidal as Ella cries out for her papa. Ella, Samuel, and Charlotte all implore Ron Fan to stay and rest, noting his haggard appearance. Samuel, filled with childlike determination, declares he must stop his moo uncle. Charlotte gently urges Ron Fan to stay home, assuring him Yvonne Ram is safe at Repulse Bay and he needs rest before embarking on any rescue mission. Ron Fan, embracing Ella, smiles, deciding to stay with her tonight, expressing a poignant fear that he might not return alive and cherishing this time with his daughter. As Ron Fan and Charlotte lingered, she observed that his brother and Ella had fallen asleep, musing that Ron Fan must deeply love Yvonne Ram to dedicate so much time to her, only for Ron Fan to correct her, stating his actions stemmed from a husband's responsibility and concern for Ella, as he wouldn't want the child to lose her mother again. Charlotte, with a hint of irony, remarked that Yvonne Ram had committed many wrongs yet was fortunate enough to have someone so devoted, which prompted Ron Fan to pull Charlotte closer and question if she genuinely believed he was inferior to his older brother. Charlotte immediately assured him he was far superior, but then reminded him that after Yvonne Ram's accident, his big brother had actively sought to rescue her, while Ron Fan hadn't even known the whereabouts of Samuel or Charlotte at that time, making Ron Fan promise to be more attentive in the future. Clutching Charlotte protectively, Ron Fan swore he would never let anything harm her or their child again, even if it meant sacrificing himself, eliciting a tender whisper of his name from Charlotte. He then leaned in for a kiss, as Charlotte confessed that she had never expected to love again, but he had gradually stolen her heart, making her realize she couldn't live without him, to which Ron Fan playfully responded that he sounded like a thief. Charlotte affirmed he was indeed a thief, having stolen not just her body but her heart, her cheeks flushing as he pressed closer, and then she teasingly asked if she had ever stolen his body. With a sly grin, Ron Fan positioned himself over her, telling her to do it now. Charlotte, suddenly bashful, attempted to remind him that his brother and Ella were right next door. But Ron Fan merely smiled, finding her resistance amusing, and then silenced her with a deep kiss, having already ensured their privacy by setting a code on the door. The next day dawned, and little Ella awoke distressed, calling for her papa, lamenting that he had left her. A knock on the door then startled Charlotte, who quickly roused Ron Fan, informing him Ella was approaching. Ron Fan gently held the upset Ella, explaining that her papa had promised to take one night off before going to save her mother. He reassured Ella that her papa was incredibly powerful and would return, telling her to just wait patiently. Meanwhile, Charlotte worried internally about Rodang's temper and hoped he wouldn't make her brother's life difficult. At the Grand Fan family estate, Ella tearfully pleaded with Charlotte, Samuel's mommy, to take her to find her papa because he hadn't come back. Charlotte, sympathizing deeply, agreed to take her, clarifying that as Ella's uncle's wife, she should be called Aunt, while privately vowing to rescue her big brother, feeling it would be tragic for Ella to lose her father after already losing her mother. Ella, with childish innocence, then proposed calling Samuel's papa Fathercle and Charlotte Mothercle. Charlotte, softening, consented to go to Repulse Bay as Ella clung to her, calling her mommy, and just then Samuel appeared, prompting Charlotte to decide that her two girls needed a strong man to protect them. She cheerfully acknowledged Samuel, her little man, as he eagerly reached out. The scene dramatically shifted to Repulse Bay under a heavy downpour, where Samuel, seeing his papa in the distance, exclaimed his name. From inside a car, Ella, also spotting her father, urged the driver to pull up. Charlotte ordered the car to stop as Samuel, ignoring the rain, ran towards his papa, crying out for him, with Ella following close behind. Samuel, drenched and bewildered, turned to Ella, asking if her presence was a dream and why she hadn't waited for them, to which Ella explained that Mothercle had brought her. Samuel, concerned, told them to get back in the car due to the heavy rain. But Ella defiantly declared she would stay with her papa. Charlotte extended an umbrella, but Samuel, turning his back, curtly told her not to bother. He internally admitted his powerlessness against Rodang's influence and wealth, realizing he would have to beg sincerely. Just then, a man sent by Charlotte's adoptive father appeared with an umbrella, instructing Charlotte to come inside. Samuel, quick-witted, immediately suggested that his uncle wanted to see his adoptive father and should be allowed to enter. The umbrella-holding man hesitated, admitting the adoptive father hadn't mentioned inviting Samuel's uncle. Samuel, unfazed, boldly declared that he didn't care as his adoptive father doted on him, and insisted his uncle wasn't a bad guy, questioning the fuss. With a determined look, the man with the umbrella reluctantly allowed everyone inside, but warned that if Samuel's uncle was kicked out by the adoptive father, Samuel shouldn't blame him. Inside the luxurious living room, Samuel excitedly ran to Rodang, his adoptive father, who embraced him warmly. Samuel's biological father attempted to speak, but Rodang cut him off, declaring that he knew what was coming but Yvonne Ram still deserved punishment for her crimes. Samuel's father, tears welling, pleaded with Rodang not to kill Yvonne Ram, reminding him that she had saved Ron Fan, asserting that while she deserved jail for harming Charlotte and Samuel, she should face the law, not a lynching. Rodang, acknowledging Samuel's father's loyalty to Ron Fan, conceded he wouldn't kill Yvonne Ram but insisted she would be under his perpetual watch, promising merciless retribution if she ever caused trouble again. Samuel's father expressed his gratitude, vowing to keep her in line. Down in the basement, a door creaked open as a man announced that someone had interceded for the prisoner, bidding them to come out. Yvonne Ram, bruised and disoriented, stumbled forward, her first thought being to ask if it was Ron Fan. Deluding herself, she believed Ron Fan still loved her and would never let her die, convinced he had come to save her. However, her hopes shattered as she emerged to see Charlotte, Samuel's father, and Samuel, while Ella from a distance called out Mommy. Distraught, Yvonne Ram frantically searched for Ron Fan, demanding to know where he was. Charlotte, with chilling calm, informed her that Ron Fan was not there and couldn't care less whether she lived or died. Samuel's father added that if Ella hadn't cried so piteously, they wouldn't have brought her or allowed Rodang to intercede. Rodang then stepped forward, giving Yvonne Ram one chance to reform, but warning that if she ever dared to harm Charlotte or Samuel again, she would face dire consequences. Yvonne Ram, defeated, acknowledged her adoptive father. Samuel's father, realizing Yvonne Ram's mind was still fixated on Ron Fan, decided he was done with her but couldn't abandon Ella's mother, so he declared he would take her back to the Fan family residence. Yvonne Ram resisted, demanding he release her, but he firmly told her she had to come with him. With a look of panic, Yvonne Ram watched as Ella entreated her to come home. With a somber okay, Yvonne Ram surrendered. Rodang then questioned if Ella was, in fact, Seven's daughter. He pondered that Ella bore a resemblance to Lang and recalled rumors of Seven's enduring love for Lang, wondering if Ella was indeed Lang's child. Arriving at the Fan family gates, a servant greeted Samuel's father, Miss Ram, and Ella, stating they were back, but Yvonne Ram immediately pressed for Ron Fan's whereabouts. The first young master sharply informed her that Ron Fan was at the company, not home, and forcefully restrained her. Samuel's father held Ella as Yvonne Ram attempted to turn back and get into a car. The driver struggled to prevent her from entering the vehicle, and she furiously ordered him to get off. As the driver tried to stop her, Samuel's father questioned where she was going, but Yvonne Ram declared her intent to confront Ron Fan, asserting that no one could stop her. The scene shifted to the impressive GK Venture building at night, where Ron Fan was engrossed in an investment meeting when Yvonne Ram suddenly burst in, calling his name. Ron Fan glared, demanding to know why she was there. Privately wondering how Yvonne Ram had escaped Rodang's supposed lax security, he abruptly ended the meeting and sharply told Yvonne Ram to leave. Yvonne Ram, reaching for him, tearfully claimed she only wanted to see him and believed he still loved her because he had saved her. Ron Fan recoiled, asking what nonsense she was spewing, then furiously warned Yvonne Ram not to be shameless and threatened to have her bound and sent back to Rodang if she ever bothered his family again. Yvonne Ram, devastated, cried out how he could be so cruel, accusing him of denying his love for her because of Charlotte Lynn. Ron Fan, observing her irrationality, called for security. The security guards arrived, simply stating they were following orders, and began dragging a screaming Yvonne Ram. As she was forcibly removed, Yvonne Ram vowed Ron Fan would regret his actions. Ron Fan, rubbing his temples, mused that Yvonne Ram had never been so noisy before. He realized that despite his absence from the entire affair, Yvonne Ram still mistakenly believed he had saved her, pondering if his previous act of saving his big brother had given her false hopes. A cold resolve settled over him. If this continued, the Fan family would never find peace, so he had to find a way to shatter her illusions. He then inquired with Donnie, his driver, about Charlotte's whereabouts. Donnie informed him that Charlotte, along with Samuel and Ella, was still at Repulse Bay. Ron Fan, donning his jacket, instructed Donnie to take him to Repulse Bay, mentally wondering if Yvonne Ram had escaped Rodang's place, and if Charlotte, in her soft-heartedness, had gone to plead for her sworn enemy. As night fully descended upon Repulse Bay, inside a lavish home, Samuel eagerly asked Charlotte and Rodang if his dad, Ron Fan, was coming. Rodang explained that Ron Fan had been waiting outside, not wanting to disturb their dinner. Charlotte, surprised, instantly wanted to pack food for Ron Fan, while Samuel excitedly declared he would go first. Outside, Charlotte apologized to Ron Fan for making him wait, but he dismissed it as a short time. He asked about Samuel's whereabouts, and Charlotte explained he was packing his dinner. Charlotte then urgently told Ron Fan they needed to talk, revealing that his big brother had taken Ella back to the Fan family, and Yvonne Ram had followed. Ron Fan's expression hardened as he directly asked if Yvonne Ram's release was Charlotte's doing. Charlotte quickly clarified that it was Samuel who felt pity for Ella, leading them to help Ron Fan's brother. Ron Fan sighed, gently touching Charlotte's nose, reflecting that Samuel and Charlotte must have inherited his kind-hearted genes, though he wasn't sure if it was a good or bad trait. Embracing Charlotte, Ron Fan promised her a life of happiness and freedom, vowing to handle all troubles and ensure Yvonne Ram would never harm her or Samuel again. Just then Samuel burst out, proudly carrying packed food, announcing he had asked the cook to prepare his father's favorite meal. Seeing Ron Fan hugging Charlotte, Samuel loudly accused him of secretly embracing his mother in his absence. Ron Fan, smirking, informed Samuel that they had made a deal. 16 Samuel would play and his mommy would stay with Ron Fan for a while, adding that it was late and they should go home, then casually mentioned that the witch, Yvonne Rams, was also at the Fan family residence. Samuel's eyes widened with worry, asking if she would bully him and his mommy. Ron Fan, with a confident smile, reassured him, promising he would be there to prevent Yvonne Ram from ever bullying his mommy again. He thought to himself about Yvonne Ram's persistent claim that Charlotte only had his body, not his heart. With a fierce determination, Ron Fan resolved that this time, he would unequivocally show her who his true love truly was. Zhu Luo, caught in the evening chill of a remote mountain road, assists Aaron Jones, the welfare home director, on a charitable mission when a fierce gust of wind snatches her treasured hairband, a painful memento from Ron Fan from her. Despite the increasing darkness and Aaron's warnings about the dangerous terrain, Zhu Luo's emotional attachment makes her insist on retrieving it, though their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the grim news that Mrs. Fan and Samuel have mysteriously disappeared from GK Venture. Meanwhile, Feng Xinglang is frantic, learning that Charlotte, mistaking Ella for his daughter, has vanished with Samuel, prompting him to send men to track the notoriously cunning Yvonne Ram, only to be hit with a shocking report that his surveillance team has gone missing. Simultaneously, foster father, reeling from the irrefutable paternity test results proving Ella is not Ron Fan's daughter, is then enraged to discover Yvonne Ram has been missing for 5 days. A crucial detail his subordinate 8 shamefully withheld, leading to a violent confrontation as he demands to know the truth of her disappearance. 8, choking out the words, recounts how Yvonne Ram drove recklessly after being expelled from the company, eventually vanishing after a chaotic pursuit and a fierce confrontation with unseen forces. Foster father, his mind sharp, dismisses Yvonne Ram as the architect of the blood sample swap, realizing a more formidable, shadowy figure orchestrated the deception. Completely unaware of these intricate betrayals, Feng Xinglang, now known as Ah Lang, receives a call confirming Zhu Luo and his son, Nuo Nuo, have traveled to the desolate Xidan County for aid, and his protective instincts surge, making him immediately set off to bring them home before confronting the elusive Yan Bang. On the dark, winding mountain road, his heart plummets as he spots Zhu Luo's distinctive hair tie clinging to a branch, a chilling sign that something terrible has befallen her, before he himself slips and tumbles down the treacherous cliff face in his desperate search. As the news reaches foster father, his heart heavy with concern for Ah Lang, he swiftly dispatches men to the site, resolving to deliver the authentic DNA test results to Zhu Luo in Xidan County himself. His men locate Feng Xinglang, grievously injured and unconscious at the base of the cliff, his left leg shattered, but a powerful booster drug jolts him back to consciousness. His first defiant words a desperate demand to be taken to Xidan County to find his family. Yet his injuries are too severe, and foster father, overriding his son's desperate pleas, insists he be hospitalized, sending Hitan to Xidan County to retrieve Zhu Luo and Nuo Nuo. In Xidan County, as Zhu Luo diligently distributes medical supplies, Hitan arrives, delivering the devastating news of Feng Xinglang's fall and the shocking truth about Ella's false paternity. Overwhelmed, Zhu Luo begins to search for Nuo Nuo, who is playing hide-and-seek with local children, only to discover he has vanished without a trace, and a sinister arrow pierces the wall nearby, bearing a terrifying ransom note. The message reveals Nuo Nuo has been taken to Yulong City, held captive by someone claiming him as Feng Xinglang's son, demanding Zhu Luo bear a second child. While back in the hospital, Feng Xinglang, still heavily sedated, fights through his pain, his mind consumed with fury at Nuo Nuo's abduction, comforting a distraught Zhu Luo who blames herself for their son's loss. After hearing Zhu Luo's account of Nuo Nuo's sudden disappearance and examining the cryptic ransom note, Feng Xinglang, his mind racing, speculates that Lan Yu might be the true orchestrator, dismissing Yan Bang as too crude for such a calculated move. Recognizing the intricate nature of the threat, foster father orchestrates a two-pronged attack. Hitan, 12 and 8 are dispatched to Yulong City to investigate the kidnapping, while he meticulously returns to Xidan County to delve deeper into the layers of deceit. However, the situation quickly deteriorates when a bloodied 12 bursts into Fengxing Lang's hospital room, reporting a catastrophic failure. Yulong City's updated defense systems proved impenetrable, trapping both Hitan and 8 within its formidable grasp. Undeterred by his own severe injuries and Zhu Luo's panicked protests, Fengxing Lang, fueled by an unwavering resolve, declares he will personally go to Yulong City, confident that his past relationship with Yan Bang will afford him some leverage, and entrusts Zhu Luo with the critical task of rallying allies for their impending rescue mission. Fengxing Lang, bandaged and determined, arrived at the gates of Yulong City late at night, only to be challenged by a guard who demanded to know his identity. Despite Fengxing Lang identifying himself, another guard, armed with a gun, defiantly declared that second brother had issued orders for no one to enter tonight, threatening to shoot if Fengxing Lang didn't back down. Fengxing Lang seethed, demanding to know who this second brother was, frustrated that he'd never encountered such an obstruction before, but another guard swiftly intervened, explaining the armed man was a newcomer unaware of second young Master Feng's authority. The new guard then welcomed Fengxing Lang inside, indicating he could meet Boss Bang. Entering the living room, Fengxing Lang, now in a wheelchair, faced Yan Bang, who questioned his late arrival and his use of the wheelchair. Fengxing Lang brushed off his injury, stating he was searching for someone, which Yan Bang acknowledged, revealing he had already captured a mouse. When Fengxing Lang demanded to see this captive, Yan Bang provocatively asked if he wanted to plead for the mouse, but then consented, noting that Fengxing Lang was truly Hitan's son for working for him. Fengxing Lang, however, felt a deeper unease, suspecting Yan Bang wasn't the true kidnapper of Nuo Nuo and that a puppet master was pulling strings behind the scenes in Yulong City. He resolved not to alert the real enemy. Yan Bang agreed to the meeting, and with a resounding bang, the cell door was thrown open. Inside, the chained 8, bruised and wary, recognized Fengxing Lang and urgently warned him that something felt wrong about the place, urging him to leave. Fengxing Lang confirmed his own suspicions, sensing an unseen commander orchestrating events, and questioned 8 about any clues regarding Nuo Nuo. 8, though injured, had found no direct clues about Nuo Nuo, but had an intuition that 15 was present. Fengxing Lang mused that only Yan Bang would dare to openly defy their foster father in this territory, a thought that 8 affirmed. Recognizing the danger, 8 insisted Fengxing Lang leave and promised to seek clues about 15 himself. Fengxing Lang thanked him, cautioning him to stay safe. As he prepared to leave, Fengxing Lang requested a favor from Yan Bang, to keep 8 alive as he was still valuable. Yan Bang, taking a drag from his cigarette, agreed to the second young master's order and then proposed a private discussion with Fengxing Lang. Fengxing Lang, already feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched, wondered if his paranoia was justified. His instincts proved correct as a micro camera was discreetly revealed nearby. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a ghost face mask observed a bound man in a utility room adjacent to the cell, callously informing the captive that President Yan intended to use him against Hitan and would ensure Fengxing Lang never found him. Later, Yan Bang confronted Fengxing Lang, demanding his true intentions, suspecting he wasn't just asking idle questions. Fengxing Lang revealed that Nuo Nuo was missing, and a letter indicated her imprisonment in Yulong City, prompting him, 8 and 12, to come search for her. Yan Bang, furious, questioned who was trying to frame him, boasting that his men were loyal and all of Kong Gang's moles had been purged. Fengxing Lang challenged him, recounting how he was blocked entry by a guard claiming to follow second brother's orders, a title Yan Bang confirmed he didn't possess, solidifying Fengxing Lang's belief in a mole. He proposed a daring plan: let 12 and 8 intentionally create chaos in Yulong City, drawing out the mastermind while they used the distraction to find Nuo Nuo. Yan Bang was initially hesitant, unwilling to invite such trouble, but Fengxing Lang pressed the point about the infiltration within Yan Bang's ranks. Reluctantly, Yan Bang agreed, but not without a warning that if Fengxing Lang's men failed to find clues, he would not be so accommodating. Fengxing Lang then returned to 8, who was still chained and groggy, informing him of the plan and handing him an unlocking tool, instructing him to rendezvous with 12 and find Nuo Nuo. 8, a faint smile on his face, readily accepted. Fengxing Lang then returned to Yan Bang, explaining his caution stemmed from operating alone and lacking manpower as this mission involved his son. As daybreak arrived, Nuo Nuo, seeing an opportunity, began to rub her restraints against a weight bench, successfully freeing herself as she tiptoed past the gym equipment and gingerly reached for a door handle, hoping for a stroke of luck. A telltale clack from the door alerted the masked man, who turned, startled, recognizing 15. Nuo Nuo, seeing the masked figure, urgently whispered to 15-8 to keep quiet so they could escape the ghost face person, asking who he was. The masked man, having thrown something that stunned 15-8, now held Nuo Nuo captive, admonishing him for running around. Nuo struggled, threatening that his foster father would destroy the masked man. The masked man pondered how 8, who should be secured, was free, realizing something was wrong and deciding to flee. Meanwhile, Feng Xinglang received an urgent call from Yan Bang, who excitedly exclaimed he had seen Nuo. Feng Xinglang, his heart racing, instantly ordered them to the location, calling out for his son. Bursting into the room, Feng Xinglang found it empty. But Yan Bang, sensing the lingering warmth, deduced that the kidnapper had only just left. As Feng Xinglang fumed, 2 subordinates rushed in, reporting that 8 was unconscious and Nuo had been taken by the very person who attacked 8. Feng Xinglang was enraged, reiterating that the one who attacked 8 was the same one who took Nuo, and by the time Yan Bang arrived, Nuo was already gone. He instructed someone to tend to 8, while he and 12 would pursue Nuo, ordering 12 to deploy a perimeter search. 12 acknowledged the orders, and Feng Xinglang clenched his fist in frustration, his mind racing. The next morning, a subordinate reported to Yan Bang that despite extensive searches, 15 remained unfound. Yan Bang, furious, commanded them to continue searching until Yulong City was utterly upturned, confident no one could simply vanish. Suddenly, 15-8 awoke, confused, and Yan Bang shouted his name. Feng Xinglang quickly questioned 8, who revealed he had indeed seen 15 in Yulong City. Feng Xinglang, already aware of 15's presence but desperate for Nuo, pressed 8 for details. 8 recounted his escape that morning, how he found 15 attempting to flee from a utility room, but was then shot by an anesthetic dart while trying to assist him. Before losing consciousness, 8 clearly saw the kidnapper wearing a mask with the word grudge written on it. Feng Xinglang, connecting the pieces, suspected they had all been played, concluding that Nuo might no longer even be in Yulong City. Yan Bang protested, unable to believe Nuo could be moved so quickly. But Feng Xinglang halted him, receiving an urgent report from 14. Yan Bang, unfamiliar with 14, questioned his identity and arrival. Feng Xinglang explained that 14 was their foster father's most promising and specially trained subordinate, secretly returned to Yulong City. 14, also wearing a mask, mockingly observed how everyone, including himself, had to sneak into Yulong City for Nuo, criticizing the incompetence of Yan Bang's men and even Hitun's adopted sons. As the masked villain tried to escape with 15, 14 intercepted him, a sniper's shot narrowly missing the villain. The villain, realizing he was blocked by a professional, was ordered by his listening device to throw the hostage, 15, to sow distrust between Yan Bang and Hitun, then make his escape. He quickly complied, throwing the boy, whom 14 deftly caught, allowing the villain to vanish. Feng Xinglang contacted 14, who confirmed he had secured 15, noting that the kidnapper had used sedatives on the boy. 14 explained that foster father now wanted him to serve as Feng Xinglang's personal bodyguard, and as he was leaving, he would place 15 among some artificial rocks for Feng Xinglang to retrieve. Feng Xinglang shouted Nuo's name, rushing forward, expressing his frustration at never having seen the actual kidnapper, wondering if Hitun's people had orchestrated the entire elaborate scheme. Just then, a woman in a yellow dress approached Feng Xinglang as he inquired about the situation. She immediately embraced Nuo, who was cradled in Feng Xinglang's arms, calling him her beloved son. Nuo, awake and in his mother's arms, asked if she had also been captured, but she affectionately wiped away her tears, assuring him he was finally home. Feng Xinglang then gently asked Nuo, now recovered, if he could answer a few questions. Nuo agreed, and Feng Xinglang pressed him to identify the masked kidnapper. Nuo, shaking his head, could only confirm it was a man, but critically added that the man claimed to be one of Boss Bang's subordinates, immediately raising Feng Xinglang's suspicions that this elaborate deception bore a strong resemblance to Kong Gang's tactics. Feng Xinglang, a man burdened by suspicion, stares out of his car window at the imposing mansion, his mind racing with the aftermath of a recent crisis. He asks if 15 has returned home, and Lin Nuo confirms his safety, but the younger man is plagued by guilt, believing himself the cause of the major incident. Brushing off Lin Nuo's self-blame with a sigh, Feng Xinglang then turns to little Tuan, informing her they have arrived at her house, a statement that fills the child with unbridled joy. Tuan, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, excitedly declares it's truly her home before jumping out and stomping on the grass, calling out for her papa. Her father, appearing at the door, is startled but then overcome with happiness as Tuan rushes into his arms, a scene Feng Xinglang watches with a grim resolve. Getting up, Feng Xinglang declares it is time to conduct the DNA test and uncover who dared to tamper with the results, vowing that whoever treated him and Tuan as fools would pay a steep price. Inside, Tuan, with a child's innocent curiosity, asks Auntie Lin Zuluo about her mommy, only for Lin Zuluo to shake her head sadly, confessing ignorance and observing that Lan Yu also mysteriously vanished during this period. Two and Tuin's tiny in the opulent mansion, Charlotte Lynn found herself on edge as Ron Fan, her husband in a wheelchair, arrived with their son, Samuel, and his brother Shine, who warmly welcomed them to his new home, assuring them lunch would be ready soon. While Samuel ran off to play with Ella, Charlotte, deeply troubled, questioned Ron if they should truly be there, sensing Yvonne Ram's presence and her potential for trouble. But Ron, with a confident smile, dismissed her fears, promising he would not let anything harm her. He told Charlotte he was on her side, grateful for her trust, and affectionately caressed her cheek, calling her Emmy, a tender gesture calculated to send a message. Charlotte, though initially surprised, internally acknowledged Yvonne Ram's enduring presence and decided to seize this opportunity to finally make her give up. Just as Charlotte thought of offering help in the kitchen, Ron firmly stopped her, reminding her they were guests. In the kitchen, Charlotte confronted Yvonne Ram, who immediately hurled insults, accusing Charlotte of seducing men and mocking her. Charlotte, however, declared her exhaustion with Yvonne Ram's antics and issued a stern warning to stop pestering Ron Fan, stating her patience had run out. Yvonne Ram, feigning tears, asked what more Charlotte could possibly want, having already secured Ron Fan's love, the status of the Fan family's second lady, and even a child, prompting Charlotte to explode in fury, demanding if Yvonne Ram truly expected forgiveness after seducing her husband, a forgiveness she would never receive. With a despairing sigh, Yvonne Ram presented Charlotte with a kitchen knife, dramatically urging her to cut her carotid artery and end their animosity once and for all. Charlotte, with a cold smirk, took the knife, asserting she would no longer be bullied. As Yvonne Ram shrieked for Charlotte to end it, Charlotte, with a sharp thud plunged the knife into the countertop right beside Yvonne Ram, who recoiled in terror, her eyes wide with shock. Charlotte then seized Yvonne Ram's collar, her voice laced with mockery, asking if she was scared after all her bravado. Yvonne Ram collapsed, utterly terrified, realizing Charlotte had genuinely intended to kill her. Holding the knife, Charlotte warned Yvonne Ram not to cross her again, noting to herself that she had only meant to intimidate her, surprised by the depth of Yvonne Ram's fear. Just then, a maid reported that lunch was served, and the commotion drew Ron and Shine into the kitchen, where they found Yvonne Ram cowering and Charlotte holding the knife. Shine was visibly shocked, while Auntie Mo, the maid, screamed for someone to intervene, claiming the second lady had tried to cut the first lady's neck and she had just barely disarmed her. Ron, in his wheelchair, questioned Auntie Mo, who insisted on her version of events. After Ron asked Charlotte if she was all right, she subtly shook her head, while Yvonne Ram, clutching Shine, whimpered about her fear. Shine, seemingly unconvinced, suggested Charlotte might have been doing something else with the knife, but Auntie Mo adamantly swore she had witnessed Charlotte attempting to strike Yvonne Ram's neck. Ron sharply cut off Auntie Mo, ordering her not to jump to conclusions, while Yvonne Ram, feigning indignation, expressed her horror at Charlotte's repeated attempts on her life, declaring that even if Charlotte cut her today, she would have to suck it up. Everyone looked on in shock. Shine, disturbed, questioned Charlotte's words, but Charlotte, her anger blazing, retorted that Yvonne Ram wanted others to believe she was a killer, and so she would embrace that image. Ron, aghast, hurried to check on Charlotte. Shine comforted the scared Yvonne Ram, who then launched into a tirade against Charlotte, calling her a bitch and accusing her of faking weakness, only to then backtrack, feigning a desire for a peaceful life and lamenting that Charlotte would never forgive her. Shine, sympathetic, suggested they take Ella and leave, but Yvonne Ram, consumed by a chilling rage, vowed internally that she would never leave until she had exacted her revenge on Charlotte Lynn, blaming Charlotte for every hardship she had faced. Meanwhile, Charlotte regretted ever engaging with Yvonne Ram. Ron approached her, sitting beside her on the sofa, asking if she truly intended to kill Yvonne Ram. Charlotte dismissively shook off his touch, stating that she was not a shrew, but Ron gently clasped her hand, asking why she hadn't confided in him, knowing she must have had a good reason. He shockingly proposed that they could chop Yvonne Ram with a knife if there was no reason to spare her, reaffirming his unyielding support. Charlotte, tears welling up, admitted she had believed he wouldn't trust her, but Ron reassured her, stating he knew his wife was too kind to hurt anyone. He then announced he would send Mo to pick up Samuel so they could have dinner together, but internally, Ron revealed his calculated strategy. He wasn't driving Yvonne Ram away but keeping her close to monitor her actions, anticipating her next move, determined to safeguard Charlotte and Samuel from any danger. The very next evening, Ron visited an underground boxing arena, accompanied by a man named Bob. He informed Bob that his purpose wasn't entertainment but to find a suitable bodyguard, as the current security for his wife and son was inadequate. Bob suggested a young boxer, Barson, but Ron dismissed him as too naive, desiring a seasoned fighter. Ron then pointed to a fighter, observing his vigorous movements and boxing intelligence, confident in his ability to quickly adapt. 10 minutes later, Ron instructed Bob to retrieve something from the fighter's plastic bag, which led to a brief scuffle as the fighter resisted. Ron, a subtle smile playing on his lips, told Bob to stop, declaring the fighter had passed his test. He then offered the fighter a dangerous yet well-compensated mission to become a bodyguard, granting him 3 days to consider, though a dark smile betrayed his desire for an immediate acceptance. Meanwhile, Yvonne Ram, reeling from Charlotte's newfound resilience and the unwavering support she received from her adoptive father and Ron Fan, found herself confronted by a masked man in her room. She demanded to know how he entered, and he calmly inquired about her decision regarding his earlier proposition. The masked man outlined his plan. Yvonne Ram was to help him lure Ron Fan and Roding away, thus isolating Charlotte Lynn and leaving her vulnerable to Yvonne Ram's revenge. Yvonne Ram initially refused to cooperate, but the masked man chillingly reminded her that she wasn't just helping him, she was helping herself, and hinted at severe repercussions if she failed to retaliate against Charlotte Lynn. Yvonne Ram screamed at him to stop as he leaned over her sleeping daughter Ella, suggesting that Ella would soon become Charlotte Lynn's daughter and call her mother. The masked man then vanished, leaping out the window. Ella stirred, asking if her mommy was sick, and Yvonne Ram, agitated, snapped at her to be quiet. She then cried out for help, claiming someone had broken in. Shine rushed to her side, questioning what happened, and Yvonne Ram tearfully recounted seeing a masked man jump out the window. Shine comforted Ella, who was visibly frightened. Yvonne Ram, overwhelmed, confessed she had no idea who the masked man was or what he wanted, begging Shine to stop asking. Shine, observing Yvonne Ram's genuine terror, resolved to significantly bolster the villa's security the following day. The next morning, as Charlotte and Ron went to check on Yvonne Ram, they were met with a startling sight outside. Workers were installing what appeared to be a protective cage around a balcony. Ron then informed Shine that Yvonne Ram had reported a masked man visiting her the previous night. Shine immediately suspected it was the same man who had kidnapped Yvonne Ram before, suggesting they were accomplices. Ron added that the timing of the masked man's appearance directly after his confrontation with Yvonne Ram was suspicious. He further revealed that Yvonne was the only witness, and all surveillance monitors facing Ella's room had been destroyed, forcing him to resort to more primitive security measures. Ron warned Shine that an enemy was lurking in the shadows and advised him to secure his own villa. But Shine, ever confident, insisted he would find another way. Charlotte Lynn finds herself under pressure, not just from an upcoming exam, but from the recent turmoil in her life. Unexpectedly, Mr. Sean approaches her at the University of S City, calling her name with urgency. She turns to face him, surprised, as he introduces a mysterious blonde man named 14, explaining that he is sending him and another man, Lang, as her bodyguards due to a kidnapping attempt on Samuel. Knowing her tumultuous relationship with Lang, Mr. Sean asks Charlotte to help conceal 14's true identity from him. Charlotte, ever resilient, readily agrees, assuring him she has the situation handled, and instructs 14 to accompany her home. As they depart, Mr. Sean questions how she will explain this new addition to Ron Fan, to which Charlotte confidently declares that 14 is her cousin, and renaming him Larson Lynn emphasizes the new identity for easy recall. That evening in the Grand Fan family home, Charlotte introduces Larson Lynn to Ron and little Samuel, spinning the tale of a cousin who has come to S City to find her. Ron studies Larson with a discerning eye, noting his unusual mixed heritage and impressively strong physique, wondering silently if Charlotte had recruited him through Rodang after being shaken by recent events. Despite his internal suspicions, Ron allows Larson to stay, instructing Auntie Anne to prepare a room for him. Charlotte, beaming, offers to personally show Larson the available rooms. Larson, however, internally scoffs at Ron's apparent naivety, realizing he will need to redouble his efforts in protecting this seemingly foolish man. Later that night in their bedroom, Ron confirms Larson is settled, and Charlotte expresses her gratitude, sharing an intimate moment where Ron reassures her of their bond. Charlotte, with a playful push, reminds him gently that intimacy must wait until his leg fully heals, clarifying that it's another part of him feeling uncomfortable, not his recovery. Meanwhile, Ron, touched by Charlotte's subtle care, resolves to bring his own trusted bodyguard, Barson, into their home as quickly as possible, feeling Charlotte shouldn't have to seek protection herself. In a stark underground boxing arena dormitory in Yulong City, Barson, toweling off after a workout, is startled when his boss, a formidable man with striking facial markings, unexpectedly appears. The boss, who has just returned from Sinjapo and strengthened his forces, reveals that Ron Fan himself approached him for a bodyguard, a request that perfectly aligns with his own intricate plans. He instructs Barson to accept the offer, infiltrate the Fan family, and ensure Ron's safety, confessing a desire to teach Rodang a lesson despite past grievances. The boss further explains his plan to subtly aid Ron by eliminating Yvonne Ram, informing Barson that 14, Larson Lin is already established as Charlotte's cousin and that Ron will meet Barson that day. Barson assents, vowing to protect Ron Fan. The boss explains Ron's desire to keep 14 close and enhance security, emphasizing that Barson is the ideal choice and that Ron will never suspect his true allegiance. Barson, recognizing the name, questions if this 14 is the powerful individual who saved Samuel Lin, wondering about their comparative strengths. His boss confirms 14's immense power and caution, a testament to Rodang's rigorous training, and reiterates the importance of Barson maintaining his cover within the Fan family. A knock at the door announces Ron Fan's imminent arrival, and Barson is immediately dispatched to protect him. The next day in the Fan family living room, Charlotte warmly greets Barson, introducing him to Ron as her new bodyguard. Ron, in his wheelchair, reciprocates the introduction, proudly presenting Charlotte as his wife. Barson politely acknowledges Mrs. Fan. Ron, observing Barson, realizes this must be the 14 his boss warned him about, indicating he is aware of the situation. He then feigns a slight memory lapse over Larson Lin, Charlotte's fabricated name for 14. Internally, Ron is deeply suspicious, pondering how such a powerful figure could be a mere bodyguard, suspecting him to be a spy and resolving to monitor him closely. Meanwhile, at noon by the park gate, Yvonne Ram attempts to persuade her daughter Ella to leave, expressing a profound unease that the masked man she recently rejected will not let her refusal pass. A sudden roar of an approaching car shatters the calm, and Yvonne Ram heroically shoves Ella out of the path of a speeding vehicle, taking the full impact herself. The masked man, driving the car, stops to deliver a chilling warning. Yvonne Ram and her daughter will not be so fortunate if she continues to resist his demands. Later, at Shine Fan's villa, Barson is met by a distressed Ella, who recounts her terrifying near-death experience with her mommy. Barson comforts the frightened child, but Ella tearfully admits she was too scared to see the driver's face. Barson learns from Shine that while the police arrested an offender, it was a drug addict claiming hallucinations, not the masked man, prompting Barson to suspect a masterful deception, perhaps the work of Roxanne, who is known for such smoke and mirrors tactics. Shine, rattled, asks Ron what they should do, feeling perpetually haunted by the masked man's threats. Ron vows to uncover the truth, instructing Shine to secure his wife and daughter within the villa under increased protection. Ella, still trembling, pleads with Barson, expressing her profound fear. Shine suggests Ella stay with Ron for added safety, mentioning his 2 new bodyguards. Ron, however, is hesitant, questioning the wisdom of exposing Ella further to the masked man's relentless harassment. That night, as rain lashes against the windows of Ron and Charlotte's home, Ella awakens with a cry, calling for her mommy. Charlotte rushes to comfort her, but Ella, despite Charlotte's presence, insists on going home to her mother. Charlotte, bewildered, wonders why Yvonne Ram would appear so late. Outside, drenched in the downpour, Yvonne Ram frantically calls for Ella, demanding her return from Ron. Ron calmly explains that Ella is safe upstairs with Mrs. Lin, who is looking after her. Enraged, Yvonne Ram lunges towards the stairs, accusing Charlotte of stealing her man and now her daughter. Ron intercepts her, forcefully asserting that no one will harm Charlotte Lin, and pushes her back. Yvonne Ram stumbles, falling and injuring her mouth, a shocking sight for both Charlotte and a terrified Ella. From her prone position, Yvonne Ram screams at Ron to keep his hands off her daughter. Charlotte, cradling a sobbing Ella, observes Yvonne Ram's alarming state, realizing she appears utterly deranged and is terrifying the child, confirming the masked man's earlier assessment. Yvonne Ram, consumed by fury, continues to accuse Charlotte of taking everything from her, demanding Ella's return and claiming Charlotte is using the child for revenge. Charlotte, who has never witnessed Yvonne Ram in such a frantic state, adamantly refuses to surrender Ella to such an unstable woman. Yvonne Ram charges forward again, but Ron swiftly intervenes, subduing her from behind. Struggling against Ron's grip, Yvonne Ram screams threats at Charlotte, calling her a vicious witch and promising dire consequences. Ron, holding her firmly, labels her truly crazy as Charlotte leads Ella upstairs. Ron insists that Yvonne Ram is a danger to Ella, stating that her crazy state necessitates immediate hospitalization for treatment. Shine, witnessing the escalating chaos, pleads with Ron, arguing that Yvonne Ram's outburst stems only from her overwhelming concern for Ella. Ron remains unyielding, declaring that Ella, at only 4 years old, must not be sacrificed, and reiterates that Yvonne Ram is unwell and needs medical attention. He sternly reminds Shine that being permissive in this situation would be a disservice to his own daughter, and tasks Larson with maintaining order downstairs. Defeated and on the floor, Yvonne Ram vows she won't idly stand by while Charlotte tries to take her daughter. Waking in a hospital bed, Yvonne Ram's eyes flutter open, only to be met by a masked figure perched beside her. She lets out a startled gasp as the man announces her awakening, her fear palpable. Trembling, she demands to know his purpose, to which he chillingly replies he came to alleviate her boredom, producing a stack of photos. He reveals images of her daughter, callously informing Yvonne that the child will soon be Charlotte Lynn's, reducing Yvonne to a mother merely a name. Yvonne clenches her fist, her expression contorted by anger and despair, as the masked man continues to twist the knife, declaring she has lost everything and Charlotte now has free rein to torment her. With a heavy heart, Yvonne agrees to cooperate, her voice laced with desperation as she admits her fear of Charlotte's formidable bodyguard, Larson Lynn. The masked man scoffs, identifying Larson as 14, Charlotte's cousin, then sneers that Charlotte is far cleverer than Yvonne, capable of summoning her father Roding's men to crush her. Yvonne's rage boils over, and she curses Charlotte, collapsing onto the bed in despair as the masked man promises to help her achieve her desires. Meanwhile, at the impressive GK venture, Ron Fan receives a crucial update from his watchful subordinate. Having meticulously reorganized Yvonne Ram's surveillance, Ron Fan eagerly anticipates the intel. His subordinate reports that Yvonne and the masked man have formed an alliance at the hospital, presenting photographic evidence. Their sinister pact involves Yvonne cooperating with the masked man to ensnare Ron Fan and Rodang, with the masked man eliminating Ron Fan's wife in exchange. Ron Fan swiftly deduces the masked man to be Roxanne, wondering if his thirst for revenge against Rodang has reignited, then dismisses his subordinate, vowing to handle the situation himself. In Yulong City, Ron Fan's subordinate ponders Yvonne Ram's beauty, lamenting the thought of her death, while Ron Fan confronts another associate, demanding to know if he'll lend his aid. The associate, after some consideration, agrees, recalling how Ron Fan once saved Yvonne from his wrath, sending her abroad. Ron Fan, his jaw set, acknowledges Yvonne's deserving fate but refuses to compromise Charlotte's safety, deeming Yvonne too unstable. He then probes about Samuel's disappearance in Yulong City, learning that all initial suspects are apprehended. However, Ron Fan states the masked man is not among them, but he has another person in mind, deciding to enlist Captain Jian for help over dinner the following day. He instructs his associate to accompany him and make a grand display, assuring him his recovering leg is no impediment to drinking. Later, another subordinate presents Ron Fan with a tied-up examiner, revealing new findings on the paternity test. The examiner, bound and bruised, pleads for his life, promising to confess everything. The subordinate explains the examiner's statement implicates someone from Yulong City who paid him to falsify Fan's paternity report, specifically Bob. The subordinate confirms the masked man working for Bob orchestrated the bribery and even kidnapped Samuel under Bob's command. Bob's aim, it seems, is to sow discord between Ron Fan and Rodang. Furious, Ron Fan roars about the mercy he has shown Bob and vows revenge, instructing a contact named 12 to gather incriminating evidence against Bob for a monumental showdown. That night, at a secret base overlooking the city, Zen's subordinate reports having secured evidence of Bob bribing the examiner for the paternity test manipulation. Zen, a sly smirk on his face, acknowledges their long-term foresight, confident Rodang will be blindsided. He anticipates Rodang and Bob will inevitably clash, then orders Morris's kidnapping to prevent Ron Fan from leveraging the powerful White family to rescue Bob. The next morning, Charlotte, consumed by worry for Doris who is nearing childbirth, witnesses a tender moment. Morris proposing marriage to a visibly pregnant Doris. Doris, tearfully, confesses her pregnancy was an accidental outcome of a drunken night, expressing her reluctance for Morris to marry her out of pity. Morris passionately refutes this, declaring his true love for her and dismissing any notion of marrying for obligation, adding a touch of his prominent family's pride. He embraces her, affirming she is his true love. Doris, surprised, asks when he fell in love, and Morris recounts their memorable encounter in the parking lot, enchanted by her calm fearlessness. He admits that a kick from her taught him the boundaries of what could and couldn't be done, while Doris privately wonders if he's a masochist. He then mentions hearing of her pregnancy, noting their intertwined destiny, sealing their declaration with a kiss. Doris accepts, and Charlotte, a silent observer, is happy for her friend, choosing not to intrude on their joy. Morris and Doris, brimming with happiness, decide to register their marriage immediately. Charlotte, searching for a wedding gift for Doris, is interrupted by Ron Fan, who finds her and asks what she's doing. Ron Fan embraces Charlotte, confirming he's already preparing a wedding gift for Doris. Charlotte shares the news of Doris and Morris's upcoming marriage and their impending twins, which Ron Fan finds delightfully fast. Playfully, Ron Fan suggests they too should have twins. Charlotte playfully resists his advances, citing the daytime, but Ron Fan dismisses her concern, telling her he'll take her wherever she wants. Charlotte, blushing, says here is just fine. They share a passionate kiss, and Ron Fan reflects on Morris's declaration of love to Doris, asserting that he was destined for Charlotte, and the daughters of the Shire family never stood a chance, a sentiment that deeply touches Charlotte. Their intimate moment is abruptly interrupted by a ringing phone. Ron Fan, annoyed, answers a call revealing bad news. Bob has been taken. Vigilant, he questions if Captain Giant's men were involved, mentioning his plan to dine with Giant tomorrow. He demands to know Bob's whereabouts and expresses disbelief at police involvement. The caller clarifies it was SWAT, not Captain Giant's men, who took Bob from the bank for reasons unknown. Ron Fan instructs the caller to ensure his safety and proclaims his intent to rescue Bob, contemplating the sudden turn of events despite Bob's recent legitimate business activities. Charlotte, partially covered, questions why Bob was arrested if his business was legitimate. Ron Fan, donning his clothes, explains a friend is in trouble and he needs to investigate, telling Charlotte to dine with the children without waiting for him. Driving, Ron Fan contacts Captain Giant, inquiring about Bob's arrest by SWAT. Captain Giant confirms the arrest is linked to a man named Chung, who 3 years prior had held a young girl captive in Bob's territory. Bob had intervened, giving Chung a stern lesson and demanding compensation, but now Chung, backed by a powerful supporter, has filed an extortion lawsuit, leading to Bob's detention at Giant's station. Captain Giant assures Ron Fan he'll protect Bob, but Ron Fan sternly warns him not to allow any interrogation before he arrives. Captain Giant, conceding he can't hold out long, presses Ron Fan to arrive swiftly. Ron Fan, now in his car, asks an unseen individual if they know who is relentlessly targeting Bob, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The response suggests a consortium connected to the Britannia royal family, leading Ron Fan to immediately suspect Rodang as he rushes to Bob's location. Bob in his cell is informed a visitor awaits. Zen's hooded subordinate enters, engaging Bob in seemingly casual banter about his family. The accompanying officer states he'll stand guard. The hooded figure then reveals that the arrest was ordered from high up, and a thorough investigation will leave Bob no escape. Bob is then informed that Chung, the blackmailer, has a history of misdeeds in Est City. Bob dismisses the past incident, asserting that the compensation and lesson he dealt Chung were negligible, expressing surprise that it's still being brought up. Ron Fan, interjecting, urges Bob to set aside the past and disclose any untold secrets before the authorities delve deeper. Bob defiantly denies any hidden truths, declaring he regrets nothing about blackmailing Chung and would do it again. Ron Fan cautions him against impulsive actions, pressing him to consider recent adversaries. Bob, with conviction, attributes the current predicament solely to Rodang, citing Captain Giant's intelligence about Chung's ties to the Britannia royal family. Bob confidently asserts Rodang's culpability. Ron Fan, alone in his car, confirms his suspicion that Rodang is ruthlessly pursuing Bob, necessitating a desperate search for external aid. He acknowledges Rodang's deliberate move against Bob, realizing any direct confrontation would be met with denial, reinforcing his need for an alternative solution. Ron Fan, determined, calls Morris, hoping to enlist his grandfather's powerful influence. Doris answers Morris's phone, explaining Morris is absent, having gone to rescue someone. Ron Fan is shocked to hear Doris's voice and urgently asks about Morris. Doris tearfully reveals Morris has been kidnapped, and the culprits demand 5 million yuan for his ransom, having returned his phone. Ron Fan roars in fury, demanding to know who dared to kidnap Morris and asks for her grandfather's location. Doris explains her grandfather is at the bank with the housekeeper, collecting the ransom, and desperately pleads for Ron Fan's help, concerned for her grandpa's fragile health. Ron Fan, grim-faced, promises to do what he can, ending the call. He leans back, realizing Rodang's cunning strategy, kidnapping Morris specifically to prevent Ron Fan from seeking help from the White family. Ron Fan deduces that Rodang, aware of their blood ties, factors his feelings into every scheme, and thus, revealing his involvement in Bob's business will force Rodang to cease his actions. He resolves to disclose this critical information to Charlotte's bodyguard Larson, who is also Rodang's secret informer. Larson, receiving the unexpected call, wonders why Ron Fan is contacting him. Ron Fan asks Larson if it's a good time to talk and if Charlotte is present. Larson confirms he's alone and inquires about the situation. Ron Fan, with a keen sense of manipulation, then asks why Rodang insists on speaking with him privately, without Charlotte Lynn's knowledge. Ron Fan finds himself trapped at the police station, making a desperate call to relay that he might not return tonight. Entangled in an old racketeering scheme involving Bob, an event Ron Fan himself had a hand in. Despite being targeted, he boasts that the police lack concrete evidence, instructing the person on the other end to keep his predicament secret from his cousin and tell her he's working late. The blonde man on the phone, 14, is aghast, realizing Ron Fan's deeper involvement and the implications for the blackmail case, a revelation that instantly floods him with anxiety. Ron Fan, ever composed, confirms his connection to the shady dealings, explaining he acted to maintain order in S. City against a man named Chung before abruptly ordering 14 to protect his cousin and nephew, then disconnects. Distraught, 14 comprehends his adoptive father, Ron Fan, is directly implicated in the blackmail, the gravity of the situation crushing him. Meanwhile, Ron Fan's adoptive father, a stern man with a mustache, rages upon hearing the news from 14, furious at Ron Fan's reckless actions. He swiftly takes charge, promising to handle the police while instructing 14 to be relentlessly vigilant over Charlotte and 15. As 14 grapples with the alarming call, Charlotte appears, startling him with questions about Ron Fan's trouble with the police. 14, masking his concern, offers vague reassurances about their adoptive father handling everything, while Charlotte, insightful, deduces that Rodang's pursuit of Bob inadvertently snared Ron Fan, leaving her desperate to help. To their surprise, Ron Fan suddenly reappears, immediately addressing the severe issue with Bob, who has been kidnapped by Rodang and is facing serious charges, a situation that could be fatal if not handled carefully. He probes why Bob was involved, but Bob, stoic, urges Ron Fan to stay out of it, prepared to face jail time for his own actions. Ron Fan rebuffs Bob's dismissive attitude, revealing he knows Rodang orchestrated the entire setup, making Bob's situation far more perilous than he realizes. His frustration boils over as a police officer arrives to escort Bob away, Ron Fan watching helplessly as another man pulls him back, warning him to stay out of it. A determined Ron Fan, seething, inwardly vows to save Bob, even as he contemplates Rodang's insidious plans. At a secret base, a subordinate reports Bob's apprehension by SWAT, prompting the enigmatic boss to order Morris White thrown into a nightclub and to find a way to fulfill Yvonne Ram's dark desire: to kill Charlotte Lynn, viewing her as a threat to the Fan family. Later that evening, Ron Fan's radiating authority arrives at Repulse Bay, instructing Barson to accompany him to confront Rodang, who is already waiting. Ron Fan cuts to the chase, accusing Rodang of framing Bob and demanding negotiations, but Rodang dismissively asserts his parental authority. Ron Fan fiercely rejects any familial ties, stating Rodang's cruelty severed their bond, which infuriates Rodang, who then threatens that Bob will ruin Ron Fan's family if not dealt with. Ron Fan, defending Bob as his sworn brother, reminds Rodang that Bob saved his life from Rodang's own machinations, a truth that makes Rodang reflect on his past mistakes. Rodang acknowledges he doesn't need to kill Bob but can allow him to stay, confessing his past involvement in Bob's misdeeds. Ron Fan, unflinching, declares he will bail David out and warns Rodang to back off, or he'll lose access to his family. Rodang, recognizing the weight of the threat, concedes, but questions Barson about Ron Fan's evident prejudice. Barson reveals he's Ron Fan's new, enigmatic bodyguard, whose eyes hold contempt and hatred, suggesting he's eagerly anticipating a grand spectacle. Rodang, unnerved by Barson's strange gaze, orders an investigation into his past, sensing a deeper game at play. Suddenly, Barson reveals himself to be Ron Fan, holding Rodang from behind, the tension thick in the air. Ron Fan confronts Rodang, subtly mocking his weakened state and accusing him of manipulating Bob, then darkly predicts future conflicts. He then violently grabs Roxanne, demanding his intentions, to which Roxanne retorts he's eliminating Yvonne Ram, claiming Ron Fan is too sentimental to do what's necessary, aiming to force Ron Fan to understand the consequences of keeping a crazy woman like Yvonne Ram around. Ron Fan, momentarily considering, offers to meet Roxanne's demands, but Roxanne pushes him away, stating he owes Ron Fan for saving him and intends to resolve the current troubles caused by Ron Fan's past mercy, promising to protect Ron Fan's wife and child. A horrified Ron Fan questions Roxanne's true meaning, as Roxanne reveals Yvonne Ram's alliance with the Masked Man to target Ron Fan and Rodang, and the Masked Man's plan to target Charlotte. Ron Fan's mind races, torn between protecting Charlotte from Yvonne Ram and Bob from Roxanne's potential machinations. At his office, Ron Fan shocks his lawyer by withdrawing Bob's bail, explaining that it might be safer for Bob in detention, shielded from Roxanne's aggressive plans. The lawyer agrees, confident Bob's case can be presented as righteous, leading to his eventual release. Later, Ron Fan urgently escorts Charlotte into his study, locking the door, and reveals he's sending her, Samuel, and Ella to Repulse Bay for their safety. Charlotte, sensing danger, bravely questions if he plans to face the Masked Man alone, even suggesting he ally with Rodang. Ron Fan, embracing her, praises her quick thinking but explains he cannot align with Rodang, as Roxanne's warning was precisely to ensure her and Samuel's safety, refusing to endanger his brother. He fiercely vows to survive for his family, clarifying the masked man's true identity and the imminent danger to Charlotte and Samuel, explaining their relocation under Rodang's protection is a strategic alliance. Charlotte, understanding, promises to go to Repulse Bay but clutches Ron Fan's hand, making him swear to return safely as she and their son await his homecoming. However, Ella refuses to go to Samuel's adoptive father's house, crying and clinging to Ron Fan, traumatized by being locked up there before. A maid explains Ella's distress stems from Yvonne Ram's hospitalization and Rodang's previous kidnapping, leaving Ron Fan deeply troubled. Morris White arrives, inquiring about Ella's tears, but the distraught child clings to him, wailing that she doesn't want to go to Samuel's adoptive father's home. Morris challenges Ron Fan, asking why he would send Ella to Rodang, but an agitated Ron Fan defends his decision, stressing it's for their protection and Charlotte and Samuel will be there too. Ron Fan confronts Morris about his kidnapping, noting his good health, prompting Morris to accuse Ron Fan of being a bad friend for not helping. Ron Fan dismisses Morris, urging him to rest, but Morris instead presents him with a wedding invitation announcing his marriage to Doris. Charlotte expresses joyful surprise, while Ella giggles, oblivious to the underlying tensions, prompting Morris to call her a fool. Ron Fan accepts the invitation, promising to attend, as he inwardly resolves to clear up all current entanglements to finally give Charlotte the grand wedding he's always envisioned. Morris then cheekily suggests sending Ron Fan's wife and kids to his own place, since Ella is so averse to Rodang's, a proposal Ron Fan considers deeply. Charlotte, with an air of delicate grace, ponders a recent invitation to your home. Young Doris, full of childish exuberance, proudly declares her bodyguards are amazing, while the white-haired man calmly explains that Doris has moved to his home, bolstering his grandpa's security to be impenetrable. A sentiment Ron Fan's inner thoughts confirm, noting White's mansion is heavily guarded and an ideal option to safeguard his wife and child from the schemes of Roxanne and Yvonne Ram. Ron Fan, ever calculating, believes Roxanne and Yvonne Ram would never anticipate him sending his family to White's mansion. Morris, addressing the white-haired man, expresses delight at seeing him again after so long, mentioning Charlotte's prenatal and premarital phobias, urging him to help her overcome them, while little Doris, pulling on the white-haired man's arm, confidently states she wants to go to Mr. White's home. Charlotte looks hesitant as Ron Fan takes her hand, reassuring her. Ron Fan then tells Morris that they are going to bother his grandpa and asks him to apologize on his behalf, to which Morris gleefully responds that his grandpa will be very happy. A beaming Morris later shares his joy with his grandpa. As a white car pulls up to a grand mansion, Mr. White, seated in a wheelchair, greets Charlotte warmly, revealing he's been waiting a long time. A woman in a pink dress stands beside him. He asks Charlotte, who is 8 months pregnant, if she feels tired. She laughs, declaring she's not tired at all and could even run, prompting Ron Fan to nervously tell her not to run, fearing she might fall, while a woman from his family greets Mr. White. Mr. White warmly observes the happiness good things bring to the White family. Then Ron Fan expresses his deep gratitude, asking Mr. White to care for Charlotte and the children. Mr. White confidently assures Ron Fan not to worry, proclaiming that no one dares to challenge his mansion in S. City, threatening to kill anyone who even tries to approach. Later that evening, in the luxurious Fan family home lit by a grand chandelier, Ron Fan reflects on his discomfort with Charlotte and Samuel being away. He stands alone, contemplating. Suddenly, Roxanne appears, making Ron Fan gasp in surprise, questioning his presence. Roxanne explains he's there to check if Ron Fan heeded his warning, commenting on his swift actions. Ron Fan is internally furious, cursing Roxanne's effortless intrusion into his heavily secured home. Roxanne smirks, declaring himself the better man before turning to leave, telling Ron Fan to rest. Ron Fan yells for him to wait, extending a hand to stop him. Roxanne swiftly dodges a flung object, and Ron Fan collapses, clutching his leg in agony, claiming it's broken again. Roxanne, with a glint in his eye, warns Ron Fan not to move, then deftly clicks a handcuff onto Ron Fan's wrist, securing himself to his rival, declaring Ron Fan can no longer run away. Ron Fan, utterly baffled, questions if a mere handcuff could possibly hold him. Roxanne leans in, challenging Ron Fan, asking if he truly believes a handcuff can stop him. Ron Fan smugly reveals these handcuffs were specially crafted for a masked man, never expecting Roxanne to be the first to wear them, adding that the only way to escape now is to sever his hand. Roxanne retorts that if he cuts off his own hand, Ron Fan could also escape, then subtly reveals a device. With a press of a button, Ron Fan calls out for Mo to bring the hand-forged chain, then shoves Roxanne backward. Mo appears, asking if Ron Fan wants to tie someone up, Roxanne's eyes widen, questioning if Ron Fan intends to chain him. Ron Fan's expression turns dark, confirming his intent, musing that he initially thought it was just the two of them, so no hands would need to be cut off. Ron Fan lunges, locking Roxanne in a tight embrace from behind, demanding the handcuff key from a newly arrived Mo. Mo, holding a pistol, calls Ron Fan's second young master and warns him, then swiftly injects Roxanne, who immediately collapses, accusing Ron Fan of dirty tricks. Mo assures Ron Fan he is unharmed, boasting that he didn't even need the pistol. Ron Fan, standing victorious over the fallen Roxanne, mockingly declares that Roxanne fell right into his trap, ordering him to be confined to the third-floor sunroom from which escape is impossible. Indeed, he believes Roxanne cannot possibly escape. In the sunroom, Roxanne lies on a sofa, where a loyal subordinate, seeing his boss collapsed, immediately calls out to him. Roxanne, struggling, warns him about the security cameras, but the subordinate reassures him, explaining he gave Ron Fan hypnotic medication and locked the monitor, making them invisible to the guards. The subordinate then produces the handcuff key. Roxanne dismisses the key, stating he has a more critical mission: to incite Yvonne Ram's madness and manipulate her into killing Charlotte Lynn, thus giving Ron Fan a justifiable reason to eliminate Yvonne Ram. Roxanne, however, emphasizes the paramount importance of Charlotte Lynn's safety, instructing Vector to monitor her closely and report any movements. He also requests a mini walkie-talkie for future communication, as Ron Fan confiscated his phone. The subordinate agrees, then asks if Roxanne intends to leave. Roxanne sneers, stating that no bodyguard could hold him, but orders his subordinate to fulfill his duty and return the key. The subordinate expresses concern about not being present for Yvonne Ram's attack on Charlotte Lynn, but Roxanne clarifies that his objective is Yvonne Ram's downfall, not Charlotte's aid. Understanding, the subordinate turns to return the key. The subordinate returns, offering Roxanne a plate of bacon for breakfast. Roxanne dismisses it, disliking bacon and requesting lighter fare, but the subordinate states it is the only option. Ron Fan appears, sternly reminding Roxanne that this is not a vacation, and he remains an enemy, dismissing Roxanne's hatred for Rodang as irrelevant. Roxanne defiantly questions Ron Fan about the kidnapping of Samuel, proclaiming Samuel's immense importance to him, and probes Ron Fan's animosity towards Bob. Ron Fan angrily demands to know Roxanne's true intentions. Ron Fan's subordinate intervenes, suggesting Ron Fan is too merciful, but Ron Fan retorts that he'll assist Roxanne, urging him not to get blood on his hands. Roxanne challenges Ron Fan, asking if he cannot handle the situation, implying his actions are merely a preview. Roxanne elaborates on why he kidnapped Samuel, due to Bob's improper intentions towards him, which, if ignored, could lead to Samuel being taken hostage. He stresses that as long as Charlotte remains in the Fan family, peace is impossible, criticizing Ron Fan for indulging Yvonne Ram out of brotherly affection, mistakenly believing she would lead a peaceful life, gravely underestimating Charlotte Lynn's formidable jealousy. Roxanne insists his intervention was necessary, as Yvonne Ram would not have tolerated the situation indefinitely. Ron Fan, surprised, questions the source of information about Bob's supposed improper thoughts. Roxanne confirms Bob's intentions, presenting photos and videos as irrefutable evidence. Ron Fan recoils in horror, vehemently denying Bob's alleged impropriety, roaring that Bob is his sworn brother and that Yvonne Ram has manipulated the evidence to smear him. He admits his overthinking and misunderstanding of Bob, vowing to deal with Yvonne Ram decisively. Suddenly, Bob bursts in, demanding to know Roxanne's whereabouts after Mo informed him of the capture. Ron Fan, astonished, asks how Bob escaped prison. Bob proudly explains his men posted bail, expressing his impatience with waiting for Ron Fan's help. He vows to teach the backstage manipulator a harsh lesson, attempting to confront Ron Fan. Ron Fan tries to calm him, calling it a misunderstanding. Bob, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, declares "screw it," and pulls out a pistol, aiming at Roxanne. Roxanne expertly dodges the shot as Bob yells his intent to kill him. Barson, a loyal bodyguard, heroically intercepts Bob's attack with a clang, using a metal rod. Ron Fan, recognizing Barson, questions his presence. Bob furiously curses Barson, ordering him to back off. Barson calmly states that Mr. Fan explicitly forbade anyone from touching Roxanne. Enraged, Bob brandishes a knife, threatening Barson with a death wish. Ron Fan intervenes, shouting for them to stop fighting, demanding an explanation for their mutual hatred. Bob angrily accuses Roxanne of dirty tricks and illegal imprisonment, causing him great shame. Roxanne retorts that Bob deserved it, calling him simple-minded and impulsive, mocking his claim to be the alpha of S City. Bob roars in fury, lunging again. Ron Fan steps in, taking the knife wound himself, bleeding onto his shirt. Ron Fan dramatically tells Barson not to intervene, letting Bob and Roxanne kill each other. Roxanne silently observes, noting Bob's furious charge, concluding neither of them is giving him any peace of mind. Bob, still fueled by rage, swings the metal rod, but Barson again shields Ron Fan, taking the blow. Ron Fan shouts, realizing Bob's intent to kill. Ron Fan then produces a pistol, aiming it at Bob, dropping it with a clatter as he realizes he has no weapon. Roxanne, holding an anesthetic rifle, offers it to Ron Fan, who readily accepts, remarking on Ron Fan's cunning. Bob, surprisingly, still demands his bacon breakfast. Ron Fan, utterly exasperated by Bob's trivial concerns amidst the chaos, shouts at him to stay put, internally branding him horrible. Ron Fan then orders Barson to drag Bob downstairs to the guest room. Barson complies. Roxanne asks for instructions, and Ron Fan directs him to listen to Roxanne. Roxanne demands the micro walkie-talkie. Ron Fan, seeing Bob still nearby, questions if Roxanne plans to stay, but Roxanne states he knows his role and will protect Ron Fan. Ron Fan harshly orders Barson to drag Bob away, deeming him ugly lying here. A man in a car, monitoring the situation, reports that Charlotte Lynn is approaching the university gate, with only one bodyguard, Sean, accompanying her. Roxanne tells Ron Fan to inform Ivan Ram, reminding him to ensure Charlotte Lynn's safety and instructing Johnson to follow her. Charlotte Lynn arrives at the City University teaching building, instructing Larson to drop her off there as she's heading to a classroom. Larson expresses concern about the distance and safety, but Charlotte assures him it's nearby and within the university, so nothing bad will happen. She waves goodbye to Larson with a confident smile. Unseen, Ivan Ram watches from her car, her face contorted in a furious snarl, vowing revenge on Charlotte Lynn for taking her love and now her daughter. Ivan Ram maniacally accelerates, aiming her car directly at Charlotte. Larson, seeing the impending danger, screams a warning and reverses his car at top speed, desperately telling Charlotte to run to the steps. Ivan Ram's car collides with something, creating a horrifying thud as glass shatters. Charlotte falls, crying out in terror. Larson continues to yell at Charlotte to run to the steps, as Ivan Ram's car continues its relentless pursuit. The car impacts another obstacle with a crushing thud. A large rock is violently flung towards Charlotte, sending her sprawling to the ground, screaming in pain. Larson, now bloodied and visibly injured, desperately cries out Charlotte Lynn's name. Charlotte Lynn, her foot aching and body already bruised, felt a terrifying dread as Ivan Ram, a woman with a chillingly deranged smile, drove her car directly towards her, declaring her intent to utterly crush Charlotte. With a maniacal laugh echoing, Ivan accelerated, determined to send Charlotte to hell. But just as Charlotte braced for impact, a brave man, 14, reached out, urging her to run, scooping her into his arms to carry her to safety. However, Ivan's car struck them both with a sickening thud, sending them sprawling onto the asphalt, leaving Charlotte bloodied and desperately crying out for the unconscious 14, while Ivan's cruel laughter filled the air, gloating that no one could save Charlotte this time. Charlotte, despite her own injuries, saw Ivan Ram's hateful visage and realized the true extent of the malice directed at her. Confirming her identity with a chilling grin, Ivan reiterated her murderous intent. Witnessing the speeding car, Charlotte's gaze sharpened. Ivan's true target was her, and if she could separate herself, 14 might yet survive. Mustering her remaining strength, Charlotte forced herself to stand, a single, determined thought driving her. 14 must live. Ivan, still in her car, mocked Charlotte's concern for others, asking why she cared when she was dying and mockingly offering to take her to church. With tears blurring her vision and a desperate plea that she didn't want to die, Charlotte fled, her thoughts drifting to Samuel and Ron, regretting the life she hadn't truly lived with them. Suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air, puncturing Ivan's tire with a loud bang, halting her murderous chase. Enraged and confused, Ivan furiously demanded to know who dared to interfere, realizing her plans were thwarted and Charlotte Lynn had vanished. Her chance to kill Charlotte was slipping away and Ivan was determined to find her, but it was too late as police officers, tipped off about the attempted homicide, swarmed her car, guns drawn, ordering her to surrender. Ivan cursed, realizing she had been caught. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lynn was helped into a waiting car by a man who confirmed she had only passed out and was not in immediate danger. Relieved, Charlotte informed him she had called the police and Ivan Ram was now surrounded. The man, identified as Charlotte's cousin, told someone to take Charlotte to the hospital, anticipating Ron Fan's furious reaction to Ivan Ram's repeated attempts on Charlotte's life. At the hospital, outside the operating room, Charlotte's adoptive father inquired about Charlotte and 14, identifying them as his daughter-in-law and adopted son. The doctor, however, delivered grim news. Charlotte Lynn was stable with a fractured ankle, but 14 Sean had suffered cardiac arrest and was in critical condition, warning them to prepare for the worst. A distraught Ron Fan, who had rushed to the hospital after 14 called him, urged the doctors to save his brother, 14, who was so young. The doctors promised their best efforts, and Ron Fan exhaled in a moment of sheer stress. The adoptive father debated telling Lang about the incident but decided against it until after Charlotte's surgery, fearing Lang's explosive reaction. Later, 8, another member of their circle, reported to the adoptive father that Ivan Ram was solely responsible for the modified car accident and had been arrested, revealing Ivan's long-standing intent to kill Charlotte. The adoptive father regretted focusing on Bob instead of Ivan, vowing not to forgive Ivan Ram for betraying their bond and cursing her. Ron Fan then reassured his adoptive father that Ivan Ram's arrest for manslaughter gave them time to plan their next move, but the immediate priority was Charlotte and 15's safety. He instructed 12 to retrieve 15 from Mr. White's house and bring him to Repulse Bay. Meanwhile, Samuel, 14, at Mr. White's mansion worried about his mommy, but Doris, a pregnant woman, reassured him that Charlotte was with her cousin and safe. Samuel, acknowledging his cousin's power, still wanted to call his mommy, and as Doris prepared to let him, her phone rang with urgent news. Doris discovered Charlotte wasn't answering her phone, prompting Samuel to frantically demand his father, Ron Fan, find his mommy. Ron Fan, speaking to Samuel, learned Charlotte had gone to the university with her cousin and neither had returned, nor were they answering calls, confirming Samuel's desperate fear that something had happened to his mommy. Ron Fan, with a decisive stand, promised to find her, but insisted Samuel stay put at White's mansion for his safety. Just then, Mr. White announced that Rodang's men were at the gate to take Samuel, shocking Doris. Samuel, realizing the gravity of the situation, intended to meet 12 to discover his mommy's whereabouts, despite Doris's desperate attempts to stop him from going into danger. 12 arrived, informing Samuel that their adoptive father sent him to pick him up, but Samuel, still distraught, insisted on seeing his mommy. 12 refused, citing Ron Fan's orders for Samuel to remain, while Mr. White in his wheelchair explained Ron Fan's instructions for Samuel's protection within the mansion. Samuel, however, remained adamant, refusing to stay and wanting to go with 12 to find his mommy, despite Ron Fan's firm instruction via phone to stay put due to external dangers. Samuel, heartbroken, cried that his mommy was gone and he would get her back. 12 then informed Ron Fan that Charlotte was in the hospital with a broken ankle, a revelation that shocked Samuel, Doris, and Mr. White. Ron Fan, furious, slammed his fist, realizing his fears were true, while Samuel tearfully asked if his mommy was badly hurt. Ron Fan, squatting to comfort Samuel, assured him Charlotte wasn't badly hurt and would soon be out of surgery, but privately chastised himself for his distancing from his adoptive father that led to Charlotte's injury. He resolved to protect Samuel, realizing Mr. White and Doris were vulnerable and determined that Repulse Bay with its powerful protectors was the only safe place. Ron Fan declared he would fight to the death to protect Samuel and, unwilling to endanger Mr. White or Doris, instructed Samuel to come to Repulse Bay, deciding to meet them at the hospital himself. Charlotte Lynn woke in the hospital, disoriented, learning from her adoptive father that she was safe, but 14 was in critical condition and might not wake up. Charlotte's heart shattered, blaming herself, believing 14's sacrifice for her was the cause of his suffering, and she demanded to see him immediately. Ron Fan then burst into the room, embracing Charlotte with concern, revealing he knew about Ivan Ram's attempt to kill her and Larson's heroic sacrifice. The adoptive father discreetly left them, allowing Charlotte to unleash her fury and grief, demanding justice for Ivan Ram's actions and lamenting Larson's critical state. Ron Fan, filled with regret, apologized for failing to protect her, but Charlotte, tearfully resolute, vowed Ivan Ram would not succeed again. Ron Fan reflected on how his past sympathy for others had harmed his family, hardening his resolve to never again put his wife and child in danger. Samuel then rushed into the room, immediately asking about his mommy, and seeing her tears offered comfort, asking if her wound hurt. Ron Fan, with a gentle hand, instructed Samuel to stay with his mommy and not leave until he returned, a command Samuel dutifully agreed to. With a determined glint in his eye, Ron Fan strode out, his mind fixed on dealing with Ivan Ram at the police station. There he found Lang, his brother, and confronted him, demanding to know why he was present and how he could cover for Ivan Ram after her murderous attempt on Charlotte's life. Lang, shocked, confessed Ivan had deceived him into believing she was framed for the accident, expressing his fury at her lies and vowing he would not forgive her. Lang then challenged Ron Fan, asking if he still intended to protect Ivan, but Ron Fan, now fully informed, stated that since Ivan was clearly in the wrong, he would no longer intervene on her behalf, instructing lawyer Wang to proceed. Lang, accepting the decision, decided to retrieve Ella from the White family, asserting he would be her sole protector from now on, while Ron Fan advised him to conduct himself well. Ron Fan, his expression a mix of concern and resolve, confronts Captain Jayan, demanding information about Ivan Ram. Captain Jayan, seated and unyielding, explains that Ivan Ram's case is a criminal matter outside his jurisdiction, managed by Captain Lai, but he warns Ron Fan that Ivan Ram claimed intermittent schizophrenia, professing no memory of the car crash. Captain Lai's report, according to Jayan, indicates Ivan Ram displayed signs of schizophrenia at the time of the crime. Ron Fan, his fists clenched, explodes in a furious denial, roaring that Ivan Ram has never suffered from mental illness, the air crackling around him with his suppressed rage. Captain Jayan clarifies that tests are ongoing, pondering whether Ivan Ram is attempting to escape punishment or if the trauma genuinely caused mental illness, further cautioning Ron Fan that if her mental state is deemed legitimate, she might evade consequences. Ron Fan listens, a heavy silence settling over him as he processes the implications. He offers a curt thanks, his gaze sharp and determined, refusing to accept the possibility of Ivan Ram's mental illness and clinging to the idea that Rock Zen's testimony is the key. He is then informed that Bob has returned, initially furious but now calm about Rock Zen, prompting Ron Fan to inquire about Rock Zen's current status. His assistant assures him Rock Zen has been perfectly calm, refusing food or water, which Ron Fan finds good. He then enters the room only to discover Rock Zen has vanished, his assistant gasping the news. Ron Fan acknowledges Rock Zen's cunning, musing that for him, the Fan family's heavily guarded estate is merely a garden to come and go as he pleases, yet he reassures his assistant that their security is far from useless. Examining the unbroken handcuffs, Ron Fan deduces that Rock Zen escaped without force, indicating an inside collaborator who he swiftly identifies as Barson. His assistant eagerly offers to apprehend Barson, but Ron Fan dismisses him, stating that only enhanced security is needed, and he immediately makes a call. The person on the other end, Rock Zen, berates Ron Fan, calling him a heartless bastard. Ron Fan's assistant reminds him of the previous bail, stressing the difficulty of another as Rock Zen threatens to kill him next time. Ron Fan, ignoring the threats, coldly asks to borrow equipment, specifically the gear used to capture 8 Sean. Rock Zen demands to know who Ron Fan plans to catch, mockingly reminding him of the tranquilizer gun once used on him, then furiously refuses to help unless Ron Fan explains his intentions. Ron Fan, unfazed, declares he intends to use the equipment on Rock Zen himself, asserting that only that specialized gear can recapture the escaped man. Rock Zen is left stunned, then cautiously agrees to deliver and set up the equipment within 3 days after Ron Fan's insistent demand. The next morning, as Ron Fan prepares for his day, his assistant asks if he plans to visit Charlotte. Still simmering with suspicion, Ron Fan believes Barson is Rock Zen's accomplice and decides to put him to the test, asking Barson for a favor. Barson readily agrees. Ron Fan explains that both Bob and Rock Zen are sworn brothers, but share a bitter grudge against each other and his father, contemplating whether to hand one of them over to Rodang for imprisonment. He asks Barson for advice on whom to choose. Barson vehemently advocates for handing over Bob, citing his dangerous temper while portraying Rock Zen as a humble, low-key individual. Ron Fan pretends to accept the advice, noting the deceptive nature of appearances, but internally, Barson's obvious defense of Rock Zen only confirms his suspicions, solidifying his belief that Barson is Rock Zen's man. He then decides to visit Charlotte, wondering how she and Samuel are faring after the stressful night. Upon entering her room, Ron Fan greets Charlotte warmly, asking about her well-being as their young son, Samuel, joyfully rushes to him. Samuel innocently asks if the old witch is dead, referring to Ivan Ram. Ron Fan gently scolds him for speaking of death, reminding him that he doesn't have such power and they must await the police investigation results. Samuel and Charlotte, now both anxious, press him for details from the police. Ron Fan gravely informs them that Captain Jayan stated Ivan Ram claimed a psychotic episode during the accident, remembering nothing. Charlotte explodes in rage, shouting that it's impossible, clearly seeing through Ivan Ram's obvious attempt to exculpate herself. She declares her intent to consult a lawyer, utterly unwilling to let Ivan Ram escape justice so easily. Ron Fan, holding her gently, urges her to calm down, reminding her that her injured foot will only worsen if she moves. Charlotte, tears welling in her eyes, despairs, lamenting Larson's critical condition in the ICU, unsure if he'll ever wake up, and expressing her frustration with Ivan Ram's repeated evasions after false apologies. Ron Fan embraces her tightly, pleading for her trust once more, vowing to hire the best lawyers to ensure Ivan Ram faces full accountability, promising he won't let her off this time. Still, Ron Fan expresses his concern for Larson, who remains unconscious after many days, and Charlotte insists on accompanying him to the ICU. They find Larson in the ICU, hooked up to monitors, beeping softly as Charlotte weeps, blaming herself for his condition. Ron Fan reassures her, promising Larson will recover, having already hired a top German specialist to save his life. Charlotte, her eyes full of tears, implores Ron Fan to look at Larson, emphasizing his youth and the selfless act of protecting her and Samuel. She grants Ron Fan one final chance, warning him that his continued soft-heartedness towards Ivan Ram could lead to her and Samuel ending up in the same critical state. Later, Barson warns a suspicious Roxanne that Ron Fan is planning a move against him. Roxanne, intrigued, questions how Barson discovered this and why Ron Fan would target him instead of Ivan Ram. Barson explains Ron Fan deduced Roxanne's collaboration with Ivan Ram due to his frequent visits to the Fan family, and that Ron Fan intends to use specialized equipment to trap him, even considering handing him or Bob over to Rodang. A smirking Roxanne asks how Barson responded. Barson reveals he suggested handing Bob over, expressing his loyalty to Roxanne, but Roxanne dismisses his concern, stating that Ron Fan was merely testing Barson, already knowing of his allegiance. Barson, shocked by this revelation, questions if he should continue with Ron Fan, but Roxanne tells him to stay, assuring him Ron Fan won't act yet and to avoid contacting him unless absolutely necessary. Barson reluctantly agrees, revealing that Ivan Ram has been arrested and Ron Fan has sworn to prevent her escape. Another conspirator notes that Ivan Ram's situation won't be simple. Despite using Ella Fan to manipulate her cooperation, Ivan Ram's nature means she wouldn't trust them completely and surely has a backup plan. He advises Barson to remain close to Ron Fan to ensure Ivan Ram cannot escape or harm the Fan family. Soon after, Ron Fan tells Charlotte that Ivan Ram's case is finally concluded, and Charlotte anxiously asks the outcome, gripping her bedsheets tightly. Ron Fan reveals that despite their efforts, Ivan Ram's claim of schizophrenia was proven invalid in court, the gavel pounding a final verdict. Furthermore, Ivan Ram's blood tests confirmed she was drunk driving at the time of the accident, resulting in a sentence of 4 years and 7 months in prison for traffic offenses. Charlotte, trembling, struggles to believe it, insisting Ivan Ram couldn't have been drunk, but Ron Fan reaffirms the conclusive evidence of high alcohol levels in her blood. He embraces Charlotte, reassuring her he won't let Ivan Ram escape, promising to keep fighting. Charlotte questions whether a 4-year, 7-month sentence is truly enough, reflecting Ron Fan's compassionate but perhaps naive view of Ivan Ram, whom he now perceives as a truly dangerous individual capable of early release through other means. Ron Fan determines the best course of action is to gather additional evidence of Ivan Ram's other crimes while she's incarcerated, ensuring she never sees the light of day again. Charlotte, looking at him with concern, asks what he's contemplating, but before he can answer, Samuel joyfully announces that their cousin Larson is finally awake. Charlotte, overjoyed, springs up, declaring her intention to visit him immediately. Samuel exclaims at the German expert's skill, having revived Larson so quickly. Pushed in a wheelchair by Ron Fan, Charlotte tearfully greets Larson, expressing her relief and joy that he's awake. Larson, weak, apologizes for being useless, but Charlotte tearfully dismisses his words, taking the blame for her own carelessness. Larson, panting, tries to thank them for saving his life, but Ron Fan gently urges him to rest, stressing that their mutual blame can wait until he's fully recovered. Ron Fan suggests they leave to let Larson rest, and Charlotte, still wiping away tears, agrees as they depart. Outside, Ron Fan tells Samuel they're going home, and Samuel cheerfully agrees. Ron Fan thanks a man for helping save his adoptive father's men, explaining that since Larson is Charlotte's cousin and was injured protecting her, he feels a responsibility to do something for him. He asserts that Charlotte is not seriously hurt and he wants her out of the hospital as soon as possible, asking the man to take care of Larson. As the sun set, Samuel bursts out of the car, overjoyed to be free from the hospital. Ron Fan, ever the devoted partner, offers to carry Charlotte, sweeping her into his arms. Charlotte playfully protests, reminding him her leg is healed, but Ron Fan insists she hold him tight, assuring her that her weight is no issue. She wraps her arms around his neck, a soft smile gracing her lips. Samuel, witnessing this romantic display, pouts and yells at his bad daddy for taking mommy away again, though he quickly instructs Ron Fan not to drop her. Ron Fan, brimming with confidence, teases Charlotte, saying he can not only carry her but also give her more children, leaving her flustered. As they arrive home, Ella rushes to greet them, her face etched with sadness, asking about her mommy. Ron Fan struggles to find the words, but Ella, having heard rumors, directly asks if her mommy hit someone and is at the police station. Ron Fan confirms the difficult truth. Ella's eyes well up with tears as she asks if she can see her mommy, recalling that her papa said she needs Mother's permission, pleading to be allowed to go and promising to be good. Charlotte, touched by Ella's plea, tells her to ask Ronfan to take her, and Ella thanks him. Ronfan, in turn, instructs his assistant to care for Ella and ensure Ivan Ram cannot hurt her, vowing to protect his treasure. They arrive at the police station, and Ella's face lights up as she sees Ivan Ram through the glass, calling out Mommy. Ella rushes to the glass, asking if her mommy is all right and expressing how much she missed her. Ivan Ram, however, immediately asks if Charlotte Lynn tortured or hit Ella, but Ella shakes her head vigorously, insisting Charlotte is very nice. Ivan Ram scoffs, dismissing Charlotte's kindness as a facade driven by spite. Ron Fan intervenes, angrily rebuking Ivan Ram for her baseless accusations and praising Charlotte's true kindness, contrasting it with Ivan Ram's malice, which only makes Ivan Ram thump the glass and yell at him, calling him stupid. Ron Fan firmly tells Ivan Ram to remain in prison and truly reflect on her actions, stating that if she can learn sincerity and kindness like Charlotte, her 4 years will not have been in vain. He solemnly vows to raise Ella with a correct outlook on life, then tells Ella to say goodbye to her mommy, and the little girl waves a final, innocent farewell through the glass. Ron, ever cautious, instructs Charlotte to arrange for constant surveillance on Ivan Ram, even in prison, because the woman has a notorious history of escaping, and he vows merciless retribution if she ever dares to harm his wife and son again. Returning home, a cloud of disappointment hangs over Ron, making Charlotte realize his prison visit didn't go as planned. He laments Ella's difficult situation, a dear, adorable girl burdened by a terrible mother, before embracing Charlotte, assuring her he cherishes Ella and will never let her suffer. Charlotte, with a hint of playful jealousy, reminds him that Ella is indeed his daughter and used to affectionately call him Little Papa, prompting Ron to suggest they truly ought to have a daughter of their own. 15 days later, a fully recovered Charlotte, her leg injury healed, is urged by her concerned husband, Morris, to take it easy, but she assures him she is perfectly fine and ready to walk, much to his delight. Morris then proposes a visit to Doris at White's mansion, remembering Doris is due any day and that White protected them all during a critical time, a debt they must repay with gratitude and sustenance. Little Samuel, their son, excitedly chimes in, eager to see Doris. Arriving at the opulent White's mansion, Charlotte is warmly welcomed by Doris, who, heavily pregnant, optimistically declares she only has a few days left until her baby arrives, confirming her due date is imminent. Samuel, full of childish curiosity, asks if he can touch Doris's belly, which she happily allows, though a protective Morris quickly cautions his son, and Ron playfully chides Morris about Samuel teasing Doris, while Morris playfully retorts that Ron himself dotes on his son. The light-hearted moment shatters as Doris cries out in sharp pain, going into labor, sending everyone into a frantic scramble to call the hospital and prepare for her immediate transport. Urgent commands echo through the mansion as Doris's cries intensify on the way to the hospital, culminating in the distinct sound of a baby's cry from inside the operating room. An ecstatic Morris and the elderly grandfather Bai celebrate the birth of the first baby, only for a nurse to abruptly stop them from entering, revealing it's twins and another baby is yet to be born. Morris, desperate with worry for his wife's suffering, demands to see her, but the nurse firmly blocks his path until the delivery is completely over, prompting his furious shouts of impatience as the second baby's cry fills the tense air. Finally, the ordeal ends and Morris rushes to Doris's side, expressing his profound gratitude while 2 nurses proudly present the twin girls. Morris is overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming about having daughters, and grandfather Bai, equally thrilled, remarks on their resemblance to a young Morris, eager to hold them. Morris affectionately calls his newborns little ones, suggesting they be named Princess Beauty, while Charlotte congratulates Doris, who gratefully accepts her well wishes. Ron encourages Doris to choose names, and she lovingly declares them Beanie and Sprouty, a choice that leaves Morris subtly disappointed and questioning the similarity to Samuel's nickname, but Ron quickly insists on honoring Doris's choice, and a collective nod of approval follows. Charlotte, noticing Ron's contemplative mood, asks if he's still burdened by the past hardships with Samuel, but he gently dismisses her concerns, stating those dark days are behind them and apologizes for all the suffering she endured. Ron confesses his longing for another baby, envying the raw emotions Morris experienced, but Charlotte expresses worry about the risks, to which Ron tenderly assures her he would never put her through such danger again, making her heart swell with happiness at his profound care. Charlotte, gazing at Ron with tear-filled eyes, expresses her joy at his expectations and concerns, emphasizing that whether they try for another child or worry about the pain of childbirth, it all signifies his deep love for her. And she vows not to worry, trusting in their love and letting nature take its course for a happy family future. Their intimate moment is comically interrupted by Samuel, who playfully reminds them that public displays of affection belong at home, not in a hospital, causing Charlotte to blush in embarrassment as she realizes they weren't alone. A sudden phone call from her aunt jolts Charlotte back to reality. Her aunt's distressed voice spills over the phone, pleading for death, confessing her despair, prompting Charlotte to demand what has happened to the Shire family. The horrifying truth unfolds as her aunt reveals Charlotte's uncle, James Shire, has a 17-year-old illegitimate child from an affair years ago, a fact confirmed by multiple paternity tests, crushing Charlotte's initial disbelief. The aunt, on the verge of suicide, begs Charlotte to promise to help Jean and Sue if she dies, as James Shire is relentlessly pushing her to her breaking point, prompting a frantic Sue to desperately plead with Charlotte to intervene and save her mother. Ron, overhearing the escalating crisis, acknowledges his aunt's desperate state and agrees they must go to her aid. Arriving at the Shire mansion, Charlotte asks Jean about her aunt's condition, only to be met by Mr. Fan, who cynically dismisses Elizabeth's emotional turmoil as stupidity, pointing out her reinforcements Howard have arrived. The scene quickly descends into chaos as Mr. Fan harshly demands a divorce, accusing Elizabeth of making a public spectacle, while Elizabeth, clutching a knife, furiously counters, demanding half the property and custody of their 3 daughters, declaring her intention to live with Howard. Elizabeth, enraged, curses James Shire, vowing to leave him with nothing and demanding half the family's assets or 10 billion yuan in cash, sneering that he deserves nothing less. Howard audaciously asserts that illegitimate children have equal rights, diminishing the value of Elizabeth's daughters as future family heirs, a statement that provokes Elizabeth's daughter to scold him for his rudeness. Elizabeth, admitting her selfish desire for a son, agrees to split the property 50-50, but then startlingly declares her share will go to Howard instead. This shocking turn infuriates Howard, who screams that it will never happen, pulling out a knife and lunging, ready to kill. Ron intervenes, blocking Howard's attack, while Elizabeth, witnessing his violent outburst, screams that Howard has lost his mind. Mr. Fan urges Charlotte to take Howard away, promising to deal with him later, as Howard defiantly demands 1 billion yuan, accusing Mr. Fan of being a liar. Mr. Fan, desperate, promises the 1 billion yuan if Howard leaves with Charlotte, but Elizabeth passionately defends her husband, questioning how he could betray her after so many years. Howard, enraged at Charlotte's intervention, shoves her away, declaring his sisters inferior and threatening to disown his father if he doesn't get his way. Charlotte, reacting swiftly, uses a vase to block Howard's wild movements, while Ron, with a steely glare, tells Mr. Fan to calm the situation. Ron instructs Charlotte to take Howard away, rationalizing that the Shire family's drama is too messy and would only drag Charlotte down. Mr. Fan implores Howard to leave with them if he values his life, muttering about the bunch of shrews he's dealing with. In the car, Howard whines about almost being stabbed, and Charlotte, watching him, dismisses his complaints, recognizing that his illegitimate status isn't his fault. Ron sternly advises Howard to stop his insolence, asking if he fears Elizabeth's murderous rage. Ron then coldly informs Howard that if James dies before Elizabeth, Howard will lose all claim to the inheritance, which will go to Elizabeth and her daughters, leaving him with nothing. Howard panics, pleading that his dad promised him everything and demanding to be let out of the car, but Ron remains unmoved. James Shire calls and Ron answers, putting the call on speaker. Howard tearfully begs his father not to abandon him or let Elizabeth take the property, proclaiming his dad is his everything. James reassures him, promising not to leave him, a patriarchal sentiment Charlotte notes with a heavy heart. Ron, frustrated, asks Charlotte what they should do with Howard, suggesting he doesn't deserve their help. Ron, still in the car, asks for a safe place to hide Howard from Mary's potential wrath, emphasizing that Howard is just a child. Mr. Fan assures Ron he can hide Howard safely and will return the favor. Howard learns that Ron is the president of GK Venture, a powerful keyball. Ron dismisses Howard's awe, stating it's none of his business, and declares he won't be a patriarchal father like James, as he has his own son to consider. Charlotte, concerned, asks where they should hide Howard, fearing his disruptive nature will negatively influence Samuel. Ron reassures her he has a place and will take her home first before arranging Howard's stay. Later, Ron arranges a meeting for Howard with a man named Mr. Bob. Ron introduces Howard to Bob, who, unimpressed, questions why Ron brought a mere child to him, sarcastically asking if Yulong City has become a kindergarten. Howard, James Shire's illegitimate child, is introduced to the stern Mr. Bob, needing a place to hide for a few days. A surprised observer comments on James's unexpected paternity, while Howard, visibly anxious, privately considers Bob a horrible person. Ron Fan, however, reassures Howard that Bob is gentle despite his harsh looks and promises his safety. Howard, still wanting to leave, is gently held by Ron Fan, who insists he stay, jokingly remarking that Bob won't eat him. Ron Fan then answers a call from Charlotte, calming her about her cousin, Samuel, who is supposedly safe with Bob. A flashback reveals that 10 minutes earlier, Charlotte had learned from Rodang that Samuel was taken to Perrault Fort to mourn his grandmother, shocking her, as Ron Fan, in an earlier call, had explicitly told Rodang not to inform the family. Ron Fan had feared his family's disapproval and asked Rodang to convey the message himself. Now, Charlotte resolves to stop them. Ron Fan, enraged, curses Rodang for taking Samuel without notice, vowing to make him pay. He violently kicks open a door, demanding Samuel's whereabouts, only to be informed that Samuel departed for Perrault Fort an hour ago with his adoptive father, his grandfather. Ron Fan explodes in fury, lamenting that just as he was accepting Samuel, Rodang pulled this stunt, declaring Rodang will never see Samuel again. Charlotte, upset, is questioned by little Ella, and she forces a smile, claiming she just misses Samuel. Ron Fan tries to comfort her, but Charlotte remains angry at Rodang's actions. He assures her they will guard Samuel upon his return and prevent Rodang from seeing him again. Charlotte questions if they can truly do that. Ron Fan, with a chibai angry face, proposes hiding Samuel to force Rodang to beg and learn respect. Charlotte later admits she's not worried about Samuel mourning his grandmother, but rather Rodang's disrespect in not informing them, a sentiment Ron Fan shares. He acknowledges they must wait for Rodang to return since Samuel is out of the country, and despite Charlotte's worries about Samuel adjusting, Ron Fan reassures her and suggests they seize the rare opportunity to go to the cinema, promising to do whatever she desires. Ella excitedly wants to join, and Ron Fan playfully covers her mouth, promising to take her for seafood instead, making her declare him the best papa. Later, a phone rings, disturbing Ron Fan and Charlotte in bed. It's his uncle, James Shire, and Charlotte expresses her irritation with the Shire family's business. James Shire informs Ron that Elizabeth has accepted Howard, and he's going to Yulong City to pick him up, warning that the city is not safe for Charlotte alone. Ron tells Charlotte to get up, stating he'll accompany her. Charlotte, wrapped in a blanket, questions if his uncle is picking up Howard, and Ron admits he's unsure how James persuaded Elizabeth. Ron Fan decides he's going to Yulong City to return Howard, kissing Charlotte on the forehead and telling her to stay out of the Shire family mess, but she confidently replies she's not worried with him by her side. In Yulong City, someone expresses gratitude to Mr. Bob for his help. Another man toasts Bob for protecting his son, but Bob gruffly states he acted for Ron Fan, not for him. Howard, now emboldened, thanks Ron Fan and expresses happiness to return to him. Bob then asks Ron about his plan. Howard, surprisingly aggressive, insults James Shire as a loser dad and declares he's going to Los Angeles to get his mother remarried, wanting a new father. James Shire desperately offers a promised billion, but Howard audaciously asks Mr. Bob to adopt him, pledging filial devotion. Bob is so shocked he spits out his drink. Howard insists he's serious, complaining James Shire is reneging on the billion promise while Bob looks vigorous. James Shire, enraged, calls Howard crazy and threatens to slap him, but Howard retorts that it's none of his business. Ron Fan intervenes, suggesting they not discuss Bob's potential adoption, firmly stating he would be the first to object. He questions why James's son would abandon his father for power and money. Howard asks why. Ron Fan explains that Bob is his sworn brother, making Howard his cousin-in-law, and such an adoption would confuse their family titles. Bob nods in agreement. Ron Fan scolds James Shire to discipline his son, and Bob agrees, warning James not to blame him if he's rude to Ron and Charlotte in the future. James Shire drags a resisting Howard away, vowing to teach him a lesson. Bob observes that Howard will inevitably cause more trouble and declares he wants no further part in the Shire family mess. Later, Charlotte receives a late-night call from her uncle, wondering why he's calling at such an hour. Her uncle anxiously asks if Ron Fan is home and requests Charlotte apologize to him on Howard's behalf for angering him. Charlotte asks what happened. Her uncle, frustrated, admits he wanted to slap Howard and asks Charlotte to thank Ron Fan. Charlotte, confused, decides to check if Ron Fan has returned. She confronts Ron Fan, asking why he didn't tell her he was back. Ron Fan claims he thought she was studying and questioned her sudden visit. Charlotte relays her uncle's apology and thanks. Ron Fan presses her for Howard's transgression. Charlotte reveals Howard wanted to be Bob's adoptive son. Ron Fan and Charlotte are both shocked, wondering if it was Bob's idea. Ron Fan appears angry, which Charlotte notices, asking why he's upset about Howard's self-abandonment. Ron Fan explains that he initially felt sympathy for Howard, saving him from Elizabeth, but was disappointed by his worthlessness and snobbishness, noting Howard quickly eyed Bob's power. He recounts his own past as the second Fan family young master, disliked by Eason Fan, and how his big brother's protection kept him from being killed by Rodang. Though he disliked Howard's pretenses, he never wished him harm but still finds his worthlessness disappointing. Charlotte empathizes, saying it brings back sad memories. She assures Ron Fan that his achievements are not defined by his origins and lovingly promises to always cherish him. Ron Fan is touched, and Charlotte expresses her joy at being with him. Meanwhile, Mr. Zen is informed that James Shire took Howard, entertained Ron Fan and Bob, and that Howard wished to be Bob's adoptive son. Zen asks if Bob agreed. His subordinate expresses concern about Bob and Ron Fan's closeness, noting Ron Fan's efforts to bail Bob out, implying Ron Fan can control Bob's men, and alludes to rumors of homo wives. Zen dismisses the homo wives rumor, stating Ron Fan's love for Charlotte is serious. However, Zen then questions Bob's sexuality, having only seen him with muscular men, suggesting Bob might be gay. His subordinate agrees. Zen decides to test Bob, asking about the empty, undecorated Ron Fan, his face marred by blood, confessed to his sworn brother Bob that the true story of his all-consuming revenge was far more convoluted than it appeared. He felt utterly adrift, his years of fighting now a hollow spectacle after Rodang's revelations about his mother, leaving him with a profound sense of loss and questioning the very meaning of his existence. Bob, loyal to a fault, vowed to eliminate any lurking dangers, promising to decisively end the conflict with Rodang. Yet, under the cloak of night at a seaside terrace, Bob arrived to meet two masked figures, presenting a hefty sum of money. The masked men, after verifying the payment, led Bob to a car where Ron Fan lay unconscious, prompting Bob to roar in shock and demand an explanation. One of the masked figures nonchalantly explained it was just a tranquilizer, and as the car sped away, they confirmed the exchange was complete, noting Bob's intense attachment to Ron Fan, even speculating about his affections. The following mornings, Ron Fan awoke, seething with a silent fury at having been drugged again. Bob, at his bedside, proudly announced he'd paid 10 million yuan for Ron Fan's rescue, sparking Ron Fan's exasperated outburst that Bob had been foolishly tricked. Bob, in turn, fumed about Ron Fan's ingratitude given the immense cost. Realizing Bob's wielding a gun with cold fury, Ron Fan dismisses his opponent's wishful thinking, declaring that the man has always been his sworn enemy, even as the desperate older man, Rodang, pleads his innocence and claims he has changed. Unyielding, Ron Fan refuses to grant him a single chance, and with a roaring engine, his car speeds away into the moonlit night, leaving Rodang behind. With his mission accomplished, Ron Fan settles into his car, a grim satisfaction on his face as he states they should go pick up his son. Yet his mind is still consumed by Rodang's earlier transgression of kidnapping Samuel to Perot Fort, a battle Ron Fan vows is far from over, his hand gripping the gun as he resolves to wait and see what comes next. Back at what appears to be a hotel, a manager clarifies that the two individuals Ron Fan is looking for have never been guests there, leaving Ron Fan utterly bewildered and demanding to know how such a thing is possible. A dawning realization hits him. Was he fooled by Rock Zen, or did something happen to his targets on their escape from Perot Fort? A beep signals an incoming message, and Ron Fan's blood runs cold as he reads Rock Zen's chilling text. Samuel is safe in S. City at the main Fan family villa, and Charlotte Lynn would be delighted to trade the files Ron Fan used to threaten Lynn for Samuel. Enraged, Ron Fan slams his hand down, roaring that Rock Zen is a bastard, oblivious to the smug chuckle of Morris nearby. Bursting into Charlotte's room, Ron Fan urgently asks if Samuel is there. Charlotte, a finger to her lips, shushes him, explaining that Samuel has been waiting for him all night and just fell asleep. And when Ron Fan asks when his son returned, she reveals Rock Zen sent him back last night. Sensing his exhaustion, Charlotte suggests he take a shower and rest with Samuel. A sly smirk plays on Ron Fan's lips as he agrees, then pulls Charlotte closer, suggesting he needs her to wash his back. As she blushes, questioning why he'd seek help from anyone else, Ron Fan presses her against the wall, declaring she is his wife, not just other people. Charlotte, flustered, asks if he was in danger or got hurt at Perot Fort. He grips her hand, playfully asking if she wants to know, then tells her to check for herself. She tells him to stop, but he asks if she likes him before pulling her into a passionate kiss. Ron Fan reminds her she wanted to check his wounds, promising to hug her tightly now. Meanwhile, Mr. Zen receives a box of CDs from his meticulous housekeeper, confirmed to be the ones Ron Fan mentioned. Later in his office, Ron Fan looks nervous as he eyes a CD, then clicks it to play. The screen lights up with a blurred, embarrassing video of a Power Ranger, leading Ron Fan to explode in fury, cursing Rock Zen as a shameless scum for such a shoddy trick. His phone rings and Ron Fan answers, the caller immediately asking if he got his son back. Surprised, Ron Fan asks how he knew, and the caller Bob denies spying, claiming Nina told him. Ron Fan, bewildered, demands to know when Nina and Bob became acquainted. Bob casually explains he merely asked her some questions, adding that Ron Fan's secretary, Nina, is tight-mouthed and knows what to say. As Ron Fan, baffled, asks Nina what she did, Bob abruptly ends the call, claiming he has to go. Nina then confesses her feelings for Bob, revealing she wants to start a family with him, which shocks Ron Fan speechless. He cannot believe his best assistant is in love with his sworn brother Bob, whom he deems an idiot. Nina, serious, explains that due to their torn personalities, she needs his help to conceive, making Ron Fan realize he must do his sworn brother and most trusted subordinate this favor. He struggles with the absurdity of the situation, pondering his reply while Nina patiently waits. Ultimately, he agrees to help, noting that Bob clearly has feelings for Nina, and despite his internal conflict, he wishes them happiness. Nina urges him to act quickly, as her age makes pregnancy difficult, to which Ron Fan confidently promises it will be done this month, recognizing a long-term plan won't work. He devises a scheme. Morris's daughter's first-month feast is a perfect opportunity to get drugs from Roxanne and slip them to Bud. At the White family's holiday villa, the atmosphere is festive, with guests celebrating the twins, Sprout and Beanie. People remark on Elder White's happiness for his granddaughter-in-law, Doris, and how Morris has changed. Morris is teased by a friend who then suggests they drink. Ron Fan, seeing Bob, offers him a bonus pack of wine, a subtle menace in his eyes. Bob accepts and after downing several glasses, praises the nice wine, unaware of Ron Fan's sinister intentions. Ron Fan relentlessly pushes more drinks on Bob, who, despite his growing inebriation, questions why he's still sober. Ron Fan, inwardly frustrated that his plan might be failing, is met with Bob's defiant challenge, asking if he's afraid. Enraged, Ron Fan slams his glass down, cursing Bob and demanding he drink again, and one more, until Bob, utterly unconscious, collapses to the floor. Ron Fan prods the fallen Bob with his foot, telling him to wake up, a triumphant "nailed it," echoing in his mind as Bob groans to be left alone. A smirk plays on Ron Fan's lips as he speculates on Nina's child's gender and the future marriages he'll arrange for his son, Samuel. He instructs an assistant to help the drunken Bob into the car and take him back to Yulong City, apologizing to Charlotte for leaving her alone but promising to return swiftly. As Charlotte waits, she spots Yorick Van calling out to her college senior with surprise and delight. Ron Fan, watching from afar, seethes, calling Yorick a bastard and wondering why he's back, silently vowing to deal with him after Bob is sorted. In a hospital, a doctor informs Nina that Bob is ready for surgery, and she confirms to Ron Fan that she has the thing before he instructs her to send Bob back before he awakens. Ron Fan asks if she won't tell Bob, but Nina, her gaze distant, explains they're from different worlds, and it's enough for her to carry his child, asking Ron Fan to keep her secret. Ron Fan agrees, sarcastically lamenting that he needs two people to carry Bob, all while struggling to haul the unconscious Bob by himself and observing Nina nearby, knowing their complicated relationship will not end simply. Outside, Yorick Van tells Charlotte that Ron Fan is bad for leaving her alone and offers her a ride home, oblivious to Ron Fan's hidden presence and seething anger at his persistent pestering. Charlotte politely declines, saying she can go back herself, but Yorick stops her, pulling her close and declaring he has something to say. Charlotte angrily demands to know what he's doing. Ron Fan, appearing suddenly, grabs Yorick's arm, warning him not to lay a hand on his woman, his eyes blazing. He delivers a powerful blow, then orders Charlotte into the car while his assistant, Barsons, steps forward. Yorick tries to make amends with Charlotte, but Barsons, at Ron Fan's command, warns him that Ron Fan doesn't tolerate his wife contacting strange men and has threatened to beat him if he gets too close. Yorick complains about Ron Fan's unreasonableness, but Charlotte calmly explains Ron Fan is nice but jealous, then hands Yorick's coat to Barsons to return. As Charlotte drives away, Barsons questions Yorick about his true intentions, but Ron Fan, having emerged from the shadows, claps Yorick on the shoulder with a menacing smile, stating he arrived just as Yorick bid goodbye to his wife. Ron Fan cracks his knuckles, confirming he intends to beat Yorick for sneaking around. He grabs Yorick by the collar, warning him to stop having improper thoughts about his wife and to call her Mrs. Fan, not Charlotte. Yorick defiantly argues he called her Charlotte first and will continue to do so, provoking Ron Fan to promise a painful lesson. Ron Fan pulls down Yorick's pants, then kicks him forcefully, declaring he'll kick your ass. He picks up Yorick's fallen coat, scathingly asking if he used it to impress his wife, then pulls out a knife. With a swift throw, the knife pins Yorick's coat to the ground, and Ron Fan warns that next time, it won't be the coat that gets cut if he dares to approach Charlotte again. Yorick, terrified, stares at the knife, but then brazenly challenges Ron Fan. Ron Fan, his calm demeanor hiding a deeper threat, slices Yorick's belt. As Yorick yelps, Ron Fan coolly compliments his lovely underwear, adding that if he doesn't heed his advice, it won't be his belt that gets cut next time. Humiliated and scrambling to cover himself, Yorick vows that Ron Fan will just wait and see. Charlotte, with a worried expression, was lost in thought, pondering why Ron Fan hadn't returned after sending a drunk Bob back to Yulong City. Her anxieties were momentarily dispelled when Ron Fan, looking suave and confident, walked into the room, announcing his return and drawing her into an embrace. She chided him playfully, asking what took him so long. He explained his delay by casually mentioning an unexpected encounter with Yorick Van, Charlotte Sr., which immediately piqued her concern. As he flirtatiously pushed her onto the bed, declaring he only wanted to bully her, Charlotte couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something more significant had transpired with Yorick Van. The next morning, the domestic calm of breakfast was shattered as Samuel, Charlotte's son, asked for his father. Charlotte explained Ron Fan had left early for company business, but their conversation was cut short by their butler's announcement. Captain Jian and the police had arrived. Samuel's big brother, Shine Fan, bewildered by the police presence, was informed that the visit concerned the second young master, Ron Fan himself. Shine Fan, his face etched with worry, told Samuel to watch his sister as he went to investigate, while Charlotte, her heart pounding, wondered what Ron Fan could possibly have done to warrant a police visit. Shine Fan confronted Captain Jian, arguing that there must be a misunderstanding since Ron Fan was with him at White's family holiday villa, insisting that an arrest warrant for a mere scuffle seemed excessive. However, Captain Jian, presenting a stamped warrant from his superior, revealed the case was far from simple, implicating Yorick Van's powerful family as the complainant and leaving Shine Fan to suspect someone was deliberately targeting Ron Fan. Charlotte, overhearing, was horrified, confirming her worst fears about Ron Fan beating up Yorick yesterday. She immediately called Ron Fan, demanding to know what he had done to Yorick Van. Ron Fan, depicted as a chibai on the phone, flippantly admitted to hitting Yorick, complaining only that his hand hurt from the exertion and sarcastically asking if Charlotte cared more about Yorick than him. Charlotte was utterly aghast that he had actually resorted to violence, realizing this was the reason for the police presence, and frantically explained the gravity of the situation to a dismissive Ron Fan. Captain Jian was speaking to his big brother outside, and Yorick Van's family was incredibly powerful, putting Ron Fan in serious trouble. Ron Fan, despite the rising tensions, remained unperturbed, telling Charlotte to relax and assuring her he'd handle it, while inwardly he felt he should have beaten Yorick Van harder for scaring his wife. He even contemplated teaching Yorick another harsh lesson. Meanwhile, Shine Fan called Ron Fan, urging him to go into hiding because he had seen the warrant and confirmed Yorick Van possessed significant influence, expressing regret for underestimating the situation. Ron Fan, annoyed at his brother's panic, scoffed, claiming never to have heard of the Van family's power, but quickly adapted, telling his brother he would find a way to deal with it. A man in a green jacket, Bob, casually eating, asked Ron Fan what was wrong. Ron Fan, rubbing his temples, confessed he had punched a jerk and cut his belt, but was now concerned he might have to go to the police station because he hadn't expected Yorick's family to be so influential. Bob confidently assured him that with him there, Ron Fan would be the last person in S City to go to jail. But Ron Fan, stern-faced, warned Bob to stay out of the investigation and declared he would enlist Chief Chu's help. Bob, looking displeased, agreed to leave. Just 20 minutes later, the police arrived to escort Ron Fan to the station, and he calmly complied. In the detention room, a distressed Charlotte rushed in, confronting Ron Fan, accusing him of being a bad parent for what he had done to the good-natured Yorick Van. Ron Fan apologized for worrying her, but firmly stated he hadn't broken the law, merely beaten Yorick, and vowed to investigate a potential conspiracy by David Yorick Sr., who he believed was pulling strings. Charlotte tearfully pleaded with him not to lie, expressing her fear for their children if he were imprisoned. Shine Fan, also present, advised Ron Fan to apologize to Yorick and seek to have the charges dropped, but Ron Fan angrily refused, declaring his pride and his intention to stay to gather information on the Van family, whom he branded as cowards manipulating events from behind the scenes, asserting he would never apologize. Charlotte, still confused and believing Yorick was a nice man, urged Ron Fan to simply apologize, but he merely scoffed, citing man's dignity, which left Charlotte thinking he was acting strangely. Possessively, Ron Fan declared he wouldn't allow his wife to go to Yorick, not even for her own sake, an unexpected display of jealousy that touched Charlotte. She immediately promised to skip class and stay with him. Ron Fan, pulling her close, declared her presence necessary, and Charlotte, nestled against him, affirmed that staying with him was her lifetime wish. Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Captain Jian entered, bearing food for the couple, leading to an awkward moment as Ron Fan and Charlotte exchanged knowing glances while Captain Jian remained oblivious. After Captain Jian departed, Ron Fan encouraged Charlotte to eat, expressing his relief that she was there. Charlotte, with tear-filled eyes, confessed her anger had made her deliberately say she liked Yorick Van, but Ron Fan tenderly embraced her, calling her his only love and promising his unwavering support. Wiping her tears, he assured her he only wanted her to be happy, admitting he had lost his cool when he met Yorick and momentarily doubted their love. But her words had made it all worthwhile, vowing to always believe in their love and in her. Meanwhile, at the Fan family mansion, 15, another relative arrived to find a tearful Samuel, also called 8, frantic because his dad had been arrested, and his mom had gone to find him but hadn't returned. Samuel, recalling the names Yausik Van, Yorick Van, pleaded with 15 to take him to find the man, boldly declaring he would save his dad. 15, realizing Samuel was referring to Yorick Van, Charlotte's ex-boyfriend, deduced that Ron Fan's arrest was a calculated move, not merely a consequence of jealousy, as Yorick's family lacked the power to orchestrate such a high-level warrant, implying a deeper scheme. He agreed to take Samuel to Yorick's residence in the suburbs of S City. Upon reaching Yorick Van's home, Samuel boldly knocked on the door, and after a short wait, Yorick's mother, an elderly woman, greeted them. Samuel directly asked for Yorick. Yorick's mother, a kind old lady, welcomed them in, mistakenly thinking they were Yorick's friends. Samuel rushed in, stating his name and his urgent need to speak with Yorick Van. Yorick's mother, surprised, asked how the little boy knew her son. Samuel explained that while he didn't know Yorick personally, his parents did, and Yorick was his mommy's senior. The polite young boy then disclosed that his dad and Yorick Van had a conflict and he was there to negotiate. When Yorick's mother inquired about his parents' names, Samuel proudly declared his dad was Ron Fan and his mommy was Charlotte Lynn. Yorick's mother gasped, recognizing Charlotte Lynn's name. Samuel then showed her a picture on his phone, a cheerful snapshot of Charlotte with another man, and confirmed it was his mommy, though he seemed unaware of the man beside her. The sight sent Yorick's mother and another woman into shock, realizing Charlotte had married someone else, betraying Yorick. Yorick's mother, utterly distraught, collapsed and vomited blood, realizing Yorick had been lying to her all along. 15, alarmed, immediately urged them to take her to the hospital, realizing the child's innocent words had unintentionally exposed a devastating truth to the old lady. Back at the Fan family home, Charlotte called out for Samuel, relieved when he ran to her, having been playing with 16 in the backyard. Samuel then innocently asked his mother about someone vomiting blood, but Charlotte, reassuring him he was too young to worry and that no one in their family vomited blood, gently dismissed his concern, though she inwardly wondered if Yorick's granny would be okay. The next morning, Charlotte's phone rang and it was Yorick Van, his voice filled with desperation, begging her to come to the hospital because his mother was dying and wished to see her one last time. The devastating news struck Yorick Van like a physical blow as Charlotte Lynn stood by, asking about his mother, only for doctors to regretfully announce his loss, leaving him collapsed on the hospital room floor in utter despair. Charlotte, heartbroken for him, gently reminded him that his kind mother, who had even made her a quilt in college, wouldn't want him to be so sad. But Yorick was inconsolable, convinced his mother died because she was angry at him. Charlotte, her eyes filled with sympathy, tried to tell him not to blame himself, but Yorick, curled on the bed, revealed his mother had asked to see Charlotte before her death, hoping Charlotte wouldn't blame him either. Charlotte, sensing a deeper truth behind Madame Van's death, pressed for answers, and Yorick began to recount the painful story of his childhood. His mother, abandoned by his father for money and power, raised him alone and worked relentlessly, falling ill at an early age. When he was admitted to university, his mother's illness worsened, and doctors gave her little time. It was then that she saw Charlotte, liked her immensely, and expressed a wish for them to marry. To fulfill his dying mother's wish and let her leave happily, Yorick confessed he faked a photo of them together and lied about their engagement, promising marriage after graduation, only to later discover his father had actually sent his mother to the best hospital, extending her life. However, his mother's health remained fragile, forcing Yorick to maintain the lie, even buying a ring and telling her they were engaged. But then Charlotte went away to be a volunteer teacher. A shocked Charlotte then realized the full implication, confronting Yorick, saying his mother, after waiting for her, met Ron Fan's son. And when she learned the truth, she was sent to the hospital, leading to her death. Charlotte suddenly grasped that Samuel, her son, had asked a strange question yesterday about someone vomiting blood, connecting it to Samuel sneaking out to find Yorick Van, which meant Samuel must have been the one to reveal the truth to Yorick's mother. Yorick explained that after resuscitation, his mother had merely scolded him, warning him against ruining Charlotte's reputation with false engagement rumors, and Charlotte, accepting the blame, offered to take responsibility. Yorick, however, released her from accountability, acknowledging she acted for his mother, but then Charlotte, standing before him, made a request. Yorick, surprised, asked her what it was. Charlotte, her gaze firm, apologized for her husband's actions and asked Yorick not to pursue him again. Yorick understood, acknowledging that Ron Fan's influence would expose his own father's role in the police investigation, and grimly stated he would go to the police station to explain everything, then bid Charlotte a somber goodbye. Back home, Charlotte was lost in thought when her young son, Samuel, innocently asked why she looked sad, prompting Charlotte to recall Samuel's peculiar question about someone vomiting blood. With a stern gaze, she pressed him, asking if he had snuck out the previous day, demanding the truth. Samuel, with tears in his eyes, confessed he had only wanted to see Yorick to make his dad come back, admitting he asked Eight to take him to Yorick Van's house. There he only found an old lady who, upon seeing Charlotte's picture and hearing Samuel confirm she was his mommy, immediately spat blood. Charlotte's heart sank as she realized the granny Samuel spoke of was Yorick Van's mother, just as Ron Fan walked in. Samuel, overjoyed, rushed to his father, calling out Dad. Ron Fan, surprised to see Charlotte home so soon, expected Yorick to drop the charges later. But Charlotte, eyes wide with concern, saw his worried expression, and Samuel questioned if his dad was all right. Ron Fan scoffed at the idea of dropping charges, revealing his father, a project manager at a secret science base, needed funding for a lifelong project before retirement. He confessed to punching Yorick Van, leading to Yorick's father attempting blackmail. Ron Fan, refusing to back down, not only gave his father money but also monopolized the project's technology, effectively ending the Fan family's section expansion, and then turned to Samuel, asking how and why he found Yorick Van. With a heavy heart, Charlotte and Ron Fan carefully explained the situation to Samuel, detailing Yorick Van's mother's death. Samuel, utterly devastated, broke down in sobs, explaining he only wanted his dad to be free and never meant to harm the old lady. Ron Fan, his expression serious, gently asked Samuel if he understood his mistake. Samuel tearfully replied that he shouldn't have told the old lady Charlotte was his mommy, but Ron Fan corrected him, saying Charlotte was indeed his mommy, but he shouldn't have gone alone. Ron Fan clapped for attention, explaining that adults handle such matters and children should always discuss things with them first. He emphasized that Samuel and Charlotte were the two most important people in his life, and impulsiveness could lead to unexpected troubles, reminding Samuel that the old lady's death wasn't his fault, though still a very sad event. Charlotte nodded, understanding, as Ron Fan then grounded Samuel for a week to study in his room, to which Samuel enthusiastically agreed. Ron Fan then comforted Charlotte, asserting that Yorick Van was responsible for his mother's fate by lying for so many years. Charlotte remained troubled, so Ron Fan elaborated that Mrs. Van's greatest regret was Yorick's deceit, urging Charlotte not to shoulder the blame and dismissing the idea of her marrying Yorick. Charlotte agreed, affirming that Yorick's lies would eventually be exposed, and Ron Fan tenderly asked if she could move on, assuring her that Yorick had nothing to do with them anymore. Charlotte smiled, finally finding peace. Suddenly the phone rang, startling them. It was Nina. Ron Fan, noting Nina's pregnancy and infrequent calls, sensed urgency as she informed him that Yvonne Ram was in critical condition at the hospital, beyond medical help, and her last wish was to see him. Ron Fan, suspicious, questioned if it was a scam, but Nina confirmed the gravity of the situation with 3 critical notices from doctors. He then asked about the prison guard monitoring Yvonne Ram, learning that an informant had been compromised. Yvonne Ram had tried to poison the informant's soup, but due to someone switching the bowls, drank the poison herself. Nina clarified that Yvonne Ram had bribed a nurse for the poison, but in her nervousness made a mistake with the soup, and the person sent to monitor her, 12 Sean, tried but failed to stop her. Ron Fan processed the grim fate as Nina concluded Yvonne Ram died by her own hands, leading Ron Fan to simply say he understood. Charlotte hesitantly asked if he would go to the hospital, but Ron Fan, turning the question back to her, stated that emotionally he didn't want to go. However, recognizing her dying state, he could accept a final goodbye but assured Charlotte he wouldn't go. Instead, Ron Fan stood, declaring he would find his brother as Yvonne Ram's husband. He was the one who should be with her at the end. Ron Fan's brother arrived at the hospital, pushing open the door to find Yvonne Ram. In her confused state, she mistook him for Ron Fan, expressing joy at his presence. He wondered if her consciousness was clouded, but she, smiling weakly, said it was fair since he had Charlotte Lynn and a son. Yvonne Ram then tearfully lamented that he had left her, but Ron Fan's brother internally chastised himself, realizing he had only come to save Ron from embarrassment, not expecting her to be so delusional. Questioning if she was truly unconscious or pretending, he gripped her hand and asked her to look closely at who he was. Still convinced he was Ron, Yvonne expressed her longing for their conversations and asked if he was happy, reminding him she was dying. He urged her to calm down, but she erupted, declaring her undying love for Ron, saying he was her life, only for him to retort that she had done many terrible things in the name of love. Yvonne claimed she had no choice, insisting Rodeng wanted to kill him and his brother, and still holding his hand, asked if he would have loved her if none of this had happened. He thought it was madness that she still mistook him for Ron, not expecting her to be so obsessed with such questions, and she sensed his reluctance to answer. Yvonne clutched his hand, imploring him to answer her final question. Ron Fan, have you ever loved me? Considering his sister Ella, he decided to fulfill Yvonne's last wish, softly answering yes. Yvonne smiled, whispered that's good, and her hand fell lifeless. He inwardly corrected his lie, acknowledging Ron Fan once loved her but no longer confirming she had passed. Ron Fan's brother looked devastated as Ron Fan entered, telling him it was over and they should leave. His brother thanked him, expressing his shock at Yvonne Ram's death, as Ron Fan solemnly confirmed she had died in silence. His brother then revealed his decision to leave S City and live elsewhere, a decision he'd contemplated for a long time. With Yvonne gone, he wanted Ella to see the beautiful world and overcome her mother's death, rather than remain in a place filled with sadness. Ron Fan understood, and his brother reminded him that S City would always be his home, urging him to come back after experiencing the world. With a final bye Ron from his brother, Ron Fan returned home. Charlotte greeted him warmly and Ron Fan announced his return. Charlotte, concerned, asked about Yvonne Ram, and Ron Fan, with a somber expression, informed her that all attempts to revive Yvonne Ram had failed, and she had passed away. Charlotte gasped, a mix of shock and disbelief washing over her. She thought of Yvonne Ram as a constant, horrible shadow in her life, wondering if such a person could truly die so easily, and asked if Ron Fan's brother had really seen her before her death. Ron Fan confirmed Yvonne Ram was truly dead. Charlotte confessed her fear and hatred for Yvonne Ram, yet admitted she never expected her to die, feeling as though she was dreaming. Ron Fan crouched, taking her hand and asking her to feel the warmth, confirming that it was all real and Yvonne was gone forever. Charlotte then asked about the funeral and if they should attend. Ron Fan explained there would be no funeral, as his brother wished for Yvonne Ram to leave quietly, and he would handle everything, sparing them from having to see them. He added that his brother would take Ella away from S City until she could come to terms with her mother's death. Embracing Charlotte, Ron Fan promised her that from now on, there would be no more obstacles in their family, no more worries, and they would be happy forever. 3 months later, a beaming Ron Fan told Charlotte to be careful, as her pregnancy test was positive, insisting they go to the hospital for confirmation. Samuel, excited, asked if he would have a younger sister, while Charlotte smiled, reassuring them that tests weren't always accurate. Suddenly, the door burst open with a thud. Bob, agitated, demanded to know if Nina was pregnant. Ron Fan, taken aback, then joyfully announced that Charlotte was pregnant with their second child. Samuel cheered, thrilled about his mommy and younger sister. Bob, still focused on Nina, demanded to know who got her pregnant, vowing to kick their ass. Ron Fan, with a sly smile, told Bob to guess, then dropped two bombshells. Nina was pregnant through IVF, and it was Bob's baby. Bob was stunned into silence, then a huge grin spread across his face as he realized he was going to be a dad. Charlotte congratulated him, urging him to take care, and Ron Fan echoed the sentiment, both relishing in the news. Samuel, jumping with delight, proudly declared he was going to be an elder brother. Ron Fan pulled Charlotte into a loving embrace, affirming that these two children would be with them for the rest of their lives. He playfully added that when the children grew up, they would be so wonderful that Charlotte would fall into his honey trap and never leave. Charlotte blushed, teasing him for being clingy, but he admitted he was, asking her to cling to him forever. Charlotte, her eyes sparkling, whispered forever, as their perfect family portrait, Ron Fan holding Samuel. Charlotte, cradling their new baby, surrounded by blossoming flowers, marked their happily ever after.